10 Gods Chapter 1456 to Chapter 1510. Lin Tian didn't care about Jiang Yichuan's words. He continued to walk toward the small valley. You can't go there. Not only will you be seriously injured if you get close to it, but you may also attract very terrifying fierce beasts. All of us will be in danger. You are too reckless. Jiang Yichuan shouted anxiously. Shut up. Just watch quietly. Wuxing Crocodile growled and wanted to slap Jiang Yichuan away. The seven-colored divine light was extremely extraordinary. Ordinary people couldn't control it, but Lin Tian could easily absorb it into his body. It knew this very well. At this moment, listening to Jiang Yichuan's words, it felt a little annoyed. At this time, Lin Tian approached step by step. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several hundred feet and came directly to the seven-colored divine light. When he witnessed this scene, Jiang Yichuan, who was over 1 kilometer away, immediately revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Lin Tian had actually walked over to the ball of seven-colored divine light, and he hadn't encountered any obstruction throughout the entire process. It was like he was walking on flat ground. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. In his vision, Lin Tian stepped in front of the seven-colored divine light. His right hand moved slightly, and the seven-colored divine light seemed to be summoned. In a flash, it entered Lin Tian's body. In just a moment, there was a faint seven-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body, as if it had merged with the seven-colored divine light. He was shocked. The legendary divine light of the immortal path on the star connecting star contained 7 colors. It suppressed the great path and rejected everything. Even experts of the eternal realm with genuine immortal weapons couldn't take it away or even approach it. But now, in front of him, Lin Tian walked to the seven-colored divine light and easily absorbed it into his body. This made his eyelids twitch violently. How is this possible? He couldn't see Lin Tian's specific cultivation, but he could feel that Lin Tian definitely hadn't reached the eternal realm. However, Lin Tian easily took the seven-colored divine light that those experts of the eternal realm couldn't even get close to. This made him open his eyes wide. He felt like he was seeing an illusion at this moment. Buzz, in the small valley, Lin Tian guided the seven-colored divine light into his body. Then, the seven-colored divine light instantly entered his knowledge sea. The seven-colored divine light was the sword's soul fragment of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. After entering his sea of consciousness, it instantly sank into the seven-colored divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Then, just like before, strands of seven-colored divine light reverberated. The seven-colored light possessed extremely shocking amounts of spiritual qi. He immediately refined it with the Sun Heart Sutra, causing his body to be dyed with a layer of seven-colored light as a result. His vital energies rose at an extremely shocking rate. At the same time, his cultivation base began to improve again, from the middle immortal realm to the peak immortal realm. Just like that, 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 4 hours later, he completely refined the seven-colored divine light that was bestowed by the sword's soul fragment after merging with the divine sword. His vital energies were much stronger, and his cultivation base had increased a lot. He was not far away from the peak immortal realm. At the same time, he scanned the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness with his divine consciousness. He found that more divine inscriptions on the divine sword that were originally dim had become brighter. The aura it emitted was more vast and complex, as if it contained everything. About half of the divine inscriptions are lit up. About half of them are not lit up and are in a dim state. Glancing at the divine sword, he was a little absent-minded. How many sword soul fragments are scattered in this world? What is the origin of this divine sword? Over the years, he had studied the divine sword in his sea of consciousness countless times. However, in the end, except for the fact that it was very powerful and terrifying, he couldn't figure out anything else. He was completely confused about this sword. I don't know how long it will take to gather all of them. He sighed. Once the seven-colored divine sword was gathered, he was sure that it would be so terrifying that it would make one's hair stand on end. However, he really couldn't say for sure when it would be able to gather all the divine sword. However, even so, there was one thing that he was happy about. As more and more sword soul fragments were gathered, he found that he could occasionally sense the divine sword. When he communicated with it with his divine consciousness, he could occasionally make it vibrate a little. Of course, it was just a little vibration, and the probability of that happening was very small. Even so, this change was enough to make him happy. He felt that if he could find another 2 or 3 sword soul fragments, he might be able to summon the divine sword out of his sea of consciousness with his divine consciousness. Once he could summon the divine sword out and use it as a weapon, it would undoubtedly be a super powerful killing weapon. He felt that it would not be difficult for him to kill an enemy who was 3 realms higher than him. He could do it easily. Later on, when he gathered all the sword soul fragments, he believed that he would be able to control the divine sword 100%. At that time, when the divine sword appeared, all things would retreat. Finally, he scanned the 7-colored divine sword with his divine consciousness and said to himself, "Try your best to find the sword soul fragments." Then, he opened his eyes. At this time, there was a faint divine light lingering around his body, causing the space around him to distort like water ripples. With a slight thought, he controlled the divine light outside his body and absorbed it into his body. He took a deep breath and then took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Whooshing Crocodile and the others. "Not bad, your cultivation has improved a lot." Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice. It landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and lay down leisurely. Only Jiang Yichuan's face was filled with shock as he looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, he was completely stunned. The legendary immortal Tao divine light that resided in the depths of the Great Wasteland had actually been so easily obtained by Lin Tian. "Okay, let's go," Lin Tian said. He'd only entered the Great Wasteland to obtain the sword soul fragments. Now that he'd obtained them, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Immediately, he led Whooshing Crocodile and the others along the path they'd come from, avoiding the terrible beasts in the depths of the Great Wasteland. Soon after, they walked out of the Great Wasteland. Outside the Great Wasteland, the air was much fresher and the wind was much gentler. There was no longer the oppressive feeling in the Great Wasteland. "Let's part here," he said to Jiang Yichuan. Jiang Yichuan had asked to go with them because he was afraid of the birds and beasts in the Great Wasteland. Now that they were out of the Great Wasteland, the threat from the birds and beasts had disappeared. There was no need for Jiang Yichuan to follow them, and there was even less need for him to bring Jiang Yichuan along. "Oh, okay, Jiang Yichuan said. Until now, he was still immersed in the shock that Lin Tian had obtained the immortal divine light in the depths of the Great Wasteland. Lin Tian nodded at him and didn't say anything more. He led Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu into the distance. Soon, they were far away and disappeared at the end of the sky. Jiang Yichuan looked at Lin Tian's receding figure, and the shock in his eyes was still very strong. He muttered to himself, unexpectedly, after dozens of breaths, the shock in his eyes gradually weakened, and then slowly disappeared. The immortal divine light has been taken and merged. The value of this news to those top forces, the expression in his eyes began to change uncontrollably. Lin Tian and the others walked out of the Great Wasteland and separated from Jiang Yichuan. At this time, they had already crossed several mountains. "Boy, where are we going now?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "First, we'll go to the Jiang family to find Luoluo, and then leave this ancient star. Or maybe we can see if we can train in this world and find opportunities to continue improving ourselves." Lin Tian Dao. After obtaining the sword soul fragment in the Great Wasteland, whether they wanted to leave this ancient planet or continue to train in this ancient planet, they had to go to the Jiang family. After all, if they left, they would definitely have to say goodbye to Jiang Luoluo. And if they wanted to stay in this world to train, Jiang Luoluo, who was familiar with this world, would undoubtedly be a very qualified guide. Immediately, they flew towards the Jiang family. Because there was no urgent matter, they didn't fly very fast. After dozens of breaths, they left behind several mountains. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed over from the southeast. The 2 figures were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Lin Tianyi and the others, blocking the path forward of Lin Tian and the others. These were 2 elders. Their spirits were very strong, and they were both in the middle stage of Emperor realm. "It's you." Lin Tian stopped, looked at the 2 elders rushing over, and smiled faintly. These two people were two of the three elders who had followed behind Wu Si from the Wu family. Previously, one of them had been ordered by Wu Si to take his life, but he had been killed by him. Now, these two stronger people had appeared before him. He naturally knew the purpose of their visit. Obviously, because the previous elder failed to kill him, Wu Si from the Wu family continued to send people to take his life. Next to him, Wuxing Crocodile stared at the two elders rushing over. Its eyes lit up. Boy, take them down. This is the treasure. They are here to deliver the treasure to Lord Crocodile. It naturally knew that these two elders were ordered by Wu Si to kill Lin Tian, but it didn't care at all. After all, Lin Tian was in the middle stage of Immortal Realm. These two elders in the middle stage of Emperor Realm were not even ants in front of Lin Tian. At this time, what it cared about was the flesh shells of these two people. As long as Lin Tian destroyed the souls of these two people, the flesh shells of these two people would become its treasure. It could use the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine them, and it could directly rush to the Emperor Realm. The two elders' expressions were indifferent, and the murderous light in their eyes was not concealed. When they looked at Lin Tian, it was as if they were looking at a corpse. Hum. Divine light intertwined. With a hum, a seal rushed out from one of them. It immediately emitted a very shocking aura of an eternal weapon, directly sealing the space in this place. Disappear. The seal was intertwined with blazing divine light, and it was covered with dense divine runes. It was like a divine moon falling from the starry sky. The void in all directions froze, and an unparalleled aura surged. The air was shaken to a halt. An eternal weapon? He actually brought out such a level of precious weapon. It must be Wu Si who brought it out. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. The power of an eternal weapon was very terrifying. Even for the Wu family, which had produced a true immortal expert, it was a precious treasure. These two Emperor Realm elders were definitely not qualified to have it. Only Wu Si, who was equivalent to the Wu family's holy son, could take it out. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the eternal weapon level seal pressing down. The black hair on his forehead fluttered in the wind. His expression was very calm. You're quite strong to be able to kill Wu Xian. However, under the eternal weapon, everything will be buried. Die in peace. On the opposite side, one of the two middle-stage Emperor Realm elders spoke with an indifferent expression. The Wu Xing he spoke of was clearly the grey-robed old man in early Emperor Sky Realm that Wu Si had sent to kill Lin Tian. You can only blame yourself for being too close to Miss Luoluo. To our young master, your existence is too much of an eyesore. The other old man spoke as well. His voice was indifferent as well, and it carried a bearing as if everything was under his control. For a moment, the seal pressing down on Lin Tian was even more terrifying. The power of the eternal weapon sealed the surroundings. Its killing power was terrifying. You talk too much. Lin Tian spoke. Facing the eternal weapon level seal pressing down, he directly raised his hand and punched it. Dong. Like a thunderclap, his fist seemed to shatter the sky. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the eternal weapon level seal. With a bang, the eternal weapon level seal trembled and was directly smashed thousands of feet away. After it landed on a large mountain, the mountain was smashed into ashes. How is this possible? The expressions of the two old men changed on the spot. The Zong treasure seal was an eternal weapon. With their cultivation at the middle stage Emperor Sky Realm, they were confident that they could even kill an early stage Immortal Realm expert with it. However, it was sent flying by Lin Tian's punch. You. When they looked at Lin Tian again, the two old men's hearts trembled. Their previous calmness and indifference instantly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, they were horrified. To be able to send their eternal weapon flying with a simple punch, what level of strength was this? The two of them trembled violently. They quickly summoned their eternal weapons and fled into the distance. With just this simple strike, they already knew that Lin Tian was terrifying. Even with the eternal weapon, they were no match for him. If they continued to stay, they would die. Why are you running so fast? Lin Tiandao, the great god power at the peak of the middle stage of Immortal Realm, moved and sealed the void, pushing the two back. The two old men were shocked and frightened. Once again, they worked together to activate the eternal weapon grade seal, causing a killing light to erupt in the sky. This time, they didn't attack Lin Tian, but the void sealed by Lin Tian. They only wanted to break the seal of the void and escape because they knew very well that the eternal weapon couldn't threaten Lin Tian in a head-on confrontation. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He raised his hand and slapped. As the most powerful reincarnated body, his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of a mortal realm. He had been struck by the heavenly tribulation all the way until now. Now, his body was not weaker than an early-stage eternal realm expert. He might even be stronger. With the pure strength of his flesh, he was not afraid of the eternal weapon. Buzz! As he slapped the air, the void roared. It fell on the eternal weapon-grade seal and sent it flying again. The two old men trembled in shock and fear. Lin Tian didn't say anything superfluous. He directly pointed out two golden lights. In an instant, they passed through the two old men's eyebrows and shattered their divine souls in the sea of consciousness. With two bangs, the two old men fell on their backs. The luster of life in their eyes faded quickly, and they became two corpses. Hey! Wuxing Crocodile laughed. Without needing Lin Tian to say anything, he moved his demon power and directly rolled the two old men's flesh shells over. Lin Tian looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the seal he had slapped away. He raised his hand and erased the other people's spiritual imprints on it. Then, he put it into his body. This was an eternal weapon. It was very valuable. Find a place to refine them. He glanced at the two old men's flesh shells rolled over by Wuxing Crocodile and said. Of course. Wuxing Crocodile said and laughed. Immediately, Lin Tian spread out his powerful divine sense and found a hidden place not far from this position. He asked Wuxing Crocodile to perform the Saint Refining Precious technique. He stood aside and guarded Wuxing Crocodile. Buzz! Wuxing Crocodile performed the Saint Refining Precious technique. His demon power surged and began to refine the two flesh shells. His essence, qi, and spirit immediately began to rise. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two mid-emperor realm old men's flesh shells were completely refined by Wuxing Crocodile with the Saint Refining Precious technique. A powerful demon power spread in this place. Wuxing Crocodile directly stepped into the emperor realm. Awesome! This is awesome! Lord Crocodile has also reached the emperor realm. Wuxing Crocodile was very excited. You're so excited just to reach the early stage of the emperor realm. Can you be more mature? Lin Tian glanced at it and said, spend a few more days to consolidate your emperor realm cultivation. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Then, it once again performed its demon clan ancient scripture and began to consolidate its emperor realm cultivation. Just like that, another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wuxing Crocodile opened its eyes and stopped performing the ancient scripture. Its emperor realm cultivation was completely stabilized. Not bad. You can fight against a mid-emperor realm cultivator. Lin Tian looked at Wuxing Crocodile and nodded with a smile. With his powerful immortal realm divine sense, he could feel that Wuxing Crocodile's spirit was very strong at this time. Although it had just stepped into the Emperor realm, its combat power was definitely not weaker than a mid-Emperor realm cultivator. Who is Lord Crocodile? How can I be weak? Wuxing Crocodile said proudly. Then, it said, speaking of which, this little bastard Wu is determined to kill you. The first time he sent someone to kill you, he didn't succeed. He actually came for a second time so soon. Moreover, he even took out an eternal weapon and let those two old men carry it. How vicious. The first time he failed to kill me, his hypocrisy and insidiousness were completely exposed in front of me. He was worried that I would tell Luoluo about this. Naturally, he can't wait to get rid of me. He wants to get rid of me before I see Luoluo again. Lin Tian could easily guess what Wuxi was thinking. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed its eyes and said, "What do you think?" It's still the same sentence. He's just a clown. It's fine if I don't see him. If I see him again, I'll kill him directly. Lin Tiandao said, as for Luoluo, I don't need to say anything. That girl knows very well that that person is not a good person. He pretended to be elegant and peaceful on the surface to try to gain Luoluo's favor. He was like an idiot from the beginning. Wuxing Crocodile felt the same way. Disgusting. Let's go to the Jiang family to find Luoluo. Lin Tiandao. The little Taichu lay on his shoulder leisurely. He called Wuxing Crocodile and headed towards the Jiang family. Soon, more than a dozen mountains were left behind. At this moment, the space suddenly trembled. The air within a radius of a few hundred feet became somewhat condensed and oppressive. 3 figures strode over from afar. They were 3 old men. All of them had extraordinary auras and strong blood qi. Like 3 furnaces. The divine power fluctuations outside their bodies were astonishing. Each of them was at the half-step to the eternal realm. Half-step to the eternal realm. Are they from the Wu family again? That little bastard Wu Si can even mobilize people at this level? Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Lin Tian shook his head. They're not from the Wu family. An expert at the half-step to the eternal realm was already at the Wu family's grand elder level. Their status was much higher than that of the Wu family's patriarch. Even though Wu Si was the holy son of the Wu family, it was impossible for him to mobilize people at this level. Most importantly, he did not sense any aura similar to Wu Si and the other Wu family members from these people. Who are they? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Lin Tian looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly and did not seem to care at all. You'll have to ask them. He looked at the 3 old men. He could feel that they were not friendly, but his expression did not change at all. The 3 old men had deep eyes. One was in a purple robe, one was in a black robe, and the last one was in a white robe. At this moment, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. There was a very obvious and intense light in their eyes. Middle stage of the immortal realm? It's hard to imagine that someone at this level could take away the immortal divine light in the crimson fallen wilderness. Even our eternal realm patriarch could not take it away or even get close to it. The purple-robed old man said. Lin Tian's face darkened when he heard this. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. How did you know? Lin Tianling stared coldly at the 3 old men. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Someone always tells us. Among the 3 old men, the old man in a black robe said. His voice was a little indifferent, but his eyes were burning as he looked at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a shocking treasure. Lin Tian's eyes became cold, and a chill spread out from his body. Xianxia. His voice was cold. He, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu went to the crimson fallen wilderness to take the sword soul fragment. At that time only Xianxia was there. At this time, he did not even have to think about it. He instantly knew that Xianxia had told these people about it. It's worth it to exchange a low-grade eternal weapon and dozens of bottles of Baodan divine medicine for this information. The black-robed old man said, not denying Lin Tian's words. It was enough to show that Lin Tian's guess was not wrong. Biting the hand that feeds you. That son of a bitch. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were burning with anger. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and Wuxing Crocodile was also angry. He never thought that he would be stabbed in the back by the person he had saved. Even the innocent little Taichu was angry at this time and clenched his little paws. Xianxia was the worst, damn it, the surrounding void was sealed, and the 3 old men imprisoned this space with their powerful cultivation. The purple-robed old man looked at Lin Tian with a kind of arrogance and said, bind your hands and be a guest of our Zhou family. Don't worry, we want to know how you got the divine light. Before we figure out the reason and take it out of your body and really control it, we won't kill you. With that, he glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu beside Lin Tian and said, as for your 2 animal friends, we will give them a quick death. When they learned from Xianxia that Lin Tian had obtained the divine light of the immortal path in the depths of the Red Wilds, everyone in the Zhou family was shocked. It was said that the divine light had all kinds of possibilities. Since ancient times, countless experts in the Tongheng ancient star had gone to the Red Wilds in vain to get it, but they all failed. No one could do it. Even a person at the peak of the eternal realm with a genuine immortal weapon couldn't get close. At first, they didn't believe it at all, but when Xianxia used his divine sense brand, they believed it and paid Xianxia a good reward. Then, except for the eternal ancestor who was in closed-door cultivation, the three strongest highest elders of the Zhou family took action at the same time. They attached great importance to this matter and wanted to suppress Lin Tian and bring him back to the family. They thought that Lin Tianyi must have some special method to get the divine light with the cultivation of the immortal realm. After suppressing Lin Tian and bringing him back to the family, they would find out the method and take the divine light from Lin Tian's body and really control it. This would definitely be of great benefit to the Zhou family. This was because that ball of divine light was truly too extraordinary. Come here. Don't make us suppress you personally. That will only make you suffer unnecessarily. He glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu beside Lin Tian. As for you two, you can disappear now. As soon as he finished speaking, two rays of sword light appeared beside him. With a clanging sound, they shot straight towards Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of sword radiance arrived in front of Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. It was also at this time that the chill around Lin Tian's body became even thicker. A vast and mighty thunderous force shook the heavens. With two cracking sounds, the purple-robed old man's two sword lights were directly shattered. The purple-robed old man was slightly shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, the two streaks of sword radiance were still terrifying enough. They could even destroy an ordinary expert at the peak of the immortal realm. But now, they were shattered by Lin Tian's aura. At the same time, the black-robed old man and the white-robed old man who came with him were also shocked. You old bastards dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Lin Tian's voice was cold. Boom. Thunder roared. Electric arcs intertwined around his body, making crackling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned pitch black. Silver lightning flashed in the sky. In an instant, an aura like a heavenly tribulation oppressed all directions. It seemed that a destructive disaster was about to befall. The three supreme elders of the Zhou family trembled and their expressions changed. At this moment, the thunderous aura emanating from Lin Tian was too terrifying. Even though they were experts at the half-step to the eternal realm, they still felt terrified. The purple-robed old man was shocked. His previous arrogance disappeared without a trace. Boom. An earth-shattering clap of thunder rang out as if it was about to pierce through everyone's eardrums. A thick bolt of silver lightning descended from the sky like a silver lightning dragon. It directly enveloped the purple-robed elder and smashed him to pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. Third brother. The black-robed old man and the white-robed old man exclaimed in unison. How is this possible? The two old men trembled. An expert at the half-step to the eternal realm was killed in one blow. Boom. The thunder rumbled and the sky turned even darker. Silver lightning flashed in the sky. It was terrifying. Lin Tian was furious. The Wu family's Wu Sishu was a hypocrite. He had sent people to kill him twice, but he wasn't angry at all. He only treated those people as jumping clowns. But now, a person he had saved with his own hands turned around and betrayed him, stabbing him in the back. He wanted to use the 7-colored divine light he obtained in the Crimson Fall wasteland in exchange for benefits. Looking at the black-robed old man and the white-robed old man of the Zhou family, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The 5 thunder sky-shocking skill led thousands of thunderbolts to fall. In an instant, the world was enveloped by silver lightning and turned into a silver sea of thunder. Puff. The black-robed old man was directly smashed into pieces. Only his divine soul managed to escape. He fled in shock and fear. However, his divine soul had only escaped a few hundred feet before it was pressed down by the dense silver thunderbolts. Stop. I can only. Ah. An ear-piercing scream resounded through the sky. The man's divine soul was directly smashed into pieces. His body was shattered and his divine soul was destroyed. Lin Tian glanced at the white-robed old man with cold eyes. As the strongest reincarnation king body, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm after being struck by the heavenly tribulation. Now, he was absolutely invincible among those below the eternal realm. No one below the eternal realm could resist him. Spare my life. I promise I won't trouble you in the future. The white-robed old man was frightened and begged for mercy. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The silver thunderbolts intertwined and condensed into a big thunderbolt hand. It grabbed the white-robed old man and dragged him to the front. His powerful divine thought turned into an immortal sword and plunged into the old man's sea of consciousness to search for everything about Xianxia. Ah! The white-robed old man screamed. His sea of consciousness was cracked by Lin Tian's violent divine thought. Lin Tian's face was cold. His powerful divine thought wandered in the old man's sea of consciousness. After dozens of breaths, he learned everything. As he guessed, after leaving the vast wilderness, Xianxia took the initiative to visit the Zhou family of the Clan of Desolation. He used the seven-colored divine light that he had obtained from the Crimson Wilderness as a bargaining chip to inform the Zhou family. In exchange, he obtained an eternal weapon and dozens of bottles of Baodan divine medicine. At the same time, he also learned that Xianxia was the young master of the treasure pavilion of Nanluo, which was connected to the star. The treasure pavilion of Nanluo was a fourth-class sect on the ancient star. It was founded by an emperor-level cultivator. Now, the most powerful person in the sect was at the celestial master level. Xianxia was the son of the current master of the treasure pavilion of Nanluo. After finding this, he no longer showed mercy. The five thunders shocking the sky technique surged and shattered the white-robed old man. Then, he moved his mind slightly and put away the five thunders shocking the sky technique. Change the route to the treasure pavilion of Nanluo, he said. Where is Xianxia? Wuxing Crocodile asked. At this time, Lin Tian turned to the treasure pavilion of Nanluo. It naturally guessed that this had something to do with Xianxia. Lin Tian nodded and briefly told Wuxing Crocodile about the information about Xianxia that he found in the white-robed old man's mind. Let's go. Let's kill that son of a bitch, Wuxing Crocodile said. The feeling of being betrayed was really uncomfortable. Especially when the person who betrayed them was someone they had saved before. Yeah. The innocent little Grand Primordium was also panting with rage as it waved its claws at the air. Let's go. Lin Tiandao changed the route and headed to the south of this place. From the white-robed old man's mind, he found out that Xianxia was the young master of the treasure pavilion of Nanluo. Naturally, he also found the location of the treasure pavilion of Nanluo. It was located in the extreme south of this ancient planet. Soon, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu went far away. Ancient planet Tongheng, Zhou family of desolation. The Zhou family was a great power that had been passed down since the Desolation Age. Together with the Jiang family, the Wu family, the heaven-severing divine sect, and the Tongheng immortal sect, they were the strongest inheritances on the ancient planet Tongheng. They were founded by a genuine immortal expert. They were established in a group of sacred mountains. There were many majestic jade palaces inside, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. What? A roar came from a hall of the Zhou family. The master of the Zhou family stood in the center of the hall, his body trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, there were many other important figures of the Zhou family in the hall. At this moment, all of them were pale. Just now, they had received a report that the soul lamps of the three highest elders of the Zhou family had all been extinguished. The three highest elders were dispatched at the same time to suppress the man who took away the divine light of the immortal path. That man killed the three highest elders? The three highest elders were all experts half a step to the eternal realm. In our family, only the ancestor, who is in closed-door cultivation, could suppress them. But now, how could this be? Didn't Xianxia of the South Gathering Treasure Pavilion say that the man's cultivation had not reached the eternal realm? The three highest elders of our family who were half a step to the eternal realm were dispatched at the same time. They could kill anyone below the eternal realm. How could they be? In the hall, the important figures of the Zhou family were both shocked and angry. The three highest elders of the Zhou family who were half a step to the eternal realm, the three core figures of the Zhou family, were killed outside the family. After killing the three highest elders of the Zhou family, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu walked far away from their original position. They had crossed dozens of primitive mountains in succession. More than 2 hours later, the group arrived at a spiritual mountain in the extreme south of the Eternity Star. As far as the eye could see, There were a large number of pavilions located in the spiritual mountain range. Some spiritual birds were flying in the sky. Outside the pavilions, there were many practitioners with vigorous blood qi guarding. Here we are, the South Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Lin Tian looked at the spiritual mountain range, his eyes intertwined with strands of cold light. This spiritual mountain range was the place where the South Gathering Treasure Pavilion was established. It had been passed down for a long time. Go in, find that ungrateful bastard and chop him into minced meat. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. The Nanluo Treasure Pavilion was in the mountains. Lin Tian led Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to the front gate of the Nanluo Treasure Pavilion in the blink of an eye. Arriving here, he did not say a word and directly stepped into the Nanluo Treasure Pavilion. His eyes were cold. He was truly a little angry. If Jiang Yichuan had accidentally revealed that he had taken away the seven-colored divine light from the depths of the great wilderness, he would not have cared. In fact, even if Jiang Yichuan had bragged about it, he would not have caused trouble for him. However, the other party knew that the Zhou family was extremely concerned about that ball of divine light, and knew that he would definitely be dealt with by the Zhou family if he revealed this matter, but he still revealed this secret to the Zhou family in exchange for many treasures. This was something that he could not tolerate. Who are you? Stop right there. Any major force would have disciples standing guard outside the main entrance, and the South Sifting Treasure Pavilion was naturally no exception. When the dozens of South Sifting Treasure Pavilion disciples standing guard outside saw Lin Tian, Five-Element, Alligator, and Little Taichu approaching, someone immediately stepped forward and coldly reprimanded them. Lin Tian's pace did not change, and his eyes were cold. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Nanluo disciple who shouted. He raised the long spear in his hand and directly slashed at Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, the aura naturally lingered, and with a bang, the Nanluo disciple who attacked was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He coughed up blood in the distance and then fainted directly. You dare to fight back? You deliberately came to the Nanluo Treasure Pavilion to make trouble? Suppress him. In this place, the other Nanluo disciples were shocked and angry. Their eyes were cold, and they all attacked Lin Tian together. Get out. Next to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile said coldly, and a strong demonic power suddenly spread out. Suddenly, the Nanluo disciples who rushed forward were all sent flying, and the weapons in their hands were all turned into ashes without exception. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all. He crossed the front gate of the Southern Treasure Pavilion and directly entered the pavilion. Inside the South Gathering Treasure Pavilion, there were many cultivators coming and going. Naturally, many of them noticed that Lin Tian's group had knocked over 10 disciples guarding the entrance and forced their way into the Treasure Pavilion. All of them revealed shocked expressions, and at the same time, their gazes turned icy cold. You guys, how dare you? How dare you barge into my sect? A powerful deacon said, take them all. Boom, dozens of divine powers immediately spread out. In this place, many disciples of the Treasure Pavilion attacked Lin Tian together. Outside of Lin Tian's body, a natural aura surged and turned into ripples that rippled outwards. In an instant, the people who had made a move were all sent flying. Attack together. An elder-level figure noticed this and ordered everyone to attack together. They unleashed all kinds of divine abilities to pressure Lin Tian. However, the result was the same. Lin Tian didn't make a move. Instead, the naturally intertwined divine powers outside of his body caused the people who attacked to cough up blood and fly away. Even the Nirvana-level elder who had given the order was no exception. For a moment, everyone here was terrified. When they looked at Lin Tian again, they all trembled and felt powerless. Tong. Go and inform the hierarch and the supreme elders. Someone said in a trembling voice. Immediately, someone left and ran towards the depths of the treasure pavilion, trembling. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. He didn't stop this person. With a sweep of his powerful immortal divine telekinesis, he instantly found Jiang Yichuan. Jiang Yichuan's position just happened to be in the depths of the treasure pavilion. His gaze was cold as he walked slowly towards the depths of the treasure pavilion on foot. In a pavilion deep in the treasure pavilion, Jiang Yichuan and a middle-aged man in a yellow robe sat facing each other at a jade table. Dozens of bottles of Baodan were placed on the jade table. At this moment, the bottles were open, and a rich medicinal fragrance spread out, refreshing the mind. At the same time, a crimson gold sword was placed horizontally on the table. It was covered in Dao patterns and exuded an extremely sharp sword might. "How is it, father? Not bad, right?" Xianxia smiled proudly and was somewhat pleased with himself as he spoke to the yellow-robed middle-aged man beside him. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. The golden pupil pill, the Luo Hong pill, the source nurturing pill, the purple soul pill, the blacking pill. This is also very useful for emperor-level powerhouses. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the crimson gold sword on the table and became even more excited. His body couldn't help but tremble. There's also an eternal weapon-grade treasure sword. The yellow-robed middle-aged man was Jiang Yichuan's father and the current pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. His cultivation was at the 5th level of the emperor level and was considered very strong. His mental state cultivation wasn't bad, but at this moment, when he saw the treasures on the jade table, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This treasure was simply too shocking. Not only were there dozens of bottles of Baodan that was very useful for emperor-level powerhouses, but there was also an eternal weapon. This was simply a shocking treasure trove. One had to know that the strongest treasure trove of the treasure pavilion was only a middle-grade ancestral weapon. But now, among the treasures that Jiang Yichuan brought back, there was an eternal weapon-grade treasure trove, which was 2 levels stronger than an ancestral weapon. Just with this eternal weapon, the treasure pavilion was enough to be called number 1 among the sects of the same level in the eternal ancient star. It was even to the extent that those great powers that were originally a level higher than the South Gathering Treasure Pavilion would be extremely fearful of them. Good. This is great. Great. Sect Master Nan Luo was excited, but then he hid his excitement. He looked at Jiang Yichuan and asked worriedly, "I heard you say that the young man who took away the immortal divine brilliance is very strong. He is at least at the emperor level. If you tell the Zhou family that he took away the immortal divine brilliance and bring back these treasures, that young man will definitely not let it go. At that time, it will be a big trouble." Sect Master Nan Luo already knew how Jiang Yichuan obtained these treasures from Jiang Yichuan. At this time, besides being excited, he couldn't help but be a little worried. "Don't worry, father. Don't you know how valuable that immortal divine brilliance is?" After the people of the Zhou family found out about this, the 3 half-step eternal level grand elders took action at the same time. As long as they found that young man, he would definitely be suppressed and brought back to the Zhou family. Then, the result was self-evident. The secret of how he took away the immortal divine brilliance and the Zhou family took away the immortal divine brilliance that merged with his body. Then, he would be killed. Therefore, even if he knows that I told the Zhou family about this, he can't do anything. We don't need to worry about anything. Jiang Yichuan continued with a leisurely smile on his face. "Well, I feel sorry for him. After all, he saved my life." As he said this, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Instead, he was faintly proud. Then, as if thinking of something, he looked at Sect Master Nan Luo and said, "By the way, father, now that we have an eternal weapon, can we go to the ancient mansion that we found 3 years ago? With the power of this eternal weapon, perhaps we can really open that immortal mansion and take out all the treasures inside. At that time, our treasure pavilion will definitely become stronger very quickly. It's not impossible for us to reach the level of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity." Hearing Jiang Yichuan mention that immortal mansion, Sect Master Nan Luo's eyes couldn't help but flash. He pondered and said, "We can try. However, even with the help of the eternal weapon, we may not have much hope. There are all kinds of complicated terrains in that place. Moreover, there are too many Dao patterns and array seals. It's too difficult to really enter that immortal mansion. 3 years ago, they accidentally obtained a yellowed booklet. There was a lot of content in it, and it pointed to a strange place. Out of curiosity, they followed the content in it and found an immortal mansion in a barren mountain. Outside the immortal mansion, they sensed the fluctuation of the immortal path. Then, they found that it was a cultivation immortal mansion left behind by a true immortal. There seemed to be a lot of treasures inside because they happened to see a flash of immortal light in the depths of the immortal mansion. At that time, they were overjoyed and immediately tried to break into the immortal mansion. However, they failed. They couldn't break in at all. The various earth veins there were very mysterious, and there were many Tao patterns and array seals in the void. They almost died tragically. After that, they would go to the immortal mansion every once in a while. Even the celestial venerables in the sect went there. They used all kinds of methods, but it was useless. Once, they even lost the life of a 9th-stage celestial venerable supreme elder. After that, they went to the immortal mansion less and less because it was really difficult to break in. However, that place was always in their hearts. They always cared about it because that immortal mansion was too important to the south-sifting branch. As long as they could break in and take the treasures inside, the south-sifting treasure pavilion would be able to develop and grow in a very short time. At least, they could become a second-level force in this world. Moreover, there was even hope that they could reach the level of the 5 top forces, the Tongheng Immortal School and the Zhou family of the ancients. No matter how big the hope is, let's try again. Maybe we'll succeed. Jiang Yichuan said. The headmaster of the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion nodded and said, "Okay, the Supreme Elders and I," bang. Suddenly, the main door of the hall was knocked open. A disciple of the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion rushed in. His face was full of anxiety, and his voice was trembling. "Headmaster, there's presumptuous. What is this place? Who allowed you to break in?" The headmaster of the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion interrupted him and shouted. The disciple who broke in trembled and knelt on the ground to salute. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, headmaster." As he spoke, he continued, but, headmaster, someone broke into our South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion. He's very strong, and we couldn't stop him. Even the elders were injured. Headmaster, please go and take a look. What? The headmaster of the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion was furious. Someone dared to break into the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion and hurt people. On the side, Jiang Yichuan smiled. With a wave of his hand, the eternal weapon scarlet gold sword on the jade table fell into his hand. A clanging sword sound spread out. Even the elders weren't a match for him. Presumably, he's at least a half-step emperor. Not bad, he came at the right time. Let this young master try the power of this treasure sword. As he spoke, he walked out of the hall with the scarlet gold sword. The disciple of the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion who came to report saw the scarlet gold sword in Jiang Yichuan's hand and couldn't help but tremble. Even though his cultivation wasn't strong, he could still feel the terror of this scarlet gold sword. It was as if it could shatter everything in the world. Inside the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion, Lin Tian's gaze was cold. He brought the Wuxing crocodile and the little Taichu all the way to the depths of this branch. Wherever he passed, many disciples of the South-Sifting Treasure Pavilion retreated. Each and every one of their faces was filled with fear. Many of their faces were pale. This was because just now, many people from their branch had tried to suppress Lin Tian. Even the Nirvana Realm Elders had tried, but they were all sent flying. Even the aura that naturally intertwined around Lin Tian's body couldn't stop him. This caused everyone to feel fear. Just the aura that naturally interweaved around his body was already so powerful. Even the elders of their bloodline could not resist it. Just how terrifying was this person? How could they fight against him? I want to see which blind bastard is so daring to intrude into my southern treasure pavilion and act so presumptuously. An eternal weapon was really extraordinary. Holding this divine sword, Jiang Yichuan's body exuded an imposing aura. Wherever he passed, the space distorted, and all the disciples of the treasure pavilion of the South Sift Treasure Pavilion were shocked. Young master's aura, so strong. That sword, what is that? Many disciples of the treasure pavilion of the South Sift Treasure Pavilion were shocked. Their eyes fell on the golden sword in Jiang Yichuan's hand, and their hearts trembled. The sword power exuded by this sword was too terrifying. Jiang Yichuan enjoyed the shocked expressions of these disciples. He felt more and more that he had made a wise choice by exchanging Lin Tian took the 7-colored divine light from the Crimson Fall wilderness for this sword. He walked slowly from the depths of the treasure pavilion of the South Sif treasure pavilion. In front of him, a group of disciples of the treasure pavilion took the initiative to make way for him. Suddenly, the space in front of him, which was originally covered by the body of a South Sif treasure pavilion disciple, was instantly revealed. Jiang Yichuan, with a proud face, instantly saw Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu. In an instant, Jiang Yichuan's expression changed. The proud expression on his face froze, and he couldn't help but stagger back. You, his face turned pale. After discovering that it was Lin Tian who broke into the treasure pavilion and hurt people, and looking at Lin Tian's cold expression, he had a very ominous premonition in his heart. Lin Tian knew that he had told on the Zhou family? Son of a bitch, biting the hand that feeds you. Is the sword in your hand useful? Wuxing Crocodile sneered. The moment it came here and saw Jiang Yichuan, it noticed that the golden sword in his hand was an eternal weapon. It immediately guessed that this was the low-grade eternal weapon that Jiang Yichuan had exchanged for by telling the Zhou family that Lin Tian took the seven-colored divine light from the Crimson Fall Wilderness. With the strength of the treasure pavilion of the South Sif treasure pavilion, it simply couldn't take out such a precious weapon. For a moment, the coldness in its eyes became stronger, and it didn't hide its killing intent towards Jiang Yichuan at all. Little Tai Chu's eyes were wide open as he glared at Jiang Yichuan. He was very angry at Jiang Yichuan for biting the hand that fed him. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. At this moment, he was still dozens of feet away from Jiang Yichuan. He walked towards him step by step. Jiang Yichuan was flustered. He walked toward Lin Tian, then stumbled backward. At this time, there was no need to have any doubts. The matter of him using Lin Tian took away the rainbow divine light in the Crimson Fall Great Wasteland to inform the Zhou clan in exchange for many treasures had obviously been known by Lin Tian. This made him both shocked and frightened. After he informed the Zhou clan dispatched 3 half-step Eternal Realm Supreme Elders. Since Lin Tianji could learn about him informing the Zhou clan from these 3 half-step Eternal Realm Supreme Elders, it meant that the Zhou clan's 3 half-step Eternal Realm Supreme Elders had already found Lin Tianji and dealt with him. However, in this sort of situation, how was Lin Tian able to escape unscathed and find this place after knowing all of this? How could the 3 half-step Eternal Realm Supreme Elders of the Zhou clan fail to suppress Lin Tian? How could this be? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Then, seeing Lin Tian getting closer and closer to him, his heart trembled again. His face turned pale, and his Nirvana realm body couldn't stop trembling. Brother Lin, listen to me. There's a reason for this, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian suddenly sped up and appeared in front of Jiang Yichuan in an instant. He interrupted his words and kicked him in the chest. With a bang, Jiang Yichuan was sent flying and crashed into a stone pillar not far away. He coughed up blood on the spot and howled like a pig being slaughtered. All the bones in his body were broken. Young master. The disciples of the treasure pavilion trembled in fear and shock. This was the first time that Lin Tian had taken the initiative to attack after breaking in. Jiang Yichuan coughed up blood not far away and screamed again and again. Yichuan. The master of the South Net's voice came from not far away. He quickly rushed here. Previously, after receiving the report from his disciples that Lin Tian and others had forced their way into the sect, he saw Jiang Yichuan come out with the eternal weapon level golden red sword. He was not in a hurry because he knew that the eternal weapon was very powerful. He felt that Jiang Yichuan could kill the invaders with the power of the eternal weapon level sword. He carefully put away the dozens of Baodan magic herbs on the jade table and then walked here. At this time, he arrived at this place and happened to see Jiang Yichuan lying on the ground and coughing up blood. He was so fast that he appeared beside Jiang Yichuan in a flash. He was both shocked and angry. Fa, father. Blood gushed out of Jiang Yichuan's mouth and his cheeks were pale. All the bones in his body had been broken by Lin Tian's kick. At this time, his whole body was in pain. Moreover, even with his Nirvana realm cultivation, he could not heal such injuries. His broken bones could not heal. Damn it! Who did this? Master Nan Luo's eyes were burning with anger. Seeing his son injured to such an extent, his murderous intent grew even stronger. His emperor-level divine power surged towards Xianxia in an attempt to heal his injured body. However, his surging emperor-level divine power was completely useless after entering Xianxia's body. A thunderous force intertwined within Xianxia's body. The divine power he had poured into Xianxia's body was directly shattered by the thunderous force in Xianxia's body. This made the master of the South Net even more shocked and angry. More divine power surged into Xianxia's body. However, it was still useless. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked toward Xianxia with calm steps. He had kicked Xianxia away. Xianxia was still alive. This was the result of him being merciful. Killing Xianxia with a simple blow was too easy for him. At the same time, the reason why Xianxia could not heal himself and why the emperor-level master of the South Net could not help him was naturally because of him. When he kicked Xianxia's chest, a wisp of power from the five heaven-shaking lightning art surged into his body and sealed all his meridians. The divine power in Xianxia's body could no longer flow and could not break through the power of the five heaven-shaking lightning art he had injected into his body. Therefore, Xianxia could not heal himself and the master of the South Net could not help him. Their cultivation was not enough to shatter this kind of thunder power. Xianxia could only continue to endure the pain. Xianxia watched Lin Tian walk toward him and the fear in his eyes grew stronger. Fa. Father, help me. It's him. The person I mentioned to you before. His voice was weak and his expression was panicked. The master of the South Net naturally understood Xianxia's words. When he looked at Lin Tian, his expression changed drastically. This was the young man Xianxia had mentioned to him before, the one who had taken away the rainbow divine light in the Crimson Fall wilderness, the one whose cultivation was at least in the Emperor realm. Now that he had broken into the treasure pavilion and attacked Xianxia like this, did he already know that Xianxia had betrayed the Zhou clan of the ancients in exchange for many treasures? His previous worries were now right in front of his eyes? The son's mistake has nothing to do with the father. Step aside, Lin Tian said to the master of the South Net in a cold voice as he approached and looked down at Xianxia. You. What do you want to do to my son? The master of the South Net gritted his teeth. What do I want to do to him? Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile sneered, this son of a bitch. We saved his life and gave him precious medicine, but he repaid our kindness with enmity and betrayed us. What do you think we should do to him after doing such a thing? The killing intent in his words was very obvious. He obviously wanted to kill Xianxia. The master of the South Net couldn't help but tremble. You, step aside. Lin Tian said. At the same time, a wave of divine power spread out and sent the master of the South Net flying dozens of meters away with a bang. Master of the South Net. At this place, the South Net Treasure Pavilion disciples trembled in shock and fear. Their master of the South Net Treasure Pavilion was at the Emperor level, but now, he was sent flying by someone's aura alone. What kind of cultivation did this person have to do to accomplish this? Xianxuan's bones were shattered and blood gushed out of his mouth. At this time, he looked at Lin Tian and the fear in his eyes became even more intense. Brother Lin. I was wrong. I was possessed for a moment and made a mistake. You are a great person and don't remember the mistakes of a lowly person. Spare me. He trembled as he begged for mercy. Lin Tian looked down at Xianxia and pointed with his right hand. A wisp of golden light entered the other party's body and directly crippled his cultivation. Moreover, lightning power poured into the other party's body and crazily destroyed every inch of his flesh and meridians. Ah! Xianxia screamed. His cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of despair. At the same time, because his cultivation was crippled, his ability to endure pain was reduced countless times. Under such circumstances, the pain of his bones being crushed and the pain of his flesh and meridians being slowly destroyed was simply an extremely intense torture. It caused his cheeks to distort in pain. Each one. The master of the South Net Treasure Pavilion's eyes were red as he madly pounced on Lin Tian. At the same time, the void rumbled and shook. 5 other figures rushed out from the depths of the South Net Treasure Pavilion. They were the 5 supreme elders of the South Net Treasure Pavilion and were all at the celestial venerable level. They had received a report from their disciples that someone had broken into the South Net Treasure Pavilion and injured people, so they rushed here at this time. How dare you? When the 5 supreme elders saw Lin Tian attacking Jiang Yichuan and causing him to scream, they instantly knew that the person who had broken into their South Net Treasure Pavilion and injured people was Lin Tian. They all revealed cold killing intent and directly stepped toward Lin Tian. Get the F***ck out of here. Not far away, the Wuxing crocodile shouted coldly. The powerful demonic aura of an emperor level spread out like ripples in water. Suddenly, the master of the South Net Treasure Pavilion and the 5 supreme elders of the South Net Treasure Pavilion were all injured. They all vomited blood and were sent flying. Master! Supreme elders! At this place, the disciples of the South Net Treasure Pavilion were all shocked. Then, the disciples all looked at the Wuxing crocodile not far away in fear. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Emperor! Emperor-level demonic aura! It. These people's faces all turned pale. An emperor-level demonic aura was, on the same level as the founder of the South Net Treasure Pavilion. The South Sifting clan had actually provoked a figure of this level. Ah! On the other side, Jiang Yichuan screamed in extreme pain. Lin Tian looked down at Jiang Yichuan. His eyes were cold and emotionless. A sword light appeared beside him and aimed at his opponent's head. The cold killing intent caused cracks to appear in the void. Jiang Yichuan, who was screaming in pain, was shocked by this killing intent. For a moment, he even forgot about the pain. He was terrified to the extreme, and a foul smell came from his crotch. Don't kill me. Yes. I know a treasure land. It's in a barren mountain 3 million miles away from here. There's an inconspicuous cave there. There's a true immortal's abode inside and countless immortal treasures. With your strength, you can definitely take out those immortal treasures. It really is an immortal abode. I beg you, don't kill me. Jiang Yichuan was terrified to the extreme when he felt the murderous aura of Lin Tian's sword. Even if his cultivation was destroyed and all his bones were broken, he didn't want to die. He begged for mercy and told Lin Tian the biggest secret of the treasure pavilion as fast as he could. He only hoped that Lin Tian would spare him. He really didn't want to die and wanted to continue living. There are many immortal treasures there. There might even be a true immortal weapon. Our cultivation isn't enough, so we can't take them out. But with your cultivation, you can. This is the biggest secret of the treasure pavilion. I'll tell you everything. Take it as atonement for telling the Zhou family about you. Don't kill me. He begged. At this time, he felt regret. He regretted being blinded by greed, using Lin Tian to obtain the 7-colored divine light in the Crimson Fall Great Wastelands to inform the Zhou family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. Evil creature. You. Inside the Nanluo Treasure Pavilion, several Nanluo Grand Elders who were sent flying by the 5 Elements Crocodile were originally frightened by the terrifying demonic power of the 5 Elements Crocodile, but when they heard Jiang Yichuan and Lin Tianda's words, they were all shocked and angry. The true Immortal's mansion was extraordinary. It was the hope of the Treasure Pavilion in the future. Although they couldn't take out the many immortal treasures in the Immortal's mansion now, they believed that they would be able to take out the treasures in the future when their cultivation became stronger. At that time, the Treasure Pavilion would be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. At the very least, it would become an existence second only to the Zhou family of the ancients on the ancient star. They might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them and become the 6th top inheritance in this world. Yet now, such a great secret had actually been leaked by Jiang Yichuan. Our treasure pavilion has such a secret? The disciples of the treasure pavilion were all shocked. Not far away, Wuxing crocodile showed a strange expression and said to himself, "The immortal's mansion of a true immortal, let my son go. Don't kill him. You're not allowed." Headmaster Nan Luo stared unwaveringly at Lin Tian. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He was sent flying by the Wuxing crocodile and also suffered a serious injury. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He didn't even look at leader Nan Luo. His eyes only fell on Jiang Yichuan. Golden soaring heaven sword radiance intertwined with soaring cloud sword might around him. Don't kill me, I beg you. Really, I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. Jiang Yichuan trembled in fear. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Yichuan and didn't say a word. The Ling Tian sword beside him slashed straight at the other. He would not show any mercy to such a despicable person who repaid kindness with ingratitude. Pooh! The towering heaven sword gleam descended, and a bloody mist exploded. Jiang Yichuan was directly cut into a bloody mist. For a moment, apart from Lin Tian himself, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu, everyone trembled fiercely. No! Headmaster Nan Luo's sorrowful howl resounded in all directions. You asked for it. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile looked at the place where Jiang Yichuan had exploded and said coldly. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He looked at the place where Jiang Yichuan had exploded. A red gold sword fell to the ground, intertwined with faint divine light and covered with strange Dao patterns. It was an eternal weapon that Jiang Yichuan had obtained in exchange for taking away the seven-colored divine light and telling the Zhou clan. He waved his hand and took the red gold sword into his hand. He erased the other people's spiritual imprints on it, and then put it into his body. Let's go. He spoke and didn't make things difficult for the other people of this branch. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu and walked out of the treasure pavilion of Nan Luo. Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu followed beside him and walked out. Ah! A roar sounded. Leader Nan Luo's eyes were blood red, and his face became ferocious. He stared at Lin Tian and said, Bastard! Bastard! You killed my son, and I will make you pay the price. I will make you a disgrace to the masses. With a boom, his glabella shone brightly. His emperor-level divine sense was vast and mighty, and he pulled out many spiritual imprints. The scene that Jiang Yichuan had shown him before of Lin Tian taking away the seven-colored divine light in the barren wilderness was pulled out. Each imprint clearly contained Lin Tian's appearance, and it was transmitted to other corners of the ancient star at lightning speed. At the same time, it was accompanied by his emperor-level divine sense. The immortal Tao divine light in the barren wilderness was taken by this person. He has a special way to control this divine light. If we capture and suppress him, we can get that special way to control the immortal Tao divine light. This divine sense imprint contained the voice of his divine sense, and it wasn't just one. There were at least tens of thousands of imprints. After being sent out by him, they turned into tens of thousands of streams of light and flew far away from the treasure pavilion of Nan Luo in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Tian paused and stopped. He tilted his head and looked at leader Nan Luo with cold killing intent rising in his eyes. Wuxing Crocodile's voice was cold. Old dog. Leader Nan Luo's cultivation wasn't strong, so it was impossible for him to spread his divine sense imprint across the entire ancient star. However, as long as the cultivators in a certain area knew about it, this matter would quickly spread across the entire ancient star. This was because the seven-colored divine light involved was too extraordinary. It was a sacred object that everyone on the ancient star dreamed of obtaining. Even peak Eternal Realm experts would be jealous of it. Later, it was easy to imagine that on this ancient star, not only the Zhou family would look for Lin Tian, but other top forces and rogue cultivators would also pounce on Lin Tian. Leader Nan Luo laughed wildly and stared at Lin Tian with a ferocious face. His eyes were bloodshot. Beast! Just you wait. You won't have an easy time killing my flesh and blood. After this, not only the Zhou clan, but the entire Tongheng ancient star will target you. Each of the top forces and the old monsters will find you and deal with you. Take your time and enjoy it. Looking at Lin Tian's wild laughter, he was almost crazy, like a ghost. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He directly waved his hand and slashed out a sword light. With a puff, leader Nan Luo's body and soul were destroyed. Sect leader. The group of Nan Luo's disciples trembled. Even the several grand elders of this branch trembled, and a chill rose in their internal organs. It was also at this moment that a vast pressure spread out from Lin Tian's body. His immortal level cultivation base was fully displayed. Terrifying divine power spread out in all directions and instantly enveloped the entire treasure pavilion, causing everyone in the pavilion to tremble even more violently. No, the peak of the immortal realm? All of the southern treasure pavilion disciples stared at Lin Tian in fear, trembling in fear. No matter what, they had never thought that the person who had intruded into their sect would be so powerful. He was even more powerful than the founder of their sect. The several Empyrean-level Grand Elders of this bloodline were also shocked, trembling under Lin Tian's immortal rank pressure. They were alarmed by Lin Tian's terror, but also angry at Jiang Yichuan and his son's stupidity, actually provoking such a terrifying person. Boom, the immortal realm divine power rolled and rippled out from Lin Tian's body. The next moment, thunder rumbled, and the entire sky above the treasure pavilion turned dark. Silver divine thunder brewed in the sky as if a destructive heavenly tribulation was about to descend. The treasure pavilion doesn't need to exist anymore. If you don't want to die, leave. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Lin Tian opened his mouth, his voice cold. After being betrayed by Jiang Yichuan, he had only come to the southern gathering treasure pavilion with the intention of making Jiang Yichuan pay the price he deserved. He had never thought of making things difficult for anyone else. Yet now, the headmaster of the southern gathering treasure pavilion had done such a thing. This undoubtedly made him even more furious. At this time, there was nothing to say. He wanted to completely destroy the treasure pavilion. Boom, thunder and lightning intertwined in the sky, and the vast power of thunder suppressed the world. That aura seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Lin Tian stood in the treasure pavilion like an immortal god of thunder. All the disciples of the treasure pavilion trembled. A sense of fear rose in all of them, and even their divine souls trembled because of it. Let's go. We'll leave immediately. Someone said in a trembling voice and quickly rushed out of the treasure pavilion. At the same time, the other disciples of the treasure pavilion began to move as well. Without any hesitation, they all rushed out of the treasure pavilion. Their speed was pushed to the limit, causing rumbling sounds to resound in the air. At this time, the immortal realm Lin Tian opened his mouth and said that the treasure pavilion didn't need to exist anymore. The disciples of the treasure pavilion naturally knew that Lin Tian wanted to destroy the treasure pavilion. Those who didn't want to leave and wanted to stay would undoubtedly become Lin Tian's target. Therefore, how could these people dare to stay? They didn't even need to think before they flew out. This was because Lin Tian was at the immortal realm. Even if the founder of the treasure pavilion came back to life, he would only be suppressed and killed by such a person. What could they do? If they stayed, they would only die in vain. It would be meaningless. Therefore, how could these people stay? At this time, all of them rushed out of the treasure pavilion. Then, as the lightning in the sky became even more violent, even the heavenly venerate supreme elders of this branch moved. They all rushed out of the south gathering treasure pavilion because they knew that there was only one way out. That damned father and son. They were furious. If they could do it, they would have dragged Jiang Yichuan and his son out of hell and killed them with their own hands. Because they had provoked Lin Tian, the southern treasure pavilion, which had been passed down for so long, was about to be destroyed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air rang out. In just 7 breaths, the Grand Supreme Elders of the Treasure Pavilion and the other disciples of the Treasure Pavilion all rushed out of the Treasure Pavilion. They didn't dare to stay, fearing that Lin Tian would change his mind and attack them. They all ran as fast as they could and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whooshing Crocodile looked at these people running away and snorted coldly. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression was cold. He activated the 5 thunder sky-shaking art. The vast and mighty silver lightning in the sky instantly fell down like countless silver dragons from the immortal realm, directly enveloping the entire treasure pavilion. Boom! The 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation was extremely strong and domineering. Lin Tian used this unparalleled divine technique to destroy the entire treasure pavilion in the blink of an eye. Only clouds of smoke and dust floated in the air, and wisps of electric arcs flashed. Let's go! Lin Tian called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and stepped out of the ruined treasure pavilion. Although destroying this place relieves some of my anger, I can't change what has already happened. I'm afraid it will be a little bad next. Wuxing Crocodile said. Jiang Yichuan originally only told the Zhou family that Lin Tian had taken the seven-colored divine light. They only needed to be wary of the Zhou family. But now, Jiang Yichuan's father had spread this news through the spiritual imprint. It wouldn't be long before the entire Tongheng ancient star knew about it. At that time, all the top inheritances and rogue cultivators would find Lin Tian to deal with Lin Tian to seize the divine light. Trouble would come in waves. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Don't think too much about it. Lin Tian was very calm. He could naturally think of what Wuxing Crocodile could think of. However, apart from being a little angry when Jiang Yichuan's father just spread this news to the entire Tongheng ancient star, he didn't care at this time. It was useless to care. I knew you would say that. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips and said, then, what are we going to do now? Or go to the Jiang family to find Jiang Yua? We're not in a hurry. We'll go later. Lin Tian said, let's go to the immortal's immortal abode mentioned by Jiang Yichuan first. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. It remembered the big secret of the treasure pavilion that Jiang Yichuan had revealed to Lin Tian in order to save his life. He said that there was a cultivation immortal's abode in a barren mountain 300 miles away from this place. I can see that bastard didn't lie. There should be a immortal's abode there, and there should be a lot of immortal treasures. It said. Previously, when Lin Tian had wanted to kill Jiang Yichuan had spilled the beans in hopes that Lin Tian would let him go. He wouldn't have made up such a thing at that time. Just by looking at his pleading eyes, it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, judging from the furious attitude of the Grand Elders of the South gathering treasure pavilion at that time, it was enough to prove that Jiang Yichuan's words were true. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. At that moment, one person and two beasts flew into the air and headed in the specific direction that Jiang Yichuan had mentioned. Tongheng ancient star was in an uproar. Jiang Yichuan's father used his divine sense to spread the news that Lin Tian took the seven-colored divine light from the depths of the Crimson Fall wasteland. At first, only the cultivators in the areas close to the South gathering treasure pavilion knew about it. Soon, this news caused a commotion. In the blink of an eye, like a plague, it spread to every corner of the Tongheng ancient star at a terrifying speed. In an extremely short period of time, everyone on the Tongheng ancient star knew about it. Someone actually took the divine light of the immortal path from the depths of the Crimson Fall wasteland? Back then, the strongest cultivators of the 5 top forces went there with perfect immortal artifacts, but they all returned empty-handed. This person. Does he really have a special method to control that divine light? As long as he has this method, anyone can control that divine light? All the cultivators were shocked. The big shots of the Tongheng immortal sect, the heaven-severing divine sect, and the Wu family of the ancients were all shocked. Find him. Bring him back. On this day, the big shots of several big forces were shouting almost the same thing in their respective inheritances. In the Zhou family of the ancients, the patriarch of the Zhou family and several other elders of the immortal realm were waiting for their patriarch to come out of seclusion and deal with Lin Tian. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and bring him back to obtain the secret of the seven-colored divine light. Then, they would be able to control the divine light of the immortal path that contained all possibilities. Naturally, they were all shocked and furious when they heard the news. Bastard! An elder roared. Because Jiang Yichuan had come to inform them, they had thoroughly investigated Jiang Yichuan's background. They knew that the divine sense imprint that had been sent out before was done by Jiang Yichuan's father. At this time, they were furious and their faces were full of killing intent. Jiang Yichuan had used Lin Tian took the seven-colored divine light from the Crimson Fall wasteland as a bargaining chip to exchange for an eternal weapon and many Baodan divine medicines from the Zhou family. Therefore, this matter should only be known by the Zhou family. They had warned Jiang Yichuan before that if this matter was leaked to others, they would make the treasure pavilion disappear from the Tongheng star. But now, Jiang Yichuan did not do what they warned him and told this matter to his father. Then, his father spread this matter to the entire Tongheng star, causing everyone to know about it. After this, the Zhou family wanted to get the divine light of the immortal path from Lin Tian. Even if the patriarch of the eternal realm came out of seclusion, he would still have to compete with several other big forces. Go to the treasure pavilion. Destroy it. An elder roared. The important figures of this branch were all furious to the extreme, each and every one of them seething with killing intent. No need. The patriarch of this branch growled, his eyes full of anger and his face extremely gloomy. The treasure pavilion has been destroyed. There's no need to go. The other big shots of the Zhou family did not understand why the patriarch of the Zhou family said this at first, but in the next moment, they understood. Jiang Yichuan's father would not spread this matter for no reason. It's impossible that he is not afraid of our family. When the 3 supreme elders of our family died, the person who obtained the 7-colored divine light knew that Jiang Yichuan had told him about it. Then, he personally went to the treasure pavilion and killed Jiang Yichuan. Then, Jiang Yichuan's father exposed this matter to the world without any scruples. He wanted to make the person who took the 7-colored divine light a public embarrassment. One of them gritted his teeth and analyzed, and with the personality of the person who took the 7-colored divine light, he dared to kill the 3 supreme elders of our family and went to the treasure pavilion in person. He must be very strong and cold. First, Jiang Yichuan told on him, and then Jiang Yichuan's father spread this matter to the world. Needless to say, he must be very angry. After Jiang Yichuan's father spread those divine consciousness imprints, the treasure pavilion will be destroyed. Damn it! The big shots of this family were enraged to the extreme. At the same time, near a vast river on ancient Tongheng Star, within the desolate Jiang family, Jiang Luoluo was shocked when she learned that Lin Tian had taken the 7-colored divine light from the Crimson Fall Great Desolate. She already knew that Lin Tian could easily take away the 7-colored divine light from the Crimson Fall Great Desolate. This was because she had seen Lin Tian obtain a similar divine light from the Purple Spill planet. She also knew that this thing was extremely important to Lin Tian. Thus, after she returned to her family, she didn't mention this matter to the Jiang family old ancestor who loved her the most. When the Jiang family old ancestor and the others asked her where Lin Tian had gone to do what he had done, she didn't mention a single word. Even though she knew that her elders weren't vile characters who would steal someone else's achievements, she still knew that the 7-colored divine light was no trifling matter. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Lin Tian. She had been so careful that she had even hidden this matter from her family, not mentioning it at all. But now, someone had spread out this matter through divine sense imprints and exposed it to the world, causing everyone to know about it. This caused her to be abnormally angry. She knew very well that once this matter was exposed, it was bound to bring great trouble to Lin Tian. Many great forces and powerful rogue cultivators in this world would rush towards Lin Tian because of the 7-colored divine light. She walked out of her room and found the Jiang family old ancestor, who was her great-grandfather, and the Jiang family head, who was her father, as well as other big shots of the Jiang family. She asked them to go out of the family to find Lin Tian and bring him back to the Jiang family for protection. After all, although Lin Tian was very powerful and had a genuine immortal weapon, if the old ancestors of the other great forces came out, they would absolutely not be able to resist him. This was because the old ancestors of the other great forces, like her great-grandfather, were at the peak of the eternal realm. No matter how monstrous Lin Tian was, it was impossible for him to compete with the experts at the peak of the eternal realm with the cultivation of the immortal realm. Once he was found by the old ancestors of the several great forces, the ending would be extremely bad, and there would be no good result. At this time, she could only ask for help from her great-grandfather. At the same time, she also told the old ancestors of the Jiang family and others that she knew that Lin Tian could easily take away the 7-colored divine light in the Red Fallen Wilderness and that Lin Tian went to get the 7-colored divine light after leaving the Jiang family. At this time, with the news that Lin Tian took away the 7-colored divine light exposed to the world, there was no need for her to hide it. "I'm sorry, great-grandfather, I'm sorry, father. Luoluo didn't mean to deceive you, but that thing is really important to him." She apologized. Before Jiang Luoluo found them, the old ancestors of the Jiang family and others had already learned that Lin Tian took the 7-colored divine light in the Red Fallen Wilderness from the divine sense imprint sent by Jiang Yichuan's father. They were very surprised. At this time, when they heard Jiang Luoluo mention that she knew that Lin Tian could take away the 7-colored divine light and that Lin Tian went to the Red Fallen Wilderness to get the 7-colored divine light and deliberately hid it from them, they couldn't help but be stunned. However, soon, the big shots of this branch couldn't help but laugh, and they were a little embarrassed. Silly girl, your great-grandfather, your father, and your elders, are they the kind of ungrateful people who bite the hand that feeds them? Not to mention that young man saved you and escorted you all the way back to the family, even if he is a complete stranger, as long as he can get the divine light with his own ability, we won't make things difficult for him. You are actually worried that we will be disloyal. The old ancestor of the Jiang family smiled bitterly, and then said, however, thinking about your friends and benefactors, you don't lose your principles. This is one of the reasons why great-grandfather, your father, and these elders like you the most. I'm sorry, great-grandfather. Jiang Luoluo apologized again, and then said anxiously, now, don't worry, great-grandfather will personally go find him, and I will definitely bring him back to you in one piece. The old ancestor of the Jiang family comforted her. The entire ancient Tongheng star was in an uproar, and all the cultivators were talking about Lin Tian took the seven-colored divine light in the depths of the red fallen wilderness. Countless people were shocked by this and were very concerned about it. Lin Tian more or less knew about these matters, but he appeared to be very calm. At this time, together with Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu, he followed Jiang Yichuan's words before his death, and arrived in front of a cave in a barren mountain. As far as the eye could see, this cave was roughly circular, and was very unremarkable. Its diameter was around 1 zhang, and there were many weeds growing on the outside. The inside was rather dim, and no one knew where it led to. Wuxing Crocodile sized it up and said, "This is the cave that bastard mentioned, the one with the true immortal's immortal abode? This should be it matches Jiang Yichuan's words completely." The cave was circular in shape, with a diameter of about 10 feet. Lin Tian and the others came out of the cave. There were dense weeds growing outside the cave. It looked inconspicuous, and no one would think that there was anything special about it. If Lin Tian and the others hadn't heard from Jiang Yichuan that there was a true immortal's immortal abode inside, they wouldn't have taken a second look at it. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. The man and the two beasts walked into the cave. The space inside the cave was dim, but it didn't affect their vision. They walked into the cave and quickly sensed wisps of true immortal's aura and immortal Dao waves. True immortal's aura and immortal Dao law waves. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. That little bastard Jiang didn't lie. Although it had guessed that Jiang Yichuan wasn't lying about the true immortal's immortal abode, when it came here and sensed the true immortal's aura and immortal Dao waves in the cave, it was truly convinced. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Sensing the true immortal's aura and immortal Dao waves, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then led Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu into the cave. Soon, they walked along the entrance of the cave for about 30 meters. At this moment, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared in the air. Ripples spread out on the ground like water, and the space was distorted. A tiny vortex formed on the ground. Its aura was oppressive, as if it was going to swallow everything. This is? Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. It was already at the Emperor realm, but when it saw the sudden appearance of the vortex, it actually felt that its life was in danger. At the same time, little Taichu also widened its eyes. They were all being pulled into the vortex by a powerful suction force. The vortex seemed to want to swallow everything. Lin Tian was also slightly moved. He could see that the vortex was a kind of earth pulse killing trap. Even an ordinary peak immortal realm expert wouldn't be able to resist it. However, his expression only changed for a moment. In the next moment, he regained his composure and lightly stepped on the ground with his right leg. Immediately, strands of dragon patterns rippled out. The dragon tattoos intertwined with a faint glow and entered the ground. Soon, the spatial whirlpool in front trembled. After which, it became faint and slowly disappeared. With his current cultivation and the dragon burial scripture, it wasn't difficult for him to unravel such a situation. No wonder the people of the Nanluo Treasure Pavilion couldn't enter even though they found this place. With such a thing here, almost no one below the Eternal Realm can pass through. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He walked at the front and continued to step into the cave. He used the dragon patterns to explore the way, and discovered that this place was crisscrossed with all kinds of complicated and dangerous earth vein patterns. There were many places where killing forces and traps were hidden, and it was extremely terrifying. However, this was comparatively easier for him now. All along the way, he utilized the dragon burial scripture to break through numerous lethal traps, and it didn't take long for him to travel far away. Clang, 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 the clanging sound of swords rang in the air. Dao runes manifested, condensing the air into killing lights, which were fierce and oppressive. This killing array can kill at least an early-stage Eternal Realm expert. Lin Tian was moved. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu also showed a look of surprise. Facing these killing lights, a very dangerous feeling rose in their hearts. Whoosh! 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 The fierce killing lights pierced through the void, directly piercing towards Lin Tianyi and the others. Kid, can you handle it? Wuxing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. In the face of such a level of killing light, it and Little Taichu were powerless. Lin Tian nodded. He activated the Heavenly One Soul secret art. Wisps of soul energy turned into special runes and spread out, intertwining with the void here. In the blink of an eye, they linked with the runes that existed in this place and quickly dissolved them. After that, the killing light that was chopping over instantly became countless times weaker, and was shattered by a single slap from Lin Tian. Then, he continued to attack, combining the Heavenly One Soul secret art with the 5 heaven-shaking thunders to evolve the Thunder Dragon Halberd. He threw it straight ahead, destroying all the killing runes in front of him in an instant. Let's go, he said, continuing to lead Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu into the cave. They didn't know how deep this cave was. They went all the way into the depths. As they moved forward, they soon encountered all kinds of dangers, but they were all easily solved by Lin Tian. It's a little strange. Is this really the cultivation cave of a genuine immortal? Wuxing Crocodile showed a puzzled expression and said, the means set up by a genuine immortal can't be so fragile, right? From the outside of the cave all the way to this place, they encountered many runes, but they were all easily solved by Lin Tian, which made it a little puzzled. It knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, and he had mastered many special means. Even so, if it was really set up by a genuine immortal, it shouldn't be so easy to break it. Lin Tian nodded and said, it is indeed a little strange. He had mastered many techniques and they were all extraordinary. However, with his current cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for him to break the Dao pattern killing formation left behind by a true immortal expert. He might not even succeed. But now, it was a little too easy. All the Dao pattern formation seals that he encountered along the way were easily broken by him. This was somewhat illogical. Could it be that these runes were casually set up by the genuine immortal and didn't carve them seriously, so they could be broken so easily? Wuxing Crocodile guessed. It's possible, but there could also be other reasons. Lin Tiandao. He didn't dwell too much on this issue. He called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to continue walking into the cave. Soon, as they moved forward, the diameter of the cave became larger and wider. Then, rays of light appeared in front of him. A door that looked like a light pattern appeared in front of him. It was like a portal to space and time. There is a light door here, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Is the genuine immortal's immortal abode behind this? We'll know when we go in. Lin Tiandao. He didn't feel any danger when he came here. After a pause, he led Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu directly into the light door. In an instant, a faint light flashed in front of them. As if they had passed through some kind of barrier, they disappeared from the cave and appeared in another space. As far as the eye could see, towering mountains appeared in their field of vision. Ancient trees covered the ground, and there was even a vast river flowing in the distance. It felt like a real small world. There was the aura of a genuine immortal floating in the air. It was at least tens of thousands of times stronger than the aura of the immortal path outside the cave. A man-made small space. This is definitely the genuine immortal's immortal abode that Xianxia mentioned. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up even more. Before entering the light door, it guessed that the genuine immortal's immortal abode should be behind the light door. Now that it had entered and looked at the scene in front of it, it was completely certain. This should be it. Lin Tiandao nodded. A light flashed in his eyes. He spread out his powerful immortal divine thought and stared at the east of this space. The aura of a genuine immortal and the fluctuation of the immortal path were the strongest there. Immediately, he called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and they headed towards the east at a very fast speed. Soon, the group walked for tens of thousands of feet. There was a palace in front of them. The palace wasn't very big. It was made of dark gold stone, and there was a very strong aura of a genuine immortal coming from inside. This is the place. When they arrived at this place, the group didn't hesitate. They immediately pushed open the door of the palace and walked into the palace. There were many stone pillars in the palace. Each pillar was inlaid with a huge luminous pearl. Therefore, the space inside was not dark at all. At the same time, the structure of the palace was very simple. There was only one path that led straight into the depths. Lin Tianyi and the others were very careful. They followed this path and soon arrived at the end of the path. At the end of the path, a door appeared in front of the group. Because there was no dangerous aura around, Lin Tianyi directly pushed open the door and led Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu into the center of the palace. Then, they were all shocked. The space behind the door was very large. There were many Baodan treasured weapons and treasured herbs. There was a very strong fragrance of pills and herbs floating in the air. Just by smelling it, the group felt that all the pores on their bodies had opened up. That's Immortaline plant, Star Thunder flower, Emperor grass. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. They can all increase the cultivation of Emperor Sky Realm experts. It stared at the many immortal herbs in the palace. Although a lot of essence chi had been lost, it was still very amazing. Moreover, there were many of these treasured herbs. They were very useful to both Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Dalua Dragon Gold Pill. Lin Tianyi's eyes fell on a small transparent jade bottle. There were 2 thumb-sized Baodan pills in it. There were various patterns and seals on them. It was exactly the same as the description of the Dalua Dragon Gold Pill he saw in an ancient book on the Xian planet. It could be directly used to strengthen the cultivation of experts above the immortal realm without any side effects. His eyes shone brightly. With these 2 Dalua Dragon Gold pills, he could definitely step into the half-step eternal realm in a short time. Put it away, he said. Little guy, put it away. Move it. With these, we can directly reach the half-step immortal realm. Wuxing Crocodile was quite excited and called out to Little Taichu. Immediately, 1 man and 2 beasts took action at the same time. Lin Tianyi took the Dalua Dragon Gold Pill, while Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu each took a part of the Immortaline plant, Star Thunder flower, and Emperor grass. As for the treasured weapons, they were not very amazing. The strongest one was only at the peak soul treasure level. Lin Tianyi waved his hand and took all of them into his body. At the same time, he also took some of the other ancient books and treasured weapon refining materials. Although these things were useless to him now, they were valuable. That son of a bitch, Xianxia, said a very wonderful place before he died. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. With the help of the Baodan herbs, they could improve their cultivation by a large margin in a short time. This could be said to be an amazing harvest. Indeed. Lin Tianyi nodded and couldn't help but laugh. Little Taichu suddenly pulled Lin Tianyi's hair, stretched out its little paw, and pointed deeper into the hall. Lin Tianyi looked in the direction of Little Taichu's paw. There stood a stone door, which was covered with various ancient runes. The stone door was located in the innermost part of the main hall. It was 10 feet high and 20 feet wide. It was engraved with various bird and beast patterns and mystical Dao patterns. Lin Tian looked at it and released his immortal level divine sense. However, his divine sense couldn't penetrate the stone door. He couldn't perceive what was inside. The only thing he could feel was that the true immortal aura and immortal Dao fluctuations were the strongest around the stone door. He paused for a moment and called 5 elements Crocodile and Little Taichu over to the stone door. He placed both of his hands on the stone door and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. He executed the 5 Thunder Heaven Shock Art at the same time. The 2 different powers gathered together to break the Dao patterns on the stone door. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. He annihilated the Dao patterns on the stone door with his powerful strength. The true immortal qi and immortal Tao fluctuations here are very strong. I don't know what's inside. Be careful, he said to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. Then, he pushed the stone door open with both hands. Boom! As the stone door was pushed open, a terrible storm immediately swept out from it. It was mixed with an extremely strong true immortal aura and immortal Tao law. It was like a Ruoxian Qi torrent. It was very shocking. Because Lin Tian had warned them to be careful before, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were very cautious. Lin Tian himself was also on guard against all kinds of changes. At this time, when they felt the torrent of true immortal qi rushing towards them, they were all shocked. Then, they immediately moved horizontally, moving more than 10 feet away from the stone door. Qi! 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 The torrent of true immortal qi rushed out of the stone room. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated and turned into a large area of chaos. It took a long time for the void to recover. The group couldn't help but feel shocked. Fortunately, we escaped in time. If we were hit by this aura, even an early-stage eternal cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wuxing Crocodile had a lingering fear. Little Taichu also shrunk his neck, looking very cute. Lin Tian's expression also changed a little. However, he quickly calmed down and temporarily paused outside the stone room. Only when he was certain that there were no more dangerous things charging out of the stone room did he call out to the five-element crocodile and little Taichu before walking towards the stone door. He walked at the front and quickly entered the stone room. As far as the eye could see, the stone room was relatively spacious. The space was not dim at all, and there were many blue moonstones embedded in it. They emitted a very gentle light. As the group walked in, they suddenly felt a very huge pressure. It was as if there were two huge rocks weighing millions of kilograms on their shoulders. Their chests involuntarily became a little stifled. The man and the two beasts were shocked. Their gazes shifted to the innermost part of the stone chamber, and they couldn't help but be moved. That is? In the depths of the stone chamber, there was a white jade bed, and a figure was sitting cross-legged on it. There was no sign of life, and his entire body was withered beyond recognition. It was almost like a human skin bag wrapped around a skeleton. However, such a withered corpse exuded a very strong genuine immortal aura and the law of immortal Tao. Then, Lin Tian and the others found that the pressure and stifling force they felt when they walked into the stone room originated from this withered corpse. A genuine immortal's corpse? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. It should be. Lin Tian nodded. A half-step true immortal could also exude genuine immortal qi and immortal Tao fluctuations, but they were very weak and far from being comparable to this withered corpse. If the genuine immortal aura and immortal Tao fluctuations emitted by a half-step true immortal were compared to a drop of water, then the genuine immortal aura and immortal Tao fluctuations emitted by this withered corpse were undoubtedly a vast ocean. He looked at the withered corpse and paused for a while. Then, he beckoned the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu to come closer to the withered corpse. Soon, they arrived in front of the withered corpse. The pressure and stifling force from before became even stronger, causing the man and the two beasts to have difficulty breathing. Why is there a genuine immortal's withered corpse sitting cross-legged here? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Then, it seemed to have thought of something and said, could it be the owner of this genuine immortal's immortal abode? From the looks of it, that should be it. Lin Tian Ondao. This stone chamber was the place where the owner of this genuine immortal's immortal abode cultivated in seclusion, and the white jade bed was the platform for cultivation. Since the withered corpse was sitting cross-legged on the bed, it was unlikely that it was not the owner of this genuine immortal's immortal abode. But, why did he die in his own seclusion place? It seems like he died in the middle of cultivation. Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Lin Tian raised his hand and placed it on the withered corpse of the genuine immortal. The divine power in his body moved slightly and entered a wisp into the withered corpse. Soon, he sensed a wisp of dim divine power in the withered corpse of the genuine immortal. It was very weak, but it was extremely chaotic. Moreover, it carried an extremely violent aura. It was like a ferocious beast that was buried in the withered corpse. At the same time, this weak divine power was mixed with wisps of immortal Tao nomological fluctuations. It was very pure, but not very stable. It felt similar to the instability of immortal Tao nomological laws when a half-step Great Tao expert had just broken through to the Great Tao realm. A strange light flashed across his eyes. He was slightly surprised. What's wrong? Did you find something? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Little Taichu also tilted its little head and looked curiously at Lin Tian. Lin Tiandao said, there is a very weak remnant of violent divine power in its body. It is mixed with pure immortal Dao fluctuations, but it is not very stable. All in all, it seems like an accident occurred when it was breaking through to the true immortal realm. Although it entered the true immortal realm, its divine power became violent and uncontrollable at that time. Then, its spirit was probably destroyed by the violent divine power and died tragically. Its flesh and blood were also damaged, resulting in its current withered appearance. One of the key points for an Eternal Realm expert to step into the true immortal realm was to comprehend and control an immortal Tao nomological law that surpassed the ordinary Great Tao. When an Eternal Realm expert just stepped into the true immortal realm, the immortal Tao nomological law that he controlled would not be very stable. It would take time to completely stabilize it. Now, the remnant divine power in the withered corpse was chaotic and violent, and there was a pure but unstable immortal Tao nomological law. There were no external injuries on the body, so he guessed that the withered corpse must have had an accident after breaking through to the true immortal realm in this place, resulting in its tragic death. It was also because of this that the true immortal aura and immortal Tao fluctuations on its body could uncontrollably leak out of the stone cultivation room, into the small world outside, and then into the cave behind the light door. At the same time, this could also explain why the Tao patterns and array seals they encountered when they passed through the cave were not very scary. He could easily break them. Thinking about it, they must have been engraved when the owner of this immortal mansion was still in the Eternal Realm. With his current cultivation and skills, it was not difficult to break the Tao patterns and array seals set up by the owner of this immortal mansion. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. When it heard Lin Tian's words, it could not help but widen its eyes. Then, it thought seriously and felt that Lin Tian's guess should be what really happened back then. It looked at the withered corpse on the jade bed and opened its mouth, feeling embarrassed for the withered corpse. Isn't this too unlucky? The path of cultivation is bumpy and difficult. There are too many accidents. This is nothing. Lin Tiandao. He looked at the withered corpse of a true immortal. After a pause, he propped up his origin small world and stored it inside. Why are you storing this corpse? The flesh and blood essence of this corpse is almost gone. It doesn't seem to be useful to refine it with the saint refining art. Whooshing Crocodile was curious. It has other uses. Lin Tiandao. The flesh and blood essence of this corpse had been completely drained. Almost only the skeleton was left. Even so, this was a genuine corpse of a true immortal. The physical strength it contained was terrifying. If he used his spirit to control this true immortal corpse, he could easily destroy any cultivator below the true immortal realm. He briefly explained his idea to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Not bad. That's a good idea. Then, it said, so, what do we do now? Didn't we get a lot of Baodan here? Let's refine them first and then leave. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Lord Crocodile thinks so too. Lin Tian took out 2 Dalua Dragon Golden Pills. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu took out the Immortaline Plant, Star Thunder Flower, and other precious herbs. They started to refine them in this place. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light spread out from the bodies of the man and the 2 beasts. Their essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation improved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On this day, a strong force rushed out of Lin Tian's body. He had only refined half of the first Dalua Dragon Golden Pill, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the immortal realm. This was because he was only 1 step away from the peak of the immortal realm. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He ran the Sun Heart Sutra. At this time, he did not stop to consolidate his cultivation at the peak of the immortal realm. Instead, he continued to refine the Dalua Dragon Golden Pill that he had swallowed. The golden divine light emitted from his body became more intense, and his essence, chi, spirit, and spirit became stronger. At the same time, the demonic light and six-colored divine light on Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, two powerful divine powers spread out. Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile stopped cultivating. After refining enough divine herbs, their cultivation had reached the half-step immortal realm. Wuxing Crocodile was a little excited. It did not calm down until dozens of breaths. Together with little Taichu, it looked at Lin Tian, who was still refining the Dalua Dragon Golden Pill, and said, "We're waiting for this kid." On the Eternal Star, the cultivation world was still in an uproar. Many cultivators were discussing the matter of Lin Tian taking away the seven-colored divine radiance from the Crimson Fall wasteland. Many cultivators were extremely concerned about this matter because that divine radiance was too extraordinary. At the same time, the heaven-severing divine sect, the Wu family of the primordial era, the immortal school of the Tongheng immortal school, and other great powers had all sent out super experts to search for traces of Lin Tian in the entire Tongheng star. However, a month had passed, and none of them had found Lin Tian. "Continue to search. We must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." An expert said this. In the immortal abode of a perfected immortal, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in a corner of the stone room, running the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the Dalua Dragon Golden Pill. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the golden divine light outside his body became thicker, and his essence, qi, and spirit became stronger. "In 3 days at most, I will break into the half-step eternal realm." In the stone room, the golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. His essence, qi, and spirit continued to rise, and his cultivation grew stronger. He sat cross-legged on the ground. As his aura grew stronger, the space around him became slightly distorted. The golden divine light and the soft light emitted by the blue moonstone in the stone room complemented each other. It was strange and gorgeous. Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu watched silently from the side. Soon, another 2 days passed. On this day, the golden light around Lin Tian gradually weakened. It was no longer as resplendent and blazing as it was 2 days ago. However, his aura of life had suddenly become many times denser. Most importantly, the aura of life had a trace of a special divinity to it. It seemed like it would never dim, and it gave off an eternal feeling. At the same time, as the life aura with the special divinity intertwined around his body, the spiritual strength in his body also fluctuated. An aura that was different from that of ordinary spiritual strength appeared, and it also gave people a feeling of eternity. This aura, the 5 elements. Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian was about to reach the half-step eternal realm. At this time, he was exuding such a special life aura and spirit-soul fluctuation. His life origin and spirit soul were gradually undergoing a qualitative change. This kind of qualitative change was to complement his already immortal physical body, so that he could truly step into the realm of eternal indestructibility. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, the life aura with the special divinity and spiritual strength with the special divinity became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. On this day, with a boom, a majestic force rushed out of Lin Tian's body and directly rolled up a hurricane in the stone room. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes. Half-step eternal realm. He muttered to himself, with some light in his eyes. At this time, he moved his divine thought slightly. In an instant, he felt the changes in his body. His flesh shell became more tyrannical and solid, and his divine power became more vigorous. It was like a rolling galaxy, and he was much stronger than he was more than a month ago. Most importantly, he felt that his life essence had also undergone a change. It had gained a wisp of eternal tenacity, as if it would never be exhausted or extinguished. At the same time, he sensed the soul in his sea of consciousness. His soul had become even stronger, and strands of precious radiance were produced and coiled around his soul. It gave him a feeling of eternity, and its aura was astonishing. Half-step eternal realm, with 1 foot in the immortal realm and 1 foot in the eternal realm, this is the unique aura of the eternal realm. Light flashed in his eyes. At this time, with 1 foot in the eternal realm, he truly felt the eternal indestructibility of the eternal realm, which was unaffected by the passage of time. Moreover, there was a special aura that was unaffected by the passage of time in his body. Of course, this aura was only a trace. After all, he only had 1 foot in the eternal realm. At the same time, his battle strength had become much stronger. Compared to more than a month ago, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this time, he had a kind of confidence that he could now fight head-on with an expert at the early stage of the eternal realm barehanded. In fact, he could even defeat people of this level. Not bad, you're only 1 step away from eternal life. Whooshing crocodile flashed over. Lin Tian was now only 1 step away from stepping into the eternal realm, and once he stepped into the eternal realm, he would have eternal life. Under normal circumstances, as long as he did not receive a destructive blow from the outside world, he would never die and could live as long as the heavens and earth. Lin Tianyi smiled and stood up. He was only 1 step away from eternal life. Naturally, he was a little happy. He glanced around the stone room and said, "Let's go." All of the treasures in this immortal's abode had been taken by them, and all of the precious pills and medicines had been refined. Their cultivation bases had improved greatly, so there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Immediately, he, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu left the stone room and walked out of the true immortal's mansion along the way they came. After about half an hour, they reappeared in the outside world. He took one last look at the overgrown cave outside. Without stopping, he walked out of the barren mountain where the cave was located with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. It didn't take long for them to walk out of the barren mountain where the cave was located. Then, about 2 hours later, they were far away from the barren mountain. At this moment, the void roared. A figure rushed from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived in the blink of an eye. It was an old man in a purple robe. His aura was very amazing, like a bottomless abyss. Eternal Peak? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. The purple-robed old man's blood chi was terrifying. After rushing to this place, his eyes fell directly on Lin Tian, cold and piercing. "Found you." He looked at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with killing intent, as well as a very dense light. Lin Tian looked at this person and narrowed his eyes slightly. The ancestor of the Zhou family. He sensed the same bloodline aura from this person as the 3 great elders of the Zhou family who attacked him before. In addition, the other party's cultivation was so strong. Therefore, he didn't need to guess too much to know the identity of this person. He must be the ancestor of the Zhou family. "You are very good. You have guts. How dare you kill my 3 descendants who are half a step to the eternal realm?" The ancestor of the Zhou family's voice was cold. After coming out of seclusion, the ancestor of the Zhou family immediately learned that Lin Tian, who hasn't reached the eternal realm, took away the 7-colored divine light from the Crimson Fall wilderness and that the 3 great elders of the Zhou family were all killed by Lin Tian. He was shocked and angry that someone could take away the divine light of the immortal path with a cultivation below the eternal realm. He was angry that the 3 great elders of the Zhou family were all killed by Lin Tian. Immediately, he went to the Li family to find Lin Tian. His main purpose of finding Lin Tian was to get the 7-colored divine light that Lin Tian took from the Crimson Fall wilderness. Then, he would kill Lin Tian in the cruelest way and sacrifice him to his 3 descendants who were half a step to the eternal realm. Lin Tian looked at the ancestor of the Zhou family. He could clearly feel the ancestor of the Zhou family's killing intent, and the greed and desire for the 7-colored divine light in his eyes could not be concealed. Lin Tian could see it clearly with a casual glance. At the same time, he could also feel the terror of the ancestor. The pressure of the peak of the eternal realm was like a vast galaxy in front of him. However, he did not care at all, and there was no fear in his eyes. They are just 3 useless wild dogs. So what if I killed them? Come and bite me? Looking at the ancestor, Lin Tian sneered. Obviously, it was the 3 wastes of the Zhou family who came to steal my treasure and tried to kill my friends and me. After I killed them, you acted as if I had done something wrong to the Zhou family. Isn't that disgusting? Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. You think that only the Zhou family can kill others, and no matter what you do to others, others can't resist. Otherwise, it is equivalent to insulting 18 generations of the Zhou family's women, right? Your face is too ugly. The ancestor of the Zhou family's face turned even colder. Lin Tian dared to mock him like this. Dog. His eyes were full of murderous light, and the divine light surged, directly pressing towards Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled. Silver arcs of lightning interwove around his body, and together with the ninth level of the yin and yang steps, he disappeared with the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, dodging the ancestor of the Zhou family's attack. Old thing, so useless? With the cultivation of the eternal realm, you can't even catch up to me, an immortal realm person? Lin Tian opened his mouth. After which, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, however, I do understand why those 3 grand elders of your Zhou clan are so useless. It is likely that it is because they have inherited a trace of your bloodline power as your descendants. Passing down that trashy bloodline power of yours to your descendants is truly a disaster for the Zhou clan after you. Whooshing Crocodile laughed when he heard this. Boy Lin, your sarcasm is getting stronger and stronger. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice, mocking the ancestor of the Zhou family. The ancestor of the Zhou family's eyes suddenly became piercingly cold. The blue scripture on his forehead was exposed, and his murderous intent grew stronger. He stared at Lin Tian and stepped towards Lin Tian. At this time, he was as terrifying as an unsheathed nether demon sword. For a moment, a more terrifying aura than before spread out. The divine power of the peak of the eternal realm seemed to suppress everything. Lin Tian sensed the terrifying power of this array, but at this time, he really did not have any fear. Then, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he looked in several other directions in the distant sky. More guests are coming, he muttered to himself. Then, almost as soon as he finished speaking, in the distant sky, 3 figures rushed from the east, south, and north. They were all at the peak of the eternal realm, and as fast as lightning, they came close in an instant. Lin Tian looked at the person in the west. This person's bloodline aura was exactly the same as Wu Xi's. There was no doubt that he was from the Wu family of the primordial era. He was the Wu family's eternal realm ancestor of this generation. As for the 2 people in the east and the north, after a little observation, he knew that they were the eternal stage ancestors of the Heaven-Severing sect and Tongheng Immortal sect respectively. This was because he had heard some things about the eternal stage ancestors of these 2 great sects during his journey to the Crimson Fall Great Wilderness. As for the purpose of these people, he did not need to think at all. They were definitely here for the 7-colored divine light. Looking at these people, he smiled indifferently, not caring. At the same time, the ancestor of the Zhou family stopped his steps towards Lin Tian. He could not help but look at the Wu family ancestor, the Heaven-Severing divine sect ancestor, and the Tongheng Immortal sect ancestor, with a trace of vigilance and caution in his eyes. Because he knew very well that the purpose of these 3 people was to seize the 7-colored divine light on Lin Tian. Later, he might have to fight with these people. The Wu family ancestor, the Heaven-Severing divine sect ancestor, and the Tongheng Immortal sect ancestor also looked at the ancestor of the Zhou family. At the same time, they also sized each other up. Their eyes were deep and vigilant, because they knew very well that their purpose of coming here was very similar. Then, in the next moment, the 4 of them moved at the same time. They were on guard against each other, and mighty eternal divine power rushed towards Lin Tian. All 4 of them wanted to suppress Lin Tian and take him away as soon as possible. The 4 Eternal Realm experts attacked together, and each of them was at the peak of the Eternal Realm. When they attacked Lin Tian, they were wary of the other 3, so they did not use their divine power. However, the fluctuation caused by their attacks was still very terrifying. Lin Tianling laughed. How dare they attack him, a half-step to the Eternal Realm expert with the strongest king body, without using their divine power? Humph. He protected Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu with his divine power. Without saying a word, he punched the 4 people who were rushing toward him. In an instant, the sky trembled violently, and the tyrannical fist power erupted. At the same time, it enveloped the 4 people like a falling star. The 4 people trembled and were all sent flying like scarecrows. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Stabilizing themselves in the distance, the 4 of them were shaken at the same time. They were all shocked by this punch. An immortal realm cultivator could launch such a terrifying punch, which sent them, who were at the peak of the eternal realm, flying away. The impact made their blood boil. They even felt pain at this moment. It was an intense pain, as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. That punch had almost blasted them into pieces. They are indeed experts at the peak of the eternal realm. They were only sent flying. None of them were smashed. Lin Tian said. Now, his cultivation had reached the half-step to the eternal realm. He had the strongest reincarnation king body and had experienced heavenly tribulations again and again. The strength of his body was already extremely amazing. However, at this moment, he punched out with all his strength at the half-step to the eternal realm, but he did not really hurt the four people. This surprised him. Experts at the peak of the eternal realm were much more terrifying than he had imagined. Ancestor Zhou and the other three people looked at Lin Tian in shock, but soon they became cold again. For an immortal realm expert, such a body was indeed terrifying and even unreasonable. However, they did not take it seriously. Staring at Lin Tian, the four people moved again. They were still wary of each other. The other three people pressed on Lin Tian again. This time, divine power flowed out of the four people's bodies. Suddenly, the four divine powers at the peak of the eternal realm were vast and mighty, like an invincible divine sea rolling in all directions. The momentum was terrifying. Clang, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. A terrifying sword light mixed with eternal peak pressure slashed through the air from afar. It carried the power to slay immortals as it slashed right in front of Forefather Zhou and the others who were charging towards Lin Tian. The four of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks, tilting their heads to look in the direction of the sword light slash. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Together with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, he looked in the direction of the sword ray. As far as the eye could see, a purple-robed old man appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. "Senior, it's you." Lin Tian looked at the person who had just arrived. It was a familiar face. "I've finally found you." The old man had a smile on his face. He was the forefather of the Jiang family. After Jiang Yichuan's father exposed the fact that Lin Tian had taken the seven-colored divine light from the Crimson Luo wilderness, he was asked by the worried Jiang Luo to look for Lin Tian. At this time, he rushed here. "Don't worry. Even if I'm half-crippled, this old man will guarantee your safety." Lin Tian had done Jiang Luo a great favor. He had personally escorted Jiang Luo back to the family. Jiang Luo was his most beloved descendant, so he was very grateful to Lin Tian. Now, Forefather Zhou and the others wanted to suppress Lin Tian and seize the seven-colored divine light that Lin Tian had obtained. Naturally, he would not agree. He had rushed here to bring Lin Tian back to the Jiang family safe and sound no matter what. As long as he brought Lin Tian back to the Jiang family, there would be nothing to worry about. Because the Jiang family was full of killing formations. If they wanted to snatch people from the Jiang family, they would have to be true immortal masters. As far as he knew, there were no living true immortal masters in the eternal ancient star. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Tian thanked him seriously. He knew that the Jiang family's forefather had come to help him because of his kindness to Jiang Luo, but he was still very grateful. The forefather's words, "Even if I have to fight until I'm half-crippled, I will definitely guarantee your safety." "Jiangqingi, what do you mean?" A cold voice sounded. Forefather Zhou spoke from the opposite side. He clearly recognized the Jiang family's forefather. The Jiangqingi he mentioned was the Jiang family's forefather's name. At the same time, the forefather of the sky-severing divine sect, the forefather of the eternal ancient immortal sect, and the forefather of the Wu family all looked at the Jiang family's forefather with questioning expressions. The Jiang family's forefather glanced at the four of them. "You are the strongest in your respective inheritances after all. As the forefathers of this era, don't you think it's embarrassing to snatch something that a junior has worked so hard to obtain?" The forefather of the Zhou family and the others had cold expressions. They did not care about the Jiang family's forefather's words. "Take him away. Do you want to monopolize the divine light in the future?" The forefather of the sky-severing divine sect said coldly. The Jiang family's forefather's expression was calm. He did not even bother to refute the forefather's slanderous words. "I will protect this person." He stood in front of Lin Tian. The powerful aura of the eternal peak level spread out and rushed to the peak, distorting the sky. His powerful divine power caused the faces of the forefather of the Zhou family and the others to darken. You want to protect him from the four of us by yourself? Is that possible? Stop dreaming. The forefather of the Zhou family said coldly. Powerful divine power surged outside his body. The eternal peak-level aura was undoubtedly displayed. At the same time, divine light surged outside the bodies of the forefather of the sky-severing divine sect and the forefather of the Tongheng. The forefather of the Wu family was no exception. His eternal peak aura was vast and mighty. He looked at the Jiang family's forefather with cold eyes. On the surface, the Wu clan claimed to be longtime friends with the Jiang clan, but in reality, they weren't really longtime friends. They had only interacted with each other a few times among the older generation. Once there was a conflict of interest, they would become enemies. Boom. The four people's eyes fell on the Jiang family's forefather at the same time. They all took a step forward, obviously wanting to attack the Jiang family's forefather together. The Jiang family's forefather wanted to stop them from attacking Lin Tian. At this time, he naturally became their common stumbling block. They wanted to get the rainbow divine light in Lin Tian's body. The first step was naturally to get rid of the Jiang family's forefather. The Jiang family's forefather snorted coldly. The eternal peak aura outside his body became stronger. He stared coldly at the forefather of the Zhou family and the others. Senior. Lin Tianyi had been watching silently from the side. At this time, he opened his mouth and said to the Jiang family's forefather, Senior, thank you for coming to help. I am very grateful. However, you don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Jiang family's forefather was stunned. What did you say? In the face of the four eternal peak experts, Lin Tian said that he would do it himself? Not only him, but even the expressions of the Zhou family's forefather, the Wu family's forefather, the sky-severing forefather, and the forefather Tongheng changed slightly. Lin Tian didn't look at Zhou family's forefather and the others. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at the Jiang family's forefather and said, Senior, please take care of my physical body later. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. He directly propped up his origin small world and took out the genuine immortal-level corpse that he had previously stored. Instantly, except for Lin Tian himself, the Wuxing crocodile, and the little Tai Chu, everyone else's expressions changed. Looking at the corpse that Lin Tian took out, they all felt the rich genuine immortal qi and immortal Dao fluctuations. The corpse of a genuine immortal? The Jiang family's forefather was shocked. A complete corpse of a genuine immortal was something thousands of times more terrifying than a genuine immortal weapon. Lin Tian nodded and didn't say anything. His glabella shone, and his divine soul directly stepped out and into the genuine immortal corpse. His soul entered the withered corpse. He activated his soul power, and his soul power immediately flowed to every corner of the withered corpse. Then, he quickly adapted to the withered corpse. The withered corpse opened its eyes, and two brilliant beams of light shot out. They contained thick true immortal qi and immortal Dao fluctuations, and they shattered the void in front of it. Senior, please take care of my physical body for now. He transmitted his divine thought to the Jiang family's forefather. Then, in the next moment, he used his divine soul to control the genuine immortal corpse and directly moved. Without any superfluous words, he stepped in front of the Zhou family's forefather and the others. His speed was frighteningly fast, as if he had teleported. The four Zhou family's forefathers' expressions changed drastically. Not only were they shocked by the terrifying speed that Lin Tian displayed when controlling the genuine immortal corpse, but they were also shocked by the genuine immortal qi and immortal Dao aura that the corpse emitted. That aura made their hearts tremble. Without any hesitation, the four of them gritted their teeth and retreated at the same time. You came all the way here to find me. Now, why are you retreating? Lin Tian's voice came from the corpse. At the same time, he controlled the corpse to move again. He raised his right arm and punched down. Dong! A huge roar sounded, as if a heavenly thunder had exploded. The corpse's arm looked as weak as a piece of dry wood, but as Lin Tianyi punched down, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The forefather of the Zhou family's forefather and the others were all blocked by this fist momentum and could not escape. Suddenly, puff, 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 4 streaks of blood mist exploded. The redness was somewhat enchanting. 4 experts at the peak of the Eternal Realm were shattered by one punch at the same time. This is really, behind them, Whooshing Crocodile stared. Although he knew that the corpses left behind by genuine immortal experts were very terrifying and that the pure power of the flesh shell could shatter almost everything, at this time, when he saw Lin Tian controlling the genuine immortal corpse to shatter 4 experts at the peak of the Eternal Realm at the same time with one punch, he couldn't help but show a frightened expression. Even the powerful Jiang family's ancestor was shaken by the scene. Damn it! A furious roar sounded. The forefather of the Zhou family's forefather and the others' bodies were destroyed, but their spirits were not. Emitting a powerful soul light, they wrapped around their broken flesh and bones and retreated to regroup. Lin Tian controlled the genuine immortal corpse, causing 2 terrifying rays of light to shoot out from its sunken eyes. It stared at forefather Zhou's spirit and stepped over. His pure physical strength directly shattered a large piece of space in the process of moving and arrived in front of the other in an instant. Forefather Zhou's spirit trembled. At this time, he involuntarily felt a sense of fear. You. The fragments of great ancestor Zhou's spirit floated in the air, scattering like starlight and gradually dissipating. For a moment, everyone's hearts trembled. How brutal! Whooshing Crocodile shuddered. Even the Jiang family patriarch, who was at the peak of the Eternal Realm, was shocked again. He had crushed 4 Eternal Realm experts with one punch, and then tore apart great ancestor Zhou's spirit with his bare hands. This scene was too violent, and it made his heart tremble. The Wu family patriarch, great ancestor Severing Sky, and great ancestor Tong Heng had reassembled their bodies. At this moment, they were trembling and their faces were pale. Looking at the withered corpse of a true immortal that Lin Tian was controlling with his soul, the 3 of them felt a chill run down their spines. This withered corpse was too terrifying. They had never imagined that Lin Tian would actually possess the complete body of a true immortal. Lin Tian controlled the true immortal corpse and sneered. The corpse's sunken eyes shot out a dark light, looking a little creepy. It gave people the feeling that it was a peerless evil spirit that had killed its way out of hell. It charged directly at the 3 of them. In an instant, as he controlled the true immortal corpse, the void along the way was shattered by the corpse. The Wu family patriarch and the other 2 were shocked. The divine power outside their bodies surged, and at the same time, they used their powerful Eternal Realm divine powers. In an instant, all kinds of divine runes appeared with a rumble. 3 waves of killing light like an ocean seemed to annihilate everything. Humph! Lin Tianling laughed and controlled the true immortal corpse. His movements were violent, and he directly punched. This punch was very simple, but it was terrifying. The divine powers of the Wu family patriarch and the other 2 were disintegrated on the spot. At the same time, the terrifying fist force spread out, shaking the 3 of them and sending them flying. Their Eternal Realm physiques cracked. The simple force shattered and suppressed everything. The Wu family patriarch and the other 2 were even more shocked. Their divine powers were useless. Moreover, just the aftershock of the fist force from Lin Tian's true immortal corpse's punch had almost shattered their bodies. This was too shocking. The faces of the 3 of them turned incredibly ugly. They looked at each other briefly, and without saying a word, they began to retreat at an extremely fast speed. They could clearly see that there was no way they could stop Lin Tian, who was controlling the corpse of a true immortal. Trying to escape? Lin Tian's cold laughter came from the withered corpse of the true immortal. He took a step forward, and his speed was extremely fast. He used his powerful soul strength to force out the remaining true immortal chi in the withered corpse of the true immortal. With a violent force, he sealed off the surroundings. The Wu family patriarch and the other 2 stopped in their tracks. The space around them was sealed, and their path forward was cut off. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian drove the true immortal's corpse closer. His movements were still very simple. He punched out again. The Wu family patriarch and the other 2 patriarchs felt their hearts tremble. At the same time, they unleashed even more powerful divine abilities. One of them even summoned his Sea of Consciousness avatar to meet the attack. However, in the face of Lin Tian's punch from the withered corpse of the true immortal, the 3 patriarchs' divine abilities were still no match for it. They were shattered in an instant, leaving behind a sky full of afterimages that drifted in the air. Whoosh, Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal to shatter space, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the Wu family patriarch. The Wu family patriarch felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly retreated. Unfortunately, Lin Tian was much faster in controlling the withered corpse of the true immortal. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the patriarch. You. Stop, Buzz, Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal. He grabbed the Wu family patriarch with his right hand, and slapped him with his left hand like a millstone. Immediately, with a poof, the Wu family patriarch was unable to dodge the slap. He was directly smashed into pieces. Only his divine soul was not destroyed. He struggled to escape and rushed into the distance. Lin Tian sneered. He took a step forward and met the patriarch's divine soul head-on with a punch. For a moment, the sky collapsed, as if a star region was pressing down. The terrifying power made one's internal organs feel cold. The Wu family patriarch's divine soul trembled. He was shocked and frightened. Stop. Ah. His scream was shrill and desperate. Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal and punched down, directly shattering the patriarch's divine soul. After the Zhou family patriarch, the Wu family patriarch was also destroyed in body and soul. Hiss. In the rear, the Jiang family ancestor couldn't help but gasp. In such a short period of time, Lin Tian had controlled the withered corpse of a genuine immortal and killed 2 eternal peak immortal powerhouses in succession. Such ferocious power sent a chill down his spine. On the other hand, the 5 elements crocodile laughed out loud. The Zhou family's ancestor, the Wu family's ancestor, the Tongheng's ancestor, the 4 of them had come to snatch the 7-colored divine light that Lin Tian had obtained. At this time, Lin Tian had consecutively killed 2 of them. Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice and waved its little paw in the void. It felt the same as whooshing crocodile. In front of them, there were only the patriarchs of the Sky-Severing sect and the Tongheng immortal sect left on the battlefield. Their expressions didn't look good. No matter what, they didn't expect that with their cultivation at the peak of the eternal realm, the scene would turn out like this. The patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect paused. He looked at the withered corpse of the true immortal that Lin Tian had controlled with his divine soul and said in a deep voice, "Little friend, it's our fault for coming to deal with you. I apologize to you here. Can we just let this matter go? Do you think I'm retarded?" Lin Tian sneered. These people came to suppress and kill him in order to steal his treasure. Now that they couldn't beat him, they wanted him to let them go by apologizing? Did they think he was a fool? He controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal and with a step, shattered the surrounding space. In an instant, he appeared in front of the patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect. Then, his movement was still simple. He still punched down. The patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect was shocked, angry, and afraid. He supported dozens of great Tao laws and summoned a peak-level eternal weapon from his body. Together, they met Lin Tian's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two collided head-on. The dozens of great Tao laws that the patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect had summoned were all shattered. His eternal weapon also trembled and shattered under the terrifying punch. An eternal weapon. What a pity. The whooshing crocodile felt a little pained. The value of an eternal weapon wasn't small. Now, it was destroyed just like that. The moment it sighed, Lin Tian's punch shattered everything. He controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal and came in front of the patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect. Another heavy punch came down. Dong. The terrifying punch made the sky rumble violently. The patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect couldn't dodge or block the punch. He was shattered on the spot. His divine soul wanted to escape, but Lin Tian grabbed it. With the terrifying physical strength of the withered corpse of the true immortal, he directly tore it into pieces in the void. In the blink of an eye, 4 peak-level Eternal Realm experts attacked. At this time, only the patriarch of the Sky-Severing sect was left. Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal and looked at this person. He stepped forward step by step. "Little friend. Please have mercy. I'm willing to make up for it. As long as the Eternal Immortal sect has something, I'll give it to you with both hands." The patriarch of the sky-severing sect trembled and said quickly. He didn't want to be killed here like the Wu family patriarch and the other two. If he was killed, there would be nothing left. There's no need to go through so much trouble. After killing you, I'll take everything the Eternal Immortal sect has accumulated. Lin Tian's voice came from the withered corpse of the true immortal. Hearing this, the patriarch of the sky-severing sect trembled even more. You want to destroy my Eternal Immortal sect? His Eternal Immortal sect had a true immortal level killing array and a terrifying true immortal weapon. Anyone below the true immortal level would die if they went there. But now, Lin Tian had a true immortal corpse. If Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal, his Eternal Immortal sect would definitely not be able to stop him. That depends on the attitude of the disciples of your Eternal Immortal sect. If they are still as hostile to me as you are and want to steal the divine treasures from me, then I'll just destroy your Eternal Immortal sect. If they are honest, I'll be easy to talk to. I'll just take the various resources and treasures accumulated by your Eternal Immortal sect. Lin Tian Andao. After saying this, he controlled the withered corpse of the true immortal and increased its speed. In an instant, he was in front of the patriarch of the sky-severing sect. You, stop, Dong. Lin Tian waved his fist. The physical strength of the true immortal level shattered everything and smashed the patriarch of the sky-severing sect into pieces. Then, he grabbed the patriarch of the sky-severing sect and crushed his divine soul. At this point, the patriarch of the Zhou family, the patriarch of the Wu family, the patriarch of the sky-severing sect, and the patriarch of the sky-severing sect, were all killed. The patriarch of the Jiang family stood at the back and watched all this, his eyes flashing violently. Controlling the withered corpse of a true immortal and killing 4 peak Eternal Realm experts in the blink of an eye, this kind of fierce power was too terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. With this true immortal corpse, we can do whatever we want to anyone below the true immortal level. Lin Tian controlled the true immortal corpse, the momentum was too terrifying. He could easily sweep through anyone below the true immortal level. In the battlefield, Lin Tian returned with the true immortal's withered corpse. With a single step, he arrived in front of his physical body. His spirit stepped out of the withered corpse and returned to his body. He then stood up and put the withered corpse back into his origin small world. Well, my own body is still more comfortable. He muttered to himself. The withered corpse of the true immortal was very powerful, but when his divine soul entered it, he felt a little suppressed and uncomfortable. As he said that, he looked at the patriarch of the Jiang family and thanked him again. He smiled and said, "Thank you for leaving the family to help me." The patriarch of the Jiang family shook his head and said with a wry smile, No, you don't have to thank me. I didn't help you with anything." He walked out of the Jiang family's main residence and found Lin Tian in this place, thinking that even if he was half crippled, he would protect Lin Tian from the patriarch of the Wu family and the patriarch of the Zhou family and bring Lin Tian back to the Jiang family safe and sound. However, he did not expect that Lin Tian had a withered corpse of the true immortal level and killed the patriarch of the Wu family and the other 3 experts so easily in a moment. This shocked him, and at the same time, he felt a sense of embarrassment. It seemed that he was a little redundant to come here. Although Senior did not make a move, I have received your intention to help me, so I still have to thank you. Lin Tian said with a smile. Lin Tian listened to the Jiang family patriarch's words, paused, and smiled. I still have something to do for now. Senior, please return to the clan first. Tell Luoluo not to worry about us. I'm going to do some other small things. Oh, I'm going to visit the 4 inheritances. The Jiang family patriarch was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Previously, when Lin Tian killed ancestor Tongheng, he said that he would visit Tongheng Immortal Sect later to take away the resources of Tongheng Immortal Sect as compensation for ancestor Tongheng's attack. Since Lin Tian was going to Tongheng Immortal Sect, he would naturally go to the intercepting Divine Sect, Zhou family, and Wu family. He nodded and said, Well, I won't accompany you. You have the genuine immortal corpse, and the 4 inheritances won't be able to stop you. The genuine immortal corpse was undoubtedly terrifying. Its pure physical strength was enough to crush everything below the genuine immortal realm. Even if the top forces like the Intercepting Divine Sect and Tongheng Immortal Sect had genuine immortal level killing arrays and genuine immortal artifacts, it would be difficult for them to stop the genuine immortal corpse. Moreover, he learned from Jiang Luoluo that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal artifact. As such, Lin Tian would be fine if he went to the Four Inheritances. Come to the Jiang family directly after you're done. I'll prepare a banquet for you. He smiled and nodded at Lin Tian, then stepped back and slowly flew into the distance. Lin Tian watched the Jiang family patriarch leave until he disappeared from sight. Then, he looked at the Wuxing crocodile and the little Taichu and said, "Let's go to the Four Inheritances and be guests. These Four Inheritances all have genuine immortal artifacts. Let's snatch them all." I'm looking forward to it. The Wuxing crocodile's eyes lit up. Then, one man and two beasts rose into the air and flew into the distance at a steady pace. Soon, they were far away from their position. Almost at the same time, on this ancient planet, the big shots of Tongheng Immortal Sect, Intercepting Divine Sect, Zhou family of the Ancients, and Wu family of the Ancients shuddered. The soul lamps of their ancestors standing in their clans were all shattered and extinguished. Old ancestor is dead, dead? The old ancestor went to find and suppress the person who took away the rainbow divine light. Could it be that person? How could this be? Old ancestor is at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. Wasn't that person not even in the eternal realm? How could he possibly have the ability to kill the ancestor? This. The big shots of the four great inheritances were all in a state of panic. Lin Tian led Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu forward through the void. At this time, they were even further away from where they had killed the Wu family ancestor and the others. They had already crossed dozens of mountains. Soon after, several hours passed. He arrived outside the Zhou family. Without saying anything, he directly barged in. "Your grand ancestor has already been killed by us. If you know what's good for you, you'd better give up on resisting. We'll only take the true immortal artifacts and other treasures. If you dare to continue to have evil thoughts or resist, we'll wipe out your entire clan." Wuxing crocodile said fiercely. At the same time, it pulled out a divine sense imprint. It was the scene of Lin Tian driving the true immortal corpse to kill the Zhou family ancestor, the Wu family ancestor, the Sky-Severing Sect ancestor, and the Tongheng Immortal Sect ancestor. Everyone in the Zhou family was terrified. Lin Tian was even more direct. He took out the true immortal corpse on the spot and inserted his divine soul into it. He forced out wisps of pure true immortal qi and the law of immortal Tao, instantly shrouding the Zhou family in an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone trembled. We won't resist. The Zhou family master said in a trembling voice, "We're willing to hand over our precious weapons and other treasures." The Zhou family ancestor had died in battle, and the three grand elders had been killed before. Now, the strongest person in the Zhou family was the middle-stage immortal realm master. With such a cultivation, how could he fight against Lin Tian who was driving the true immortal corpse? Even if he combined the true immortal artifacts of his clan with the true immortal killing formation, he couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. If he resisted, not only would he die, but the Zhou family would also be destroyed. He didn't doubt that Lin Tian would wipe out the Zhou family if he resisted. A wise choice, Lin Tian said. The Zhou family couldn't stop him now. He, Wuxing crocodile, and little Taichu walked among them. Soon, they took away all the valuable things in the Zhou family, including a true immortal artifact, the soul-shattering all, 6 eternal weapons, 100 billion kilograms of Ling Jing, and many other soul treasures and ancestral artifacts. There were also some rare Baodan immortal herbs and divine abilities. Together, their value was immeasurable. Take care of yourself. Don't think that you can bully others for no reason just because you have a powerful inheritance. Sometimes, you may meet someone you can't afford to provoke. Lin Tiandao. Finally, he glanced at the Zhou family head and the others. He walked out of the Zhou family with Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu. The Zhou family head and the others were pale. They watched Lin Tian leave with the true immortal artifacts and treasures of their lineage. They were all very upset, and their hearts were bleeding. However, they could only grit their teeth and bear it silently. It wasn't until Lin Tian, Wuxing crocodile, and little Taichu had completely disappeared from sight that someone let out an unwilling roar. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu were already far away from the Zhou family. They could vaguely hear the angry roars coming from the Zhou family, but they didn't care. They went straight to the other 3 inheritances. These inheritances were famous throughout the stars. Naturally, the place where they were established was no secret. They already knew all about it. Soon, they passed by the Tongheng Immortal sect and the Sky-Cutting sect. They all rode the true immortal corpses and entered. Wuxing Crocodile shot out the spiritual consciousness imprint of Lin Tiansha and ancestor Tongheng, shocking the big shots of the 2 great forces so much that they didn't dare to resist. Their true immortal artifacts and treasures accumulated over the years were all taken away by the group of people. Finally, the group arrived at the Wu family of the ancients. The Wu family's immortal plants were blooming, and the spiritual energy was very dense. The palaces were extraordinary, and there were Tao patterns everywhere. It had the atmosphere of an immortal realm. However, when Lin Tianyi and the others walked in, and when Wuxing Crocodile shot out the spiritual consciousness imprint of Lin Tiansha and the others, the entire Wu family fell into panic. Everyone was trembling. Of course, the most frightened one was the Wu family's holy son, Wu Si. When he saw Lin Tian barge in, his face turned pale. He had sent people to kill Lin Tian twice before, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to be so terrifying. He had the corpse of a true immortal expert and could even kill an expert at the peak of the eternal realm. He was simply invincible below the true immortal realm. The person he had sent to kill twice turned out to be such a terrifying person. He was far more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, he looked at Lin Tian, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't speak clearly. Brother Lin, Hypocrite Wu, we meet again. Wuxing Crocodile mocked. Hypocrite Wu was the nickname it gave Wu Si. It felt that it was very suitable for Wu Si. Lin Tian was too lazy to say anything to this person. He didn't even bother to look at him. He raised his hand and a sword light slashed over. Immediately, with a poof, Wu Si exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Your ancestor tried to kill me and steal my divine object. I think you all know. After killing Wu Si, his expression didn't change at all. He looked at the Wu family head and the other big shots and said, I don't like to be taken advantage of. Your ancestor tried to kill me, so your family naturally has to pay the price. Now, hand over the true immortal weapon and all your treasures, and I'll turn around and leave. I'll pretend that none of this happened. Otherwise, the end of the treasure pavilion of Nanluo will be your end. The Wu family head and the other big shots trembled when they heard this. They were shocked and angry at Lin Tian's exorbitant demand, but they restrained themselves. After seeing Wuxing Crocodile's divine sense imprint of Lin Tian killed the Wu family ancestor and others, and seeing Lin Tian take out the withered corpse of a true immortal, they knew very well that they couldn't stop Lin Tian, who controlled the withered corpse of a true immortal. Even if they used all their strength to activate the true immortal weapon and the true immortal killing formation, it wouldn't be enough to hurt Lin Tian at all. If they really did that, they would definitely end up with their bodies and souls destroyed. The family that had been passed down for so many years would be destroyed by Lin Tian, just like the treasure pavilion of Nanluo. No matter which one it was, they couldn't bear it. They didn't want to die, and they didn't want their family to be completely wiped out from Tongheng Ancient Star. We, hand it over. The first grand elder of the family gritted his teeth and said. Very well. Lin Tian Ondao. He, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu personally searched for all the true immortal weapons and other treasures of the family. After that, they didn't say anything. They glanced at the Wu family head and the others indifferently and then left the Wu family. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. Ah! In the Wu family head, an unwilling and painful roar resounded through the sky. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu left the Wu family head. 15 minutes passed quickly. After 15 minutes, the group was even further away from the Wu family head. Wuxing Crocodile seemed a little excited. We've made a fortune this time. Its eyes were shining. After walking through the Zhou family of the ancients, Heaven-Severing Divine Sect, Tongheng Immortal Sect, and Wu family of the ancients, they had obtained a total of 4 true immortal weapons, 26 eternal weapons, 400 billion kilograms of Ling Jing, and countless other soul treasures, ancestral artifacts, and immortal elixirs. Lin Tian waved his hand, and 2 true immortal weapons flew out. One of them was the Zhou family's soul-shattering awl, and the other was the Wu family's royal shattering seal. He erased the imprint on them and handed them to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu respectively. These major forces also have some other immortal elixirs and immortal elixirs. The most valuable one should be enough for you to directly enter the immortal realm. First, find a place and refine them, he said. Okay. Lord Crocodile thinks so too. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up even more. After setting up the 9-layered ceiling formation, Lin Tian took out the divine dew pill and other elixirs and distributed them to the Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. You two refine them. I'll protect you. Okay. The Wuxing Crocodile nodded with excitement in its eyes. Then, it and Little Taichu began to refine the Baodan elixirs that Lin Tian had given them. Buzz. For a moment, 2 different lights intertwined in this place. Its and Little Taichu's essence, energy, and spirit were rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, 2 powerful hurricanes swept out in this place. The immortal level aura of Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu spread out and spread in this place. Immortal realm. I've finally stepped into it. The Wuxing Crocodile opened its eyes and howled in a low voice. At this moment, it felt the changes in its body. Its demonic body, demonic energy, sea of consciousness, and divine soul had all become much more powerful. Among them, the change in its demonic body was the most obvious. It felt like its body was truly indestructible at this moment. It was filled with a sense of invincibility. Its eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. This is the immortal realm? The physical body is truly indestructible. Its eyes were very bright. Let's stabilize the realm first. Lin Tian Ondao. The Wuxing Crocodile nodded. In this place, it circulated its ancient scriptures and began to stabilize the cultivation of the immortal realm. At the same time, Little Taichu did the same. It began to sort out the cultivation of the immortal realm. In this way, another 7 days passed quickly. On this day, the Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu opened their eyes again. Their cultivation of the immortal realm was completely stabilized. Awesome! The Wuxing Crocodile laughed. The Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice and flew to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian smiled. Now, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu had reached the same level as him. Let's go, he said. Immediately, he left the place with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Immediately after, about a quarter of an hour later, they were very far away from their previous position, crossing dozens of mountains. Where to now? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Go find Luo. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but in the next moment, his expression changed. A chill ran down his spine as he looked up at the sky. Almost at the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. They also looked at the sky like Lin Tian. That is? Wuxing Crocodile's pupils constricted and his expression changed. Big trouble is coming, Lin Tiandao said in a low voice. As far as the eye could see, a figure had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. It was an old man in a black robe, and he was looking down coldly at them. Surprisingly, it was the terrifying old man that they had encountered on the strange continent in the starry sky. Back then, when the old man's body was pierced by a battle spear and could not move, he almost killed them with his weak divine thoughts. Now that he had appeared in this place, it seemed that he had come to find them. Run, Lin Tiandao said. There was nothing to say. The golden divine light around his body was boiling, enveloping Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and he quickly flew away. Now, he was very powerful. He was a half-step to the eternal realm, and he had a genuine immortal level corpse. He could defeat anyone below the genuine immortal realm. Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile had also stepped into the immortal realm. Their combined battle strength was even more terrifying. However, he knew that they could not stop the old man in the black robe. He had seen how terrifying the old man was when he was in the starry sky. Even if an expert at the genuine immortal realm came, he would not be a match for the old man. With a whoosh, he took the 5 elements crocodile and little Taichu to a great distance in an instant. Wherever he moved, the space would distort with crackling sounds. Many places even directly shattered. In the sky, the black-robed old man's eyes were cold. His body was the same as when he was on the strange continent. He was still very shriveled, like a dried corpse. However, the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. He looked at Lin Tianyi and the others, and his eyes only fell on Lin Tian. He took a step forward, and a mighty black wind filled the sky. In an instant, he blocked in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. The primitive emperor's order, the sect pagoda, all of them. His voice was cold and unpleasant, like 2 pieces of glass rubbing against each other, piercing the eardrums and causing waves of pain. Moreover, when he said this, he did not stay still. Instead, he directly stretched out his big hand and grabbed Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, his big hand fell on Lin Tian's head, suppressing the space in all directions. A terrifying force overflowed, sealing the sky and trapping the earth. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Unable to dodge, he activated the 5 thunder shock technique and swung the thunder dragon halberd with his strongest strength. At the same time, whooshing crocodile and little Taichu made their moves together. The 5 elements grand technique and the 6-colored divine light surged out mightily, cooperating with Lin Tian's punch to meet the black-robed old man's big hand. Boom! The man and the 2 beasts were very powerful. At this moment, they were also attacking with all their strength. That kind of power was very frightening. However, the black-robed old man was undoubtedly even more terrifying. The big hand that pressed down did not have the slightest divine power. Just the pure physical strength alone was enough to suppress everything. It completely shattered the divine power that the man and the 2 beasts released, and a terrifying hurricane swept out. Bang! 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 Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were sent flying at the same time. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and they almost vomited blood together. This old fart, compared to before, his body is still so shriveled. It looks like he just barely regained the ability to move, but, whooshing crocodile's heart trembled. This black-robed old man terrified it. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." He definitely did not have the intention to fight the black-robed old man head-on. He activated the 5 thunder sky shock technique and combined it with the 9th level of the yin and yang steps to cover the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu as they fled in another direction. Their speed was faster than before, and in a flash, they were tens of thousands of feet away. The black-robed old man's eyes were deep and cold as he watched Lin Tian leave. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Lin Tian and the others. Just like before, he directly reached out his big hand and grabbed Lin Tian again. At the same time, a weak divine consciousness rushed out of his body and directly sealed this place completely, sealing off every corner around Lin Tian and the others. His big hand glowed, and there was a fluctuation of divine power that was countless times more terrifying than before. It was as if the starry sky was pressing down. The void was annihilated in an instant. Facing this palm, Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu all trembled. At this moment, they were very clear that they could not withstand this palm. If they forcibly collided with it, even if they did not die, they would be crippled. Lin Tian moved his mind and quickly took out a profound jade platform. It was an ultra-long-distance teleportation platform that he had obtained from the 4 inheritances of the Wu family. He poured his soul power into it, causing the profound jade platform to glow. A curtain of light enveloped him, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu. With a whoosh, they directly disappeared from the black-robed old man's divine consciousness sealing circle in an instant before the black-robed old man's big hand pressed down. The black-robed old man's big hand slapped the place where Lin Tian and the others had just been, directly shattering the void and the earth. The land within a radius of thousands of feet was completely destroyed. His eyes were still cold as he raised his head to look at the sky. In the starry sky, a faint silver light interweaved, somewhat dusky. With a buzzing sound, a curtain of light flashed, and Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu appeared in the starry sky. Below them was a huge star. Impressively, it was the ancient Tongheng star. "Let's go." Lin Tianandao. From the ancient Tongheng star, he took out the teleportation platform and directly chose to move into the starry sky. The starry sky was vast and complex, and there were countless big stars. Traversing through the starry sky, their chances of shaking off the black-robed old man were much higher than in the ancient Tongheng star. As he spoke, he wrapped Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu in divine light. Using the 5 thunder heaven-shaking art and the 9th level of the yin-yang steps, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed extremely far away. Almost at the instant they left, a faint light interweaved in the starry sky, and the black-robed old man stepped out of the star. His eyes were deep and indifferent as he coldly stared in the direction of the group of people. Then, he took a step forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step, causing the space in the starry sky to distort. It was terrifying and frightening. Lin Tian took Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu and traversed the starry sky. With the cultivation of the half-step eternal realm, he spurred the fastest speed at present, like a human-shaped bolt of lightning traversing the starry sky. Moreover, he consciously released his own aura of origin, and also let Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu release their auras of origin. Then, he combined the 3 auras, divided them into hundreds of strands, and shot them in hundreds of different directions in the starry sky. He knew that the black-robed old man would definitely chase them into the starry sky, so that he could interfere with the black-robed old man's perception of them. "Kid, you have a good brain," Wuxing Crocodile said. "With hundreds of strands of our auras, we should be able to confuse that old man and make it difficult for him to find us. I hope it will be useful." Lin Tianandao increased his speed. Then, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. They had rushed out a very long distance in the starry sky. "He didn't chase us. It seems that we have shaken him off." Wuxing Crocodile looked back and did not see any trace of the black-robed old man. At this time, he was slightly relieved. Lin Tian did not express his opinion. He still maintained his speed and traversed further away. Then, almost in the next moment, a chill ran down his spine. While traversing the starry sky, he looked back. Far behind him, the black-robed old man's figure appeared. His eyes were cold, and he was holding a ball of precious light in his hand. It was the hundreds of strands of their auras of origin that he had sent out before. Unexpectedly, all of them were caught in the old man's hand. Obviously, his method did not have much effect on the old man, and it did not have a substantial effect of interference. That old man. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth and felt his scalp tingle. The black-robed old man chasing after them was really terrifying. Lin Tian's face was serious. He forced himself to increase his speed and quickly flew away. Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were wrapped in his divine light. They used their tyrannical secret techniques to interfere with the black-robed old man's pursuit. Unfortunately, it was useless. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold and indifferent. He faced the Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu's attacks and walked past them, directly shattering everything. The black-robed old man was too terrifying. His body was shriveled beyond recognition, just like a mummy. Yet, his aura was incomparably terrifying. His eyes were deep and indifferent as if he had seen through everything in the world. "Kid, run. Fly faster." Wuxing Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Tianchao swept a glance behind him, his expression naturally not looking good. The 5 heavenly lightning shock art and duality steps were circulated to the limits of what he could execute with his current cultivation, creating a vast silver sea of lightning in the starry sky as he rapidly fled. However, he couldn't shake off the black-robed old man at all. The old man stepped into the starry sky and closed in on them in an instant. He stretched out his big hand again, covering the sky and the sun, shrouding Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu felt a chill run down their spines. The surrounding space was directly frozen at this moment, making it difficult for them to move. They could only watch the big hand. "Suppress them. Lord Crocodile has just stepped into the immortal realm. I'm not far from the indestructible eternity. Am I going to die like this?" Wuxing Crocodile was about to cry. Little Taichu widened his eyes. Lin Tian's body was boiling with golden divine light. He wanted to break this seal, but it was useless. The old man's power was too tyrannical and boundless. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. With a rumbling sound, the old man's big hand approached in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, in the nearby starry space, large ripples appeared, churning like waves. An incomparably shocking amount of astral energy gushed out, like a vast ocean of stars sweeping out, terrifying to the extreme. Then, in the next moment, a demonic beast covered in black scales emerged from the surging star power. Its demonic body was a little too huge, almost comparable to the stars. Its pair of eerie eyes were a little creepy. Roar, it seemed to have been hibernating in this place all this time. Now that it was awakened, it seemed to be a little angry. It let out a roar, and the terrifying sound wave turned into tangible ripples, instantly shattering pieces of the starry sky barrier. With a bang, the black-robed old man's large hand was blasted away by this sound wave, and the sealed space around Lin Tian and the others was restored to its original state, and they could move again. Immediately, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu all began to move. With a flash, they moved several thousand feet away. Each of them let out a long breath of turbid air. Just now, they had almost been crushed by the black-robed old man's huge hand. Is that a star beast? Wuxing Crocodile looked at the huge demonic beast. That should be it. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. According to ancient records, the vast starry sky was full of dangers, and one of the most terrifying ones was the star beast. The star beast was a kind of demonic beast that lived in the starry sky and fed on the origin energy of the starry sky. It was extremely powerful, and any one of them could easily kill an eternal realm existence. Roar, the star beast's body was shockingly huge. It let out another roar, and the rolling aura made people's internal organs feel cold. Its huge eyes stared at everything. It opened its mouth, and a hurricane swept out like a black hole, swallowing all the origin energy of the starry sky nearby. The black-robed old man, who was closest to it, was swallowed into its stomach in an instant. The 5 elements crocodile glared and then laughed loudly. You unlucky old bastard. Serves him right. Even Lin Tian was stunned. That terrifying black-robed old man was swallowed by the star beast? The star beast's body was shockingly huge. After swallowing the black-robed old man, its eyes moved and fell on Lin Tian, who was several thousand feet away. Its eyes were still cold. Roar, it let out another roar, shattering the starry sky barrier and causing the origin energy of the starry sky to tumble. A terrible suction force appeared and fell on Lin Tian and the others, dragging Lin Tian and the others into its mouth. However, in the next moment, the huge star beast trembled and let out a scream. The terrible suction force that fell on Lin Tian and the others disappeared in the blink of an eye. Puff, blood splattered and the star beast's abdomen exploded. The black-robed old man stepped out, his body stained with blood. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu could not help but tremble at this scene. The black-robed old man, who was swallowed, was completely fine. He broke open the terrifying star beast's chest and walked out of its stomach as if he was walking on flat ground. The star beast's abdomen was torn apart, and blood flowed like a small river in the starry sky, tumbling in the starry sky. However, the surrounding origin energy of the starry sky quickly rushed to its body, causing its injuries to heal in an instant. It stopped tumbling and stared at the black-robed old man, who was as small as a speck of dust compared to it. Its eyes were full of anger. With another roar, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and directly swallowed the black-robed old man. This time, it did not swallow the black-robed old man directly like before. It wanted to tear him into minced meat with its sharp teeth and then swallow him. In the blink of an eye, its bloody mouth fell in front of the black-robed old man, its sharp teeth frightening. The black-robed old man's cold eyes fell on Lin Tian. He did not even look at the horrifying star beast that was swallowing him with its bloody mouth. He just raised his shriveled arm slightly, and strands of black light intertwined with each other as he threw it at the star beast. The black light seemed a little cold. It entered the star beast's bloody mouth and fell into its body. Immediately, the star beast trembled, and then let out a shrill cry. Its huge body exploded, and it died tragically in the starry sky. Dazzling scarlet blood rolled down, almost dyeing the entire starry sky blood red. Lin Tian and the others watched this scene from thousands of feet away. They could not help but tremble. Whooshing crocodile trembled, and its eyes almost popped out. Little Taichu's hair stood on end, and it shuddered. Lin Tian's heart also palpitated, and his scalp was a little numb. That was a star beast. It was extremely terrifying and was known as one of the most dangerous dangers in the starry sky. But now, it was slaughtered so easily by the black-robed old man. Kid, the situation is tense. Run quickly. Whooshing crocodile said in a trembling voice. This black-robed old man was too terrifying. He was like a messenger of hell, and it felt cold all over. Lin Tian did not need to be reminded at all. He immediately increased his speed, wrapped Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, and continued to escape. At this time, facing such a terrifying existence, they had no other choice but to run. With a whoosh, he took Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu and escaped far away in the starry sky. The black-robed old man was bathed in the star beast's blood. His eyes were cold as he watched Lin Tian escape at top speed. He took a step forward and crossed an endless distance. His majestic aura sealed off all directions, and once again sealed the space around Lin Tian and the others. Then, he slowly walked toward Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian and the others' faces changed. The road around them was cut off at this moment, and they could only watch as the black-robed old man approached. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. With a wave of his hand, he took out the ancient token that he obtained from the strange continent a few years ago. He looked at the black-robed old man and said, "Don't move, or I will destroy it directly." The ancient token was only the size of a palm. It was blue in color, and a very eye-catching Yuan character was engraved on it. He knew that this was the primitive emperor token that the black-robed old man mentioned. Although he did not know what it was used for, he could see that the black-robed old man cared a lot about this ancient token and would definitely have scruples about him destroying it. In fact, his guess was very accurate. The black-robed old man did care a lot about this ancient token. His footsteps immediately stopped when he heard Lin Tian's words. However, this was only for a moment. The next moment, the black-robed old man moved again. An even more terrifying aura spread out, and his big hand pressed down again with terrifying divine power, directly covering Lin Tian. "You think you can destroy it by yourself?" Accompanied by a cold voice, the black-robed old man's big hand instantly pressed down on the heads of Lin Tian and the others. The cold chill made them tremble. This time we are really done for." Whooshing crocodile trembled. Lin Tian's face was ugly. As the black-robed old man's big hand reached out, his body was unable to move again. He could do nothing but watch the destructive big hand press down on him. Buzz. Suddenly, the ancient token in his hand glowed faintly, and a faint blue brilliance spread out like ripples on water. Immediately, with a bang, the black-robed old man's big hand collapsed, and the black-robed old man himself was knocked back dozens of steps. Then, in an instant, the surrounding void returned to normal, and Lin Tian and the others could move again. Buzz. In Lin Tian's hand, the ancient token intertwined with a blue light. It was very gentle and very vast. Lin Tian's expression changed. At the same time, next to him, Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were also shocked. When they first obtained this ancient token from this strange continent in the starry sky, they seriously studied it, but to no avail. They could not activate it, and no matter how much divine power they injected into it, it did not work. But at this time, as the black-robed old man's big hand pressed down, it actually moved by itself, emitting a faint blue light, and shook off the black-robed old man's big hand. Buzz. The ancient token intertwined with the blue light, as if it would last forever. In the distance, the black-robed old man steadied himself and looked over. Looking at the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand, a flash of light quickly flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he took a step forward and grabbed the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. "Give it to me." Lin Tianyi was shocked, and subconsciously swung the ancient token towards the old man. Bang! With a loud bang, the black-robed old man was directly sent flying, and a little bit of blood sprinkled in the starry sky. This made Lin Tian shocked again. Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu also stared. They clearly did not feel that the intertwined blue light of the ancient token had a terrifying aura, but it could easily injure the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man steadied himself in the distance again, and blood dripped from his chest. That was the place where the battle spear had pierced through. At this time, it was obviously because of the ancient token that the wound that had not fully healed was shattered again. The killing lights were densely packed, each one extremely terrifying, as if they could annihilate everything. The black-robed elder's giant hand was even more terrifying. It suppressed all directions in the starry sky, trapping Lin Tian in a sealed space, and grabbed at the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian immediately felt a chill all over his body, as if the Grim Reaper's hand was strangling his throat. It was extremely unbearable. He gritted his teeth, unable to retreat or dodge. He glanced at the blue ancient token in his hand, and could only pin all his hopes on this ancient token. He clenched the ancient token tightly and threw it forward. Wang! A faint blue light intertwined around the ancient token. As he held the ancient token and threw a punch forward, the blue light rippled like water. For a moment, the killing lights that the black-robed elder slashed at him were all annihilated in an instant. Then, the blue light collided with the black-robed elder's giant hand, and the black-robed elder was sent flying again on the spot. Moreover, in the process of flying, the giant hand that collided with the blue light exploded with a poof, and blood splattered all over the starry sky. Immediately, Lin Tian was even more shocked. Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu both widened their eyes as they watched the black-robed elder fly in a sorry state. Then, their eyes fell on the palm-sized blue ancient token, and their faces were full of shock. This thing is a little terrifying. 5 Elements Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. They had already witnessed how frightening the black-robed old man was. He could even easily kill a terrifying star beast. Yet, he had been sent flying 3 times by Lin Tian's glowing blue ancient badge. Moreover, the 3rd time had even shattered one of the old man's arms. When these scenes were combined together, it caused the old man's heart to tremble slightly. Even little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. Then, its eyes lit up as it looked at the blue ancient token. Lin Tian looked at the ancient token in his hand, and his eyes flickered. This thing was indeed a little terrifying. Boom! A powerful divine might came from afar. The black-robed elder steadied himself, and his shattered armor formed. His eyes became extremely cold as he stared at Lin Tian like the god of death. Then, in the next moment, he took another step forward and arrived in front of Lin Tian. His large hand stretched out and interweaved with strands of dim light, once again suppressing the surrounding space as he grabbed towards the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. This kind of aura was somewhat terrifying, causing the temperature in the starry sky to suddenly drop by dozens of degrees. It was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian could naturally feel the intimidating aura, but he was calmer than before. He directly faced the attack with the ancient order in hand. Bang! The ancient token emitted a blue light. There was no terrifying aura of destruction, but it seemed to be able to suppress everything. Once again, the black-robed old man was sent flying. He was sent flying for several hundred feet before he could stabilize himself. Drops of blood seeped out of his chest. It was a glaring bright red, and his eyes were gloomy as he stared emotionlessly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the ancient token in his hand, which was emitting a faint blue light, in astonishment. He then looked at the black-robed old man who was bleeding from his chest several hundred feet away. After pausing for a moment, he immediately revealed a cold smile. "Old man, you're in for it." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to move. He crossed several hundred feet in one step and appeared in front of the black-robed old man in an instant. Dong! He held the ancient token and swung his fist. The ancient token emitted a blue light that wrapped around the tip of his fist, and he punched towards the black-robed old man's chest. Now, the ancient token was glowing and had sent this terrifying black-robed old man flying 4 times in a row. He was certain that this ancient token was very terrifying and could easily suppress his opponent. Naturally, he took the initiative to attack. He wanted to use this ancient token emitting a blue light to get rid of his opponent. This was because his opponent had already targeted him. His strength was very terrifying. If he did not take advantage of the fact that the ancient token was glowing on its own and that his opponent had not recovered his strength, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. Once his opponent recovered his strength, even if the ancient token glowed again, it would not be able to stop him. Wang. As he swung his fist down, the blue light that wrapped around the tip of his fist surged and instantly landed on the black-robed old man's chest. With a bang, the black-robed old man was immediately sent flying. More blood spurted out from his chest. Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu watched this scene from a distance. They were both shocked. They did not expect Lin Tian to take the initiative to attack the black-robed old man. However, their minds were very sharp. In the next moment, they knew what Lin Tian was thinking. Kill him. Wuxing Crocodile said. This black-robed old man was really a huge problem. They had to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him. In front of them, the black-robed old man's chest was bleeding. His eyes became even colder as he stared coldly at Lin Tian. Aunt. Fuck your mother. Lin Tianlong smiled. Holding the blue ancient token, he once again approached and swung his fist down. The black-robed old man vibrated and released strands of black light to meet Lin Tian's fist. However, it was useless. The blue light emitted by the ancient token wrapped around the tip of Lin Tian's fist. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. It directly pierced through the strands of black light that the black-robed old man had released and steadily landed on his chest. With a bang, the black-robed old man was once again sent flying a few hundred feet away. More blood flowed out from his chest and dripped onto the starry sky. It was a ghastly sight. Swoosh! The sound of rushing air reverberated. Lin Tian held the ancient token. Before the black-robed old man could stabilize his body, he took another step forward and arrived in front of the ladder. Without any superfluous words, his fist directly smashed downwards and landed on the other party's chest. The black-robed old man let out a muffled groan and was once again sent flying. The clothes on his chest were completely dyed red by the blood that flowed out. This brat is really black-bellied. Every punch is aimed at that old bastard's chest that has yet to recover from his injuries. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and said. Lin Tian was at the front. After sending the black-robed old man flying, he did not stop at all. He once again approached the old man with extreme speed. Boom! He held the ancient token and swung his fist. The blue light was vast and mighty as he threw out fist after fist. For a time, banging sounds continuously rang out. He was almost right in front of the black-robed old man. Fist after fist landed on the black-robed old man's body. Moreover, they all landed on the black-robed old man's chest that had yet to recover from his injuries. In the end, the black-robed old man's chest exploded with a puff sound. His flesh and blood were badly mangled, revealing a transparent bloody hole. More than half of his heart had been shattered. Little drops of blood dripped down, causing one's scalp to turn cold. Is this the wound left behind by the spear that pierced through this old bastard's body? More than half of his heart has been shattered, and even now, he has not been able to reconstruct it? In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile trembled. The little Taichu also widened its eyes. It was obvious that they were shocked by this scene. Back then, the battle spear had seriously injured the black-robed old man. It was definitely a terrifying blow that was on the verge of death. Lin Tian was also slightly moved when he saw this scene. However, he quickly regained his composure. Without any hesitation, he once again waved his fist with the ancient token and threw out punch after punch at the black-robed old man's exploded chest. Bang! 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 Every punch landed on the black-robed old man's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, causing more of his opponent's heart to shatter. Enough! The black-robed old man growled. A majestic force surged and shook Lin Tian away. His right hand moved, and with a clang, a battle spear appeared. It was 7 feet long and covered with cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. However, it exuded an incomparably fierce murderous aura, as if it could pierce through everything. Lin Tian's pupils immediately contracted. He naturally remembered this battle spear. It was the weapon that had pierced through the black-robed old man on that strange continent. It was very terrifying. He did not expect the black-robed old man to have it in his hands. Obviously, this was a very terrifying precious weapon. Its murderous power was terrifying, far beyond the scope of a genuine immortal weapon. At the same time, in the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu also changed their expressions. When they saw the black-robed old man summon this battle spear, they could not help but tremble. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the battle spear shook the starry sky. The black-robed old man held the battle spear with one hand and stabbed it directly at Lin Tian. His eyes were cold. He only made a simple piercing motion with the battle spear, but it caused the starry sky in this place to tremble. Many places were directly distorted, as if they would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian immediately felt the cold and terrifying murderous intent. A sharp pain appeared all over his body. Even the divine soul in his sea of consciousness could not help but tremble. However, he did not retreat at this time because he knew very well that it was useless to retreat. He gritted his teeth, held the ancient token, and met the attack again. Using the blue light emitted by the ancient token, he waved the chaotic emperor fist. Roar! Roar! As the powerful punch was thrown, the true dragon shadow and the immortal phoenix shadow appeared horizontally, emitting the cries of dragons and phoenixes. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the black-robed old man's battle spear, erupting into a blazing divine brilliance that filled the sky. With a bang, Lin Tian's body shook, and he staggered back. The arm holding the ancient token was slightly numb, and because of the murderous aura of the battle spear, his body felt even more intense pain. On the opposite side, the black-robed old man was in an even worse state. Under the chaotic emperor fist that he waved with the ancient token, he was sent flying for nearly 1,000 feet. More blood flowed from his chest, and the hand holding the battle spear trembled slightly. Obviously, in this collision, Lin Tian, who held the blue ancient token, was still on top. It seems that the battle spear can't change your current disadvantage. Lin Tianling smiled. The battle spear held by the black-robed old man was very terrifying, but now, it was obvious that the ancient token in his hand was even more terrifying. If it was used as a weapon, its grade would definitely be far superior to the battle spear. He looked at the black-robed old man. At this time, his body was in extreme pain, but he did not care at all. Once again, he took the initiative to press forward. Holding the ancient token that emitted blue light, he threw out another chaotic emperor fist. The terrifying fist momentum was vast and mighty. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold. His right hand shook, and the battle spear covered with cracks met the attack. The spear tip pierced through everything. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Bang! Blood floated in the starry sky as the black-robed old man was sent flying. The flesh on his chest exploded again, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Tian also trembled violently. The blood in his body roiled, and he almost vomited blood. However, he forced himself to endure. Again. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Holding the ancient token that emitted blue divine light, he attacked the black-robed old man. With a boom, he used the ancient token that emitted blue divine light to perform the Chaos Emperor fist. The impact shook the starry sky. The black-robed old man steadied himself. His eyes were extremely cold. He didn't care about the wound on his chest at all. He swept the battle spear in his hand, sweeping away a large area of murderous black light. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding starry sky barrier cracked. The destructive power was shocking. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, Lin Tian and the black-robed old man were sent flying. Lin Tian clenched his teeth and activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning manual, activating the 5 heaven-shaking lightning manual's 5 heaven-shaking lightning divine domain. Suddenly, the space rumbled. Dense silver lightning fell from the sky as if it was striking from the 9 heavens. It completely covered the space within a radius of 1,000 feet, including himself and the black-robed old man. This was a domain-type divine ability. Wherever the silver lightning struck, he would be able to reach in an instant. At this moment, he moved his mind slightly and arrived next to a bolt of silver lightning behind the black-robed old man. Boom! His speed was extremely fast, and the instant he appeared at this location, he once again executed the primal Chaos Emperor fist. Dense silver lightning gathered together, and together with the blue light emitted by the ancient token, they bombarded the black-robed elder. The black-robed old man was caught off guard. His back was directly hit by the punch, and he was immediately sent flying into the distance like a meteor. Blood splattered in the starry sky. Lin Tian stared at the black-robed old man as he flew through the air. Before the old man could fly out of the 5 lightning divine domains range, Lin Tian took a step forward and used the 5 lightning divine domains domain-type divine ability to appear behind the black-robed old man in the blink of an eye. Another Chaos Empyrean fist landed on the old man. Cough. The black-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying once more. However, this was not the end of it. After activating the 5 Thunder Divine Territory, this space was almost like Lin Tian's dominating territory. His speed was extremely fast in this space, and the process of moving did not seem to take any time at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the black-robed old man again. Before the old man could stabilize himself, he punched out again. Following that, a series of bangs resounded. Within the 5 lightning divine territory, Lin Tian seemed to be moving through space. Punch after punch landed on the black-robed old man's body, causing him to bleed. The black-robed old man was in an extremely sorry state. Break! The black-robed elder let out a low roar. The sound waves rolled and the black light rolled, shattering the 5 lightning divine domain. The silver lightning that filled the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Clang, the dark light of the battle spear in his hand intertwined and shot straight towards the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows, piercing through the vast starry sky. Lin Tian used the duality steps, leaving behind afterimages with each step. He dodged the battle spear and punched at the old man's chest. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold. He held the battle spear in front of his chest and blocked Lin Tian's punch. His left hand swung a claw at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Then, holding the ancient token that was glowing with blue light, he threw out the Chaos Emperor fist again. The dragon and phoenix shadows formed and struck out horizontally. The black-robed old man swung his battle spear horizontally. His killing intent was overwhelming, but he could not block the Chaos Emperor fist. With a bang, he was sent flying again. Ant. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes cold and bone-piercing. The injury on his chest worsened, blood flowing non-stop. Lin Tian laughed, "You've been sent flying again and again by me. If I'm an ant, then what are you? Dog shit?" The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold, and the black light around his body became more intense. He raised his battle spear and stabbed at Lin Tian again. He stared at Lin Tian and the blue ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. Obviously, he cared about this ancient token very much. "You're in such a sorry state, and you still want to snatch the ancient token. I'll kill you." Lin Tianlin laughed. He took a step forward and did not dodge the incoming battle spear. Using the blue ancient token as the power, he punched again. Dong. The blue ancient token's power combined with the Chaos Emperor fist's power. The combination of the two made the starry sky tremble. The fist was intimidating. For a moment, the two collided, and the sky was filled with divine light. Then, in the sky full of divine light, the two collided again. The blue light of the ancient token and the black light of the battle spear clashed again and again. Boom, the black-robed old man's body trembled, and an even thicker black light shot out. His aura suddenly rose, and it was actually a bit stronger than before. This caused Lin Tian's body to tremble, and he was forced to take a step back. Forcefully activating the divine origin energy? Let's see how long you can last. At this moment, the aura that the black-robed elder exuded was even more terrifying than before. However, he was not afraid. He could tell that his opponent was forcefully activating his origin divine power. Such a state could not be maintained for too long. He held the ancient token that was emitting blue light and faced the attack again. Boom, in an instant, the two collided like comets, causing the starry sky to rumble. The black-robed old man forcefully activated the divine origin energy. At this time, he could barely resist the blue divine light emitted by the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. The battle spear in his hand collided with the Chaos Emperor fist that Lin Tian blasted out with the ancient token again and again, shaking the starry sky. Boom, 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 violent rumbles were continuously produced, resounding in all directions. The sturdy starry sky barrier was torn apart inch by inch. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were shocked by the destructive power of Lin Tian and the black-robed old man's battle. A sinister look flashed in Wuxing Crocodile's eyes. He said to Little Taichu, "Little guy, let's attack together. With our current strength, although we can't hurt that old man, we should be able to interfere with his battle with Lin Tian to a certain extent." Little Taichu heard this and immediately nodded. Obviously, he agreed with Wuxing Crocodile's idea very much. Buzz. Immediately, he flapped his wings. The six-colored divine light rushed up like a vast ocean and pressed down on the black-robed old man. Wuxing Crocodile laughed sinisterly. He directly supported the Great Five Elements technique and performed it with his immortal-level cultivation. The power of the five elements surged. Two different kinds of power merged and pressed down on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. With a bang, it landed on the back of the black-robed old man who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Lin Tian. The black-robed old man immediately staggered and almost fell into the starry sky. Worm. The black-robed old man's voice was cold. His eyes were as frightening as knives. He tilted his head and looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Although the two supernatural powers did not hurt him, they directly interfered with his attacking rhythm. "Old man, fight with me. What are you looking at?" With a swoosh, Lin Tian's figure closed in. Holding the blue ancient token, he directly punched the old man's jaw. Bang, the black-robed old man was sent flying. His teeth were almost shattered. Lin Tian looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and gave them a thumbs up. "Well done." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly chased after the black-robed old man. He activated the Towering Heaven Sword scripture with the ancient token and instantly slashed out a sky full of Towering Heaven Sword gleams. Clang, the sword gleams clanged and closed in on the black-robed old man in the blink of an eye. The black-robed old man held his spear horizontally and swept out a large patch of black light. It faced Lin Tian's Towering Heaven Sword gleams and directly shattered them. Then, it turned into a black light and pierced towards Lin Tian's glabella. Lin Tian was fearless. He held the ancient token and swung his fist to resist. He fought fiercely with the black-robed old man who had forcefully activated a trace of origin divine energy. Destructive ripples were created, and the aura was very oppressive. At this moment, a large amount of divine light rushed over silently. The five elements Crocodile and Little Taichu made their move again. They suppressed their auras and made their moves. Furthermore, their timing was very exquisite. Their attacks were also very tricky as they landed their divine arts on the black-robed elder. With a bang, the black-robed old man staggered again. "You are courting death." Tilting his head to look at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, the black-robed old man's eyes were like sharp swords. It was as if he wanted to pierce through everything. "What are you shouting for? If you have the temper, come and bite Grandpa Crocodile." Wuxing Crocodile was very arrogant. The black-robed old man had lived for countless years. In the past, he was very powerful. Now that he was provoked by Wuxing Crocodile, he immediately stepped towards Wuxing Crocodile. The terrifying killing intent seemed to shatter eternity. "Humph." With a cold laugh, Lin Tian's figure appeared behind the black-robed old man. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu created an opportunity for him to attack the black-robed old man. He would naturally take advantage of it. At this moment, the Primal Chaos Emperor's fist, the Ancient Order's blue radiance, and the five heaven-shaking thunder's incantation blended together and directly bombarded the black-robed old man's back. Cough. The black-robed old man was sent flying. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward and took advantage of this opportunity to attack fiercely. He used the Ancient Order's interweaving blue divine radiance to display the Primal Chaos Emperor's fist. Unparalleled fist radiance landed on the old man's body again and again. The black-robed old man roared. His vibrating battle spear erupted with a black radiance that filled the sky. He struggled free from Lin Tian's fist and attacked Lin Tian. However, just as he started to attack, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu's divine radiance landed on his back again, causing him to stagger again. B***** starred. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu with a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Tian took advantage of the opportunity and closed in on the old man in an instant. His fist landed heavily on the old man's chest. With a bang, the black-robed old man was sent flying again. The injury on his chest became even more serious. Blood kept flowing out. He steadied himself 100 feet away. He let out a low roar. The black radiance outside his body became even more terrifying. He once again forcefully activated his origin divine power and exploded with a terrifying aura. However, in the next moment, his withered body trembled violently. He coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. That terrifying aura dissipated like a tide. The aura that he exuded was countless times weaker than it was at the beginning. Even the hand that held the battle spear was trembling nonstop. It was as if he could not hold it firmly. The origin divine power that you forcefully activated has been used up? Lin Tianling smiled. The black-robed old man's mouth was bleeding. His chest was also bleeding. However, his eyes were extremely cold. The murderous intent was so strong that it was terrifying. With a swoosh, Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of him in an instant. You're about to die. How dare you show your murderous intent to me? As he spoke, he swung his fist at the same time. It was as fast as lightning and landed directly on the black-robed old man's cheek. Bang, the black-robed old man was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The battle spear in his hand almost fell out of his hand. The ancient token emitted a blue divine radiance. Lin Tian pressed forward and swung his fist again. The black-robed old man blocked with his battle spear. In an instant, he was sent flying. A large amount of blood splattered from his chest. Again. Lin Tian Dao. He stepped forward. With the ancient token emitting a blue radiance as the source of his strength, he swung his Chaos Emperor fists. Punch after punch landed on the black-robed old man's body, creating a series of muffled sounds. Boom, the black-robed old man's body was stained with blood. A black radiance erupted as he broke free from Lin Tian's fist. The hand that held the battle spear trembled even more violently. The aura on his body was at its lowest point. The primitive emperor's token and the primordial pagoda will be in your care for the time being. When I return to my peak, I'll take everything away. The black-robed old man's speed was very fast. He no longer fought with Lin Tian and moved extremely far away in a flash. Don't run. I'll beat you to death. How could Lin Tian let go of this excellent opportunity to kill the black-robed old man? Borrowing the ancient token's blue divine radiance, he used the duality steps, enveloping Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu as he chased after the black-robed old man. From afar, he threw out a sword ray. With a clang, this sword ray was launched with the ancient token's blue divine radiance. Its might was somewhat terrifying. PFFF. The black-robed old man was wounded. This sword ray pierced through his injured chest, almost shattering his already incomplete heart, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He turned around and coldly glanced at Lin Tian before continuing to flee. He was very clear that he was no longer suitable to fight with Lin Tian, who possessed the primitive emperor's token that emitted blue divine radiance. You're about to die, yet you still dare to look so arrogant. Lin Tianling laughed. Holding the blue ancient token, he brandished the primal Chaos Emperor's fist across space and blasted out a blazing fist ray. With a hiss, he used the blue light from the ancient medallion to activate the Chaos Emperor's fist. The beam of light from his fist was so powerful that it shattered a portion of the starry sky barrier before landing on the black-robed old man's back. With a bang, the black-robed old man was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and even more blood flowed out from his chest. Moreover, cracks appeared on his body, spreading from his injured chest to every corner of his body. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes became even colder. However, he didn't stop and continued to flee into the distance. Fuck your mother. Lin Tian cursed and unleashed divine arts with the blue ancient token. He led the Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu in pursuit of the black-robed old man. His fists and sword radiances landed on the old man again and again, injuring him time and time again. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 hours had passed. The black-robed old man's aura had become even weaker, and his speed had also slowed down significantly. After he was once again sent flying by Lin Tian's ancient token that emitted a blue divine light, he tore open a large crack in the starry sky with his bare hands and stepped into it. In an instant, he disappeared from the sight of Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu. Stargate? How can this old man tear apart the Stargate and move in such a half-crippled state? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Even if he's as weak as he is now, he has at least the strength of a true immortal. It's not difficult for him to tear apart the Stargate and move. Lin Tiandao looked at the rapidly closing Stargate in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said, "After him." He didn't know where the black-robed old man would go after entering the Stargate torn apart, but he really didn't want to let go of this opportunity to kill the old man. Otherwise, they would be in great danger once the old man recovered from his injuries. Whoosh! He used the divine light from the blue ancient token to perform the yin-yang steps. Leading the Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu, he stepped into the Stargate torn by the black-robed old man just before it closed. In an instant, they disappeared from the spot just like the black-robed old man. Their vision turned pitch black in an instant. The space seemed to be spinning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the space trembled. Light reappeared in front of the man and the two beasts as they were jolted out of the pitch-black void. Here? The group was slightly shocked. As far as the eye could see, what entered their sight was an incomparably grand world. Towering celestial mountains were connected to each other. All of them had a majestic aura, and were countless times more majestic than the world on the Tongheng ancient star. The spiritual qi in the air was incomparably dense. We're not in the starry sky anymore? Where is this place? The Wuxing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian was also moved. However, in the next moment, he suddenly tilted his head and looked towards the east. There, a black-robed figure was rushing into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of thousands of feet away. After him, he said, leading the Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu in pursuit. This black-robed figure was definitely the black-robed old man. Whoosh! Because of the support of the primitive emperor ancient token, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had caught up with the black-robed old man. With the primitive emperor ancient token, he directly punched the black-robed old man and sent him flying thousands of feet away. After landing on a primitive mountain, the primitive mountain was crushed into pieces. The black-robed old man roared and turned into a black light that rushed up. He looked at Lin Tian eerily and continued to fly away. Clang! The clanging sound of the sword was incessant. Lin Tian quickly made his move. With the ancient token that emitted blue light, the sky was filled with towering heaven sword aura. With the power to kill a genuine immortal expert, the sword aura slashed towards the black-robed old man like a rain of swords. Among them, a large number of sword auras hit the black-robed old man, causing him to fly away again. Some of the sword auras rushed to the end of the sky and disappeared into the distance. Whoosh! The sound of the air breaking reverberated. The black-robed old man's breath was even weaker. After stabilizing his body, he flew away again. Then, with a crack, he tore a huge void tunnel with his bare hands and stepped into it, disappearing directly. Lin Tianling snorted and chased after him with the ancient token. However, in the next instant, he forcefully stopped in his tracks and stopped. What's wrong, kid? Go after him. Take advantage of this great opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, he will be a big trouble in the future. Wuxing Crocodile saw Lin Tian stop and urged. I know. Lin Tian did not move again until the void tunnel in front of the black-robed old man closed and disappeared. Then, he opened his mouth again and said, Unfortunately, I can't chase anymore. As he spoke, he let go of the ancient token in his hand. At this time, the ancient token dimmed, and the invincible blue divine light that it had previously emitted was completely hidden. Wuxing Crocodile stared blankly at the palm-sized ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. We really can't chase after him. The black-robed old man was unfathomable. Although he had not recovered from his serious injuries and his combat strength was not even 1/10,000th of his peak, he was still very terrifying. The reason they could suppress him was entirely because the ancient token had suddenly emitted that blue divine light. Otherwise, they would have died at his hands. At this time, the ancient token's blue light had disappeared. How could they continue to chase after him, chasing after the black-robed old man when the ancient token did not emit that blue divine light was completely courting death. Fortunately, that old man ran quickly just now. He tore the void tunnel and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He did not notice that the ancient token had become silent again. Otherwise, we would have all been killed by him. It shrunk its neck. Lin Tian nodded. At the same time, he was slightly disappointed. He looked at the ancient token in his hand and said, "It's a pity that we could not finish him off before the divine light it emitted disappeared." The black-robed old man was completely focused on him. He wanted to snatch the ancient token and the immortal emperor pagoda that he had forged with Hongming heavenly crystals. Now that they could not finish him off before he recovered from his serious injuries and the ancient token emitted that blue divine light, he would be a great threat to them in the future. It is indeed a pity. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He felt the same way. Then, his gaze fell on the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. A ray of bright light appeared in his eyes as he said, "This ancient token is indeed extraordinary. The blue divine light emitted by it clearly does not have any terrifying aura, but it seems to be able to disintegrate everything." When they obtained this ancient medallion from that strange continent, they felt that this thing was unusual. However, this feeling was only inferred from the black-robed old man's attitude towards this ancient medallion. They didn't know what was so unusual about it because they couldn't activate it at all, so they didn't know what it was. And now, as the black-robed old man reappeared, this palm-sized ancient medallion automatically emitted a blue divine glow. It actually allowed Lin Tian, who was at the sempiternal realm, to easily suppress the black-robed old man. They finally understood how terrifying this ancient medallion was. It was simply too extraordinary. It definitely had an extremely powerful origin. What did that person call it? Right, the primitive emperor's token. Lin Tian looked at the ancient token in his hand and said, "The primitive emperor's token. Is this a weapon? Or is it something else?" He directly understood that this ancient token was not ordinary, but he still did not know what this ancient token was. It seemed like a weapon, but he felt that it was not quite like it. "I don't know." Wuxing Crocodile shook its head, "But it can definitely be used as a weapon." After saying that, it opened its mouth again and said to Lin Tiandao, "Try activating it on your own. See if you can still summon that blue divine light." Lin Tian nodded and poured his divine power into the ancient token as before. Then, the result was the same as before. As his divine power poured in, the ancient token did not move, nor did it produce any reaction. There was not even a trace of the blue divine light that overflowed. He handed the ancient token to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. The two tried to activate it like he did, but it was a pity that it was to no avail. This time, it emitted on its own. Perhaps it was affected by the black-robed old man's powerful strength, and a trace of its power was coincidentally stimulated. He guessed. "Oh." Wuxing Crocodile thought for a while, and said, "That can only be the reason." Lin Tian did not say anything else. He looked at the ancient token in his hand one last time, and then carefully put it into his body. At that moment, the black-robed old man disappeared. Even though the divine light emitted by the ancient token had been concealed, they had nothing to worry about. After putting away the ancient token, the Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu began to look at the world they were in. "Speaking of which, where are we now? This world seems to be very unusual," Wuxing Crocodile said. At that moment, just looking at the world from their position, they could see that all the mountains in the world were grand and majestic. The spirit chi fluctuations in the air were also very shocking, far stronger than the ancient Tongheng star that they had been to before. Lin Tian looked at the world around him. Naturally, he could tell how extraordinary this world was. It was incomparably majestic. "Let's find someone to ask." He said so. Immediately, they left the place. Not long after, they met a few cultivators and asked them indirectly for advice. Then, they found out where they were now. Myriad Domain Emperor Star? We came all the way here? Lin Tian was shocked. The starry sky was vast. It was difficult to count how many starfields there were in the starry sky, and the stars among them were endless. The Myriad Realms Emperor Star was the most dazzling star among the endless stars. It was the central emperor star of the Wanwei ancient starfield. It was said to be the star at the center of the vast starry sky. It was also the largest star in the entire starry sky, so it was named the Myriad Realms Emperor Star. The meaning was simple. It was the true number one Emperor Star in the Myriad Realms. I can't believe it came here. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He knew about this from an ancient book he obtained on the Xian ancient star. That ancient book recorded the top 10,000 stars in the starry sky. The Xian ancient star and the Tongheng ancient star were among them. At the same time, Earth was also among them, and its ranking was very glorious. In the past, it was called the Milky Way Emperor Star and ranked second in the starry sky, second only to the Myriad Realms Emperor Star. The Myriad Realms Emperor Star, the number one Emperor Star. It is said that there is a powerhouse who can tear apart the barrier of the immortal realm. Wuxing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian brought back the ancient book he obtained on the Xian ancient star back to the 10 Directions heavenly domain. Wuxing Crocodile had also read it, so it naturally knew about the Myriad Realms Emperor Star. As for the existence of the immortal realm, it was also described in the ancient books Lin Tian brought out. Therefore, it naturally knew that there was an even more vast world of the immortal realm in the starry sky. Then, it asked, by the way, what cultivation level does one have to tear apart the barrier of the immortal realm to enter the immortal realm? I'm not sure. The ancient books don't have a clear description, but it has to be at least a true immortal. Lin Tianandao. The man and the two beasts looked at this world and fell silent for a while. Whoosh! A wind blew in the air, rolling up ancient green leaves from afar, mixed with a very comfortable and refreshing smell. In the blink of an eye, they looked at this world. Dozens of breaths passed. By the way, kid, what are we doing now? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian didn't think much about it and said, Myriad Domain's Imperial Star, the number one Imperial Star in the starry sky. It's thousands of times larger than Eternity Ancient Star and is the best cultivation star in the starry sky. Since we're here, let's temporarily cultivate on this ancient star and break through to the eternal realm. Just as Master Crocodile thought. Wuxing Crocodile said, Master Crocodile wants to achieve true eternity here. Go and find out what kind of places in this world are suitable for training. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, they left this place and walked towards other places. Not long after, they arrived at a large road. There were many cultivators on the main road, all of them heading in the same direction. Did a super spirit realm really appear in that desert? Even some eternal realm experts are alarmed? Are you kidding? If I remember correctly, that place has always been barren. How could there be a super spiritual domain that could even alarm an eternal realm expert? The cultivators on the main road were discussing. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had just arrived at this place when they heard this. They were a little surprised. They knew about the spirit domain. It was a natural space formed by heaven and earth, a world of its own. The spirit domain contained far more spirit energy than the outside world, and it was usually filled with many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once it appeared, it would attract many cultivators. Since they started cultivating, they had found several spirit realms and broke into them. They had gained a lot of benefits. However, it was the first time they had heard of a spirit realm that could alarm an eternal realm expert. Even an eternal realm expert was alarmed. If an eternal realm expert was alarmed, that spirit realm should be very amazing. Its existence should be very difficult to discover. Even if it was discovered, the natural barrier outside the spirit realm should be very strong. Ordinary eternal realm experts should not be able to break it. Then, who on earth found that spirit realm and broke it? It is said that there were several terrifying blue sword rays that streaked across the sky and landed in the desert, shattering a large area of space and creating that spirit domain. I only saw the blue sword lights flashing across and breaking the spirit realm. I didn't see who did it. It seems so. A group of cultivators was discussing. As they talked, they walked in the same direction. Soon, they were far away. Obviously, the super spirit realm was located in that direction. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu listened to the discussion of the group of people. At this time, they were all slightly stunned. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian, opened his mouth, and said, "Boy, those blue sword lights that flashed across the sky." Lin Tian also could not help but open his mouth. It seems, it was me. Previously, he had chased the black-robed old man into this world with the primitive emperor's ancient medallion that was emitting a blue light. He had slashed out a large number of blue sword lights, most of which had struck the black-robed old man, while the other portion had rushed into the distance, in the same direction as the cultivators. Obviously, the blue sword ray mentioned by the cultivators was the part of the sword ray that did not hit the black-robed old man when he was chasing after him with the primitive emperor ancient token. This is really no story without coincidence. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. Lin Tian clearly used the primitive emperor's ancient token that emitted blue light to kill the black-robed old man, but the few sword lights that leaked out actually shattered a super spirit realm that shocked the Eternal Realm experts. Lin Tian also felt a little emotional, but soon calmed down. His eyes fell on the direction of the group of cultivators in this place, and said, "Let's go and have a look." Since even Eternal Realm experts were alarmed, there must be some extraordinary treasures in the spirit domain. Now that they were preparing to gain experience in this world, it was naturally a very good choice to go to that spirit domain at this time. Immediately, one man and two beasts followed the direction of the group of cultivators in this place. About 2 hours later, they came outside of a great desert. As far as the eye could see, the desert was vast, but it was in terrible condition. There were ravines everywhere, and strands of sand floated in the air, as if it had just been struck by some terrifying force. The entire desert had basically been completely torn apart. There was a huge spatial crack that was around 30 meters long and 3 meters wide in the sky. Groups of cultivators charged into the desert from different directions, and then they charged into the spatial crack in the middle of the desert. Whether it is the broken desert or the void crack, they are all entangled with the aura of the primitive emperor's token. Those blue sword lights were indeed slashed out by you with the primitive emperor's token. Lin Tian squinted at Wuxing Crocodile, then turned his head to look at the big crack in the broken desert and said, "Don't think about anything else. Let's go into that spirit field first." At this time, more and more cultivators rushed over and stepped into the big crack in the desert. He didn't even need to think to know that the so-called super spirit field was behind that big crack. "Okay, let's go," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tianwei nodded slightly. She took Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the big crack in the desert and stepped into it. In the next moment, they arrived in a huge spirit field. As far as the eye could see, this spirit field was very vast. Mountains were connected to each other. Although they were not towering, they all carried a sense of spirituality as if they were alive. Moreover, the spirit chi in the air in this spirit field was abnormally dense. It was many times stronger than the outside world, almost to the point of condensing into a liquid state. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian was slightly moved. No wonder it is called a super spirit field. Not to mention the heavenly treasures and earthly treasures that grow here, this environment alone is enough to be called a super cultivation paradise. It is no weaker than some of the clans of the ancients. Wuxing Crocodile was also surprised. Little Taichu did not have any reaction. He did not care about this matter and just looked around curiously. Roar! Roar! There were usually many demonic beasts in the spirit field, and this place was no exception. Powerful demonic beasts ran amok between the immortal mountains. Their roars were monstrous, and their majestic demonic aura swept up strong hurricanes from time to time. It was very frightening. Ah! In the distance, a cultivator was targeted by a powerful demonic beast and was torn to pieces and swallowed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian had seen this kind of thing too many times, so he didn't care at all. He glanced at the spirit realm and walked towards the center with the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Tai Chu. Normally speaking, the most valuable treasures in a spirit realm like this were located at the center. That is Immortal Lingjing. It weighs at least 100 jin. The branding origin treasure lotus, if refined by a Nirvana realm expert, can directly raise one's cultivation by a small level. Meteoric black iron. It is the best material for forging heavenly treasures. Along the way, many cultivators cried out in surprise and excitement. Many of them had found some valuable treasures. Lin Tianyi and the others headed towards the center of the spirit domain. Along the way, they found many precious plants and medicines. Only nirvana and enlightenment level cultivators were useful. To them, they were no different from rocks. But even so, Lin Tian still put them all away. After all, although these things were useless to them, they were still valuable. Dong. In front of them, a giant ape strode over. Its eyes were scarlet red. It stared at Lin Tianyi and the others and reached out its paw to grab them. This was a nirvana-level demonic beast. Its demonic body was enormous, and it was more than 30 meters tall. Its ape paw was like a small mountain pressing down, and it cast a large black shadow on the ground. Lin Tian didn't care and didn't counterattack. He simply took a step forward with a special rhythm. He flashed past the giant ape and walked into the distance. Soon after, they traveled extremely far into the distance again, entering an immortal mountain. It was also at this time that a strange fragrance floated in the air. It was very rich and mixed with a shocking amount of spiritual energy. This fragrance, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. This strange fragrance was very familiar. He vaguely guessed what it was. Immediately, he called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu and walked in the direction of the strange fragrance. Not long after, they arrived at the shore of a large lake. As far as the eye could see, the large lake was very vast. There were already many cultivators living here. Everyone was looking for something at the bottom of the lake. Then, many cultivators fished out valuable items from the bottom of the lake. There were Lingjing condensed from spiritual energy, Dao crystals formed from Dao law fragments, and even some extraordinary items like immortal plants and precious roots that grew at the bottom of the lake. Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu arrived here. Following the strange fragrance from before, they looked at a place near the center of the large lake. There was a purple grass growing there, surrounded by divine light, mixed with a shocking amount of spiritual energy. It's really it. Staring at the purple grass, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. The purple grass was called soul-rotting grass. Refining it could make a cultivator's soul at least 3 times stronger. However, at the same time, it would also decay the cultivator's flesh and blood and contaminate the strengthened soul. It could be said that the flesh and blood could no longer be reformed, and the cultivator would become neither human nor ghost. It could be said that it was a highly poisonous item. Ordinary people would avoid it like a snake or a scorpion when they saw it. However, Lin Tian's eyes were very bright when he looked at it. To other cultivators, this was a highly poisonous and ominous item. However, to him, it was a treasure among treasures. This was because he had a complete medicine encyclopedia. In it, there was a baodan called Transcendence Elixir. The core medicinal ingredient was this very rare and highly poisonous soul-rotting grass. This baodan was very amazing. It could increase a cultivator's combat strength, speed, divine sense, and other aspects by 10 times in an instant. It could last for about an hour, and there were no side effects after that. When he was in the 10 Directions heavenly domain, he found a soul-rotting grass by chance and refined 3 transcendence elixirs. It was very difficult to find another soul-rotting grass because it was almost extinct. It was very difficult to find another soul-rotting grass. Now that he saw a soul-rotting grass in this place, he was naturally very happy. What a treasure! Whooshing crocodile looked at the soul-rotting grass with shining eyes. He knew that Lin Tian could refine a transcendence elixir that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times. He had seen the process of Lin Tian refining the transcendence elixir with the soul-rotting grass. Lin Tian took a deep breath and asked Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to stay where they were. Then, he walked toward the center of the lake. He walked on the surface of the lake and approached the soul-rotting grass, which naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. What is this person doing? He's going toward the soul-rotting grass? Is he going to take it away? Why would he want to take it away? It's surrounded by strong poison. Ordinary people can't take it away. Moreover, it's useless to take it away. It'll only harm oneself. Don't tell me he doesn't recognize the soul-rotting grass and thinks it's some kind of divine medicine? This doesn't seem like it. The cultivators all had strange expressions on their faces. When these people arrived at this place, they had all noticed the soul-corroding grass at the center of the lake long ago. However, no one dared to approach it. They all intentionally stayed far away from it because they all knew that the soul-corroding grass was not a good thing. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian taking the initiative to approach the soul-corroding grass, as if he wanted to take away that extremely poisonous plant, many people were very surprised. Lin Tian naturally noticed these people's expressions, but he did not pay attention to them. He walked directly toward the soul-rotting grass. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed 100 feet and arrived in front of the soul-rotting grass. Boom! At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly shook, and a large wave appeared. An aquatic beast covered in scales emerged from the lake. Its eyes were demonic red, and its teeth were sharp. Its demonic aura was shockingly strong, and it had an emperor-level aura. An emperor-level ferocious beast. Seeing this ferocious beast suddenly emerge from the bottom of the lake, the cultivators could not help but be shocked. There was actually such a strong demonic beast in this lake. Roar! The demonic beast rushed out from the bottom of the lake and roared. Its demonic aura was majestic. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Tian. The surrounding space cracked and shattered. That person is finished. Seeing this scene, many cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, most of the cultivators quickly rushed out of the lake. They did not care about continuing to search for treasures in this place. After all, to these ordinary cultivators, an emperor-level ferocious beast was undoubtedly very terrifying. They could not fight against it at all. If they continued to search for treasures and were targeted by that ferocious beast, then they would definitely die. Roar! Suddenly, shrill cries resounded, and it caused some of the cultivators that were fleeing towards the lake to be stunned before their expressions changed once more. In their field of vision, at the center of the lake, the emperor-level ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow him. Lin Tianji casually waved his hand, and the ferocious beast was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. It let out a painful cry. This? He sent an emperor-level ferocious beast flying with one slap? This person, he looks so young, but he's actually so terrifying? Is he the successor of one of those super forces? I don't think so. Many people stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes widened. At the same time, in another location, 3 figures stood together. The leader was a handsome man. He looked at Lin Tian from afar and nodded slightly, showing a trace of admiration. Not bad. As he spoke, he ordered one of the 2 elders standing behind him, go and call him over. Tell him I want to talk to him. Yes. The elder who was ordered walked towards Lin Tian, wearing a green robe. At the center of the lake, Lin Tian casually sent the emperor-level ferocious beast flying. Strands of dragon patterns appeared in his hands, and wrapped around the soul-rotting grass. He took it in his hand, and then returned to the side of Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. TSK, these are 3 Transcendence Divine Pills. 10 times the battle power. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the soul-rotting grass in Lin Tian's hand, his eyes shining. Lin Tianyi smiled and put the soul-rotting grass into his stone ring. Let's go. We're leaving just like that? Wuxing Crocodile was slightly stunned. He glanced at the vast lake and said, it seems like this lake is not ordinary. There should be many valuable treasures. Since we're already here, let's take all the valuable treasures. Maybe they're useless to us, but if we bring them back to the Immortal Court, they'll be useful to strengthen the Immortal Court. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile with some surprise, and said, not bad. You can think of this. Immediately, the group was not in a hurry to leave. They began to explore the lake. At this time, an elder in a green robe walked over. He went straight to Lin Tian and calmly said to Lin Tian Dao, there's a lord who wants to see you. Come with me. The green-robed old man's voice was very calm. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, and his expression was somewhat indifferent. Lin Tian frowned. This person's tone made him very uncomfortable. It was as if he was ordering him around. He glanced at this person and was too lazy to respond. He continued to explore the sea of consciousness with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Lin Tian did not respond, the green-robed old man's face darkened. Watch your tone before you speak. Who do you think you are? Tone it down. Lin Tian glanced at this person and said, "Then, go back and tell that big shot you're talking about. If he wants to see me, he can come here himself." Some people were really self-righteous. If he wanted to see him, he had to go there himself. Did he think he was the king? After he finished speaking, he, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu walked deeper into the lake. In the blink of an eye, they fished out a huge piece of immortal Lingjing. The green-robed old man's face darkened. He paused for a moment and then left, returning to the side of the handsome man who had ordered him before. "Where is he?" the man asked. The green-robed old man lowered his head slightly and said, "He said that he wants to see him and asked you to go there yourself." "Did you tell him my identity?" The green-robed old man paused for a moment and said, "I didn't." The man nodded and said, "Go there again and tell him that I'm Yan Zongwang of the Manwei dynasty. Ask him to join the Manwei dynasty." The green-robed old man nodded. After a few breaths, he came in front of Lin Tian again. "Why are you here again?" Wuxing Crocodile looked at this person. He was very unhappy with this person's attitude when he walked in front of him. The green-robed old man glanced indifferently at Wuxing Crocodile and looked at Lin Tian. He said calmly, "Yan Zongwang of the Manwei dynasty thinks that your strength is not bad. He wants you to go and see him and join the Manwei dynasty." Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly moved. Wuxing Crocodile also revealed a look of surprise. They naturally knew about the Manwei dynasty. Lin Tian had brought back an ancient book from the Xian planet that contained some descriptions of this great power. It was the #1 inheritance on the 10,000 domains imperial planet, and also the #1 inheritance in the starry sky. It looked down on the entire starry sky and had countless experts, including more than one true immortal level existence. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. The person who wanted to see him was actually someone from the Manwei dynasty. Moreover, it seemed that this person had a high status in the Manwei dynasty. However, he was somewhat displeased. Whether it was the green-robed elder or that Yan Zongwang, both of them were giving him orders as if he was a subject. Or perhaps, asking him to meet that Yan Zongwang and let him join the Manwei dynasty seemed to be doing him a great favor, which made him very uncomfortable. "Go back and tell that person that I appreciate his kindness, but for now, I have no intention of joining any faction," he said indifferently. Saying that, he moved his gaze away from the green-robed elder and continued to explore the lake with Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. The green-robed elder's face was even darker than the first time he came. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Soon, he returned to the side of the handsome man in the distance and reported, "He doesn't want to." "This time, did you clearly tell him my identity?" "I did," the green-robed elder said. The handsome man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Tian, who was on the lake from afar. A sharp light flashed in his originally calm eyes, as if they were divine weapons that could kill. He gave off a very dangerous feeling. He was the dignified Yan Zongwang, second only to the true immortal level true ancestors in the Manwei dynasty and the emperor of the Manwei dynasty. Now that he had personally asked someone to join the Manwei dynasty, it was a great favor, but the other party had refused. "How bold. Find a time to kill him," he said. "Yes," the green-robed elder replied. The man didn't say anything else and didn't look at Lin Tian again. His gaze fell on an immortal mountain far away and he left directly. On the lake, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu spread out their powerful divine senses to search the lake. Lin Tian stepped on the lake's surface and used the dragon burial scripture, causing the dragon patterns to quickly spread throughout the entire lake. In the blink of an eye, they grabbed one treasure after another from the bottom of the lake. However, most of them were relatively ordinary things. Of course, they were only ordinary compared to him, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. Because their cultivation was already at the immortal level, the things they found here were useless to them. However, if they were given to some chaotic realm or nirvana realm cultivators, then the things they found would undoubtedly be divine items. They searched for treasures on the lake. In the blink of an eye, a full 15 minutes had passed. Most of the useful things here have been found. "Let's go," Lin Tian said. Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu both nodded. Immediately, one man and two beasts left this place and walked towards the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were far away from the lake. Speaking of which, those cultivators said that this spirit domain had alarmed some eternal realm experts. What was the reason for that? Wuxing Crocodile was curious. I don't know the details, Lin Tiandao said, however, they should have found some extremely valuable treasures. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at him, aren't you talking nonsense? Of course, Master Crocodile can think of this. Master Crocodile is asking what kind of treasures they were alarmed by? Who knows? Lin Tiandao said nothing. He didn't say anything else and continued to lead the 5 elements Crocodile and Little Grand Primordium to the center of the super spirit domain. Suddenly, a cold beast roar sounded in front of him. A blood ferret that was about 10 feet tall appeared. Its eyes were green and bloodthirsty, and the demon aura on its body was very shocking. It was at the Mid-Emperor realm. With a move of its sharp claws, it directly waved a large number of light blades, slashing towards Lin Tian and the others. It seemed that Lin Tianyi and the others had stepped into its territory. Suddenly, a sizzling sound was heard, and the void was directly cut apart. Moreover, all the nearby big trees were also all broken. Lin Tian took Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and stepped forward. He didn't care about the blood ferret that attacked him. With each step, he left an afterimage behind. They passed through the dense light blades that slashed towards them and continued to walk into the distance. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at the blood ferret. The blood ferret's eyes were cold. Seeing that Lin Tian avoided its attack, it originally wanted to attack again. However, when it met Wuxing Crocodile's gaze, it immediately trembled violently. It directly felt the faint immortal level demon aura from Wuxing Crocodile. Immediately, it became very obedient. It stood motionless and watched Lin Tian and the others leave. It didn't dare to make any more movements. Lin Tian knew that Wuxing Crocodile had exerted a little pressure on the blood ferret. He didn't change his pace and continued to walk towards the center of the domain. There were all kinds of ancient beasts in the spirit domain, and they were all very powerful. As they walked towards the center of the spirit domain, they constantly encountered all kinds of ferocious beasts. Many of them attacked them, but not a single one could hurt them. After all, their cultivation was very powerful, and the strongest ferocious beast they encountered was only at the peak of Emperor Realm. They were no threat to them at all. Very quickly, a full hour passed, and they walked very far away. Clang, the clanging sound of a sword rang out. A sword ray slashed over with an extremely oppressive aura, as if it was going to cut all things in half. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved a few meters away and dodged this sword ray. The sword ray slashed past and landed on a mountain not far away. It directly cut the mountain into pieces, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Your spiritual senses are not bad. A cold and familiar voice rang out. An old man appeared and walked towards Lin Tian and the others. It's you. Lin Tian recognized this person. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu's expressions changed. Naturally, they also recognized this person. It was the green-robed old man who had appeared in front of them twice before and ordered Lin Tian to join the Manwei dynasty. Old man, what is the meaning of this? Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. The green-robed old man glanced indifferently at Wuxing Crocodile and looked at Lin Tiandao. You don't want face. Lord Yan Zhongwang personally asked you to join the Manwei dynasty, but you dare to refuse. Who do you think you are? What do you think the Manwei dynasty is? Because I don't want to join the Manwei dynasty, that Yan Zhongwang behind you asked you to kill me? Lin Tian looked at the green-robed old man. You are the first person to disobey Lord Yan Zhongwang and the Manwei dynasty. The green-robed old man did not answer Lin Tian's question. He stepped in front of Lin Tian and slapped him. Die. This slap was very powerful and oppressive. It directly suppressed the space around them. Not only did it cover Lin Tian, but it also covered Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu with one slap. Half-step Eternal Realm? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Through this person's palm strike, he was able to see through this person's cultivation level. Then, he raised his hand. His movements seemed slow, but they were as fast as lightning. In an instant, he grasped the old man's wrist. The green-robed old man was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength in this slap, it was definitely terrifying. But now, it was caught by Lin Tian with his bare hands. He looked at Lin Tiandao with a cold expression. Interesting. Your strength is stronger than I expected. Ah. As he spoke, he suddenly screamed. Lin Tian grasped the old man's wrist with a little force. A wisp of thunder power of the five heaven-shaking thunder technique entered the old man's body. It went along the old man's body and quickly entered his mind. It then bombarded the old man's spirit, which almost exploded into pieces. Bang! Lin Tian raised his leg and landed a kick on the old man's chest. He directly kicked the old man to the ground, causing the old man to cough up blood. Then, he stomped his foot on the other party's chest again, firmly stomping on the other party's body. Buzz! A wisp of origin divine sense rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was so fast that it entered the green-robed old man's mind in the blink of an eye. Then, it quickly returned. In the blink of an eye, it found a lot of things. He knew who Yan Zhongwang was, second only to the Immortal Realm Masters and the Emperor of the Manwei dynasty. He also knew that it was Yan Zhongwang who asked the green-robed old man to kill him. Just because I don't want to join the Manwei dynasty, you want to kill me. How overbearing. No wonder you are the Zhongwang of the first inheritance in the starry sky. Lin Tianling smiled. This Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty was really overbearing and ruthless. The green-robed elder trembled under Lin Tian's foot. In such a short period of time, Lin Tian had forcibly taken away a lot of things from his sea of consciousness, a half-step eternal realm expert. This gave him a chill. He vaguely felt that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the half-step eternal realm, just like him. And his combat strength was much higher than his. He gritted his teeth. Divine light burst out of his body. The divine power of the half-step to the eternal realm surged out completely, trying to break free from Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked down at the elder and stepped on him firmly with his right foot. He bent down and punched the elder's chest directly. Ah! The green-robed elder screamed and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The divine power that intertwined around his body was annihilated in an instant. Lin Tian looked at the elder and his glabella shone. He directly supported the vision in his sea of consciousness. Black and white lotus petals fluttered all over the sky. Then, with a clang, the lotus petals condensed into a yin-yang lotus sword, pointing straight at the green-robed elder's glabella. It carried an extremely strong yin and yang aura and undisguised killing intent. The green-robed elder trembled immediately. Don't kill me. I was ordered by Lord Yan Zhongwang, not. Clang. The yin-yang lotus sword clanged and interrupted the elder's words. It directly broke into his sea of consciousness. Ah! The green-robed elder let out a final scream. His body was not damaged, but his divine soul was cut into pieces in his sea of consciousness by the yin-yang lotus sword. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at the elder's body and asked Lin Tiandao, "Did that Yan Zhongwang really send him to kill you?" Lin Tian nodded and pulled out a divine consciousness imprint, which he had just obtained in the green-robed elder's sea of consciousness. In the imprint, the handsome Yan Zhongwang asked the green-robed elder to find a time to kill him. How domineering! Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Little Taichu also glared, panting with anger. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light with killing intent. He looked across the void at a fairy mountain far away. Then, he looked away and said to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, "Saint refining treasure refining this flesh shell should be able to enter the middle stage immortal realm. And then we'll go get some treasures and kill Yan Zhongwang." Treasures? What treasures? And what treasures? And, do you know where he is? Zhongwang Sea of the Sea? Lin Tian nodded. He had learned a lot from the green-robed elder's sea of consciousness. He said, "A star mine has been found in the spirit zone. It contains an astonishing number of star stones, which are completely condensed from the origin energy of the starry sky. They are treasures for Emperor Realm and Immortal Realm cultivators. They can be refined directly to improve their cultivation. If they have enough, they can refine them all the way and cultivate to the Immortal Realm in a short time." He continued, what you were wondering about in this spirit zone that alarmed the immortal realm experts? The answer is this star mine. After one's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, the essence of cultivation in the Emperor realm and immortal realm was to absorb the origin energy of the starry sky to refine the body and divine soul. Star stones were completely condensed from the origin energy of the starry sky. For Emperor realm and immortal realm cultivators, they were of great significance. They were rare treasures of heaven and earth that could directly improve the cultivation of Emperor realm and immortal realm cultivators. Moreover, they could cultivate all the way from the Emperor realm to the immortal realm. Therefore, the moment the spirit zone broke open, after sensing the extremely strong fluctuation of the origin energy of the starry sky, many immortal realm experts unanimously concluded that there was a superstar mine in the spirit zone. Therefore, many immortal realm experts, including the Manwei dynasty, rushed over, hoping to get enough star stones. This kind of star stone was useless to immortal realm experts, but these immortal realm experts came from some powerful forces. If they could bring back enough star stones for their sects, it would be a great thing for their respective sects and inheritances. Many super experts could be born in their respective inheritances in a short time. Moreover, star stones could not only be used for cultivation, but also had some other magical uses. For example, in the process of refining weapons, as long as a small amount of star stones was added in the process of refining weapons, it could greatly enhance the power of the refined weapons. At the same time, when refining some rare elixirs, star stones were also needed, which could greatly improve the success rate of refining elixirs and improve the quality of the refined baodan. Therefore, the value of the star stones was extremely high. And a star mine that contained a huge amount of star stones was naturally even more amazing. Wuxing Crocodile was surprised to hear this. It had read all the ancient books brought back by Lin Tian from the Xian star, so it naturally knew about star stones. There is a star mine here that contains a huge amount of star stones? Is it true? It's true. Then, that Yan Zhongwang is in that mine? Is he here for the star mine? Wuxing Crocodile guessed something based on Lin Tian's words. Yes. Lin Tian nodded, he's here representing the Wanwei dynasty, wanting to obtain that star or mine. Such a massive star or mine, even to a colossal existence like the Wanwei dynasty, it's still an enormous treasure. After that, he did not say anything more. He asked Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to refine the flesh shell of the cyan-robed old man, and then went to the star mine. He already knew the location of the star mine from the cyan-robed old man's sea of consciousness. Okay. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Lin Tian spread out his soul consciousness and found a secret place to protect Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu directly operated the Saint Refining Precious technique to refine the flesh shell of the cyan-robed old man. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, the flesh shell of the cyan-robed old man crumbled and turned into ashes. All the essence Qi inside was absorbed. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu directly stepped into the middle stage of the immortal realm from the early stage of the immortal realm. We are closer to the immortal realm. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. If we can take the star mine, with the huge amount of star stones you said, we can definitely step into the immortal realm in a short time. If we can take the entire star mine, then it will be no problem. Lin Tiandao. From the sea of consciousness of the cyan-robed old man, he knew that the star mine in the spiritual field was very amazing. There was a huge amount of star stones in it. If they could take the star mine, it would not be difficult for them to refine those star stones and step into the immortal realm at the same time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. If we are late, they will all be taken away by others. Don't worry. Lin Tian said, although that star mine has already been discovered, there is a terrifying poisonous fog lingering around it. Even half-step true immortals would find it difficult to enter it. They would have to wait for the poisonous fog to disperse before they can enter the star mine. It will take about a month for the poisonous fog to disperse on its own. We have a month's time to get there. We don't need to worry about others getting there first. However, although he said so, it was impossible for him to leisurely stay in this place and not move because he was not in a hurry. He immediately called the 5-element crocodile and Little Taichu to follow a fixed direction and walk towards the center of the spirit domain. The star mine was located in that position. After that, they moved very quickly. Soon, they arrived at the center of the spiritual field and entered a very large immortal mountain. The immortal mountain was full of spiritual energy. There were all kinds of plants growing in the periphery. However, as they approached the center of the immortal mountain, the plants gradually decreased and then disappeared completely. The land became barren. There was more origin energy of the starry sky in the air, and it was very strong. It was much stronger than the origin energy of some places in the starry sky. Just the air in this place is mixed with such strong origin energy of the starry sky. It seems that there is really a huge star mine here. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Although he had heard from Lin Tian that there was a huge star mine in this place, he still couldn't help but be surprised when he felt the rich origin energy of the starry sky in the air. I told you there is. Lin Tian Dao. They kept moving forward. Soon, they arrived at the center of the immortal mountain. When they arrived at this place, the origin energy of the starry sky in the air was even stronger. Looking around, there were more than 10 connected red mountain ranges in front of them. There was a large gray fog floating in the air. From time to time, the air would sizzle, and pieces of space would be annihilated. It was a shocking sight. Is this the poisonous fog you mentioned that even half-step true immortals don't dare to approach? Whooshing Crocodile was slightly moved. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, they didn't get close to the ring-shaped mountain range. Instead, they stopped and looked at it from a certain distance. There were many cultivators standing outside the ring-shaped mountain range. Among them, there were more than 10 Eternal Realm experts, who were in different positions. He was slightly moved. He was secretly amazed that the Myriad Domain Imperial Star was indeed the most powerful star in the starry sky. He could see so many Eternal Realm experts in the spirit realm of this star. He glanced at the group of cultivators in front of him. The next moment, his eyes fell on a handsome man who was followed by a gray-robed old man. He looked at the man, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Yan Zhongwang. From the green-robed old man's sea of consciousness, he knew that Yan Zhongwang sent the green-robed old man to kill him because he didn't want to join the Myriad Domain Imperial Star. Naturally, he also knew what Yan Zhongwang looked like. At this time, when he looked at this person, a murderous light flashed in his eyes. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu naturally saw Yan Zhongwang at this time. Whooshing Crocodile sneered and said, "Kill him later." It paused and said, "However, it seems that this person is not simple." Of course not. Lin Tian looked at Yan Zhongwang from afar and said, "His cultivation is at the half-step true immortal realm." This was what he knew from the green-robed old man's sea of consciousness. Half-step to genuine immortal? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes narrowed when it heard Lin Tiandao's words. Can you deal with him? It knew that Lin Tiandao had a genuine immortal corpse, so it wouldn't take much effort for him to kill someone at the peak of the Eternal Realm. However, he was still worried about a half-step to genuine immortal, especially one from the Manwei dynasty. It won't be easy, but I can kill him. Lin Tiandao. Looking at Yan Zhongwang from afar, with his powerful spiritual sense, he could clearly sense that this person was very powerful. However, with his current cultivation level and a true immortal withered corpse, it was not impossible for him to kill this person. Whooshing Crocodile nodded slightly. Seeing Lin Tiandao's confidence, the slight worry in its heart dissipated. Speaking of which, where did this poisonous fog come from? Even a half-step to genuine immortal doesn't dare to touch it. It looked at the grayish-black fog in front of it and was a little surprised. A half-step to genuine immortal was someone who was about to step into the genuine immortal realm. However, he couldn't do anything about this poisonous fog. I'm not sure, but don't worry about it. It's meaningless. Lin Tiandao looked at the poisonous fog and didn't know where it came from. However, he didn't care because the poisonous fog was slowly dispersing. It didn't matter to them whether they knew where it came from or not, so they didn't need to worry about it. He, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu stayed in this place and looked at the chain of mountains in front of them from afar. They watched the grayish-black poisonous fog that was gradually dispersing. A month passed quickly. On this day, the poisonous fog outside the Red Mountain range completely dissipated and the space became a little brighter. Looking around, there was a mine in the middle of the tallest and most magnificent mountain in the chain of mountains. There was a faint silver light intertwined in the mine, and no one knew how deep it was. There was a very rich origin energy of the starry sky overflowing from the mine. Is the star mine inside that huge mountain? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up as he looked at the mine. Lin Tian nodded. Obviously. If it wasn't for the star or inside, it definitely wouldn't have emitted such rich starry sky source strength. Almost at the same time, all the cultivators in the area before the ring-shaped mountain range took action. There were extremely formidable loose cultivators, high elders from powerful sects, even half-step true immortals like Yan Zhongwang, who had come from the legacies of space overlords. All of them moved towards the mine, the waves of blood energy emanating out from every one of them were very strong. During this process, Yan Zhongwang walked at the front. No one dared to go past him. Obviously, everyone was extremely afraid of him. This was because Yan Zhongwang was the #1 expert in the universe of the Manwei dynasty. In the Manwei dynasty, his status was second only to the true immortal ancestor of the Manwei dynasty and the Emperor of Wanwei, who was infinitely close to becoming a true immortal. After a dozen breaths of time, Yan Zhongwang was the first to enter the mine. Then, the other cultivators followed. Everyone's eyes were filled with a strong light. They were all looking forward to finding something in the mine. Lin Tian, Wu Elemental Crocodile, and Little Primal were at a position very far away from the ring-shaped mountain range. At this moment, Wu Elemental Crocodile's eyes lit up when he saw the group of people enter, and he said, "Kid, the poisonous mist has dispersed. Let's go in as well." It looked at the mine with an eager expression. There must be a large number of star stones in the mine. Once they got them, they could all enter the eternal realm in a short time. The temptation was too great. No, don't go in. Lin Tian looked at the mine in front of him and said, "Let's leave this place further away and find a hidden and safe place. I will leave my physical body and enter the withered corpse with my soul. I will control the withered corpse to search for star stones in the mine and wait for an opportunity to kill Yan Zhongwang. You guys stay outside and help me take care of my physical body." Whooshing Crocodile suddenly understood. Right, after you control the withered corpse with your soul, you need someone to take care of your physical body. It continued, "Okay, Lord Crocodile and the little guy will help you take care of your physical body outside. We won't go in with you. Well, with our current cultivation, even if we go in, it will be difficult for us to achieve anything." At that moment, one man and two beasts left this place. After walking far away, they found a cave. Lin Tian quickly engraved 49 ceiling arrays outside the cave. He then sat down cross-legged, propped up his origin small world, and took out the withered corpse of the genuine immortal. Immediately, his soul stepped out of his physical body and stepped into the withered corpse of the genuine immortal. "Okay, I'm going." His voice came out from the withered corpse of the genuine immortal. "Go, be careful. The little guy and I will guard your physical body and wait for you to come back," Whooshing Crocodile said. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice and waved its little paw. It looked like it was cheering for Lin Tian. Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse of the genuine immortal and nodded to the little guy. He then nodded to Whooshing Crocodile, and then left directly. After leaving, he controlled the withered corpse of the genuine immortal at a very fast speed. It took only a dozen breaths of time to arrive at the chain of mountains. Then, without any hesitation, he directly entered the mine of the largest mountain. Originally, the starry sky origin power in the mine was very rich. After he entered the mine, he suddenly felt an even richer starry sky origin power. It was many times richer than the starry sky origin power in the starry sky, which surprised him a little. "I'm afraid the number of star stones that will be produced here cannot be described as simply enormous. I estimate that it will be an extremely terrifying number," he thought to himself. Thinking of this, his footsteps did not stop. He followed the path of the mine and went deeper into the mine. Along the way, he saw that many places had been excavated. On the surface, there were leaves and roots with a lingering fragrance. He could imagine that these places used to have extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. They were all harvested by the people who entered. At the same time, he saw some corpses of cultivators who had been bitten by sharp teeth. He saw some corpses of wild beasts. Without thinking, he knew that some powerful demonic beasts were born in the star mine. Some of the cultivators who entered were killed by the demonic beasts that were born in the mine, and some of the demonic beasts were also killed by the powerful cultivators who entered the mine. He looked into the depths of the mine. His footsteps quickened as he continued to go deeper into the mine. As he went deeper and deeper, the starry sky origin power in the air became thicker and thicker. In the end, it almost turned into a liquid. Then, after another dozen breaths, there was a very strong fluctuation of divine power in front of him. There was also a surge of demonic power. Immediately, his footsteps quickened. Soon, he was very far away and saw a large number of cultivators. Roar! The roar of beasts echoed in the mine. Looking ahead, it was very empty. Dozens of demonic beasts were fighting fiercely with the cultivators who entered this place. All of them were covered in silver scales. Each of them had a strong demonic aura. The weakest of them was at the Heavenly Master realm. There were even a few powerful existences in the Eternal realm. Ah! A cultivator screamed. He was torn to pieces by a powerful Eternal realm beast and then swallowed into its stomach. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Among the cultivators who had come to this place, many of them were experts. At this time, a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Eternal realm took action. He slashed out a dazzling divine light and cut the powerful Eternal realm beast into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian looked at the group of cultivators fighting with dozens of demonic beasts from the rear. Then, he looked further ahead and his pupils shrank. There, silver light intertwined and piled up densely with fist-sized silver stones. Each of the silver stones emitted a faint silver light. The starry sky origin power intertwined with each other. It was so rich that it was somewhat terrifying. Star stones. His divine soul entered the genuine immortal's withered corpse. Two dim lights flashed in his eyes as he stared at the silver stones. These silver stones were star stones. They were condensed from the purest starry sky origin power. So many! He looked in front of him. Silver star stones were piled up in every corner. There were at least a few million of them. This number was a bit terrifying. At least 100 Emperor-level cultivators could step into the Eternal realm at the same time. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The star stones could help at least 100 Emperor realm cultivators step into the Eternal realm in a short time. The combined value of these star stones was really amazing. Even a true Immortal Realm expert would be moved. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air resounded. Up ahead, many cultivators were moving quickly. They were fighting with dozens of ferocious beasts while taking the opportunity to collect star stones. Almost all of them were collecting star stones scattered around the edges. They did not go to the places with the most star stones, because there was a handsome man shuttling back and forth in those places, collecting piles of star stones into a spatial magic treasure-type jade bottle. It was Yan Zhongwang of the Wanwei dynasty. Obviously, these cultivators were afraid of Yan Zhongwang and the Manwei dynasty. They didn't dare to compete with him in the places with the most star stones. They were afraid of angering the Manwei dynasty. Moreover, Yan Zhongwang himself was very powerful. He was at the half-step genuine immortal realm. Ordinary people were no match for him. Experts at the peak of the Eternal realm couldn't withstand more than a few moves from him. Lin Tian looked from afar. He moved slightly, ready to collect the star stones. However, as soon as he took a step, he stopped and stared at the back of Yan Zhongwang, who was collecting piles of star stones into the jade bottle. He narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the situation here, no one dared to compete with Yan Zhongwang in the places with the most star stones. In the end, at least 90% of the star stones here would fall into Yan Zhongwang's hands. I'll quietly watch you take most of the star stones here. Later, I'll kill you and take them. He sneered in his heart. Stealing someone's treasure was against morality and benevolence. However, this Yan Zhongwang sent people to kill him just because he didn't want to join the Manwei dynasty. What morality and benevolence did he have to talk to him about? The star mine was filled with star stones that shone with a faint silver light. They were densely packed together, and the star source energy was shockingly vigorous. Roar! The roars of ferocious beasts reverberated, and demonic chi swept towards the surrounding cultivators. At the same time, there were also cultivators taking action, collecting star stones while fighting with the ferocious beasts. Scram! Yan Zhongwang's voice was indifferent. As he collected large piles of star stones, he waved his hand and killed an early-stage Eternal Realm ferocious beast on the spot. The terrifying power of a half-step true immortal expert was undoubtedly displayed. Lin Tian looked at Yan Zhongwang from afar. Although the other party was overbearing and ruthless, he did not restrict other cultivators from taking star stones. After all, most of the cultivators who came here were the supreme elders of powerful inheritances, and there were also very strong rogue cultivators. If Yan Zhongwang suppressed these people and did not allow them to take star stones, it was almost equivalent to offending half of the myriad domain imperial star. No matter how strong the Manwei dynasty was, they would not let him do such a thing. The most important thing was that the cultivators who came to this place were all collecting star stones at the edges. They did not go to the areas where the star stones were densely piled up. Therefore, Yan Zhongwang naturally could not say anything. Lin Tian entered the true immortal's corpse with his spirit and narrowed his eyes as he watched Yan Zhongwang collect pile after pile of star stones into the space magic treasure jade bottle. After a pause, he also walked forward to collect the scattered star stones at the edge. Although he had decided to kill Yan Zhongwang and directly take all the star stones he had collected, he could not just stand there and do nothing, because the fight for treasures was very intense. After coming here, if he did not fight for star stones and just watched quietly without moving for a long time, he would more or less attract the attention of others, and it might have an unnecessary impact on his future actions. Immediately, he stepped forward and began to fight for star stones with others at the edge. Of course, during this process, he did not expose his strength and did not show off at all. He only occasionally grabbed a few star stones. After all, the reason he came to the edge to fight for star stones at this time was to not attract the attention of others by standing in the distance. If he exposed his strength and fought for a lot of star stones here, it would be contrary to his wishes. He would immediately attract the attention of everyone who was collecting star stones at the edge. Wild beasts roared within the area and Yao energy surged. The group of cultivators collected the star stones while fighting against the wild beasts. Various killing secret techniques were unleashed, seemingly on the verge of collapsing the mine. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. As the last ferocious beast let out a miserable shriek, the chaotic battle between the humans and the ferocious beasts came to an end. All the stellar stones in this place had been collected. Congratulations, Yan Zhongwang. You have reaped a bountiful harvest this time. Your dynasty's strength will increase explosively again. This is truly worthy of celebration. A powerful Eternal Realm expert said respectfully. At the same time, several other Eternal Realm experts and some powerful rogue cultivators also opened their mouths to congratulate Yan Zhongwang. You're too kind. You have also reaped a bountiful harvest. Yan Zhongwang was a handsome man with an indifferent expression on his face. He said to the group of Eternal Realm experts who were flattering him. Lin Tian stood not far away, riding the genuine immortal corpse. He sneered in his heart. Apart from Yan Zhongwang, more than 100 cultivators had collected less than 10% of the star stones here. Yan Zhongwang had the nerve to say that you have also reaped a bountiful harvest. Yan Zhongwang is also magnanimous and did not restrict us from taking the star stones here. Otherwise, we would not have been able to obtain so much. Someone said. The others nodded in agreement, looking at Yan Zhongwang with flattering smiles on their faces. Yan Zhongwang smiled faintly and said, You must be joking. This star mine was discovered by everyone together. How could I restrict you from taking the starstones here? As soon as these words came out, many people flattered him again, repeatedly praising Yan Zhongwang for his magnanimity. Yan Zhongwang nodded slightly and then walked out of the mine, followed by a grey-robed elder who was half a step to the Eternal Realm. Soon after, the other cultivators followed him out. At this time, all the treasures in the mine had been taken, so there was no need for these people to stay. Lin Tian entered the genuine immortal corpse with his spirit. Wearing a black robe, he walked out of the mine with the crowd and slowly approached Yan Zhongwang, keeping a very close distance with him. Soon, there was light in front of them, and they could see the edge of the mine. A group of people stepped out of the mine one after another. Yan Zhongwang had a faint smile on his face. In this place, more than 90 star stones had been collected by him. At least 90 Emperor Realm cultivators could enter the Eternal Realm at the same time in a short time. This was a super treasure for the Manwei dynasty, the overlord of the universe. And he had obtained this treasure and brought it back to the Manwei dynasty, which was naturally a great achievement for the dynasty. This would be of great benefit to his own development in the Manwei dynasty. Thinking of this, the smile on his face grew wider. He said to the gray-robed elder behind him, "Let's go back to Wanwei King." Boom. Suddenly, the void shook, and a monstrous fist aura burst out, surging toward him, directly interrupting his words. Not far away, Lin Tian controlled the genuine immortal corpse and had been watching Yan Zhongwang's every move. At this time, when the other party walked out of the mine, the smile on his face grew wider. Obviously, he was most relaxed and happy. Lin Tian would not let go of this opportunity. He immediately rushed to the other party's side as fast as lightning and directly smashed down with a terrifying iron fist. This was a punch with the physical strength of the withered corpse of a true immortal. Moreover, it was an explosive punch that he had unleashed after accumulating his aura for a long time. It was fast and powerful, and it directly shattered a large part of the void, completely enveloping Yan Zhongwang under this punch. Yan Zhongwang watched as the genuine immortal corpse, which Lin Tian had entered with his spirit, approached him. Facing this terrifying fist aura, his face changed drastically. Poof. Lin Tian's fist landed directly on Yan Zhongwang's chest. With a poof, it directly penetrated Yan Zhongwang's chest, and he was sent flying on the spot. Such a scene suddenly changed the color of everyone's faces. No matter what, they did not expect that in this place, someone would suddenly attack Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty. It was too bold. Simply too audacious. At the same time, these people looked at the genuine immortal corpse controlled by Lin Tian, who was shrouded in a black robe. On the other hand, this person, on the other hand, could punch through the body of Yan Zhongwang, who was a half-step to the genuine immortal level. How strong was he? Your Excellency Zhongwang. The gray-robed elder, who was a half-step to the eternal level, who was following Yan Zhongwang, was shocked and angry. He attacked as fast as he could, using a terrifying eternal level divine sense to attack Lin Tian, who was controlling the genuine immortal corpse. Lin Tian waved his hand without looking back. The powerful physique of the genuine immortal corpse directly crushed the eternal level divine sense of the gray-robed elder. Moreover, a strong force shook the space, and with a bang, the gray-robed elder was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. He entered the genuine immortal corpse, his eyes intertwined with a dim light. He stared at Yan Zhongwang, who was flying away, and directly stepped over him. Yan Zhongwang was a half-step to the genuine immortal realm, and he was a half-step to the genuine immortal realm in the Manwei dynasty, which was an overlord-level inheritance of the starry sky. His strength could be said to be very strong. After being injured, he quickly stabilized his body. His eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Tian, who was controlling the genuine immortal corpse with his spirit. Who are you? After taking the full blow of Lin Tian's genuine immortal corpse, Yan Zhongwang's face turned a little pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured by that blow. He did not expect that in this place, there would be someone who dared to attack him. Lin Tian controlled the genuine immortal corpse with his spirit. Without saying a word, he quickly approached Yan Zhongwang and attacked again. Bam! He threw a punch with the genuine immortal corpse, mixed with a trace of the power of the Chaos Emperor's fist. It almost crushed the sky. Yan Zhongwang was shocked. This kind of punch was a little scary. The power it contained made even someone as strong as him feel fear. He roared slightly, and all of his half-step genuine immortal divine power was activated. He directly used a powerful divine power to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Bam, bam, bam. For a moment, the power of the punch was vast and mighty. Divine power vibrated, and the void in this place collapsed inch by inch. Lin Tian controlled the genuine immortal corpse with his spirit. At this time, he was shrouded in a black robe. His expression was a little shaken. This Yan Zhongwang was indeed as strong as he had sensed. When he threw a punch with the genuine immortal corpse, the average half-step genuine immortal would not be able to withstand more than a few punches. But now, after withstanding his explosive and terrifying punch at the beginning, his opponent was still in a stalemate with him. He had already blocked more than 30 punches from the genuine immortal corpse. Yan Zhongwang's combat strength was really shocking. However, in the next moment, the shock in his heart dissipated. Although Yan Zhongwang was strong and had blocked more than 30 punches from the genuine immortal corpse, he was still at a disadvantage. The disadvantage was becoming more and more obvious. He was constantly retreating, and the essence, qi, and spirit that emanated from his body were also weakening at a very fast rate. Clearly, under the fierce attacks of the genuine immortal corpse, which was controlled by his spirit, his opponent was far stronger than the average half-step genuine immortal. But still, he could not hold out for too long. He was no match for Lin Tian, who controlled the genuine immortal corpse. Lin Tian sneered in his heart. The speed of his punches increased, and the strength of his punches increased. They hit Yan Zhongwang until he kept retreating, his body trembling. Then, after a dozen breaths, the power of his punches suddenly increased. The mighty and terrifying power of his punches directly disintegrated all of Yan Zhongwang's offensive and defensive divine powers. Once again, the punches landed steadily on his opponent's body. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. This time, Yan Zhongwang's body was smashed into pieces. Buzz. The jade bottle was not big and could be held with one hand, but the space inside was astonishing. Lin Tian scanned the bottle with his divine sense and saw that it was filled with star stones. The rich starry sky source energy made his divine soul tremble. Great! He said to himself, feeling a little happy. With these star stones, he, 5 elements crocodile, and little absolute beginning would be able to step into the eternal realm in a short period of time. There would still be a lot of leftover star stones. If he brought these leftover star stones back to the immortal court, coupled with the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures and immortal pills he had collected during this period of time, it would be enough for Lin Shi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Su Shu, and the others to step into the eternal realm. He took all the star stones collected by Yan Zhongwang. Everyone here had seen Yan Zhongwang keep the star stones in the jade bottle. Now that they saw Lin Tian take the jade bottle from Yan Zhongwang, they were all shocked. Who was this man? He was so bold that he dared to attack Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty and take his treasures? How arrogant! Boom! A strong wave of divine power rushed out. In the distance, Yan Zhongwang's flesh and bones wriggled and quickly repaired his body. Lin Tian used his spirit to control the true immortal's corpse. He took the jade bottle that he had snatched away into his body and wrapped it up with his spirit. Then, he controlled the true immortal's corpse to take a step forward and punch at the opponent. Boom! The powerful and terrifying punch was delivered by the corpse of a true immortal. In an instant, it shattered the great void. This person wanted to kill him just because he didn't want to join the Wanwei Empire. Naturally, he wouldn't spare him. After retrieving the astral stone, the next step was to kill this person. No matter how high the status of this person was in the Wanwei Empire, Qin Wentian didn't care. This was his principle. He would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble. If anyone provoked him for no reason, he would cut them down even if they were the king of heaven. In an instant, the terrifying fist vibrated and arrived in front of Yan Zhongwang in an instant, pressing down on him. He doesn't just want to steal the treasure? And you want to kill Yan Zhongwang? At this place, the crowd of cultivators was shocked when they saw this scene. They stared at the black-robed Lin Tian controlling the withered corpse of a true immortal. They were all shocked. How could this person be so bold? At that moment, the space around them cracked. Lin Tian's punch landed on Yan Zhongwang's head, shattering the space around him. The power of the punch became even more terrifying. Clang, Yan Zhongwang's flesh and bones trembled, but his spirit did not disperse. An eternal weapon rushed out of his body to meet the punch. Then, in the next moment, his physical body reappeared. His eyes were full of anger, and he propped up the overflowing divine power and Tao laws. He turned into a ray of killing light and pounced towards Lin Tian. "Give it back!" he roared. Lin Tian had actually snatched away all the stellar stones he had collected after shattering his physical body. He deserved to die, Lin Tian snorted. He did not dodge. His fist vibrated and collided with the eternal weapon that flew out of Yan Zhongwang's body. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yan Zhongwang's eternal weapon was directly shattered by his punch. Although the eternal weapon was powerful, it was nothing in front of the physical body of a true immortal. It was very weak. After shattering this eternal weapon, the power of the punch did not weaken at all. It continued to press down on Yan Zhongwang. Yan Zhongwang roared. Behind him, a large number of runes and seals rushed out. Each rune and seal carried a very terrifying power, as if they could crush everything. They met Lin Tian's punch. Boom, 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 the two collided, bursting out waves of blazing light. In this place, the void cracked and the ground collapsed inch by inch. The scene of the two fighting was very frightening. Lin Tian was secretly surprised. Although this Yan Zhongwang was overbearing and ruthless, which made him unhappy, the other's strength was really terrifying. At this time, as the other was angry that he had stolen the jade bottle that contained the stellar stones, the combat power that he exploded with was much stronger than before. He could barely fight to a draw with the true immortal's corpse that Lin Tian was controlling. Give it back! Yan Zhongwang roared again. Behind him, more runes and seals rushed out. It was obviously a very terrifying great magic. Lin Tian controlled the true immortal's corpse and blasted out wave after wave of fist power, colliding with the runes and seals that the other had used. For a time, the place exploded with even more blazing divine light. It was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Boom! In the last collision, the void and the ground trembled. The divine power of the two collided and turned into a terrifying hurricane. It was as if there were sharp knives and swords in it. As it spread out in all directions, it shredded part of the space. With a bang, Yan Zhongwang was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of essence blood. On the other side, Lin Tian trembled. The black robe that covered the outside was torn to pieces, revealing the true immortal's corpse. His abnormally shriveled skin and sunken eyes that lacked the luster of life caused everyone to be shocked. A corpse? There's true immortal qi and immortal Dao law. This is the corpse of a true immortal. Many people's expressions changed. The person who had suddenly attacked Yan Zhongwang and taken all the stellar stones from him was not a living thing. It was the corpse of a true immortal. Has the corpse of a true immortal cultivated intelligence? No, that can't be right. There's no yin qi unique to dead spirits. It's not a corpse that has mutated or developed intelligence. Is someone controlling this true immortal's corpse to attack Yan Zhongwang? In this place, all the experts were shocked. Yan Zhongwang looked at the exposed true immortal's corpse and was naturally shocked. In the next moment, his body shook and his expression changed once more. He stared fixedly at the true immortal's corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spirit. You weren't killed by the people I sent? You actually. He was very powerful, and his spiritual senses were very sharp. At this time, he sensed Lin Tian's spiritual fluctuations inside the true immortal's corpse. He sensed that Lin Tian was controlling the corpse. Lin Tian's spirit had entered the withered corpse of the true immortal. At this moment, he was slightly taken aback by Yan Zhongwang's strength. Yan Zhongwang was actually able to sense the fluctuations of his spirit when he entered the withered corpse of the true immortal. Using this, he knew who was controlling the withered corpse. Humph! He snorted. It didn't matter if Yan Zhongwang recognized him now. He looked at the other party, took a step forward, and punched. Boom! The powerful punch shook the world. The true immortal's corpse's physical strength suppressed everything, as if it could destroy everything. Yan Zhongwang held up a large number of rune seals. He looked at the corpse that Lin Tian was controlling with his spiritual consciousness. It's you. He was shocked and angry. He never thought that the person who attacked him and robbed him of all the star stones he had collected was the one who had disobeyed him and refused to join the Manwei dynasty. He had sent the green-robed elder to kill Lin Tian. He thought that the green-robed elder's half-step eternal strength would be enough to kill Lin Tian. He never expected that the green-robed elder would fail to kill Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian had come here, robbed all the star stones he had collected, and wanted to kill him. Moreover, he was using his spiritual consciousness to control a true immortal's corpse. Damn you! Cold light intertwined in his eyes, and his anger spread. The rune seals behind him increased in number, and became stronger. For a moment, the void in all directions was suppressed. Terrifying divine power rolled and formed a huge enchantment, trapping Lin Tian. Lin Tian was trapped in the huge boundary, but he was not afraid. He waved his iron fist. There was a loud bang, and the void shook. The true immortal's corpse's physical strength suppressed everyone below the true immortal realm. Under his violent punch, Yan Zhongwang's boundary was shattered in an instant. Just because I didn't want to join the Manwei dynasty, you want to kill me? Who do you think you are? The Emperor of the Heavens? You want to kill people who don't do what you want and want. You want to die? He said coldly. Since the other party had recognized him, there was no need to hide. He took another step forward. His speed was so fast that he was in front of Yan Zhongwang in an instant. Then, he raised his hand again and punched. Boom! This punch was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. It was as if a star was crashing down on him. Yan Zhongwang roared. His hands formed a seal, and an immemorial demonic statue appeared. It had 9 heads, and its roar shook the mountains and rivers. The immemorial demonic statue stepped forward, and its demonic power was overwhelming. Lin Tianling snorted, and his fist continued to press down. Crack! With a crisp sound, the immemorial demon statue that Yan Zhongwang had propped up shattered into pieces with just one punch. Then, he took another step forward, and appeared in front of Yan Zhongwang in the blink of an eye. Another terrifying punch came down. You! Poof! Blood splattered in all directions. Yan Zhongwang took the punch head-on. His body trembled and exploded again. Arg! Yan Zhongwang let out an angry roar. His shattered flesh quickly reformed into a physical body. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. The moment his physical body reformed, he unleashed another great spell. The space around him trembled, and even the sky changed color. However, facing the corpse of a true immortal controlled by Lin Tianling, such a superpower was useless. It was shattered by Lin Tianling with just one punch. Then, Lin Tianling came in front of him and punched him in the chest. With a poof, his body exploded again. Blood, flesh, and bones flew all over the sky. It was a shocking sight. Damn it! Yan Zhongwang roared. His cultivation was at the level of a half-step true immortal, and he was much stronger than the average half-step true immortal. His life force and spiritual soul were very strong. After being shattered by Lin Tianling, his spiritual soul power surged and reformed his body. Kill! Facing Yan Zhongwang's true celestial qi and celestial precepts, Lin Tianwei's expression changed slightly. His opponent was a half-step true celestial, so he already had a trace of true celestial qi and celestial precepts. Although it was very vague and faint, it was still a power that surpassed ordinary great paths and ordinary divine power. There was a qualitative difference, and his aura was much stronger than before. However, he did not care about this. His opponent had true celestial qi and celestial precepts. Could it be that the withered corpse of a true celestial that he was controlling now did not have them? He sneered and faced the true celestial qi and celestial precepts that his opponent had sent over. He directly punched them, forcing out a trace of true celestial qi and celestial precepts from the withered corpse. It was mixed with a violent will, and it shook the surroundings. Swish! With a soft sound, the trace of true celestial qi and celestial precepts that Yan Zhongwang had sent over was directly shattered. Yan Zhongwang was shocked. You! He had reached the half-step true celestial realm and had a trace of true celestial qi and celestial precepts. He did not expect that Lin Tianwei would also send out the same power from the corpse of a true celestial, and it was far stronger than his. Humph! Lin Tianwei snorted coldly. He sent out true celestial qi and celestial precepts that continued to press down. He also sent out a punch. The two powers merged together, and it was extremely domineering, crushing everything. Poof! Yan Zhongwang was in trouble. Once again, he was shattered by Lin Tianwei. Blood splattered across the sky. He roared. His life force and spirit were shockingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body again. He stared at Lin Tianwei with murderous eyes. Once again, he forcefully sent out strands of true celestial qi and celestial precepts that he had cultivated to suppress Lin Tianwei. Lin Tianwei had stolen all the star stones that he had collected. He had to kill Lin Tianwei and take back the star stones. Boom, the true celestial qi and celestial precepts that he sent out vibrated. They were stronger than before. Divine light filled the sky, and they crashed toward Lin Tianwei like a huge wave. It was shocking. Lin Tianling laughed. You've just been crushed once, and you've already summoned such power. Are you at your wits' end now? He waved his fist and forced out a wisp of true immortal qi and immortal Dao Law. He faced the opponent's true immortal qi and immortal Dao Law head-on. Just like before, Yan Zhongwang's genuine immortal qi and law of immortal Dao were crushed to pieces. He took a step forward and closed in on Yan Zhongwang, punching him again. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The power of this punch was terrifying. Yan Zhongwang was once again smashed into pieces in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Lin Tian controlled the true immortal's withered corpse and reached out with his right arm, grabbing at Yan Zhongwang's soul in his shattered body. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out, and a precious weapon flew out of Yan Zhongwang's divine soul. It was another peak eternal weapon. Bursting with blazing divine light, it was much stronger than the previous eternal weapon. It met Lin Tian's big hand head-on. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed the precious weapon into pieces with a single slap. However, in that brief moment, Yan Zhongwang's divine soul trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he reformed his body. You're very resilient, but it's useless. You're going to die today. He stared at Yan Zhongwang and approached him step by step. This Yan Zhongwang was very strong, and his strength was astonishing. However, with the true immortal's withered corpse, it was enough to kill him. Yan Zhongwang's face was cold and ugly as he walked toward Lin Tian. He could see now that he alone was no match for Lin Tian, who was controlling the true immortal's withered corpse with his divine soul. The true immortal's corpse's physical strength was too strong, and it still had remnants of true immortal qi and immortal Dao Law. It suppressed him in all aspects, and he couldn't resist it. Whoosh! With a whoosh, Lin Tian stepped forward and raised his fist to kill. With a boom, the surrounding space was crushed, and the power of the fist was appalling. Yan Zhongwang activated a series of grand mystic arts and secret arts. All kinds of runes and divine seals collided with Lin Tian again and again. Everyone, please lend me a hand and suppress this person. I'll be eternally grateful. Suddenly, he shouted to the nearby cultivators. At this time, he really couldn't stop Lin Tian, who was controlling the true immortal's withered corpse with his own strength. However, there were other cultivators here, and among them were more than a dozen eternal experts, and all of them were at the peak of the eternal realm. If they all helped together, he was confident that they could suppress Lin Tian here, even if Lin Tian was controlling the true immortal's corpse. Hearing Yan Zhongwang's words, the cultivators here were shocked. Yan Zhongwang was asking them for help at this time? They looked forward, and their eyes fell on the withered corpse of the true immortal that Lin Tian was controlling with his divine soul. Their eyes flickered. Yan Zhongwang was an expert of the Manwei dynasty with the inheritance of the Starry Sky Overlord, and his status in the Manwei dynasty was very high. Originally, when Yan Zhongwang asked for help, they should have rushed to help at the first opportunity to get closer to Yan Zhongwang. However, at this time, seeing Lin Tian controlling the withered corpse of the true immortal, these people hesitated. Yan Zhongwang naturally saw these people's hesitation. He blocked Lin Tian's attack in a flustered manner, and gritted his teeth. Everyone, help me kill him together. After we succeed, I'll take out half of the star stones and share it equally with those who help me. At this moment, he had no other choice. He couldn't stop Lin Tian by himself, whereas the others didn't dare make a move rashly because they were afraid of Lin Tian's strength. So, he could only toss out such an enormous temptation in order to rope in the assistance of the people here. Hearing his words, the crowd of cultivators in the area immediately revealed shocked expressions, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. After suppressing Lin Tian, Yan Zhongwang actually took out half of the star stones he obtained and gave it to the people who helped him? After all, Yan Zhongwan had taken more than 90% of the star stones in the star mine. Half of the star stones was a shocking amount, and it was definitely a supreme treasure trove. Everyone, since Yan Zhongwan has spoken, how can we not act? That's right. Attacking Yan Zhongwan with a corpse without his real body, he's a scoundrel. This kind of villain must be eliminated. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack at the beginning, how could he have been Yan Zhongwan's opponent? This kind of despicable person can't be let go. Attack. Suppress this person. How dare he offend Yan Zhongwan with a true immortal corpse? How arrogant. Everyone, attack together. We are all experts here. So what if he has a true immortal corpse? He can't stop so many of us with his bare hands. Kill him. Immediately, many cultivators spoke. On one hand, they complimented Yan Zhongwang and belittled Lin Tian, giving Yan Zhongwang a way out of losing to Lin Tian, who controlled a true immortal corpse. On the other hand, they hinted to others that as long as they attacked together, even if Lin Tian controlled a true immortal corpse, he couldn't stop so many of them with his bare hands. Lin Tian entered the true immortal's withered corpse with his spirit and punched at Yan Zhongwang. He tilted his head and looked at the group of cultivators who were ready to attack him. He said in a cold voice, "I'm warning you, I'll kill anyone who dares to move." As he said this, he swung his fists at Yan Zhongwang even more fiercely, shaking the sky. It was terrifying. Such an aura caused the cultivators here to be wary. However, this fear quickly dissipated. Lin Tian, who controlled a true immortal corpse, was very scary. However, Yan Zhongwang's reward was very tempting. In order to get half of the stellar stones that Yan Zhongwang had obtained, these people looked at Lin Tian with increasingly vicious eyes. How dare a coward who hides his head and doesn't dare to show his true body be so arrogant? He's just one person. Does he think he's invincible just because he has a true immortal corpse? Attack. He can't stop so many of us by himself. We have a total of 12 eternal rank experts here, as well as a group of other experts. Let's attack together and cooperate with Lord Yan Zhongwang to kill him directly. That's right. Kill him. A group of cultivators shouted. This time, as soon as they finished speaking, 12 people directly rushed toward Lin Tian. These 12 people were all at the eternal peak. 10 of them were the supreme elders of the 10 powerful celestial sects in this world, and the other 2 were powerful rogue cultivators. As soon as they attacked, they activated their powerful divine powers and pressed toward Lin Tian with great momentum. Immediately after these 12 eternal peak experts, dozens of people in this place attacked. Their cultivations were at the Emperor Realm and the Immortal Realm. They attacked Lin Tian with rays of killing light. At this time, as long as they worked together to suppress Lin Tian, they would have the opportunity to get a share of the stellar stones that Yan Zhongwang had given them. And those stellar stones were the most tempting to cultivators at the Emperor Realm and the Immortal Realm like them. As long as they suppressed Lin Tian and got enough stellar stones from Yan Zhongwang, they might be able to step into the Eternal Realm in a short time. The Eternal Realm was the true immortal and indestructible level. These people dreamed of stepping into that realm. Kill. The group shouted, and all kinds of killing light pressed toward Lin Tian, causing the space to shake uncontrollably. This combination of power was indeed terrifying. Even though Lin Tian had entered the genuine immortal's withered corpse with his spiritual soul, he still felt a sense of pressure because he was facing the powerful half-step true immortal Yan Zhongwang at the same time. However, he did not have the slightest fear or care. 2 rays of cold light flashed across the genuine immortal's withered corpse's eyes. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, divine light flashed and an immortal sword rushed out of his body. It was covered with Tao patterns and divine seals, intertwined with a strong genuine immortal aura and the law of the immortal Tao, as if it could cut and cut all things in half. It was a genuine immortal weapon, the Xianluo immortal sword. When he drove the genuine immortal's withered corpse here, he also brought the genuine immortal sword with him to ensure that everything would go smoothly. At this time, he drove the genuine immortal's withered corpse with his spiritual soul. The withered arm grabbed the Xianluo immortal sword and swung it away. Clang! Along with the clanging sound of the sword, a terrible sword chi slashed and instantly shattered all the divine powers that the group of cultivators had sent toward him. A genuine immortal weapon? The Xianluo immortal sword was covered with Tao patterns and divine seals. Its sharp sword power was vast and mighty, mixed with very rich genuine immortal qi and immortal Tao law. It seemed to cut down the stars in the starry sky, and the surrounding void became distorted. He has a genuine immortal artifact. The group of cultivators trembled violently. He was controlling a genuine immortal corpse with his divine soul, and he had a genuine immortal artifact with him. How strong would such a lineup be? The dozens of cultivators who were clamoring to help Yan Zongwang suppress and kill Lin Tian all changed their expressions in an instant. Yan Zongwang's expression became very ugly. He threw out a great temptation and persuaded a large group of cultivators to help him suppress Lin Tian. With these people's help and Lin Tianji's genuine immortal corpse, he believed that with the power of these people, they would be able to suppress Lin Tian. However, he never expected that Lin Tian would have a genuine immortal artifact. A genuine immortal artifact. Even he, the emperor of the Manwei dynasty, did not have a precious weapon of this level, but Lin Tian did. Damn it. He stared at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. Lin Tian controlled the genuine immortal corpse with his divine soul and held the Xianluo immortal sword in his hand. At this time, he glanced at the dozens of cultivators who were attacking him and directly slashed with the sword. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated, and an immortal sword light slashed across the vast void, cutting through the vast void. Puff. 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 The blood was dazzling. Among the dozens of cultivators, the 12 eternal peak powerhouses at the front coughed up blood and were sent flying. Some of the immortal and emperor realm cultivators behind the 12 were directly blown to pieces. More than a dozen people died on the spot. Such a scene made everyone's hearts turn cold. It was just a sword, but it had such a terrible power. Dozens of cultivators were all injured, and a dozen of them died. Lin Tian let out a cold snort. He raised his sword again, and sword rays shot out, slashing towards all the cultivators in the area. Coupled with the weak strand of true immortal qi and law of the immortal path from the withered true immortal corpse, the sword light was terrifyingly powerful. It had the power to destroy everything in its path. In just an instant, it sent the surrounding cultivators flying. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so Undying and Emperor space-level cultivators exploded. Their souls didn't even manage to escape, and they were directly annihilated. Under the combined attack of Lin Tian's withered corpse and true immortal weapon, anyone below the eternal realm was as insignificant as a speck of dust. They were more fragile than tofu. 2 swords, killed nearly 30 experts. There were more than 100 cultivators here, but not all of them went to help kill Lin Tian as soon as Yan Zongwang spoke. There was a small group of cultivators who were afraid of the withered corpse controlled by Lin Tian and were not tempted by Yan Zongwang's offer. At this time, they were both shocked and relieved. They were shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying power, and they were relieved that they didn't join in the attack on Lin Tian. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger right now. This was because these people could see that Lin Tian, who had taken out the true immortal weapon, was not a match for the dozens of cultivators who attacked together. These people thought that Lin Tianji was controlling a true immortal corpse, but this guess was completely wrong. At this time, everyone who attacked Lin Tian would have to bear the killing intent of Lin Tian. And with the help of the true immortal corpse and true immortal weapon, wasn't this a death trap? In front, on the battlefield, there were 33 people who attacked Lin Tian, except for Yan Zongwang. Among them, 12 were experts at the Eternal Peak, 10 were at the half-step Eternal Realm, and 11 were at the Immortal Peak. All of them were trembling. Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse and looked at the crowd through the hollow eyes of the true immortal corpse. His eyes were cold and indifferent. He was controlling the Xianluo celestial sword, a genuine immortal weapon. At this moment, he was using his spirit strength to fly in the air. Then, he rode the genuine immortal withered corpse and took a step forward. The combined momentum of the two enveloped Yan Zongwang and the remaining 33 people who were attacking him. In a flash, an expert half a step to the Eternal Realm appeared. He raised his hand and punched. Puff! Blood exploded. This half-step Eternal Realm cultivator was crushed in horror, and his spirit body was also destroyed. He stepped forward and appeared in front of another expert at the half-step eternal realm. His movement was simple, and he still punched. With a bang, this simple punch caused the whole space to roar, as if an ear-piercing thunder had exploded in the sky. The man was terrified. No. Let go. Puff. The simple punch fell on the expert at the half-step eternal realm and instantly destroyed his body and soul. At the same time, with a clang, the Xianluo celestial sword vibrated under the control of his spirit strength. With a gentle shake, it directly scattered a large amount of sword light and slashed in all directions. Puff. 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 Under the large amount of sword light, the blood mist exploded one by one. 6 experts at the peak of the immortal realm died tragically. For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were all shocked and trembling. Among the 12 experts at the peak of the eternal realm who attacked Lin Tian because of Yan Zhongwang's words, a yellow-robed old man looked at Yan Zhongwang and said, "I'm sorry, Zhongwang. I don't want the reward you offered. This man. I can't help." This man was a rogue cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately retreated and began to leave the battlefield. Lin Tian was really too terrifying. He controlled the withered corpse of a true immortal and had a complete true immortal weapon. No one here could stop him. Yan Zhongwang's face became very ugly after Lin Tian took out the true immortal weapon. Now, it became even uglier. Originally, even though Lin Tian had taken out the true immortal weapon, he still thought that he must join forces to suppress Lin Tian. He was analyzing and thinking because Lin Tian had taken away all the star stones he had obtained. That was an amazing divine treasure. He had to take it back from Lin Tian. However, while he was thinking about how to join forces with these people to suppress Lin Tian, who had a true immortal weapon, someone unexpectedly retreated and stopped helping him. This made him shocked and angry. Clang! With a shrill sword sound, a sharp sword light flew by. Lin Tian attacked and directly penetrated the yellow-robed old man who was retreating. Blood spattered in all directions. The yellow-robed old man was penetrated and blood gushed out of his mouth. He trembled and looked at Lin Tian in horror and anger. "I won't attack you anymore." "How could you?" Clang! A sword hum rang out again, interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian attacked again, sending out another powerful sword ray. With a puff, the sword light penetrated the yellow-robed old man's body again, and a transparent bloody hole appeared in his body. "Jumping out to kill me when there's something to gain, and retreating when you can't beat me. Saying that you won't attack me anymore, you want to let things go? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" Lin Tian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved the true immortal withered corpse and appeared in front of the yellow-robed old man in a single step. The yellow-robed old man's face turned pale when Lin Tian closed in on him. He knew very well how terrifying a true immortal withered corpse was. Being forced by a true immortal withered corpse was definitely a disaster. Immediately, he broke into a run and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dong! Lin Tian swung his fist, and the true immortal withered corpse's physical strength was fully activated. He directly blasted out a beam of light from his fist. With a puff, the yellow-robed old man was shattered by the beam of light in the blink of an eye. His barely preserved spiritual body was also covered in cracks, as if it would be annihilated at the slightest touch. His eyes were completely filled with fear. Lin Tian raised his hand and slammed down with his palm, shattering the old man's spiritual body and truly destroying his body and soul. Dead, dead. A person at the peak of the eternal realm, an immortal existence, just like that. In the distance, a group of cultivators trembled. On the battlefield, dozens of other cultivators were trembling, and they all trembled. Immediately, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Except for Yan Zhongwang, the other cultivators on the battlefield who attacked Lin Tian all retreated and retreated. Humph! Lin Tian sneered. He used his soul power to unleash the Xianluo immortal sword. The tyrannical might of the true immortal sword appeared, enveloping everyone within. Dense amounts of sword light directly slashed out in all directions. While attacking these people, it also blocked their path of retreat, suppressing them within a fixed area. Then, with a swoosh, he appeared in front of an expert half a step to the eternal realm and directly punched down, shattering the man's spiritual body and body, completely killing him. Puff. He took a step and appeared in front of another expert half a step to the eternal realm. With a palm knife, he directly killed this person. Originally, he had come here to retrieve the star stone to kill Yan Zhongwang. But now, he decided not to attack Yan Zhongwang for the time being. Instead, he kept Yan Zhongwang in a fixed area while he unleashed his killing light and killing fist on the other cultivators. Compared to Yan Zhongwang, at this time, these people who joined together to kill him because of the reward offered by Yan Zhongwang were more disgusting. Clang. Under the control of Lin Tian's spiritual strength, the Xianluo immortal sword slashed out one sword light after another, each of which was fierce and frightening. In a short time, it killed 3 experts half a step to the eternal realm and 4 experts at the peak of the immortal realm. Your Excellency, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have attacked you because of the star stone. An expert at the peak of the immortal realm trembled, his face pale, and said, Your Excellency, please give us a chance. Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian glanced at this person, raised his hand, and directly pierced through this person's glabella, killing him on the spot. He would only kill those who tried to kill him, and he would not accept mercy. With a move of his mind, the Xianluo immortal sword buzzed, and a large sword light directly spread out, injuring the remaining cultivators on the battlefield. Most of them coughed up blood and flew away. Then, with the sound of breaking air, Lin Tian controlled the genuine immortal corpse and appeared in front of an elder at the peak of the eternal realm. He directly pressed down with a fist, and with a poof, the elder's body was smashed. Whoosh! The elder's body was smashed, but his spiritual body did not disappear immediately. Instead, he quickly retreated. However, Lin Tian was faster. Controlling the genuine immortal corpse, he forced the elder's spiritual body to the side of the elder's spiritual body in just one step and grabbed his spiritual body. The elder's spiritual body trembled, and he felt as if the god of death had grabbed him. Filled with fear, he looked at the genuine immortal corpse controlled by Lin Tian and shouted, Your Excellency, please have mercy. I'm the supreme elder of the Jade Tripod Immortal sect. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man's divine soul trembled violently. Yes, Lin Tian even dared to attack Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty, the #1 force in the starry sky. How could he, a supreme elder of the Jade Tripod Immortal sect, make Lin Tian hesitate? He said in a trembling voice, This old man knows his mistake and apologizes to Your Excellency. Please let me go. After this, no matter what conditions Your Excellency has, this old man will agree to them. No one was willing to die, and the old man in brocade was the same. He hoped to live. Lin Tian sneered, grabbed the old man's divine soul, and shook it violently, directly crushing the old man's divine soul in his hand. So ruthless. In the distance, some of the cultivators who had not besieged Lin Tian could not help but tremble when they saw this scene. After the previous yellow-robed old man, another expert at the peak of the eternal realm was killed. Originally, the two of them were both immortal and indestructible existences. But now, they were killed just like that. On the battlefield, there were only a dozen people left who were tempted by Yan Zhongwang to attack Lin Tian. 10 of them were experts at the peak of the eternal realm, and 3 were experts at the half-step eternal realm. At this time, these people all felt their scalps go numb. Controlling the corpse of a true immortal and having a true immortal weapon, the person they were facing at this moment was too terrifying. Lin Tian glanced at these people. Without saying anything else, he controlled the true immortal's corpse and used the Xianluo immortal sword, enveloping everyone within his attack range. Sword chi shot out one after another, and fist light surged out one after another. Puff! A half-step eternal realm expert's head was pierced by his sword. His sea of knowledge collapsed, and his divine soul was annihilated. Do you want to kill all of us here? We are all from the top forces of the Myriad Realm's Imperial Star. If you really do that, you will be an enemy of the entire Myriad Realm's Imperial Star. You'd better not be too reckless. An expert at the peak of the Eternal Realm shouted. Lin Tian glanced at this person with a cold expression. He appeared beside him in one step and directly pressed down with an iron fist. The man trembled, You, pooh. Blood splattered everywhere as this person's physical body exploded. His spirit flew out in a sorry state, but it was directly met with another slap from Lin Tian, and was smashed to pieces. This scene made many people's hearts tremble. This was the third undying and indestructible eternal expert to be killed here. Clang, with an ear-piercing sound, Lin Tian manipulated the Xianluo sword with his divine soul power. Sword lights filled the sky, peerless and terrifying, piercing through more than a dozen people, including Yan Zhongwang. Among them, 2 half-step eternal experts died tragically. In an instant, there were only 10 people left on the battlefield. Among these 10 people, one was Yan Zhongwang, a half-step true immortal, and the other 9 were powerful existences at the peak of the eternal realm. Clang, the sound of swords rang out again. Lin Tian controlled the withered corpse and attacked everyone at the same time. The sword light of the Xianluo immortal sword also enveloped everyone. The killing intent of both the sword and the fist was not concealed at all. The 10 people could clearly feel Lin Tian's intention to kill, and there was no room for negotiation. We just attacked you and did not hurt you, but you want to kill all of us. Aren't you too vicious? One of them gritted his teeth. He was a rogue cultivator at the peak of the eternal realm, not far from a half-step true immortal. I have no grievances with you. When you rushed out to kill me, did you think of the word vicious? Lin Tianandao. The person who spoke suddenly stopped talking. For a moment, he could not find the words to refute. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of this person, and once again, he punched him. Dong, with a simple punch, the sky roared. This person was smashed, and his spirit was also crushed in the next moment. He turned and looked at the last few people on the battlefield, saying, "Don't beg for mercy, and don't try to threaten me with your inheritance. It's useless. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed in return." He looked at the crowd. The Xianluo immortal sword hummed, and the sword's power was fierce and oppressive. "Today, you will all die here." Clang, as his words fell, the Xianluo immortal sword shook violently, and the dense sword light directly slashed at the crowd. Moreover, he controlled the withered corpse to move. He waved his iron fist, crushing the divine secret arts and the great path precepts. No one could resist. Even if they worked together, they would only be knocked back again, and each one of them was constantly injured. In the blink of an eye, blood exploded in this place. 7 more eternal peak experts were killed in a row. You have killed so many people. Have you vented enough? Let me go. At this time, besides Yan Zhongwang, there was only one eternal peak expert left on the battlefield. He was a supreme elder of a powerful sect. At this time, he was already covered in blood. He trembled and retreated, his eyes full of the luster of fear. Lin Tian approached this person. Without any superfluous words, he responded with a true immortal heavy punch. With a puff, this person had no way to dodge or block. He was directly smashed to pieces, and his spirit and body were annihilated. 12 eternal peak experts, 10 half-step eternal realm experts, dozens of immortal and emperor realm experts, all, in this place, those who did not attack Lin Tian because of the temptation thrown by Yan Zhongwang had been watching the battle from the periphery. Looking at the battlefield, they could not help but tremble, and only felt that their internal organs were cold. Only Yan Zhongwang is left. Someone trembled. On the battlefield, blood stained a large area of the ground. The people who attacked Lin Tian because of the temptation thrown by Yan Zhongwang had all been killed. Except for the true immortal withered corpse controlled by Lin Tian, only Yan Zhongwang was left. His face was extremely ugly. At this time, a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of this half-step true immortal expert. Lin Tian acted ruthlessly and killed dozens of experts in the blink of an eye. Most of them were from the top forces of this world. That kind of strength and fearlessness made a chill run down his spine. "It's your turn." A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian controlled the true immortal withered corpse. At this time, his eyes fell on Yan Zhongwang, and he stepped toward him. When Yan Zhongwang saw Lin Tian closing in on him, he immediately trembled as the chill on his back became even more apparent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, I was wrong before. I should not have sent people to kill you just because you did not want to join the Manwei dynasty. For the sake of my dynasty, can you let this matter go?" Clang. The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A sword light, mixed with true immortal qi and the law of immortality, rushed out and pierced through the man's chest. I said, "Don't beg for mercy. It's useless." Lin Tiandao. He controlled the true immortal withered corpse and approached Yan Zhongwang step by step. Yan Zhongwang gritted his teeth and walked toward Lin Tian. He could not help but retreat. "Don't go too far. If you kill me, you will offend the Manwei dynasty. It won't do you any good. The Manwei dynasty will never let you go." Clang. Another sword light flew by. Lin Tian slashed out with his sword. It was so fast that it pierced through Yan Zhongwang in the blink of an eye. "Apart from the fact that begging for mercy is useless, I also said not to threaten me with the legacy I'm in, right?" he said. Yan Zhongwang trembled. His body was stained with blood. His face turned even uglier. "You," Lin Tian snorted coldly. He held the Xianluo immortal sword and controlled the true immortal withered corpse. He stepped in front of Yan Zhongwang. Without any unnecessary movements, he pressed down with the true immortal iron fist and slashed with the Xianluo immortal sword. Yan Zhongwang was restrained by Lin Tian's powerful aura. He could not dodge and could only brace himself to meet Lin Tian's attack. With a puff, in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian used the true immortal withered corpse and the Xianluo immortal sword to attack Yan Zhongwang. Yan Zhongwang was severely injured. His body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Rumble. The sound of flesh wriggling was heard. Yan Zhongwang's spirit was not destroyed. His spirit power surged and reformed his body in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian steered the corpse of the true immortal, and the dim light in his eyes intertwined. This Yan Zhongwang was indeed very powerful. His body had been shattered by the corpse of the true immortal several times in a row, and he had been killed by the Xianluo celestial sword, which was a true immortal instrument. However, he had managed to survive. Every time his body was shattered, his spirit would be perfectly preserved, and then he would quickly reform his body. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary half-step true immortal could possess. He could be called a king among half-step true immortals. However, he did not care. No matter how strong his opponent was, he could not stop the true immortal withered corpse that he controlled. He controlled the withered corpse and punched out again and again. Sword light fell one after another, continuously shattering Yan Zhongwang. After a quarter of an hour, Yan Zhongwang was injured again and again. His essence, qi, and spirit continued to weaken. His blood was at its weakest. It was also at this time that Lin Tian attacked with all his might. He used his powerful spirit power to force out the last remnants of true immortal qi and immortal law from the withered corpse. Together with the Xianluo immortal sword, he suppressed his opponent with a devastating blow. With a boom, the space trembled. Large cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground seemed to be sinking. Yan Zhongwang's blood was at its weakest. Facing Lin Tian's terrifying attack, his face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear. "Stop. Don't kill." Boom. Surging true immortal qi and immortal law covered everything, directly interrupting his words and landing on his body. With a puff, a bloody mist exploded. A blinding light covered everything. When the light dissipated, Yan Zhongwang's figure completely disappeared from the battlefield. He had been killed in both body and spirit. Suddenly, the people who had not been tempted by Yan Zhongwang to kill Lin Tian could not help but tremble. He really killed Yan Zhongwang. Everyone's face turned pale. Although they knew that Lin Tian wanted to kill Yan Zhongwang, when they saw Lin Tian kill Yan Zhongwang with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked. This was because Yan Zhongwang's background was too great. He was the Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty, the ruler of the universe. His status in the Manwei dynasty was very high. Killing such a person would definitely incur the wrath of the Manwei dynasty. That would be a huge problem. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar turned pale. Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty had really been killed. Many people were shocked when they saw Lin Tian enter the true immortal's withered corpse with his spirit. Controlling the corpse of a true immortal to kill the Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty was simply too shocking. Lin Tian entered the true immortal's withered corpse with his spirit, glanced at the cultivators in the distance, and left immediately. His main purpose here was to obtain the stellar stone and kill Yan Zhongwang. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to stay any longer. He was very fast. In just one step, he was already far away from this place, and then disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar saw Lin Tian leave with the true immortal's withered corpse, and then looked at the battle zone where Lin Tian had fought with Yan Zhongwang and the others. They all shuddered again. Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty was killed, and among the dozens of other cultivators, 10 of them were the supreme elders of the top 10 immortal sects in this world, second only to the Manwei dynasty. The others were also from powerful sections. With so many of them killed here, these major forces will probably be furious. This is simply, not to mention the other sects, just the wrath of the Manwei dynasty alone is enough to shake this world. This is going to change the world. Some of the cultivators murmured. After leaving the area of the stellar stone, Lin Tian was very fast. Using his spirit to control the true immortal's withered corpse, he crossed a great distance in the blink of an eye. Not long after, he drove the true immortal's withered corpse to a cave in a mountain. He's back. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were guarding this place, keeping an eye on the situation outside the cave. The moment Lin Tian arrived with the true immortal's withered corpse, he was discovered by the two. Lin Tian nodded and stepped into the cave. His spirit stepped out of the true immortal's withered corpse and returned to his own body. He then put the true immortal's withered corpse away. How is it? Seeing that Lin Tian was unharmed, Wuxing Crocodile asked about the star stone. I got it. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, he took out the jade bottle that was wrapped in his spirit and threw it to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Wuxing Crocodile took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately saw the densely packed star stones inside the jade bottle and sensed the extremely rich origin energy of the stars. It seemed that several stars had been stored in this jade bottle. So many? It was shocked. It simply glanced at the star stones in the jade bottle. The amount of star stones in the bottle made its heart skip a beat. It estimated that with the total amount of star stones in the jade bottle, at least 90 Emperor Realm cultivators could step into the Eternal Realm in a very short time. This was simply a super amazing treasure. Even Little Taichu couldn't help but widen its eyes. It was shocked by the huge amount of star stones in the jade bottle. That star mine is actually so amazing. Wuxing Crocodile exclaimed again and again. After a while, it calmed down a little and asked Lin Tian Dao, by the way, what about that Yan Zhongwang? Did you kill him? Yes. Lin Tian Dao nodded and said, the star stones in this jade bottle were taken from him. It's about 90% of the total amount of star stones in that star mine. As he spoke, he briefly told 5 Elements Crocodile and Little Grand Primordium about how he had killed the other cultivators who had surrounded and killed Yan Zhongwang due to the temptation he threw at them. A group of clowns. It's time to kill them all. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian Dao nodded and put away the jade bottle containing the star stones. He said, let's leave this spirit field first and find another remote and secret place to refine them in seclusion. Okay. Let's go. Wuxing Crocodile nodded repeatedly, its eyes full of light. Now, they were in the immortal realm. If they refined these star stones, they would soon reach the eternal realm. And when they reached the eternal realm, they would be immortal and would no longer have to worry about the passage of time. This was undoubtedly something they yearned for. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. Immediately, 1 man and 2 beasts left this place and soon left the spirit field. After that, they spent a full 3 days. They purposely found a very remote and desolate mountain. There was not even a single Class 1 monster beast in it. They found a relatively large cave and stepped into it. Lin Tian Dao used his half-step Eternal Realm cultivation to arrange 81 ceiling formations outside the cave. Then, he sat down in the cave. With these 81 ceiling formations outside the cave, even if a genuine immortal expert passed by, without carefully probing with his divine thought, he would not be able to sense him, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu in the cave. He sat down in the cave and took out a large pile of star stones from the jade bottle. The cave was instantly filled with the rich origin energy of the starry sky. It was as if it had turned into a small part of the starry sky. The silver light kept flashing. Let's start. With this pile of star stones, it's enough for us to enter the eternal realm, he said. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu nodded. They immediately ran the ancient Sutra Heart Sutra and began to refine the star stones. Lin Tiandao sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and ran the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the star stones here. Immediately, the rich starry sky origin energy rushed into his body like a vast ocean wave. After being refined by the Sun Heart Sutra, it poured into his divine sense sea and then into his divine soul in the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, his divine soul trembled, and the soul power it emitted rose at a very amazing speed. In the immortal realm, under normal circumstances, the physical body was truly immortal and indestructible, unaffected by the erosion of time. At this level, what needed to be cultivated was the divine soul. By absorbing the starry sky origin energy, the divine soul would reach the true immortal and indestructible state, and then step into the eternal realm. Of course, at this level, cultivators didn't necessarily need to absorb the starry sky origin force in order to progress in their cultivation. With a huge amount of spirit chi and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, a cultivator could continuously rush up the immortal realm and step into the eternal realm. In other words, on the path of cultivation, no matter which realm a cultivator was in, a large amount of natural energy and special natural treasures could make a cultivator's cultivation base soar to new heights in a short period of time. Buzz. He refined the star stones to cultivate, and the divine light outside his body became stronger and stronger. His essence, chi, and spirit also became more and more vigorous. His cultivation gradually moved from the half-step eternal realm to the eternal realm. On the myriad realms imperial star, at the center of this world, 100,000 immortal mountains were gathered together. Each of them was extremely shocking, and extremely rich spirit chi fluctuations were intertwined. It was as if the ancestral dragon vein of this world had passed through this place. In these 100,000 immortal mountains, there were magnificent palaces one after another, as if it was a small immortal realm. It was the place where the Manwei dynasty, the number one force in the starry sky, was founded. What? A furious roar rang out from a scarlet gold palace at the center of the Wanwei dynasty, causing the entire sky to tremble. In the red gold palace, the emperor of the Manwei dynasty was sitting in the center of the palace. Majestic divine power was rolling around his body, and his eyes were full of anger. Just now, he had received a report that Yan Zhongwang had been killed outside. Moreover, the star stones he had obtained, which were enough for more than 90 Empyrean realm practitioners to enter the eternal realm at the same time, had all been taken away. The Manwei dynasty was the number one force in the starry sky. It was the real overlord of this part of the starry sky, and it was the emperor of the endless star areas. But now, someone had dared to attack Yan Zhongwang, who was second only to him and several genuine immortal true ancestors in the Manwei dynasty. He had killed Yan Zhongwang and taken away all the star stones he had obtained. Those star stones were a super treasure for the Manwei dynasty. It was enough for the Manwei dynasty to have more than 90 eternal realm experts in a short time, and their strength would increase several times. But now, they were all gone. Who did it? Who did it? Find out. The man roared. In the super spirit field, Lin Tian had entered the genuine immortal corpse with his spirit and killed Yan Zhongwang. At that time, although there were many people watching the battle, they could not see Lin Tian's real body, so they did not know who killed Yan Zhongwang. Yan Zhongwang himself guessed it, but he was already dead and could not say it out loud. As for the green-robed old man and the gray-robed old man who had followed Yan Zhongwang, the green-robed old man had been killed when he was first ordered to kill Lin Tian, and the gray-robed old man had been slapped tens of thousands of feet away by Lin Tian's withered true immortal corpse outside the star mine. As a result, the Myriad Might dynasty did not even know who Yan Zhongwang had a grudge with in spirit realm, so it was very difficult for them to deduce who had killed Yan Zhongwang and taken away his star stone. Immediately, one expert after another stepped out and began to investigate who had killed Yan Zhongwang, and who had taken away all the star stones that Yan Zhongwang had obtained. They were determined to find the person who had killed Yan Zhongwang and kill him. Most importantly, he had to retrieve all the stellar stones that had been taken away. That was because the value of those stellar stones was too great. At the same time, in this world, the 10 most powerful immortal sects under the Manwei dynasty and other major forces were also shocked and angry, because in their sects and clans, top experts were killed along with Yan Zhongwang. However, compared to the Wanwei dynasty, although these great powers were shocked and enraged, they did not make any big moves. This was because they had heard that the person who killed Yan Zhongwang and the experts of their respective sects not only had the corpse of a true immortal, but also a complete true immortal weapon. He was invincible against anyone below the true immortal realm. Even though they knew who had killed their experts, they could do nothing about it and could not do anything. Now, only a major force like the Manwei dynasty, which had a true immortal realm expert, could suppress that person. In a cave in a remote and desolate mountain, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were quietly refining star stones to cultivate. The entire cave was filled with the star origin energy. Buzz. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and the Heart Sutra of Sun was being circulated faster and faster. His essence, energy, and cultivation were all increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Dense clouds shrouded the sky, and thunderbolts suddenly intertwined. The aura of destruction was appalling. In just an instant, the sky around the desolate mountain turned pitch black, and the earth was enveloped by an oppressive force. All the living beings within a radius of several thousand feet trembled, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts at the first moment. Boom! The thunder roared and shook the sky, as if it was going to destroy the world. The whole desolate mountain shook because of it. In the cave of the desolate mountain, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, who were refining star stones to cultivate, could not help but tremble violently. The aura of their bodies became chaotic because of it. On the other side, blazing golden light intertwined around Lin Tian's body, and there were strands of thunder and lightning arcs around his body. The faint pressure of the eternal realm was vast and mighty in this space, and the blood and chi were extremely strong. Immediately, the blazing golden light outside his body gradually dimmed, and the vigorous blood and chi were quickly absorbed. Then, the rolling thunder in the sky of the mountain dissipated in an instant. The aura of Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu slowly stabilized, and their essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation continued to rise. After a dozen breaths, in the cave, Lin Tian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of thunder and lightning in his eyes. The heavenly tribulation this time seems to be more dangerous than before. He muttered to himself, raised his head in the cave, and looked at the sky. After refining star stones to cultivate, after a month, he finally reached the level of the eternal realm. Just now, he directly attracted the heavenly tribulation of the eternal realm. Then, at the last moment, he temporarily withdrew from the eternal realm, so that the heavenly tribulation that he attracted disappeared and hid. And just at the initial sign of the heavenly tribulation of the eternal realm, he also clearly felt how terrible the real heavenly tribulation of the eternal realm would be later. At that moment, all his internal organs were trembling. In this regard, he could imagine that it was because entering the eternal realm meant eternal life. It was a huge transformation on the path of cultivation. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation attracted by such a transformation was very threatening. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. It's not a big deal. I can make it through. Although he had mastered the 5 heavenly thunder skill, he should not have been able to survive the eternal realm heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, he had obtained a soul-rotting grass in the super-spiritual territory a month ago. With this soul-rotting grass, he could refine at least 3 transcendence elixirs that could increase his battle strength tenfold. With this transcendence elixir and the 5 heavenly thunder skill, he would have no problem surviving the eternal realm heavenly tribulation. At this time, he did not do anything for the time being. He stood guard for Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and occasionally glanced outside the cave. Buzz, buzz, outside the Wuxing Crocodile and the Little Taichu's bodies, different divine lights intertwined. Their essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation levels were all rapidly rising. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, there were only dozens of star stones left that Lin Tian had taken out and piled up in the cave. 2 hurricanes swayed out from the Wuxing Crocodile and the Little Taichu, and 2 powerful auras directly spread in the cave. Immediately, the next moment, the two opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were full of intertwining light, and the divine light outside their bodies was very strong. I've made it! The Eternal Realm. The whooshing crocodile was excited. After refining a lot of star stones, it directly stepped into the Eternal Realm from the middle stage of the Immortal Realm after 3 months. Now that it had stepped into the Eternal Realm, it did not have to care about the passage of time at all. Under normal circumstances, it had the same lifespan as heaven and earth, and was immortal and indestructible. At the same time, the demon aura outside its body was very amazing. The Eternal Realm's coercion was extremely strong. In terms of pure battle strength, it could definitely fight against a middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Little Taichu's body was surrounded by 6 divine lights. It was purer than before, and its divine aura was stronger. There was also a faint divine majestic aura, which was extremely extraordinary. Well, you're all very good. Lin Tian looked at them and smiled. At this time, he could feel the strength of whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. Although they had just stepped into the Eternal Realm, their battle strength was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Little Taichu responded in a childish voice. Whooshing crocodile laughed, then looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Boy, what about you?" It looked at Lin Tian and said, "Well, it seems that you haven't really entered the Eternal Realm, but you should be able to step into it at any time, right? Did you step into the Eternal Realm before, and then withdraw?" When it was refining the star stone to cultivate, it felt a terrible sense of oppression from the sky. It was not the first time it had encountered that kind of oppression. It could clearly feel the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Now that it could make it tremble, it was definitely the heavenly tribulation of the Eternal Realm triggered by Lin Tian. After that, the aura of the heavenly tribulation disappeared in the blink of an eye. It could easily guess that at that time, Lin Tian temporarily withdrew from this level after entering the Eternal Realm, causing the eternal tribulation to dissipate. After all, it had encountered such a situation before when it was cultivating with Lin Tianyi, so it was no stranger to it. Lin Tianyi smiled, "Yes, that's it. So, how is it? This eternal tribulation, is it difficult?" Whooshing crocodile continued to ask with a serious expression, because it knew that Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation was terrible every time, especially this heavenly tribulation, which was triggered by Lin Tian stepping into the Eternal Realm and achieving the real immortal and indestructible body. It knew how dangerous it was without thinking. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." Lin Tian Dao. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Whooshing crocodile was quite surprised. It did not expect Lin Tian to say, "It's not a big deal." "You're quite confident." It looked at Lin Tian Dao. "Of course." Lin Tian smiled, and then said to Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, "You two consolidate the cultivation of the Eternal Realm first. I'll protect you. Then, I'll refine elixirs. After that, I'll find a place to cross the eternal tribulation." "Refine elixirs?" Whooshing crocodile was a little surprised, but the next moment, it thought of something, using that soul-rotting grass to refine the transcendence elixir? As it spoke, its eyes lit up. "No wonder you're so confident about this eternal tribulation." It naturally knew that Lin Tian obtained a soul-rotting grass in the super-spiritual territory. It also knew that Lin Tian could use this soul-rotting grass to refine the transcendence elixir that could increase the combat power by 10 times in a short time. With the transcendence elixir that could increase the combat power by 10 times and the thunder technique that Lin Tian mastered, it had reason to believe that Lin Tian could cross the eternal tribulation easily. At that moment, it was no longer worried and said, "Then Grandpa Crocodile and the little guy will consolidate the cultivation of the Eternal Realm first. Then, you refine the elixirs and cross the eternal tribulation." After that, it called little Taichu and began to consolidate the cultivation of the Eternal Realm. Lin Tian guarded Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu on the side. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu opened their eyes one after another. Their essence, qi, and spirit were stronger than 7 days ago. At the same time, they were more stable. Their cultivation of the Eternal Realm was truly stabilized. Their foundation was as solid as a primordial immortal stone. "Okay, I'll start refining the elixir." Lin Tian Dao. He had refined the Transcendence Elixir once when he was at the Great Virtue Realm. Now, with his cultivation that could enter the Eternal Realm at any time, his alchemy skills had long surpassed the level of a rank 9 alchemist recorded in the history books. Refining the Transcendence Elixir at this time was naturally much easier than before. He took out the soul-rotting grass and some other materials needed to refine the Transcendence Elixir. He also took out the black and blue medicinal cauldron that he obtained from Master Apothecary's retreat. Then, he activated the pure yang flame and immediately began to refine this baodan. He was very skilled. In the blink of an eye, a full 6 hours passed. 6 hours later, a strong fragrance came from this mountain cave. He opened the black and blue medicinal cauldron and took out 4 thumb-sized purple baodan. There were strands of divine runes intertwined on it. It was very magical. I refined one more than I expected. Moreover, the effect should be stronger than the Transcendence Elixir refined before. Each Transcendence Elixir refined at this time is probably enough to maintain 10 times the combat power for nearly 2 hours. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He had once obtained a soul-decaying grass from the Extremine Temple. At that time, he had never failed in refining the Transcendence Divine Pill. His success rate was 100%, but he had only managed to refine 3 Transcendence Divine Pills. Now, perhaps because the soul-decaying grass he had found was of better quality than the one he had found, and because his cultivation level was higher than before, he had managed to refine 4 Transcendence Divine Pills with a 100% success rate. Furthermore, the effects were much better than the Transcendence Divine Pills he had refined before. 2 hours? The Transcendence Elixirs you refined before could only last for slightly more than an hour. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Yes. Lin Tiandao said, the reason should be that the soul-rotting grass I found this time is better than the one I found before. Moreover, my cultivation is stronger now, and my control of the elixir fire transformed from pure yang flame is more precise. Therefore, the Transcendence Elixir refined this time is better than the one I refined before. He briefly explained to Wuxing Crocodile, then took out 2 Transcendence Elixirs and distributed them to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. He kept 2 for himself. Wuxing Crocodile took the Transcendence Elixir from Lin Tian, and his eyes lit up. 10 times the combat power. With Lord Crocodile's current cultivation, coupled with this Transcendence Elixir, I can probably fight with a genuine immortal after increasing my combat power by 10 times. Lin Tian glanced at it, don't think too much. The higher the cultivation, the greater the gap in combat power between the major realms. With your current eternal early stage cultivation, even if your combat power is increased by 20 times, you can't be a match for a genuine immortal cultivator. After successfully refining the Transcendence Divine Pill that could increase one's battle prowess by 10 times, Lin Tian was ready to leave this place and find a deserted and empty place to transcend the Eternal Realm Heavenly Tribulation. This was because his Eternal Realm Heavenly Tribulation must cover a very large area. If there were any living creatures nearby, they might be harmed. He did not want that to happen. Immediately, he left this place and led Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu out of the barren mountain and into the distance. Soon, they crossed a great distance and tore through the void to move forward. After more than 14 hours, they came to a vast desert in this world. Looking around, this desert covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was completely filled with yellow sand and gravel, and there was not a single living creature. Wait for me at the outermost part of the desert, Lin Tian said to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Okay. Wuxing Crocodile nodded, and Little Taichu also responded in a childish voice. Although Lin Tian's Eternal Realm Heavenly Tribulation was terrifying, they believed that there would be no problem with the Transcendence Divine Pill that could increase one's battle prowess by 10 times and the unparalleled thunder technique. Lin Tian walked on the desert ground and soon came to the center of the desert. He glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu at the outermost part of the desert, and then looked up at the vast sky. He took a deep breath, and then with a thought, he no longer suppressed his cultivation and directly stepped into the Eternal Realm. Immediately, with a boom, an earth-shaking thunder resounded in the sky, as if the sky was about to explode. In just an instant, the rolling clouds gathered, forming a huge lightning vortex. Bolts of blood-red lightning flashed within, as thick as mountains. The world instantly turned pitch black, and the entire myriad domain imperial star could not help but shake, causing countless creatures in this world to feel a sense of fear. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts continued to reverberate in the sky. The tribulation lightning in the sky continued to gather, becoming stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. The oppressive and destructive aura seemed to want to obliterate everything. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu were outside the Gobi Desert. Looking at the rolling thunder in the sky, they couldn't help but shiver. This is simply, Whooshing Crocodile shuddered. As far as the eye could see, in the dark thunderclouds above the Gobi Desert, blood-red lightning bolts flashed as if they were about to destroy the world. Each bolt contained enough power to easily crush an ordinary Eternal Realm expert, causing the scales on its body to stand up involuntarily. Boom! Thunder rumbled once more. The destructive and oppressive aura became more and more terrifying. In the sky, it was as if an immortal king was about to descend. Lin Tian stood in the center of the Gobi Desert, looking up at the lightning in the sky. His internal organs couldn't help but turn cold. The heavenly punishment was simply too terrifying. However, even though he could sense how terrifying the heavenly punishment was, his expression did not change. He was not afraid at all. With a slight shift of his mind, a purple transcendence elixir appeared in his right hand. He swallowed it directly. In an instant, his body trembled slightly, and his blood chi surged on the spot. The ground of the Gobi Desert under his feet cracked. His physique, speed, divine consciousness, divine soul, divine power, and other aspects of his strength increased tenfold. Then, in the next moment, silver lightning intertwined outside his body. He activated the 5 Thunder Sky-Shaking technique. Together with the Transcendence Elixir, his combat strength increased tenfold, causing the world to tremble again. With a rumbling sound, the void around him twisted. A tyrannical aura surged, as if an ancient volcano had erupted. It was appalling. Tenfold combat strength, coupled with that thunder technique, it's really, outside the Gobi Desert, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At this time, Lin Tian's aura was too powerful. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the pitch-black thundercloud vortex spun. There seemed to be a pair of cold eyes inside, staring at Lin Tian, who was at the center of the Gobi Desert, ready to devour Lin Tian. Terrifying hurricanes formed on their own, sweeping across the Gobi Desert. Lin Tian stood at the center of the Gobi Desert. The black hair in front of his forehead swayed wildly in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. He looked up at the sky, and silver lightning intertwined around his body. Silver lightning intertwined in his eyes, as if he was a peerless god of thunder. Come. Looking at the rolling heavenly punishment in the sky, he said lightly. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, causing a shocking explosion. The space within a few hundred zhang of the area was completely shattered. Then, in the next moment, the first round of the heavenly punishment appeared. It pressed down mightily in the form of a huge lightning beam. Lin Tian looked at the heavenly punishment that pressed down and soared into the sky. Silver lightning intertwined around his body, and he blasted the 5 Thunder Sky-Shaking technique head-on. With a simple thunder fist, he shattered the first round of the heavenly punishment. Again. Lin Tian Ondao. He shook his divine power, and the 5 Thunder Sky-Shaking technique circulated even more fiercely. The aura he exuded was even more terrifying. Then, he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda from his body. He wanted this divine origin weapon to undergo the tribulation with him and be baptized by the lightning. Boom! The thunder roared, and dense blood-red lightning fell like rain, enveloping Lin Tian in it. This blood-red lightning wasn't the main lightning tribulation of the second round. It was just the ordinary tribulation lightning brought about by this heavenly tribulation. But it was still very frightening. Each lightning bolt was enough to easily shatter an ordinary early-stage eternal expert. Soon after, another huge roar sounded, and the second round of the heavenly punishment appeared. It was a vast and boundless thunderbolt, many times more terrifying than the first round of the heavenly punishment. The moment it appeared, it pressed down mercilessly. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and the black hair on his forehead danced. The immortal Emperor Pagoda floated above his head, and the silver lightning brought by the 5 Thunders Sky-Shaking technique intertwined on the surface of his body. He faced the second round of the heavenly punishment head-on without any scruples. In the blink of an eye, his body and the immortal Emperor Pagoda were completely submerged in the boundless thunderbolt. Then, in the next moment, he shattered everything with the 5 thunders sky-shaking technique and 10 times his battle strength. He forcibly absorbed the tribulation lightning to temper his origin divine pagoda. For a time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was shattered and turned into a sky full of primordial chi. Lin Tian forcibly injected the tribulation lightning into it, tempering the pagoda over and over again. Then, the primordial chi that filled the sky gathered again and condensed into the pagoda. At this time, the divine light outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which was only about 3 inches tall, became stronger and stronger. As expected of the primordial heavenly crystal, the ultimate sacred object for forging precious weapons. No matter how broken it can be reformed. As long as the master is alive, the pagoda will not be destroyed. It's really amazing. Outside the Gobi Desert, whooshing crocodile clicked his tongue. Boom! Thunder rumbled. In the sky above the Gobi Desert, the thunderclouds became more turbulent, and an even more terrifying destructive force spread out. In the next moment, the 3rd round of tribulation lightning appeared and pressed down. Lin Tian was in the center of the Gobi Desert. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was intertwined with purple primordial chi. He circulated the 5 thunders sky-shaking technique, and the silver lightning outside his body became even more intense. He faced the tribulation head-on again. Boom! The heavens trembled. Following the 3rd round of the main lightning punishment, numerous blood-red lightning bolts descended together. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and their destructive power was terrifying. Lin Tian was fearless. With 10 times his battle strength and the 5 thunders sky-shaking technique, he moved unhindered under the tribulation lightning. As he transcended the tribulation, he used the light of tribulation lightning to temper his origin divine pagoda. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the light of tribulation lightning fell one after another. After that, in the sky above the Gobi Desert, ear-piercing thunder rumbled continuously. Bolts of lightning fell unceasingly. The destructive and oppressive aura became more and more terrifying as time passed. It pressed down on Lin Tian again and again. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. When the last ear-piercing sound of thunder passed, the heavenly tribulation in the sky dissipated. The pitch-black sky returned to its original appearance, and the space became bright again. As far as the eye could see, at this time, the vast desert was torn apart and shattered beyond recognition. The surface of the ground had sunk at least several hundred feet. Everywhere was charred black soil, and in the air, there were strands of lightning arcs intertwining. The destructive aura was still there, but it was gradually weakening. In the center of the Gobi Desert, Lin Tian was covered in blood. His body was broken beyond recognition, and in many places, even his bones could be seen. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was broken into countless pieces and fell at his feet. He gasped for breath as blood gushed out of his mouth. Even with the help of the Transcendence Elixir and the 5 heaven-shaking thunder skill, he still suffered an unimaginable injury under the Eternal Realm's heavenly punishment. It was because the heavenly tribulation attracted by achieving the Tao fruit of eternity was too terrifying. But in the end, he managed to transcend it. Wang, in the sky, 7-colored divine light intertwined, and a 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared, directly above Lin Tian's head. It directly projected a large amount of 7-colored divine light, enveloping Lin Tian in it. In an instant, Lin Tian's broken body began to heal. His flesh and bones cracked. Soon, his injuries were healed, and his essence, chi, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. He looked around, and with a thought, the broken fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda flew up and quickly gathered around him to be washed by the 7-colored divine light. This 7-colored divine light was a gift after transcending the heavenly tribulation, and it had a very amazing power. Wang. His whole body was bathed in the 7-colored divine light, and his essence, chi, and spirit quickly rose to the peak. The broken immortal Emperor Pagoda also reformed. It was also at this time that the 7-colored auspicious cloud in the sky slowly dissipated, and the 7-colored divine light no longer projected down. Lin Tian stood in the center of the Gobi Desert, his whole body intertwined with a faint light, and a faint eternal pressure lingered around his body. Early stage Eternal Realm. he muttered to himself, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. At this time, after transcending the heavenly tribulation of the eternal realm, he really stood at the level of the eternal realm. He could clearly feel that his strength in all aspects had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was much stronger than before. And most importantly, at this moment, he had a feeling that he was one with heaven and earth. That feeling was immortal and indestructible. When one's cultivation reached the eternal realm, one would be immortal and indestructible under normal circumstances. They would live as long as heaven and earth and would no longer be affected by the passage of time. Although Lin Tian's state of mind was extraordinary, he could not help but feel a little excited. After all, he had now stepped into the forest of eternal life. He had gone from an ordinary mortal who only had 100 years of life to the Tao fruit of eternal life that he had today. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Finally, you've reached the eternal realm. Whooshing Crocodile's voice sounded. He and little Taichu flashed over and looked Lin Tian up and down. They could clearly feel the strength of Lin Tian at this moment. Then, his eyes fell on the immortal Emperor Pagoda in front of Lin Tian. His eyes lit up and he clicked his tongue. And this pagoda, I'm afraid it's also very powerful. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was Lin Tian's origin divine weapon. At this time, after Lin Tianyi had passed the eternal realm heavenly tribulation, the primordial chi outside the pagoda had become denser after being refined and purified by the thunder punishment light of the heavenly tribulation. There were also strands of lightning arcs intertwined outside the pagoda. There were strands of thunderbolt marks on the pagoda's body. Its momentum was very astonishing. At this time, although the sect pagoda was only a low-grade eternal weapon, it was certain that the sect pagoda was the king of all eternal weapons. Even if it collided with a genuine immortal weapon, it would not necessarily lose. Not bad. Lin Tian said with a smile. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of the ultimate holy material for forging weapons, the primordial heavenly crystal. It had been repeatedly refined and polished by the power of faith and the thunder punishment force. Its power was naturally very strong, and its attack and defense were unparalleled. With that, he moved his mind slightly and took the immortal Emperor Pagoda into his body. Then, he called Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to leave. This place was deserted for tens of millions of miles. Naturally, there was no need to stay here after passing the heavenly tribulation. Soon, they were far away from this place. The barren land was no longer in sight. Magnificent mountains appeared in front of him. Let's find a place to bury the genuine immortal's corpse. Lin Tian Dao. Now, he, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu had all reached the eternal realm. With their own battle strength, they could dominate the realm of the eternal realm. They no longer needed to rely on the power of the withered corpse of a genuine immortal. Because of this, he intended to find a place to properly bury the true immortal's corpse. After all, this corpse had helped him greatly during this period of time, so he couldn't just throw it away casually just because he didn't need it anymore. Because it would be too immoral of him to leave the corpse exposed in the wilderness. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Then, one man and two beasts climbed over many mountains. Not long after, they found a place that was full of spiritual aura but deserted. Lin Tian personally dug a simple grave. Then, he took out the withered corpse of the true immortal and placed it in the grave. Then, he covered the grave and erected a simple tombstone in front of the grave. Because he didn't know the name of the withered corpse of the true immortal, he could only write Tomb of the Nameless True Immortal on the tombstone. Then, he bowed slightly and called out to Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. Then, they left and walked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had left behind dozens of mountains. A road appeared in front of him. Many cultivators were coming and going on it. Many of them were discussing something with each other. It's been a long time since someone angered the Wanwei dynasty like this. He actually killed Yan Zongwang of the Wanwei dynasty and took away the pile of star stones that Yan Zongwang obtained. Now, the Manwei dynasty is looking for that person all over the world. As long as you can provide his whereabouts, you'll be rewarded. Huh? He's already on the wanted list? I remember hearing that he killed Yan Zongwang with a genuine immortal's corpse controlled by his divine soul. I don't think anyone has seen his real body. Under such circumstances, how can he be wanted? How can others provide clues about his whereabouts? We don't even know what he looks like. We've already found out. The person who spoke first said, it said that in the super spiritual territory, someone saw one of Yan Zhongwang's servants come into contact with a young man. At that time, he seemed to be inviting the young man, but the young man didn't agree. At that time, the servant's face was a little cold, and he looked very unhappy. The servant was obviously ordered by Yan Zhongwang to contact the young man. Then, outside the star mine, the genuine immortal's corpse that killed Yan Zhongwang said, "You sent someone to kill me because I didn't want to join the Manwei dynasty." The Manwei dynasty speculated that the person who controlled the genuine immortal's corpse was that young man. It means that Yan Zhongwang's servant was ordered by Yan Zhongwang to invite the young man to join the Manwei dynasty. But the young man refused. Yan Zhongwang was very unhappy about this, so he sent someone to kill the young man, but they didn't succeed. Then, in anger, the young man used his divine soul to control the genuine immortal's corpse to kill Yan Zhongwang. And he took away all the star stones that Yan Zhongwang obtained from the star mine? It seems so. Isn't this a little too careless? It seems like it's just a simple guess, it can't be confirmed, right? It doesn't sound too serious, and it's just a guess. However, this guess can be said to be the truth, because it's said that Yan Zhongwang and his two servants treated them with respect ever since they entered the super spiritual domain. It was only when they came into contact with that young man that they had a bad relationship with. It seems that Yan Zhongwang had lost face because of it. And with Yan Zhongwang's status, it's understandable that he would do something after losing face. Combined with the sentence, "Just because I didn't want to join the Manwei dynasty, you sent someone to kill me," when the genuine immortal's corpse killed Yan Zhongwang, this guess is very consistent, right? This seems to be the case. The person who was doubtful nodded, then whispered, "But if that's really the case, then Yan Zhongwang is purely. The person looked left and right, then lowered his voice even more. If that's really the case, then Yan Zhongwang's death is his own fault, he can't blame anyone. The Manwei dynasty actually put out a warrant for someone with such great fanfare? So what? Does the Manwei dynasty care about who's right and who's wrong? They only cared that someone had killed an important figure of their bloodline and offended the dignity of their bloodline. And there's one more thing, it's said that Yan Zhongwang obtained a frightening amount of celestial stones. Even for the Manwei dynasty, it's a super treasure. Now, the Manwei dynasty put out a warrant for that young man for two reasons. One is to avenge Yan Zhongwang and maintain their dignity, and more importantly, to take back those celestial stones. It's said that several genuine immortals and true ancestors of this lineage have come out of seclusion. What? For that person, the Manwei dynasty's genuine immortals came out of seclusion? It said so. This actually alarmed the genuine immortals? The genuine immortals are going to do it themselves? That can't be helped. That person has a genuine immortal's corpse and a genuine immortal weapon, he's invincible below the genuine immortal level. Only the genuine immortals can suppress him. On the avenue, the cultivators discussed with different expressions on their faces. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu were still some distance away from the avenue, so they naturally heard the cultivators' discussion. Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes. The people of the Wanwei dynasty are quite quick-witted. Just from the unpleasant contact between Yan Zhongwang's azure-robed servant and us, and the words you said while controlling the withered corpse of the true immortal, they were able to deduce that you killed Yan Zhongwang. Wuxing Crocodile was a bit surprised. To be able to dominate the starry sky, the experts of this lineage naturally can't be mediocre. It's normal for them to be able to infer something like this, Lin Tian said. Moreover, it's not difficult to come up with something like this. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Well, that's true. Then, it asked, then, what should we do now? If the genuine immortal expert of this lineage finds us, even if we have the transcendence elixir that can increase our combat power by 10 times, according to what you said before, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to resist. The difference in combat power is huge. It said, looking at Lin Tiandao. By the way, I forgot that you're special. You're a reincarnated body and have experienced many heavenly tribulations. Although you're in the early stage of eternity, your combat power is definitely much stronger than Lord Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. With your current cultivation and the transcendence elixir, can you defeat a genuine immortal? Hearing its question, little Taichu couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I can't win. The gap between my current combat power and a genuine immortal's combat power is more than 10 times. If I want to defeat a genuine immortal, with the various conditions under my control now, I have to at least increase my cultivation. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped speaking and tilted his head to look towards the southeast. Wisps of astonishment appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Seeing his action, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were a little curious. This Guqin sound is very special. Lin Tiandao fixed his gaze on the southeast with this place as the center. What? Guqin sound? What Guqin sound? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled and looked in the direction of Lin Tian's gaze. The next moment, it was slightly moved. I heard it. A glimmer of light appeared in its eyes. It seems very special, very unusual. Little Taichu looked in the southeast and called out in a childish voice. There was also a faint glimmer in its eyes. Obviously, it also heard the Guqin sound from the southeast and felt the uniqueness of the Guqin sound. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tiandao. The faint Guqin sound came from the southeast. It was weak, peaceful, and tranquil, as if it was played with the Dao as the strings. It contained a very special and very amazing Dao rhythm, which made his divine soul tremble when he heard the Guqin sound even though he was in the eternal realm. His soul power vaguely became a little stronger, which really surprised him. Immediately, he, the 5 elements crocodile, and little grand primordium rose into the air at the same time, flying towards the southeast direction of this place at an extremely fast speed. After more than 2 hours, an ordinary little village appeared in front of him. The zither music had become much clearer in this place compared to when they first heard it. It came from a locust tree forest to the west of the village. The village was not small. There were about 100 or so households, and they were all ordinary people. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu arrived at this place. They only briefly scanned the village before their gazes fell straight on the locust tree forest on the west side of the village. The locust tree forest was not very big. It was about 100 feet in radius. The locust trees inside were not very tall. The leaves were green, and pale white locust flowers bloomed. There was a faint fragrance floating nearby. The faint sound of a zither drifted out from the forest. It was quiet and peaceful. Lin Tianji felt comfortable all over as he listened to this zither music. This was because the zither music here was much clearer than when he first heard it from far away. At this time, he felt his spirit vibrate more intensely, and his soul power was increasing on its own. Let's go in and take a look. As he spoke, he called for Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu to descend from the void. They walked on foot and quickly entered the locust tree forest. A scorching sun hung in the sky. The sunlight penetrated through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the locust trees, casting specks of light on the ground. As soon as the 3 of them entered the locust tree forest, they felt a cool and comfortable feeling. The zither music that lingered in the air was much clearer and more melodious than when they were outside. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu walked in. As they listened to the zither music, they felt an indescribable comfort. It was as if the Tao was surrounding them. As they listened to the zither music, they walked deeper into the locust tree forest where the zither music was even clearer. The locust tree forest was not big. In the blink of an eye, they walked to the center of the forest, where the zither music was the clearest. In other words, the zither music was coming from this place. However, when they came here and found the source of the zither music, the 3 of them could not help but change their expressions. This, Lin Tian looked ahead. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. As far as the eye could see, there was a small tomb at the center of the locust tree forest. The zither music was coming from the small tomb. A tomb? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Even little Taichu couldn't help but widen his big, watery eyes. They had heard the sound of the zither from afar and felt that it was extraordinary, so they had chased after it until they reached this place. Unexpectedly, the source of the zither sound was actually a simple little tomb. Who are you? An old voice sounded, and a white-haired old man walked in from outside the forest. The old man was leaning on a walking stick. He looked to be in his 70s, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of Xinyuan or divine power around his body. Obviously, he was just an ordinary person. "Who are you?" the old man asked as he approached Lin Tian. At the same time, the old man also saw the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu beside Lin Tian. However, he did not pay much attention to them because whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were not speaking. He only thought that whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were Lin Tian's pets. After all, many people in this world had pets. Lin Tian saw the old man's eyes sweep over whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. He naturally understood that the old man thought that whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were his pets. He gave a look to the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, indicating that they should temporarily play the role of pets and not startle this ordinary old man. He stepped forward and said politely, "Hello, old man. I am not a suspicious person. I just heard a very nice zither sound nearby, so I came here." "What?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man was shocked. "You can still hear the zither sound in this forest?" Lin Tian nodded. At the same time, he was curious. "Old man, do you know about the zither sound? Can you tell me more about it?" When the old man asked him, he used the word also. Obviously, he knew about the zither sound in this place. Beside him, whooshing crocodile and little Taichu did not speak. However, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes as they looked straight at the old man. "I know. How can I not know? This is something that has been passed down for generations in our village. Everyone in the village knows about it." The old man nodded. When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately knew where the old man came from. He must have come from the small village near the Huaitree forest. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was that the old man knew about the zither sound in this place. He asked, "Then, can you tell me more about the zither sound here? Is it convenient?" The zither sound here was too unusual. Now that the old man knew about it, he naturally wanted to know more about it. The old man looked at the curious expression on Lin Tian's face and did not refuse. "It is not inconvenient." When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately stepped forward and very politely helped the old man to a bluestone in the Huaitree forest to sit down. "Please tell me about it," he said politely. The old man looked at Lin Tian and nodded with a smile. It was rare to see such a polite young man nowadays. "This old man only heard about it from my grandfather who passed away." Of course, this old man's grandfather also heard about it from the people from 2 generations ago. Because this matter was too long ago, so long ago that it's hard to say exactly when it happened. The old man said, "It is said that a long time ago, there was a witch living in the village. She always had a very gentle smile on her face. She was not originally from the village and seemed to have moved in from somewhere else. I heard from my grandfather that there were many kinds of diseases in those years. People in the village often fell ill and died because they could not get good treatment. However, ever since the witch moved into the village, she could easily cure anyone who fell ill, no matter what kind of disease it was. She would also help the villagers if they had any other problems. She could solve them easily without any compensation." As the old man spoke, although he had never met the witch, his face and eyes were full of respect. Then, he showed a trace of regret and said, "However, I heard that the witch did not stay in the village for long. She passed away about 10 years later." Lin Tian knew that the word witch was a sacred title in ancient times. It meant that she was a woman who could communicate with the gods. At this time, the old man said these words and did not mention the zither sound. However, he also knew that the old man would not mention the witch for no reason when he asked about the zither sound. "Old man, is the zither sound here related to the witch?" he asked. The old man nodded and said, "I heard from my grandfather that the witch knew many things. In those 10 years, she would always play the zither in this locust tree forest when she was free." As he spoke, the old man stood up and walked step by step to the small tomb in the center of the locust tree. He bowed respectfully and then said, "This tomb is the witch's tomb. The witch used to play the zither here. It is said that every time the witch played the zither, the villagers would come to listen. Every time they heard it, they would become very energetic and all their fatigue would be swept away." "Are you saying that the zither sound I'm hearing now is the sound of the witch playing the zither a long time ago?" Lin Tian's expression changed. Yes. The old man nodded and said, in fact, it is said that not long after the witch passed away, the sound of the zither could still be heard in this locust tree forest. The villagers would often come here to pay their respects and listen to the remnant sound of the zither. However, as time passed, gradually no one could hear the sound of the zither anymore. This old man was an ordinary person. After someone died, if the sound of the person playing the zither still lingered in the space, even if they did not personally experience it, they would be surprised if they heard it from others. However, this old man was not. When he mentioned this matter, there was only reverence and respect on his face. And this was entirely because of the reverence he had for the great witch that he had never met before, which was something that came from the bottom of his heart. After that, the villagers continued to hear the zither sound left behind by the witch in this locust tree forest for generations. I didn't expect that you would still be able to hear it. The old man looked at the witch's tomb in front of him and then looked at Lin Tian. At this time, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Lin Tian was also surprised because of the old man's words. At this moment, he was very shocked. Based on the old man's expression, he could believe that the witch the old man spoke of was definitely something that had happened and was not a legend made up by the villagers. At the same time, based on the old man's words, he could also imagine that the witch had existed for at least 100,000 years. She had played the zither here so long ago, and the sound of the zither had not completely dissipated. It had been floating in this place all this time, and he could still hear it now. Moreover, it made his spirit tremble and become stronger. This meant that the witch from back then was definitely not an ordinary person. She had to be a super powerful existence that was definitely far beyond his current realm. Why would such a powerful person come to such an ordinary village? Moreover, under normal circumstances, people who surpassed his current realm were already immortal and had the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. How could she silently die and disappear in this ordinary village? How did the witch pass away? He asked the old man. It is said that she died of a strange disease. Before she passed away, she would always cough up blood. The old man sighed and looked at the small tomb in front of him. According to the words passed down from the ancestors of the village, the witch's medical skills were unparalleled. No matter what illness or disease was in the village, she could quickly cure it. However, when she fell ill, she was powerless. It seems to be true that the saying that doctors can't cure themselves is true. Lin Tian was moved. Before she passed away, she often coughed up blood? The witch was seriously injured at that time. The faint sound of the zither surrounded his ears. He looked at the small tomb in front of him. On the tombstone, there were the words "Witch's Memorial Tablet" engraved. Then, in the next moment, he looked at the tombstone and could not help but be slightly moved. Because the tombstone was not made of ordinary stone, it was made of firestone. This kind of stone was very hard. With the strength of an ordinary person, even with the help of iron, it should be impossible to carve words on it. Even an ordinary cultivator in the Sea of Consciousness realm would find it difficult to do so. This tomb, was it built by the people in the village personally for the witch? He asked. Lin Tian was moved. A snow wolf was buried here? The old man nodded. The great witch was very gentle and kind. It was said that she helped a wolf cub when she went out to gather herbs. Later on, the wolf cub grew up and became that snow wolf. As he spoke, the old man sighed. Even wild beasts like wolves know how to be grateful. It is said that when the great witch passed away, that snow wolf dug up the grave and set up a tombstone like a human. It guarded this place for 49 days. Some people even saw that snow wolf shed tears. Lin Tian looked at the tombstone in front of him. Looking at the words "Great Witch's Memorial Tablet" on the tombstone, his eyes flickered. He guessed that this tomb was not set up by ordinary villagers at that time. As ordinary villagers, they did not have the ability to carve tombstones on the hard flaming adamantine rock. It was impossible to do so even with the help of sharp iron tools. However, he did not expect that the one who set up the tombstone for the great witch was a snow wolf. Gratitude? To set up tombstones and shed tears for the humans who helped me pass away. He muttered to himself. The snow wolf that grew up was able to carve tombstones on the hard flaming adamantine rock with its beast claws. At that time, it should have had a certain level of cultivation. Its cultivation should have been at least in the spiritual sea realm. When he heard the old man say these words, he suddenly felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. However, he knew that this was real. The zither music here was full of Taoist rhythms. It could not be faked. The tombstone inscriptions here could not be faked either. It was impossible for ordinary people to carve tombstones like this with their strength. The faint zither music floated in this Huai tree forest. It was quiet and peaceful. It seemed to have the power to calm anyone. Lin Tian felt his spirit tremble involuntarily again. His soul power became stronger. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder, this junior has a presumptuous request. Can this junior stay here alone for a while?" The zither music here was extraordinary. He felt that comprehending the zither music here would be of great benefit to him, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Tai Chu. Perhaps it could increase their cultivation in a short period of time. The old man looked at Lin Tian, and then looked at the witch's tomb in front of him. He paused for a moment, and then said, "Well, after so many years, you can still hear the sound of the witch playing the zither. Maybe you and the witch are fated to be together. It doesn't hurt to stay here alone for a while." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and his expression became very serious. "However, you are absolutely not allowed to do anything disrespectful here. Even though Lady Witch only stayed in the village for a dozen years before she passed away, she has done countless favors for the village. She is the most important person in the history of our village. Please be at ease. Junior will definitely not do anything disrespectful in this place, nor will I destroy a single blade of grass or stone here. I will just quietly listen to the melodious zither music here." Lin Tian promised seriously. Seeing Lin Tian's serious expression, the old man nodded slightly. "Okay, then this old man will take his leave first." As he spoke, the old man walked out of the locust tree forest. At the same time, he sighed emotionally. This old man also wants to listen to that zither music. Lin Tian watched as the old man left and disappeared from sight. Then, he turned his head and looked at the small tomb in front of him again. A person whose cultivation was far superior to his had silently come to this village and then disappeared in the village. He really did not understand. However, he did not think too much about this matter. Since the witch had come to this village back then, she must have had a special reason. As for that reason, he did not need to look too deeply into it. The faint zither music floated in this place. It was tranquil, peaceful, and had an extraordinary Tao rhyme. Almost all of you know. Properly comprehend this zither music. It will be of great use to us now," he said to the whooshing crocodile and the little Tai Chu. "Understood," the whooshing crocodile said. Naturally, it could feel the benefits of the zither music here. As for some things about the zither music here, after listening to the old man's words, it knew that the zither music was left in this space by a very gentle witch who often played the zither here. Because of this, it also understood that the witch's cultivation was far superior to theirs. Otherwise, the zither music from back then would not have remained in this space for so long. Now, they only needed to seriously comprehend the zither music here to cultivate. "Yeah." The little Tai Chu also responded in a childish voice. "Let's begin." Lin Tian Ondao. Immediately, the man and the two beasts each found a position very close to the small tomb in the locust tree forest to listen to the zither music. Lin Tian sat down on a blue stone next to the small tomb. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun to make his essence, qi, and spirit highly concentrated. This way, he could more clearly capture the zither music here and better comprehend it. Buzz. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and the golden light outside his body was faint. The zither music became clearer because of this. In this zither music, strands of Taoist rhymes intertwined. They could not be seen or touched, but Lin Tian could clearly capture them. Then, he integrated his own consciousness into it and blended with the Taoist rhymes. He began to comprehend the Taoist technique. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became even more blazing. The great path nomological laws in his body also began to become stronger. He used the Taoist rhymes intertwined with the zither music here to stimulate and improve his own Taoist rhymes, and then improve himself. This was Tao comprehension. For cultivators, Tao comprehension was the same as heaven and earth spirit chi and heaven and earth treasures. No matter what level one was at, the right Tao comprehension could allow a cultivator's strength to soar rapidly. It was recorded in the ancient books that some powerful existences ascended to the immortal world after comprehending the Taoist rhymes. This was enough to show that if one comprehended the Taoist rhymes, it would be very beneficial to the cultivator's body. Buzz. Lin Tian captured the zither music here. The great path nomological laws in his body surged. The Taoist rhymes intertwined outside his body and leaped. This Taoist rhyme was hazy, sacred, and vast. However, it was difficult to tell what kind of Taoist rhyme it was. Today, his cultivation had reached the height of the eternal realm. He did not know how many times he had deduced the Taoist rhyme he had mastered. However, it was always to no avail. He could not tell what kind of Taoist rhyme he had mastered. The only thing he knew was that this Taoist rhyme was very tyrannical. In the case of equal cultivation and combat strength, the Taoist rhyme he had comprehended could not be stopped by any great path among all the enemies he had encountered since his cultivation. He was in the midst of cultivation, activating the Heart Sutra of Sunday. More of his consciousness was integrated into the Taoist rhymes intertwined with the zither music here. He used the Taoist rhymes to stimulate his Taoist rhymes on a deeper level, making his Taoist rhymes slowly strengthen. Soon, the Taoist rhyme outside his body gradually began to thicken. At the same time, his essence, chi, spirit, and spiritual soul began to grow. Although the speed of growth was not very fast, it was definitely not slow either. His cultivation also rose, from the early stage of the eternal realm to the middle stage of the eternal realm. His spiritual soul, as his essence, spirit, and spiritual soul gradually grew stronger, and as his cultivation grew stronger, his spiritual soul trembled slightly. Immediately, in the next moment, his body trembled slightly. As his spiritual soul trembled, his spiritual consciousness blended into the Taoist rhymes in the zither music. A strange picture appeared in his sea of consciousness. He saw a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Her body was dirty and thin, as if she had not eaten for several days. When she passed by a small village, a simple old woman took out rice porridge and steamed buns. The little girl wolfed down the food while the old woman smiled kindly. Then, as time passed, he saw the girl gradually grow up and embark on the path of cultivation. She became a slender and elegant young girl. After that, gradually, he could not see the girl's appearance clearly. He could only see the girl constantly growing stronger. She walked across the land and across the sky. Finally, after the destructive picture that seemed like the explosion of heaven and earth, he saw the girl with a blurred face standing in front of a small village again. She walked into the small village step by step, overlooking the whole village as if she was looking for something. Unfortunately, she could not find it. There was a faint sadness mixed in this picture. There were many people in the small village. The girl lived in the village, helping the villagers cure diseases, driving away the fierce beasts that invaded from time to time. She helped the villagers who needed to get water from dozens of miles away to dig wells in the village. She helped the villagers open up more land and taught the villagers the best planting methods. She taught the children in the village how to read. The appearance of the village became better and better, and the lives of the villagers became better and better. She played with the young children, helped the old villagers who had lost their grandchildren wash and cook, and played the zither for all the villagers in the Huai Tree Forest. Gradually, the melodious zither music floated in the picture, mixed with warmth and laughter. Until one day, when the girl finally played the zither in the Huai Tree Forest, he saw blood dripping on the strings. Then, the picture dissipated, leaving only the sound of the zither drifting leisurely. This is, Lin Tian's soul trembled. These pictures were intertwined in the sound of the zither. Were these the memory fragments of the person who played the zither? The thin little girl who passed by the small village that year slowly grew up and embarked on the path of cultivation. She became stronger and stronger. She was the witch who came later. He was moved. Picture after picture flashed in his sea of consciousness. He finally understood why the powerful woman who was called the Great Witch by the villagers came to such an ordinary small village. When she was young and hungry, she was indebted to the villagers for a meal. Then, she unexpectedly embarked on the path of cultivation. Her cultivation gradually became strong, very strong. Then, for some reason, the woman was severely injured. It seemed that she did not have much time left, so she returned to the small village where she had been indebted to. She wanted to find the old woman who had given her a meal and repay her kindness. Unfortunately, she did not find her in the end. Even from the picture floating in his sea of consciousness, he could feel a kind of sadness. He also knew that at that time, the witch suddenly understood a problem, and that was that the lifespan of ordinary mortals couldn't be compared to that of cultivators. The old woman who had given her a meal back then had already turned into dust and couldn't have lived for so long. Therefore, the woman stayed in the village. Unable to repay the old woman, she dedicated the rest of her life to the entire village until her death. The golden divine light and the light of the great path intertwined outside of his body. Lin Tian finally understood why that powerful witch came to such a simple village. It turned out that when she was young, she had received a meal from an old woman in the village. He felt a little emotional. Just for the grace of a meal, such a powerful cultivator finally returned to this small village. After the old woman passed away, she silently contributed to the village where the old woman once lived. She gave all the remaining 10 years of her life to the small village. She did not change the worldview and values of the villagers in the village. She did not bring the power of cultivation to this place. She only gave herself to the village like a mortal. In his view, this was more touching than the other party teaching the villagers cultivation and leading the villagers on the road of cultivation. This was a person worthy of respect. The faint sound of the guqin intertwined, floating in this locust tree forest. Lin Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down. His powerful divine sense continued to integrate into the sound of the guqin, to understand the way contained in the sound and improve himself. The golden divine light outside his body became more blazing, and the light of the way outside his body became more vigorous. The growth of his essence, qi, and spirit began to speed up a lot. The speed of his cultivation also increased, climbing rapidly. In this way, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, the golden divine light and the light of the great path outside Lin Tian's body became extremely rich. Immediately, a bright light shone between his eyebrows. There was an amazing surge of spiritual energy, and then it quickly calmed down. The next moment, he opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was intertwined, hazy and vast, as if it was a vast starry sky. The middle stage of the eternal realm. He muttered to himself. For a month, he had been comprehending the way in the sound of the guqin here, quietly comprehending the way. After all, he had achieved something. On this day, he stepped into the middle stage of the eternal realm. His physical body, spiritual soul, and sea of consciousness were much stronger, and his origin was brighter. He stood up and stretched his body. With a slight movement, there was a burst of wind and thunder. His momentum was very vigorous. The pressure of the eternal realm was even more amazing, and the light of the great path was more condensed, like a robe of the way wrapped around the surface of his body. Very good. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in himself. His battle prowess had greatly increased, and he was much stronger than he was a month ago. Moreover, the most important thing was that at this time, he had stepped into the middle stage of the eternal realm by comprehending the zither music here. His cultivation at this level was very stable, unlike when he had just stepped into this level. He didn't need to consolidate his cultivation at all. He took another deep breath and then looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Both of them were still in the midst of comprehending the Tao. Their essence, qi, and spirit were getting stronger, and their Tao light was getting stronger. It wouldn't be long before they reached the middle stage of the eternal realm. Therefore, he stopped comprehending the Tao and walked to the side to protect Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On this day, 2 extraordinary divine powers intertwined one after another. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu rushed into the middle stage of the eternal realm one after another. Their essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger. The 2 of them soared into the air and flew up from their original positions. "Kid, did you see those images?" Wuxing Crocodile asked Lin Tian. It was rare that it didn't howl excitedly after its cultivation was promoted like before. At this time, it looked at the small tomb in the center of the locust tree. Lin Tian heard this and was slightly moved. "You saw it too?" He looked at Whooshing Crocodile. I saw it. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Next to him, little Taichu cried out in a childish voice and raised its little paw like a child. Apparently, it was indicating that it had also seen those images. At this time, there was no need to say anything more. One person and two beasts understood that the images they saw were the same. For a time, their eyes couldn't help but fall on the small tomb in the center of the locust tree forest. Although the other party seems to have suffered a very serious injury and doesn't have much time left to live, as a powerful existence beyond the eternal realm, Lord Crocodile admires her for being able to silently dedicate the rest of her life to an ordinary village just because of a meal in the past. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tian nodded silently and stared at the small tomb in front of him. As Whooshing Crocodile said, the witch was indeed worthy of admiration. He looked at the small tomb. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu also looked at it. Their eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He followed the sound of the guqin and gained enlightenment here. Now, it was time to leave. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu nodded. Lin Tian took one last look at the witch's tomb in the center of the locust tree forest and walked out of the locust tree forest with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. After walking out of the locust tree forest, he went to the village next to the locust tree forest and saw with his own eyes the well that the witch had led the villagers of that era to dig and the land that the witch had opened with the villagers of that era. Then, he found the old man who explained some things about the witch a month ago and said goodbye to him. Huh? I went to the locust tree forest after that and thought that you might stay there for a long time. I wanted to send you some food or something, but I didn't see you. You should have left by then. Why did you appear again? The old man had a strange expression on his face. It's like this. Previously, because of some urgent matters, I suddenly left and didn't have time to say goodbye to you. Now that the matter has been settled, I rushed back and thought that I should say goodbye to you. Otherwise, if I just left without saying a word, it would be too impolite. Lin Tian said. In fact, during this period, he, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu had always stayed in the locust tree forest and had seen the old man come to the locust tree forest to observe. However, at that time, in order to prevent others from disturbing their enlightenment, he cast a special technique on himself, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu. People with lower cultivation than him could not see them or sense their existence. Therefore, when the old man went to the locust tree forest, he did not see him and thought that he had left. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man suddenly understood and smiled. Not bad, young man. You're really not bad. He felt more and more that Lin Tian really understood etiquette. After leaving because of an urgent matter, he actually came back to say goodbye to him. You're too kind. This is just the basic etiquette. This junior should have done it. Lin Tian was very courteous. Not long after, he truly said goodbye to the old man. Then, he led Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu out of the small village and took one last look at the locust tree forest in the distance. Then, he walked even further away. In the blink of an eye, he led Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu far away. Then, more than 2 hours passed unknowingly. They had left more than 90 mountains behind them. Boom, suddenly, at this moment, an extraordinary divine light beam rushed from the extreme distance. It was mixed with an aura that could make one's origin tremble. It directly pierced into the sky, startling the man and the two beasts. As far as the eye could see, the pillar of divine light shot into the sky, and it was extremely dazzling. After that, numerous strange scenes suddenly appeared in the sky at that location. Exotic flowers and plants condensed one after another, and they were interwoven with various different colors and were extremely beautiful. It was as if a sea of flowers really existed in the sky. In the sea of flowers, a palm-sized white orchid was the most eye-catching. It was condensed from light and was like the flower emperor of this sea of flowers. It was clustered in the center by countless immortal flowers and exotic grasses. This scene, this is, Lin Tian's expression changed. Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. In the past, Lin Tian had brought back a lot of ancient books from the Xian planet. They could be said to be all-inclusive. It was recorded that a kind of divine plant called Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid would give birth to this kind of vision and reflect a sea of flowers in the sky before it matured. The conditions for this kind of divine orchid to grow were very unusual. It needed to be born in a special kind of spiritual soil. Moreover, before it matured, it couldn't be moved at all. Otherwise, the divine orchid would wither directly. At the same time, it took a very long time to mature. It needed at least hundreds of thousands of years to mature from a seedling. It could be said that it was very harsh in all aspects. However, perhaps it was because of its harsh nature that its effects were so amazing. According to the records in the ancient book, once the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid was fully matured, it could be refined within 2 hours. Anyone below the Golden Immortal Realm who refined it would be able to increase their cultivation by at least 1 realm. It was not a small realm, but a big realm. To put it simply, if an early-stage true immortal cultivator refined a fully mature Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid, he could at least directly step into the early-stage Golden Immortal Realm in a short time. It was even possible for him to step into the middle-stage Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, it was said that this divine orchid had other amazing magical effects. It could almost really bring back the dead. It was an amazing healing medicine. No matter how injured one was, as long as one was not really dead, as long as one had a weak breath, and as long as one's divine soul had not been destroyed, this divine orchid could be restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. There is a Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid there? And it's about to mature? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Even Lin Tian's eyes and face were full of astonishment. He stared straight at the place where the divine light pillar rushed up. According to this vision, there was definitely a Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid in that place, where the divine light pillar rushed up, and it was about to mature. Boy, hurry up. Rush over there quickly. This is a super treasure. You can't miss it. You must get it. With our current cultivation, we can definitely reach the half-step true immortal realm at the same time if we refine it together. In addition, after we get it, we can let you refine it alone and directly reach the middle stage true immortal realm. At that time, with your strongest king body and your cultivation at the middle stage true immortal realm, maybe you can directly tear open the barrier of the immortal realm and take us into the immortal realm. The value of the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid was too great. The Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were shining with excitement. Lin Tian was not as excited as the 5-element crocodile. However, his eyes were also filled with a bright light. The Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid did indeed have an extremely shocking magical effect. If they could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Let's go, he said, and immediately called the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu to go in the direction of the divine light pillar. Their speed was very fast. In about an hour, they arrived near the place where the divine light pillar had shot up. As far as the eye could see, there was a chain of mountains in front of them. The mountains were not very tall, and the spirit energy fluctuations intertwined within them were not dense. It looked like a very ordinary mountain range. It was hard to imagine that there would be a divine item like the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid in this mountain range. Whoosh! 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 The sound of people breaking through the air could be heard. When they arrived, they saw a large number of cultivators rushing in from different directions. Their blood energy fluctuations were very strong. They were all experts. Obviously, they had come because of the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. The man and the 2 beasts were not surprised by this scene. After all, the value of the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid was simply too great. With such a phenomenon, it would naturally attract countless experts to fight over it if people guessed that there was a Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid here. Is it really the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid? That strange phenomenon is exactly the same as recorded in the ancient books. Other than the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid, what else could it be? A large number of experts from the Manwei dynasty have arrived. It is said that there are 3 true immortals among them. They are determined to get the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. Moreover, it seems that there are a few true immortals among them. They are also here for the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. What? Even the true immortals are here. Then, what's the point of us going there? We can't get the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. Stupid. The Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid needs special spiritual soil to grow. That kind of spiritual soil can nurture a divine item like the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. There must be other treasures of heaven and earth, and there must be a lot of them. Now, those true immortals will only fight for the divine item, the Thousand Illusion Orchid. We'll go fight for the other natural treasures. A few cultivators were discussing among themselves, and they were moving very quickly towards the continuous mountain range. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu naturally heard the discussions of these cultivators, and their gazes flickered. Even a true immortal expert has jumped out? Wuxing Crocodile was moved. The Thousand Transformations Divine Orchid is refined within 2 hours after it matures. Even true immortals can reach the golden immortal stage at the very least. It's not surprising that it would jump out. Lin Tian Dao. Wuxing Crocodile said, of course, Grandpa Crocodile knows this. What Grandpa Crocodile means is that we have no hope now that the true immortal experts have jumped out. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a faint light as he gazed into the distant mountain range. That may not be the case. Huh? Listening to his words, Wuxing Crocodile was slightly moved. Do you have a way to stop a true immortal expert? It asked, with your current eternal middle stage cultivation base, coupled with the transcendence elixir that can increase your combat power by 10 times, can you already stop a true immortal expert? No. Lin Tian shook his head and said, even though I have reached the eternal middle stage, relying solely on the transcendence elixir is still inferior to a real true immortal. Then? However, the transcendence elixir is not the only thing I can rely on. Lin Tiandao said, I have other means. He didn't elaborate. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of him, he beckoned Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to go into the mountain range. They were very fast and didn't hide anything. There were many cultivators coming here, so they were seen by many people in the blink of an eye. For a moment, many people were shocked. That is? The man wanted by the Manwei dynasty is the one who killed Yan Zongwang of the Manwei dynasty and took away all the star stones that Yan Zongwang obtained. Moreover, many of the supreme elders and other experts of other big forces were also killed by him. He actually came here? Doesn't he know that a large number of experts from the Manwei dynasty have also come here? There are even a few true immortal level experts among them. By running here, he is simply throwing himself into a trap. He should be here for the Thousand Illusion Orchid, or for other treasures of heaven and earth in this mountain range. Isn't he too bold? In the face of a true immortal expert, even if he has a true immortal corpse and a true immortal weapon, he can't stop them. It's not just a true immortal expert who can't stop them. It's said that the Manwei dynasty sent many elders of the eternal realm with some kind of divine formation that can prevent a cultivator's spirit from leaving his body. It can also prevent him from controlling the true immortal corpse with his spirit. Moreover, they also brought true immortal weapons. He can't stop these eternal realm experts alone. Many cultivators stared at Lin Tian from afar, and some of them couldn't help whispering. When the Manwei dynasty investigated some things, it was speculated that Lin Tian was the one who controlled the true immortal corpse to kill Yan Zongwang. At that time, many cultivators thought it was just speculation. But later, Lin Tian, who had never been heard of as a wanted man, came forward to clarify the matter. Therefore, they were sure that the one who controlled the true immortal corpse to kill Yan Zongwang was indeed Lin Tian. At this time, these people were surprised to see Lin Tian appear here with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Many people consciously distanced themselves from Lin Tian, for fear that they would be mistaken as having something to do with Lin Tian. If this attracted the hostility of the Manwei dynasty, they would have no place to cry. It would lead to a huge disaster. These people looked at Lin Tian with fear, and their voices were very low. However, Lin Tian's current cultivation was at the middle stage of the eternal realm. Naturally, he heard all these people's discussions. However, Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He didn't care at all. He called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and continued to walk towards the rolling mountain range ahead. Within the continuous mountain range, there were many mountains. After they entered the mountain range, they quickly walked to a place that was very far away. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Boom! In front of them, in the depths of the mountain range, tyrannical divine power intertwined with true immortal level fluctuations and the law of immortal Tao. It was extremely powerful. This is the place directly below the divine light beam that rushed up from before. There are already true immortals fighting there? Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Let's go there first. Lin Tiandao. Looking at that position, he called Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to speed up. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The void shook, and red flags rushed out from all directions. The flags were engraved with dense runes and divine seals. In the blink of an eye, one person and two beasts were completely sealed in the middle. Found you! A cold voice rang out. The void shook, and 9 middle-aged men stepped out in succession. Each of them was very strong, and their cultivation was at the middle stage of the eternal realm. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu looked at the red flags that sealed the surroundings, and then looked at the 9 middle-aged men who stepped out. They were very calm. Manwei Dynasty. Lin Tian looked at the 9 people and said. These people had divine power fluctuations similar to Yan Zhongwang's. They should have cultivated the same ancient divine arts. So, he didn't have to think too much to know that these 9 people were all cultivators of the Manwei Dynasty. Around them, the red flags were intertwined, and the divine seals on them flashed brilliantly, completely sealing the void in all directions. At the same time, the 9 middle-aged men also stood in different positions, forming a kind of joint attack formation. Our Manwei Dynasty has been famous in the starry sky. No one has ever dared to disrespect us. You dare to offend us like that. You dare to attack the big shot of our dynasty and take away all the star stones obtained by our Zhongwang. You are really bold and deserve to die. One of them said with cold eyes. The other 8 middle-aged men also had cold eyes, and their killing intent was very strong. Humph, you killed him. You robbed him. So what? Your Manwei Dynasty is nothing. Whooshing Crocodile said sarcastically. The 9 middle-aged men looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and their faces sank. Their eyes became colder, and their killing intent became stronger. Then, one of them looked at Lin Tian and said, sure enough, it was you who did it. According to various signs, although the Manwei Dynasty had confirmed that the person who killed Yan Zhongwang was Lin Tian, when they heard Whooshing Crocodile's words, they were even more certain. Their eyes became as sharp as swords. So what? Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them and said, why did you come in front of me? Do you want to kill me? In fact, he knew that the 9 middle-aged men wanted to kill him, but he just said it casually. What do you think? Do you think you can still live after offending our dynasty? The 9 of them had cruel eyes, and cold divine power intertwined around their bodies. Red flags suppressed the surroundings, sealing the space in all directions. They started to move, closing in on the man and the 2 beasts. They were going to kill the man and the 2 beasts, and they were going to take back all the star stones that Lin Tian took from Yan Zhongwang. Seeing the 9 of them closing in, Lin Tianyi did not move at all. He seemed very calm. You're all here to die. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the 9 middle-aged men and said. Little Taichu mumbled in its baby voice. Obviously, it had the same meaning as Whooshing Crocodile. The 9 middle-aged men's eyes were cruel. One of them said coldly, don't think you can do anything just because you have the corpse of a true immortal. Do you think we don't know about this? With the soul-sealing quake suppressing the surroundings, none of you can control the corpse of a true immortal. As for true immortal weapons, we have them too. As the man spoke, a treasured saber rushed out of his body with a boom. It was intertwined with dense divine runes, and the aura of a true immortal and the law of immortals were very thick. Offending our dynasty, only death awaits you. Kill. As one of the 9 middle-aged men of the Manwei dynasty made his move, the other 8 also made their moves at the same time. For a time, 9 vast divine powers pressed down on Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu at the same time. The turbulent divine powers seemed to be able to obliterate everything. Moreover, at the same time, the 9 of them also raised their genuine immortal weapon treasured sabers. The immortal Dao Law was fierce and cold. Suddenly, the aura of destruction rumbled in every corner of the space. All the killing lights fell in front of the man and the 2 beasts in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the Dao map of the four symbols emerged. The power of annihilation intertwined to meet the attacks of the 9 people. Chi. With a soft sound, the killing divine powers of the 9 people were all annihilated by the Dao map of the four symbols. You? The 9 people of the Manwei dynasty all turned pale. They had joined forces to launch a killing attack, and even a trace of the killing power of a genuine immortal weapon, but it was disintegrated so easily. How did you? The 9 people looked at Lin Tian, and for a moment, their faces were full of shock. The young man in front of them was so powerful? I told you earlier that you're here to die. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the 9 people and said sarcastically. Lin Tian looked calm and said, let's end this quickly. There's no need to waste time with them. With that, he took a step and instantly appeared in front of a middle-aged man in a green robe among the 9 people. He raised his hand and threw a simple and direct punch. Boom! The void shook violently. He was only relying on the pure strength of his body to throw a punch, but his strength was terrifying to the extreme. The middle-aged man in a green robe turned pale. He was shocked by both Lin Tian's speed and Lin Tian's punch. You, puff. The powerful punch directly shattered the middle-aged man in a green robe, and even his spirit was annihilated. Now, he was at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm, and the middle-aged man in a green robe was also at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Under the same realm, how could ordinary people withstand the punch of the strongest reincarnation body? It was too easy to kill the opponent with one punch. How is this possible? The other 8 people from the Manwei dynasty trembled, their expressions changing again. With just a single punch, he had killed one of their middle-stage Eternal Realm powerful elders. Boom! On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile made his move. He immediately used the demon clan's great magical skill to envelop one of the 8 people who were still alive. The tyrannical demon force crushed him, and in the blink of an eye, he was crushed into pieces. The other party's divine soul fled in fear, but it had only escaped a few feet before it was met with Wuxing Crocodile's divine sense-killing sword. With a chi sound, it was split into pieces, and its body and soul were destroyed. It was a primordial beast, and after cultivating a second time, its source had become much stronger. Although it was not as abnormal as Lin Tian, it was definitely comparable to a normal king body. Within the same realm, there were also very few people who could stop it. Its battle prowess was extremely strong. Ya! Little Taichu made a childish sound, and the wings on its back shook gently. A 6-colored divine light floated past, enveloping another middle-stage Eternal Realm elder of the Manwei dynasty and directly crushing him into pieces. Kid Lin's battle prowess is incredible, and so is this little guy. I don't know what race it is, but it's a complete mess. That 6-colored divine light is really scary. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. It's really scary. Lin Tian felt the same way. The 6-colored divine light of the little guy was really unusual. It was almost like the power of the Tao. As he said so, he glanced at the little guy, and then looked at the last 6 people from the Manwei dynasty. Quickly deal with them, he said to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. He took a step forward, appeared in front of another of the 6 people, and directly waved his fist. This person was the leader of the several Eternal Realm elders of the Manwei dynasty who came here. He was holding a genuine immortal weapon. When he saw Lin Tian close in, he immediately trembled violently and directly pushed the treasure knife to the limit with his own divine power. For a time, the genuine immortal weapon treasure knife bloomed with immortal divine light, and the sharp knife light was cold and oppressive. Humph! With a cold snort, Wuxing Crocodile took out a genuine immortal weapon called the Soul-Breaking Awl, which was obtained by the Zhou family of the remote antiquity in the Tongheng ancient star. At this time, he took it out and pressed it against the genuine immortal weapon treasure knife held up by the Manwei dynasty elder, opening a way for Lin Tian to kill. The Manwei dynasty elder who took out the genuine immortal weapon was shocked and looked at Wuxing Crocodile. You! He had heard that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal weapon, which was an immortal sword, and had been on guard. But he did not expect that Wuxing Crocodile, who rose with Lin Tianyi, also had a genuine immortal weapon. At this time, when he took out the genuine immortal weapon, he was caught off guard and directly hit his genuine immortal weapon, which directly made him unable to attack Lin Tian or defend against Lin Tian's attack. Die. An indifferent voice sounded. At this time, Lin Tian's fist pressed down and fell on the man's chest. With a puff, the man could not dodge and was directly blown to pieces, and his spirit body also dissipated. Lin Tian looked at the genuine immortal weapon, which was temporarily out of control. He directly reached out and grabbed it in his hand at a very fast speed. The seal of 4 symbols surged, and in an instant, all the other people's spiritual brand on it were wiped out. In a moment, only 5 people of the Manwei dynasty were left. Seeing this scene, they all trembled again. How could this be? The 5 people were terrified. They knew that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal corpse, so they prepared dozens of special red flags as a formation to prevent the spirit from leaving the body, so that Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu could not control the genuine immortal corpse with their spirit. They also knew that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal sword, so they also brought a genuine immortal saber. In summary, they believed that as long as they could find Lin Tian, they could easily suppress and kill Lin Tian, wash away the shame of Lin Tian's death at the hands of Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty, and at the same time, take back the huge number of star stones that Lin Tian had taken from Yan Zhongwang. However, the scene now made them tremble. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Tianyi and his people did not use the genuine immortal corpse at all, and Lin Tian was not the only one who had a genuine immortal weapon. Wuxing Crocodile, who had risen with Lin Tianyi, also had one. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had killed 4 elders at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Moreover, the genuine immortal weapons they brought out of the dynasty were also taken away. In any case, they did not expect this to happen. Go, go. One of them said in a trembling voice, and immediately retreated, flying away into the distance. At the same time, the other 4 people also retreated, flying away into the distance like lightning. All of them were extremely fast. At this moment, they fully realized that the strength of Lin Tianyi and his people was terrifying. Even if they did not have the genuine immortal corpse, they were definitely not a force that they could contend with. Lin Tian looked at the 5 people who were escaping with an indifferent expression. He just took a step forward and blocked their way. The 5 people trembled at the same time. They had already raised their speed to the limit, but Lin Tian caught up with them in an instant and cut off their way forward. You, Clang. Lin Tian raised his hand, holding the genuine immortal saber that he had just taken from the elder of the Manwei dynasty, and directly slashed out. With a whoosh, a fierce saber aura slashed out, cutting through the space, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to one of the 5 people. Ah! A scream came out, and the man's body collapsed. He was directly destroyed in body and soul by the saber. After all, this saber attack was made by Lin Tian, who was at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm and wielded a genuine immortal weapon. How could an ordinary cultivator at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm withstand it? In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 9 people from the Manwei dynasty were left. They all trembled even more, and their faces turned pale. Earlier, when the 9 of them had heard that Lin Tian had come to this mountain range, they had immediately come together with the intention of suppressing and killing Lin Tian. However, the outcome was like this. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 9 of them had been killed. Now, only 4 remained. Boom! The aura of a genuine immortal and the law of the immortal Tao roared. Wuxing Crocodile controlled the soul-breaking all. At this time, it slashed out across the air, shrouding one of the 4 people and shattering it. His spirit body was also crushed in the broken body. Little Taichu growled in a childish voice, and the 6-colored divine light rose again, shrouding one of the last 3 people. This divine light was so powerful that the person who was shrouded could not even struggle. In the blink of an eye, his body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 9 powerful elders of the Manwei dynasty were left. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, each in a direction, surrounded the last 2 people in the center. Suddenly, the last 2 Eternal Realm experts of the Manwei dynasty turned pale to the extreme. Spare us. One of them said in a trembling voice. The other person opened his mouth, his lips trembling. You, don't mess around anymore. My dynasty's 3 genuine immortals and true ancestors are in this mountain range. If you fight again, you will be sensed by the 3 true ancestors of my dynasty. At that time, you will die. Lin Tian looked at the 2 people. One was begging for mercy, and the other was threatening, but there was not the slightest ripple in his expression. Clang! He attacked again. The genuine immortal saber in his hand slashed down again. 2 sharp saber auras flew out and rolled directly toward the 2 people. Puff! Puff! 2 bloody mists exploded. The last 2 people of the Manwei dynasty exploded at the same time, their bodies and souls destroyed. At the same time, the dozens of special flags that these people used to prevent the divine soul from leaving the body and to seal the void also collapsed under the power of the saber auras. They turned into debris and then into ashes in the blink of an eye. Why did you send yourself to death? Wuxing Crocodile said to himself. He put away the genuine immortal weapon, the soul-shattering all, into his body. Lin Tian put away the genuine immortal saber that he had taken from the Manwei dynasty elder and looked at a corner in the northwest of the continuous upper mountain range. That place was the place where the divine light beam had rushed up. It was the place where the 1,000 illusion immortal orchid was located. At this time, there was a very strong genuine immortal aura and the law of the immortal Tao surging in that position. Moreover, there were 6 of them. 6 true immortal experts live there? In the northwest corner of the continuous mountain range, 6 streams of true immortal chi and the precepts of the immortal path tumbled. They seemed to be in an intense collision. Wave after wave of destructive power was set off in that location. Lin Tianyi and the others were shocked. Come, let's go. Lin Tiandao. The 1,000 illusion orchid was in that location. He called out to the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu, and they headed directly toward that location. The man and the 2 beasts were very fast. After that, they soon arrived at the place where the divine light pillar had shot up. Boom! Intense divine power collided in front of them. 6 shadows crisscrossed. True immortal chi and the precepts of the immortal path tumbled. As far as the eye could see, there were 6 figures fighting in front of them. Each of them had extremely strong auras intertwining around their bodies. 5 of them were old men, while the other one was shrouded in a thick and blazing gray demonic light. It was obvious that it was an extremely powerful ferocious beast. However, because the demonic light intertwining around its body was too strong, it was difficult to see what was inside the demonic light. Get lost! A furious roar came from the demonic light, shattering the vast void. The demonic power was terrifying. The demonic light was blazing. It was impossible to see what was inside the demonic light. All that could be seen was a pair of cold eyes filled with killing intent. You want to stop all of us? Is that possible? Get out of the way. If you don't retreat, you'll die. The 5 elders' voices were cold. Their attacks were swift and fierce. Shocking divine light intertwined around their bodies. The entire space was shrouded in murderous divine might. The 5 old men were all at the early stage of the true immortal realm, and all of their attacks were directed at the powerful beast shrouded in blazing demonic light. Roar! The beast roared. Its demonic power filled the sky. It fought against the 5 elders on its own, unleashing extremely powerful true immortal light beams. Behind it was a strange piece of land. The soil was of 3 different colors. It was about 70 to 80 feet in radius. It was filled with all kinds of heavenly treasures. All of them had astonishing spiritual power. It was as if they were all made of spiritual power. At the very center of these heavenly treasures, at the very center of this land, there was a stalk of orchid. It was pure white, and it was still in its bud state. It was gently trembling, and it was clearly slowly blooming. A strange fragrance filled the air. Its whiteness was purer than snow, and its fragrance suppressed all other strange smells. At this moment, it was the center of this land. That's it. That's right, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. Lin Tian was moved. After arriving at this area, he, the Wuxing Crocodile, and the little Taichu were temporarily at an extremely distant location. At this time, when they saw this pure white orchid, they immediately confirmed that this white orchid was indeed the 1,000 illusion god orchid. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. Moreover, that astonishing strange fragrance could not be faked. Just by smelling this fragrance from afar, he had a feeling that his cultivation was about to rise and break through again. Absolutely. There won't be any mistakes. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up as it stared at the pure white orchid, almost drooling. Even little Taichu's eyes were flickering. Brat, do you really have a way to fight against a true immortal now? If you do, just rush over and snatch it. Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. As it spoke, its gaze was still fixed on the divine orchid, as if it wanted to swallow it whole. Although it's a little difficult, it's still possible. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at the divine orchid in front of him. However, there's no rush for now. Let's wait for them to fight and exhaust their strength first before we make a move. Moreover, that 1,000 illusion god orchid hasn't fully matured yet, so it can't move. Now is not the best time to make a move. Whooshing Crocodile suddenly understood. Yes. That makes sense. It looked ahead. Let's wait for them to exhaust their strength first. Then, before the 1,000 illusion god orchid fully matures, we'll make a move. Once it matures, we'll immediately snatch it and leave. Lin Tian nodded and stared at the land in front of him where the 1,000 illusion god orchid grew. At the same time, many other cultivators came to this place. They were all looking at the land and the 1,000 illusion god orchid in the center of the land. Their eyes were shining. However, the cultivators quickly turned their attention to the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground. They knew that with several true immortals around, the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid would definitely not belong to ordinary people. Thus, they turned their attention to the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground. Although these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were far inferior to the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid, they were still extremely valuable. However, at this time, no cultivator dared to move to collect the heavenly treasures. After all, 6 true immortals were fighting in that area, and there was an astonishing amount of destructive divine energy intertwining in that space. At this time, no ordinary person dared to rush over to collect the heavenly treasures. The slightest bit of carelessness would lead to a tragic end. Boom, divine light rolled, true immortal chi rolled, and the spaceship continuously. Up ahead, the 5 true immortal level human elders were attacking the powerful ferocious beast while staring at the white orchid. Their eyes were intertwined with bright light, and the desire and greed in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Scram! The ferocious beast's body was covered in an extremely powerful demonic light, protecting the 1,000 illusion god orchid behind it. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. The surging demonic power suppressed all directions and attacked the 5 old men. Is that the 1,000 illusion god orchid's guardian beast? In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile looked at the powerful ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic light. Its eyes trembled slightly. Lin Tian looked and said, "Seems like it. What kind of ferocious beast is that? What is its true form? Kid, can you see it?" Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. It was now at the middle stage of the eternal realm, and its cultivation was very strong. Its divine sense was also very amazing, but at this time, it could not see through the blazing demonic light shrouding the ferocious beast's body. It could not see what the ferocious beast was behind the demonic light. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the powerful ferocious beast. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I can't see through it." Next to him, little Taichu called out in a childish voice, as if to express that it could not see clearly. That demonic light is intertwined with the pure immortal Tao law. People below the true immortal realm should not be able to see through that demonic light. Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said, "That should be the case." With that, it looked at the other 5 human old men, and then narrowed its eyes slightly. Among these 5 people, the purple-robed old man, the blue-robed old man, and the golden-robed old man seem to be true immortals of the Manwei dynasty. They have a similar aura to the previous 9 Manwei dynasty elders. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. He had already seen through it. Among the 5 true immortal old men, 3 of them were from the Manwei dynasty. They were wearing purple robes, blue robes, and golden robes respectively, and their blood chi was very strong. As for the other 2, one had brown hair, and the other wore black armor. They seemed to be 2 true immortals who were rogue cultivators. The 5 elements crocodile looked ahead and said, it seems that the ferocious beast's strength is slightly stronger. It is stronger than the other 5, but not by much. It is also at the early stage of the true immortal realm. Lin Tiandao. Boom. In front of them, divine power surged. The true immortal aura and the immortal Dao law were vast and mighty. The void was crushed again and again. The ferocious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light was indeed very powerful, more powerful than the other 5 old men. However, at this time it was not fighting one-on-one, but 1 against 5. Therefore, under the joint attack of the 5 old men, it was very embarrassed for a moment. It was beaten back by the 5 old men again, and a little bit of blood spilled out. However, its eyes were very fierce and full of killing intent. It did not retreat at all, and did not let anyone get close to the divine orchid. You want to swallow this divine orchid alone? Is that possible? You can't stop the 5 of us. In the end, only one of you will die. The 5 old men's expressions were cold, and they did not show any mercy in their attacks. They attacked the ferocious beast fiercely. Get lost. The ferocious beast roared, and its eyes were full of killing intent. Rays of terrifying demonic light kept shooting out. Humph. The 5 old men snorted and attacked even more fiercely. For a moment, the 5 people and the ferocious beast fought together. The surging divine power and demonic light was terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Pung, the ferocious beast was struck flying. Large amounts of blood fell, and its aura weakened quite a bit. Facing 5 true immortal realm experts alone, even though it was powerful, it really wasn't their opponent, and it suffered serious injuries. However, it still did not retreat, guarding the 1,000 illusion divine orchid behind it, not allowing the 5 people to get close to the divine orchid. It released an angry roar. Demonic light surged, true immortal aura and immortal Dao law roiling, simultaneously attacking the 5 old men. The 5 old men's eyes were cold, and they all snorted coldly. Killing intent that filled the sky descended. The 5 people and the ferocious beast fought fiercely. Divine radiance and demonic light surged, and from time to time, blood would splash out. That ferocious beast was continuously injured. In the blink of an eye, an entire hour passed. With another pung sound, that ferocious beast was blasted flying, and it rolled at the edge of the divine orchid. Its body was still surrounded by demonic radiance that was difficult to see through, but its aura had weakened too much. Wang, dazzling divine light interweaved. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid released the most shocking radiance. The flower buds trembled, and then completely bloomed. Pure white petals, holy and noble. A shocking strange fragrance spread in all directions. In an instant, it became the most dazzling existence in this place. The divine orchid has matured. Someone exclaimed. On that piece of land, the 5 old men's eyes were filled with excitement. They all activated their strongest aura and pounced toward the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid had truly matured. They had to get it immediately. During this process, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty formed a group, and the 2 itinerant true immortals formed their own camps. At this time, the 3 parties began to be wary of each other. Previously, to get the 1,000 illusion divine orchid, they had to deal with that powerful ferocious beast first. Therefore, the 3 parties attacked the ferocious beast at the same time. However, now that the divine orchid had matured, they had become true competitors. Naturally, they had to be wary of each other. At the same time, far away, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu stared at the divine orchid with bright eyes. Kid, it's time. If you have any special techniques, use them quickly and rush over to get it. The 1,000 illusion orchid had matured and its fragrance filled the air. Everyone was excited. Even though many of the cultivators had no intention of snatching it, their eyes were filled with excitement. The value of the 1,000 illusion orchid was truly shocking. Anyone below the golden immortal realm would be able to raise their cultivation by at least 1 realm after refining it. Whoosh, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air was ear-piercing. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals madly rushed toward the divine orchid. In that place, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid had finished blooming. Strands of light interweaved, resplendent and gentle. The surroundings were filled with strange phenomena. There were immortal plants, strange flowers, divine herbs, and even ancient trees that had never been seen or heard of before. They were completely formed from the interweaving of gentle light produced by the divine orchid, directly drawing out an absolutely beautiful scenery in this place. Poetic. Picturesque. So beautiful. A female cultivator could not help but murmur. She was attracted by the blooming divine orchid, and her eyes were filled with splendor. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals were even more excited. At this time, they all sped up, rushing toward the 1,000 illusion orchid like lightning. Lin Tian stepped forward. At this time, he also moved. His eyes were intertwined with bright light as he strode toward the 1,000 illusion orchid. Roar. A roar mixed with joy, excitement, and anger rang out from the divine orchid. The ferocious beast that was shrouded in blazing demonic light roared. It had been severely injured under the joint attack of the 5 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty, but at this time, a vast and terrifying pressure suddenly rushed out from its body. It was even more terrifying than before. It was like a murderous demon from hell. The terrifying demonic aura directly shattered the space around it. Lin Tian was shocked. He immediately stopped and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, he had taken out the Transcendence Divine Pill that could increase his battle strength by 10 times. He did not take it for the time being. Burning its life force? He was shocked. At this time, the ferocious beast's aura suddenly became too terrifying. Its life force became chaotic. Clearly, he was burning his life essence to forcibly increase his combat strength. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 true immortals who were unaffiliated also paled. They naturally sensed the terrifying aura of this savage beast and saw that it was burning its life essence to forcibly increase its strength. It was much stronger than when it was at its peak, and their hearts trembled. However, at this time, they were already in front of Shenlan. None of them were willing to retreat. Each of them supported a powerful divine art and secret technique as they pressed towards Shenlan. Scram! The ferocious beast roared, and the demonic light around its body blazed brightly. After burning its source energy, its combat power was extremely tyrannical. Together with its powerful sound attack divine ability, strands of killing power blasted towards the approaching 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals. Immediately, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals were sent flying, coughing up blood. After burning their source energy, the vicious beast's battle prowess would be terrifyingly powerful for a short period of time. A single strike sent 5 true immortals flying. Many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian was also shocked. At this time, the vicious beast was indeed a little terrifying. He didn't make a move for now. Wang. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid was born on the 3-colored spiritual soil. At this time it had completely bloomed. As time passed, more and more strange phenomena appeared around it. All kinds of strange flowers and divine trees were formed by the light, forming a beautiful picture. The vicious beast was shrouded in blazing demonic light. Only its demonic eyes could be seen. At this time it was looking at the 1,000 illusion divine orchid with joy and excitement in its eyes. It looked at this divine orchid as if it was looking at its everything. This kind of gaze caused Lin Tian to be moved. He actually did not see any trace of greed or desire in this pair of demonic eyes. Suddenly, a very strange feeling rose up in his heart. This vicious beast did not seem to want to take the divine orchid for itself. Roar! The deafening roar resounded in all directions. At this time, the vicious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light didn't attack the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals who had been sent flying by it. It carefully used its demonic light to dig out the 1,000 illusion divine orchid along with a portion of the 3-colored spiritual soil at its roots. Then, it directly soared into the air and rushed into the distance. Its speed was very shocking. In a flash, it had traveled tens of thousands of feet. It took the 1,000 illusion divine orchid and left. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid has already matured. Why didn't it leave with it at this time? Why did it continue to stay here and wait for others to take it? This is indeed. A cultivator's voice sounded. After it. With a roar, the three true immortals of the Manwë dynasty soared into the air and rushed toward the vicious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, they were already far away. At the same time, two other true immortals broke through the air. The two rogue true immortals also gave chase. "Kid, go after it." The whooshing crocodile called out to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao retreated to the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. Then, he wrapped the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu in golden divine light and soared into the air to chase after the vicious beast. In order to keep up with the speed of the true immortals, he directly took a divine elixir of ascension. Immediately, his strength in all aspects suddenly increased by 10 times. His speed suddenly increased by 10 times. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed through the air and caused the void to collapse. The nearby cultivators were all shocked. Who is that? No one below the true immortal realm can move so fast. Other than the three true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the two rogue true immortals, there are other true immortals here? Have they been watching in the dark? Waiting for an opportunity to strike? I can't see clearly. That golden divine light is too dazzling. Many cultivators were shocked. However, in the next moment, the shock in their eyes disappeared. Their gazes fell on the land where the Thousand Illusion Orchid grew. At this time, the Thousand Illusion Orchid was taken away by the vicious beast. The other true immortals all chased after it. Now, they could go and pick the other treasures growing on the special spiritual land. In the blink of an eye, whooshing sounds could be heard as all of the cultivators began to move toward the spirit land. At this time, Lin Tiandao was already far away from the rolling mountain range. After taking the divine elixir of ascension, his speed was very fast. He took the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu and followed the Manwë dynasty's true immortals. At this time, after taking the divine elixir of ascension, his speed was very fast. Although he was still not as fast as the true immortals, the gap was not very big. He could catch up with the true immortals in front of him and not be completely shaken off. Moreover, while chasing, he deliberately suppressed the whooshing crocodiles, and the little Taichu's aura so that the Manwë dynasty's true immortals in front of him would not notice. Boom! 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 In front of them, divine energy rolled and the true immortal's aura and the immortal Tao surged. The three Manwë dynasty's true immortals and the two rogue true immortals caught up with the vicious beast. At this time, they all attacked the vicious beast with all kinds of killing lights. At this time, the mature Thousand Illusion Orchid in the vicious beast's hands was naturally the target of their attacks. The vicious beast's body was intertwined with thick and scorching demonic light. It burned its own life essence and released a vast and mighty aura to meet the killing lights of the five true immortals. At the same time, its speed was still very fast and it rushed in a fixed direction. Burning its life essence, the vicious beast's aura at this time was very shocking. However, as time passed, and as it faced the five true immortals together, it was still at a disadvantage and was constantly injured. Droplets of blood splattered across the void. Roar! It roared and no longer counterattacked. Its speed skyrocketed, as if it had concentrated all its strength into speed, and it rushed in a fixed direction like a flash of lightning. Moreover, the Thousand Illusion Orchid was firmly protected in front of it by its majestic demonic power. As it moved, as it brought the Thousand Illusion Orchid with it, the surrounding strange phenomena moved with it. Ancient trees, immortal grass, and divine flowers intertwined and circled around the divine orchid. It was a magnificent sight. You want to take away the Thousand Illusion Orchid alone? Dream on! Shouted a true immortal from the Manwë dynasty. He and the other four true immortals attacked together, using all kinds of supernatural powers and secret techniques. In the blink of an eye, more killing lights fell on the vicious beast in front of him. Blood splattered all over the void. However, the vicious beast did not stop. It used its demonic power after burning its life essence to protect the Thousand Illusion Orchid, and its speed increased again. Behind it, the whooshing crocodile was wrapped in a divine light by Lin Tian. Looking at this scene, he was shocked and puzzled. Although Lord Crocodile wants that divine orchid and doesn't want it to fall into the hands of others, but at this time, the divine orchid has matured and is already in its hands. Why didn't it swallow it directly? Even if someone disturbed it at this time and it couldn't perfectly refine the divine orchid after swallowing it, it would be enough to raise its cultivation by at least 2 small levels. The moment it swallowed it, its combat strength would skyrocket, and it could easily kill the 3 true immortals from the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals. But now, it's only protecting the 1000 illusion orchid while passively enduring the attacks of those true immortals. Why did it do this? Did it want to completely get rid of those people and then perfectly refine the 1000 illusion orchid to step into the golden immortal level? The Wuxing crocodile was very puzzled. Lin Tian did not understand either. After which, he recalled the ferocious beast's eyes from before. There was not a single trace of greed or desire for the 1000 illusion divine orchid. Could it be that the other party really did not want to take the 1000 illusion divine orchid for itself? But if it didn't want to take it for itself, why did it risk its life for it? Yeah. Little Taichu's childish voice rang out beside him. He suddenly tugged on his hair and extended a small paw, pointing in the direction that the ferocious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light was charging towards. Lin Tian looked in the direction little Taichu pointed. After a pause, his expression changed slightly. Lin Tian's expression changed. The ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura was actually rushing towards the witch village. The Wuxing crocodile saw Lin Tian's expression and followed Lin Tian's gaze towards the direction of the ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura. Suddenly, its expression changed as it also recognized the direction of the witch village. Could it be that it's rushing towards that small village? Or is it fleeing in the same direction as the village? It was bewildered. Lin Tian frowned and said uncertainly, "Follow and watch." He concealed the Wuxing crocodiles, and the little Taichu's aura and chased after the Manwei dynasty's true immortals. Boom! 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 In front of them, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals attacked fiercely. All kinds of divine and immortal aura blasted out at the same time, shattering the void and landing on the ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura. Blood spilled out one after another. The ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura was constantly weakening, but it kept rushing forward. Part of its strength was transformed into speed as it rushed forward. Part of its strength was used to protect the 1000 illusion sacred orchid, worried that it would be damaged. Only a very small part of its strength was used to defend against the attacks of the 5 true immortals. Don't even think about leaving with the sacred orchid. Hand it over. If you don't hand it over, only death awaits you. The voices of the true immortals of the Manwei dynasty were bone-chilling. The ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura just kept rushing forward, enduring the attacks of the 5 true immortals. It protected the 1000 illusion sacred orchid very well, but its injuries were getting worse and worse, and its aura was getting weaker and weaker. Cracking sounds were constantly heard as the blazing demonic aura around its body shattered, gradually revealing its body. It was originally snow-white with soft and shiny fur, but now it was stained with blood. Many parts of its body were badly mutilated. It was a wolf, a white wolf. Lin Tian, Wuxing crocodile, and little Taichu were at the back of the pack. When they saw the true form of the vicious beast, they were all shocked. Wolf. Snow wolf. Lin Tianwei paled slightly. At the same time, Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu were also shocked. Not long ago, they followed a special zither sound and found the witch village. There used to be a very respectable witch living there. They heard from an old man in the village that the witch was gentle and kind. She had done countless favors for the village. Back then, she had saved a baby snow wolf. After the witch died, her tombstone was erected by the baby snow wolf. It's the snow wolf that the witch helped back then? The snow wolf who built tombs for the witches? Wuxing crocodile couldn't remain calm. Lin Tian was the same. This snow wolf had been charging in the direction of the village. Could it be that it wasn't running in the same direction but had been charging in that direction all along? Could it be the snow wolf that the witch saved? Don't even think about leaving. Cold voices reverberated. The 5 perfected immortals from the Manwei dynasty attacked mercilessly. Beams of killing light shot out continuously. These beams of killing light contained the laws of the immortal Tao and were extremely sharp. Almost all of them landed on the snow wolf in front of them. More blood splashed out from the snow wolf's body. Its aura was at its weakest. Its body was stained with blood. Bones could be seen in many places, and its internal organs could be faintly seen. However, the snow wolf didn't stop at all. It kept charging forward, using its powerful demonic power to protect the illusion orchid beside it. At this time, a small village appeared in front of them. On one side of the village, there was a locust tree forest with green leaves. Roar! The snow wolf roared. Its voice was already very weak, but it was mixed with an indescribable emotion. There was excitement and sadness. With a whoosh, its speed suddenly increased by a lot. It broke through a large area of the void and rushed into the locust tree forest in an instant. Behind them, Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were finally completely moved. They had powerful cultivation bases and naturally had amazing eyesight. At this time, they saw that the snow wolf had rushed to the witch's tomb in the locust tree forest. It's him. That snow wolf. It's really him. Whooshing crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian and little Taichu's eyes were also shining. At this moment, there was no doubt that this snow wolf was the snow wolf that the witch had saved back then. It was the snow wolf that had erected the monument for the witch's tomb. Otherwise, why would it rush to the witch's tomb? In front, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals naturally saw the snow wolf rush to the witch's tomb in the locust tree forest. Their eyes were cold, and divine energy surged around their bodies. Immortal Tao laws intertwined as they all rushed toward the locust tree forest. At this time, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty formed a group and the 2 independent true immortals formed their own camp. The 3 sides once again began to guard against each other. This was because they discovered that the snow wolf had stopped moving in the locust tree forest. It didn't seem like it would run away again. Moreover, its aura had weakened to the lowest point and was no longer a threat to any of them. Now, the 3 sides wanted to seize the illusion orchid, so only the 3 of them could threaten each other. Therefore, they naturally began to guard against each other. They were extremely fast. Whoosh! 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 They were not far from the locust tree forest in the blink of an eye. Their gazes were all fixed on the illusion orchid. Clang! At this moment, the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang through the sky. Behind them, Lin Tian decisively made his move. He slashed out one of the great divine powers of the Heaven Sword Manual with tenfold combat strength. 5 rays of sword light were so powerful that it seemed as if it could shatter the stars. At this moment, he didn't attack to seize the illusion orchid. In fact, before he knew about the true form of the snow wolf, he had already given up on the idea of seizing the illusion orchid when he saw that the snow wolf had risked his life to protect the illusion orchid. However, there was no greed or desire for the illusion orchid in his eyes. He was just very puzzled by the snow wolf's actions. Now that he saw the true form of the snow wolf, he guessed that it was the snow wolf that the witch had saved. He was the snow wolf that built the tomb for the witch who had passed away. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to fight for the illusion orchid. After all, he, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu had all benefited greatly from the music of the witch. Moreover, that witch was very worthy of respect. Now, the snow wolf that the witch had saved, the snow wolf that built the tomb for the witch, had brought the illusion orchid to the witch's tomb. How could he still have any thoughts of seizing it? At this moment, his purpose was very simple. He only wanted to prevent the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals from seizing the illusion orchid. He could guess that there must be a special reason why the snow wolf had brought the illusion orchid all the way to the witch's tomb. The sound of the sword clanging was extremely fast. In an instant, it fell in front of the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals. The sharp sword force shattered a large area of space, causing the expressions of the 5 true immortals, who were focused on the 1000 illusion orchid, to change. They had never thought that someone would send 5 streaks of light at them from behind. Moreover, every single streak of light was extremely powerful and extremely fast. They had no time to dodge or block at all, so they were struck in the blink of an eye. Who is it? The 5 true immortals were sent flying at the same time. In the process, one of them let out a roar and rolled for thousands of feet. Someone had hidden behind them and attacked them at the same time. Lin Tian saw the 5 true immortals being sent flying, but he did not care. He led the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu into the center of the locust tree forest with one step. In the locust tree forest, each locust tree was neither tall nor thick. The leaves were green and the flowers were white. The snow wolf was covered in blood. In many places, his bones could be seen. However, he was protecting the illusion orchid with his demon power. At this moment, he was lying in front of the witch's tomb. Blood was dripping from his body and mouth. He did not have the strength to stand up. The demon power protecting the illusion orchid dispersed. With the last of his demon power, he placed the orchid in front of the tombstone. The flower has bloomed. I brought it, he said weakly. There was not much life in his demon eyes. Instead, they were filled with satisfaction and sadness. These two complicated emotions intertwined. The illusion orchid was no longer protected by demon power. For a moment, the sky was filled with strange phenomena. There were even more strange phenomena than before. Immortal plants, divine herbs, ancient trees, and divine flowers intertwined with each other. They were all condensed from divine light and formed a picturesque scene. They surrounded the witch's tomb in the center of the locust tree forest and then completely covered the entire locust tree forest. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu into the locust tree forest. Seeing the snow wolf's heavily injured and dying appearance and hearing the snow wolf's weak voice, seeing the illusion orchid placed in front of the witch's tomb by the snow wolf, and seeing the strange phenomena in the sky, their eyes flashed. Before this, they had already guessed that this was the snow wolf that the witch had saved. It was the snow wolf that built the witch's tomb. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but be moved. Lin Tian walked toward the snow wolf. The snow wolf was covered in blood. Naturally, it could sense that Lin Tian was approaching. It thought that Lin Tian was here to snatch the illusion orchid. It wanted to get up and protect the illusion orchid in front of the witch's tomb. However, it was powerless. Its injuries were too serious. At this moment, it could not even move. Its life force was at its lowest point and was fading away quickly. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to the snow wolf. When the snow wolf saw Lin Tian and the others approaching, its eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Facing this gaze, Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled. In the other party's demonic eyes, which had lost much of its luster, he suddenly saw a blurry image. In a continuous mountain range, on a tricolored spiritual soil, a woman sat in front of a seedling in the center of the tricolored spiritual soil. There was a small snow wolf at her feet. The snow wolf had lost a large amount of hair. It seemed that it had been seriously injured before. The injury had been healed, but the hair that had fallen off would not grow back in a short period of time. The illusion orchid blooms at least 100,000 years ago. When it blooms, it is very beautiful and beautiful. The woman looked at the seedling in the center. Her eyes were gentle and there was a trace of regret. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the scenery when it blooms. The image of the snow wolf covered in blood disappeared in a flash in the demonic eyes. It seemed to be born from some kind of strong obsession. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but twitch when he saw this. He looked at the snow wolf covered in blood. For a moment, he was speechless. He was deeply touched by something. The woman in the image was the witch who had saved the snow wolf. She had found the seedling of the illusion orchid countless years ago and sighed with emotion. He had guarded the 1,000 illusion divine orchid for tens of thousands of years. He had grown from a young snow wolf to a true immortal, not for himself, but because the witch who had saved him had said, "I want to see the scenery when the 1,000 illusion divine orchid bloomed." For this, he had guarded the 1,000 illusion divine orchid for tens of thousands of years, waiting for it to mature and bloom. 4. This, even if he had to burn his life source and give up his life, he had to bring the mature 1,000 illusion divine orchid to the witch's tomb. Lin Tian felt as if something had slammed into his chest. For the sake of a single sigh, he had silently persevered for tens of thousands of years. Even though he had brought the 1,000 illusion divine orchid here, in reality, the witch had already passed away and was unable to see it. The snow wolf had still done so. He had burned his own essence and risked his own life to do so. He looked at the blood-soaked snow wolf. How heavy were his emotions? How precious were they. On the side, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu were very close. They had also seen the scene of the witch sighing in front of the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid from the Snow Wolf's eyes. At this time, like Lin Tianyi, their eyes couldn't help but flicker fiercely. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the Snow Wolf. Like Lin Tianyi, it was momentarily speechless. Like Lin Tianyi, it and little Taichu were deeply moved by what the Snow Wolf had done. Buzz, radiance intertwined, and the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid trembled. The sky was full of strange phenomena. All kinds of strange divine herbs, immortal trees, and strange flowers intertwined. More and more appeared. The witch's tomb was surrounded by countless plants and strange flowers. Even the Scala tree forest was covered by all kinds of brilliance. Lin Tian looked at this scene. As a man, he didn't have the ability to appreciate flowers and plants. He wouldn't think that a sea of flowers was very beautiful. But at this moment, looking at the blood-soaked Snow Wolf lying in front of the witch's tomb and feeling his emotions, even though he didn't know how to appreciate things, he couldn't help but feel that this scene in front of him was the most beautiful scenery in the world. What other scenery could be compared to this? He paused, then walked forward. He really came to the front of the Snow Wolf. He squatted down, reached out his left hand, and placed it on the blood-soaked Snow Wolf's body. He activated the sun's nirvana art, multiplied the power of his 10 times of battle power. Snow Wolf. Snow Wolf Wolf. Snow Wolf. But in the next moment, his extended left hand trembled slightly. He found that the Snow Wolf's current state was very bad. More than half of his life force had been burned, and it was completely dim. Even if he used the sun's nirvana art with 10 times of battle power, it was impossible to heal the Snow Wolf's injuries. Even if a golden immortal expert acted, he still wouldn't be able to heal the Snow Wolf. He looked at the blood-soaked Snow Wolf, then shifted his gaze to the witch's tomb in front of him. He looked at the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid in front of the witch's tomb. He paused, then said, "After guarding it for so many years, I brought it here. The witch has seen the scene of the flower blooming. Now, refine it. Otherwise, you will die." The Snow Wolf had burned his life force and charged all the way here under the cruel attacks of 5 true immortal experts. At this time, his injuries were too severe. His life force was dim, and his life force was fading away. Ordinary methods couldn't save the Snow Wolf's life. Only the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid in front of him could heal the Snow Wolf. The Snow Wolf's life force was weakening. Seeing Lin Tian's actions and hearing Lin Tian's words, his eyes flashed. Originally, he thought that Lin Tian was going to snatch the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. When he saw Lin Tian coming over, he was secretly filled with anger and unwillingness. But he didn't expect that Lin Tian would help him heal his injuries at this time, and let him refine the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid to heal his injuries. And most importantly, from Lin Tian's words, he could tell that Lin Tian seemed to know something about the witches. For a moment, the anger and unwillingness in his eyes towards Lin Tian disappeared. Blood dripped from his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. His life force was getting weaker and weaker, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Refine it. Otherwise, you will really die. After the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid matures, if it isn't refined within 2 hours, it will wither and turn into ashes. Lin Tian looked at the Snow Wolf and said, "You brought the scene of the blooming flowers here. The most beautiful sea of flowers surrounding her resting place is really enough." As he spoke, he reached out to take the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid and help Snow Wolf refine it. Because at this time, Snow Wolf didn't even have the ability to refine the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. He couldn't move at all. However, the Snow Wolf, who was originally unable to move, seemed to have regained consciousness at this time. It was unknown where the strength came from, but it suddenly stretched out its wolf claws and pressed down the hand that was reaching for the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid. Then, his eyes fell on the witch's tombstone in front of him. In his dim demonic eyes, there was no fear of death, nor any reluctance to leave this world. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. At this time, in the eyes of the Snow Wolf, there was only a beautiful scene that wanted the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid to produce a sea of flowers. He could understand this kind of light that had been presented in front of the witch's tomb for a long time. There's no need to do this. That witch definitely doesn't want you to die like this. He tried to persuade him. However, the light in Snow Wolf's eyes didn't change at all. He still looked at the witch's tomb in front of him without blinking. There was no fear of impending death in his eyes, only satisfaction and sadness. He was satisfied because he brought the blooming thousand illusion sacred orchid to the witch's tomb. He was sad because the witch who saved him had passed away. Lin Tian looked at him. His chest felt a little stuffy. He was deeply touched again. The look in Snow Wolf's eyes was as if his life was complete because he brought the thousand illusion sacred orchid here. He wanted to forcefully help Snow Wolf find the thousand illusion sacred orchid, but seeing the way Snow Wolf was looking at the witch's tomb and the wolf claws pressing down on his hand that was about to take the thousand illusion sacred orchid, he couldn't do anything. Snow Wolf had guarded the thousand illusion sacred orchid for hundreds of thousands of years. He grew up from a young age to the true immortal realm just to wait for the thousand illusion sacred orchid to bloom. Then, he would present the scene of the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch who saved him. This kind of mood and desire had accompanied him for hundreds of thousands of years. So, how could he interfere with him now? Boom! Suddenly, powerful divine energy surged. A violent aura rushed in from outside the pagoda tree forest, turning into a storm that swept over everything. Lin Tian immediately sensed the power of this storm. He raised his hand and activated the seal of the four symbols. 6 layers of the Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared in a row, protecting himself, the severely injured Snow Wolf, the whooshing crocodile, the little Tai Chu, and the witch's tomb in front of them. He completely blocked the storm from outside the pagoda tree forest. However, the pagoda trees around them were all shattered. The quiet pagoda tree forest was reduced to a pile of rubble. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals who had been sent flying by Lin Tian all rushed back. One of them destroyed the pagoda tree forest. The 5 of them walked towards the center of the pagoda tree forest. Then, the 5 of them saw the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. Their eyes flashed. At the same time, the 5 of them saw the severely injured Snow Wolf, Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Tai Chu. It's you. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty stared at Lin Tian. A cold light flashed in their eyes, and they didn't hide their killing intent at all. Not long ago, the person who killed Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty and took away all the starstones was here. You were the one who attacked us just now? One of them stared at Lin Tian, his voice cold. At this moment, not only did the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty stare at Lin Tian with cold eyes, but the other 2 independent true immortals also stared at him with cold eyes. At this moment, they all sensed that the aura around Lin Tian's body was exactly the same as the aura of the sword light that had struck them before. But soon, the 5 of them once again looked at the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. At this time, the orchid was the most important thing. Who are you people? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. The destruction of the pagoda tree forest caused quite a commotion. The villagers in the nearby village were naturally alarmed. At this time, many villagers rushed out of the village. They were furious when they saw the destruction of the locust tree forest. The most important person in the history of their village was buried in the locust tree forest. It was the most important place in their village, but now, it had been destroyed. All the locust trees had been destroyed. At the same time, the strange phenomenon created by the thousand illusion sacred orchid fell into the eyes of the villagers. Everyone was shocked by the scene. After all, these villagers were ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a strange phenomenon in the sky? However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the villagers' gazes fell on the pagoda tree forest again, and they were furious. Obviously, compared to the strange phenomenon created by the thousand illusion sacred orchid, these ordinary villagers were more concerned about the pagoda tree forest, because it was the resting place of the witch. Among these people was the old man who had explained some things about the witch to Lin Tian. He recognized Lin Tian when he saw him. Moreover, because Lin Tian had entered the village before, some of the villagers had seen him before. Naturally, they recognized Lin Tian at this time. Instantly, many people's eyes fell on Lin Tian. Young man, what's going on? What's going on? Who did this? Who destroyed this place? The old man leaned on his walking stick, looking very angry. He asked Lin Tian what had happened. This Huai tree forest, which was very important to their village, was actually destroyed to such an extent. He looked at the collapsed Huai tree forest and the ruined land around him. He was so angry that he repeatedly pounded the ground with his walking stick. It was hard to imagine how the person who did this could destroy this place to such an extent. It was as if they had encountered a huge natural disaster. Then, in the next moment, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Suddenly, he saw the blood-stained snow wolf beside Lin Tian. For a moment, his expression changed. This is? Looking at the blood-stained snow wolf, his face was full of shock. At the same time, in this place, the other angry villagers who had walked out of the village also saw the snow wolf beside Lin Tian. Every one of them was moved. Snow wolf? It is? Why does it look so similar to the snow wolf that was passed down in the village? Looking at the blood-stained snow wolf, many of the villagers turned pale. This village had received countless kindness and grace from the witch, and the entire village had undergone great changes. That year, after the witch passed away, the snow wolf that was built and erected a tombstone for the witch had been painted by an old artist in the village. The portrait had been preserved and passed down until now. Everyone in the village had seen that portrait. After so many years, the portrait was not as clear as before, but they could still see that the snow wolf in the portrait was exactly the same as the snow wolf beside Lin Tian. It's really it? But, how is that possible? That was so many years ago. How could it be alive now? All the villagers were shocked. What happened to it? How did it get hurt so badly? Were you bitten by other beasts? Someone looked at the snow wolf, his voice trembling slightly. The snow wolf's injuries were too severe. His entire body was covered in blood, and in many places, even his bones and internal organs could be seen. To these ordinary villagers, such injuries were truly horrifying. At the same time, when they saw that this snow wolf was exactly the same as the snow wolf that had erected the witch's tomb and monument, they felt a sense of familiarity even though they were not sure if this was really the same snow wolf that had erected the witch's tomb and monument. Now, seeing that the snow wolf was so severely injured and on the verge of death, they could not help but feel a little distressed. Snow wolf was severely injured, and his life force was constantly weakening. He didn't move at all, only staring at the witch's tomb without blinking. That place seemed to be all there was to it. Lin Tian looked at the snow wolf, not knowing what to say. He knew that this snow wolf had been saved by the witch and had always remembered the witch's kindness. He wanted to repay the witch's kindness. When the witch passed away, he tearfully built her tomb and erected a monument for her. The witch had lamented that she wanted to see the scenery when the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid bloomed. He had been guarding the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid sapling, waiting for it to bloom. Then, he had risked his life to bring it here. Even now, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. The Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid could heal him, but for the sake of gratitude, he would rather die so that the scenery of the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid would last longer in front of the witch's tomb. He had rejected his kindness to help him refine the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. What else could he say? He could only be deeply moved by the snow wolf's actions. WA. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Outside the Huai tree forest, the three true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the two independent true immortals began to approach. The five true immortals' gazes fell on the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid in front of the witch's tomb. Their pace was not fast. The three true immortals of the Manwei dynasty formed a camp, while the two independent true immortals formed another camp. There were 3 camps in total. As they approached the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid, they were vigilant against each other. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw the 5 approaching. Naturally, he knew what they wanted to do. They all wanted to seize the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. Old man, take the other villagers back to the village. He looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals and said to the old man with the crutch, "I'll explain the destruction of this place later." He took one last look at the severely injured snow wolf and stopped using the nirvana of the sun. He stood up and looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals who were approaching from outside the Huai tree forest. These 5 people wanted to seize the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid at this time. He would not let them succeed. You want to fight? Wuxing Crocodile asked. He naturally knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. He wanted to stop the 5 true immortals from seizing the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. Lin Tian nodded. You and the little guy stay here and protect this place. Protect the severely injured guy, the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid, the witch's tomb, and the villagers here. That year, the witch silently dedicated the rest of her life to the village. She gave everything to the village just to repay the kindness of the old woman in the village. This snow wolf had guarded the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid for tens of thousands of years. He risked his life to bring the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid to the witch's tomb. He would rather die than refine the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid to heal himself. He wanted the scenery of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid to last longer in front of the witch's tomb. It was all for the sake of the witch who saved him. No matter if it was the former or the latter, they all valued the word kindness very much. And no matter if it was the former or the latter, what they did for the word kindness moved him. Especially this snow wolf. What the other party did for the witch even made him feel a little suffocated in his chest. At this moment, whether it was for the witch's desire to see the scenery of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid blooming or for the snow wolf's wish of willing to die so that the scenery of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid blooming can last longer in front of the witch's tomb, he had to fight. He would not let anyone touch the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb at this time. Moreover, not long ago, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu were all in this place because of the sound left behind by the witch when she played the zither. It could be said that the witch had given them a favor across the river of time. Even if it was only for this favor across time, he had a reason to protect everything related to the witch. Don't worry. Lord Crocodile and the little guy will definitely protect this place well. Wuxing Crocodile said solemnly. At this time, Lin Tian wanted to stop 5 true immortals at the same time with his own strength. It did not ask Lin Tian if he could stop them because Lin Tian had already said before that with the help of the ultimate elixir and some other methods, he could now fight with a true immortal powerhouse. And it was even more clear that even if Lin Tian did not have the ability to fight with a true immortal powerhouse now, he would still make a move at this time because he knew Lin Tian very well. He knew very well that Lin Tian was a person of passion. After knowing the relationship between the witch, the village, and this snow wolf, and knowing what the snow wolf had done for the witch, it was impossible for him to stand by and do nothing. Yeah. Don't worry. Little Tai Chu made a sound with a serious expression, expressing the same meaning as Wuxing Crocodile. Such a scene made the old man with the crutch change his expression immediately. They are talking? He looked at Wuxing Crocodile in shock. Before this, he had seen Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu following Lin Tian and thought that Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu were Lin Tian's pets. He did not expect that at this time, these 2 pets in his eyes would open their mouths and speak human language. At the same time, the other villagers were also shocked. Obviously, they were also shocked by the Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu speaking human language. For these ordinary villagers, this was really too inconceivable for animals to speak. Lin Tian saw the shock in the eyes of these villagers but did not say anything. Instead, he walked toward the 5 true immortals. You want to stop us from taking the divine orchid? Seeing Lin Tian's action, the 5 people knew that Lin Tian did not want to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid for himself. Lin Tian was guarding Snow Wolf just now. If he wanted to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid, he would have already taken it and left. They could see that Lin Tian seemed to have some kind of relationship with the snow wolf. At this time, he just wanted to stop the 5 of them from taking the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. In front of the witch's tomb, Snow Wolf's body could no longer move. Its life force was constantly fading away. At this time, its gaze shifted from the witch's tomb to Lin Tian. Its lifeless eyes flickered slightly. At first, when Lin Tian approached, it thought that Lin Tian wanted to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. However, Lin Tian did not. Now, Lin Tian was facing off against the 5 true immortals alone. Obviously, he wanted to protect the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid for it. Endless gratitude appeared in its eyes. Humph. A cold voice rang out, intertwined with coldness and killing intent. The three true immortals of the Manwei dynasty wore purple robes, blue robes, and golden robes respectively. Among them, the blue-robed elder looked coldly at Lin Tian and said, "You have offended the Manwei dynasty and attacked us secretly. No matter which one of you is the culprit, you have already committed a crime punishable by death. Later, we will destroy your body and soul. Now, you dare to stand in front of us?" The purple-robed elder and blue-robed elder of this lineage also had cold gazes, and the killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. At the same time, the other two true immortals were no exception. The five of them did not change their pace at all. They slowly walked into the Huai forest. Their slow pace was naturally not because they were wary of Lin Tian's obstruction. Although Lin Tian had sent them flying with 5 streaks of sword radiance, they did not pay much attention to Lin Tian. Although the 5 streaks of sword radiance had sent them flying, they had not been able to enter them. This made them feel that Lin Tian's current combat strength was not a threat to them. At this moment, they were walking slowly into the Huai forest because they were wary of the other true immortals besides themselves. Lin Tian watched the 5 of them stride towards him from the center of the Huai forest and walked directly towards them. There was a flash of light and the immortal Emperor Pagoda emerged from his body, intertwined with purple primordial chi. Then, in the next moment, a surge of white divine light emerged from the immortal Emperor Pagoda and surged into his body. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was only about 3 inches long. Purple primordial light surged around it with a majestic aura that seemed capable of suppressing everything. Wisps of pure white light poured out of the pagoda and into Lin Tian's body, intertwining with a divine aura. This is primordial mother chi? The 3 genuine immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant genuine immortals stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda, their expressions changing. They didn't know what the white light that surged out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was, but they recognized the purple divine light that interweaved outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They recognized that it was the legendary primordial origin chi, and it was terrifyingly dense. Could it be that this pagoda was forged from primordial heavenly crystal? Primordial mother chi. With such concentrated primordial mother chi, it can't be wrong. It's definitely forged from primordial heavenly crystal. The 5 genuine immortals trembled. Primordial heavenly crystal was the legendary ultimate holy object for forging weapons. Weapons forged from it were almost indestructible and could grow infinitely. It could be said that it was the embryonic model of a supreme emperor weapon. Now, Lin Tian, who was standing in front of them, was in possession of a pagoda forged from primordial heavenly crystal. At the same time, the old man with the walking stick and the other villagers turned pale. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. This was not because the villagers were like the 3 true immortals from the Wanwei dynasty and the 2 true immortals who were shocked to see that the immortal Emperor Pagoda was made out of Hongming heavenly crystal. They were shocked to see a pagoda rush out of Lin Tian's body. Moreover, the pagoda was emitting rays of white light. This scene was too bizarre for ordinary mortals. They could not understand what was going on. You are, the old man with the walking stick couldn't help but ask the whooshing crocodile. The Huai tree forest in this place was destroyed, and when they rushed out, they immediately saw the 1,000 illusion orchid bringing out a sky full of strange images. Then, they saw the 5 elements crocodile and little Tai Chu speaking even though they were clearly not humans. Now, they saw a pagoda rushing out of Lin Tian's body and blossoming with resplendent white light. Such a scene was simply too inconceivable for ordinary people like them. They had never seen such a thing. Our existence may be very different from the people, things, and things you normally come into contact with. But, old man, you have to believe that I, the little guy next to me, the snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb, and the guy with the pagoda on his head are not bad people. Just as you were shocked before, the snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb is the snow wolf saved by the witch in your village. He is the snow wolf who built the monument for the witch's tomb. When the whooshing crocodile spoke, it naturally saw the villagers' shocked expressions when they saw the snow wolf. At this time, it looked at the dying snow wolf lying in front of the witch's tomb and continued, "This guy has been guarding this god orchid for countless years. After it matured and bloomed, it desperately brought it here just because the witch said that she wanted to see the scenery when the god orchid in front of the witch's tomb bloomed. At this time, it was on the brink of death and would have been able to recover if it had consumed this god orchid, but it didn't do so. It would rather die so that the scenes of the god orchid blooming would linger around your lady witch's tomb for a long time. What? You said, he is the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument? Is this true? How is this possible? When they heard the whooshing crocodile's words, whether it was the old man with the crutch or the other villagers, all of their expressions changed. Just now, they had seen that the bloody snow wolf was exactly the same as the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument in the painting that had been passed down in their village. They had all guessed that the snow wolf in front of them was the same snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. However, it was only a guess, and no one believed it to be true. This was because the witch had existed for too long, at least tens of thousands of years. How could a snow wolf from that era survive until now? To them, this was too ridiculous. How could he have lived for so long? Wolves can live for at most 15 years, but he. The old man with the crutch looked at the bloody snow wolf lying in front of the witch's tomb with a face full of disbelief. Old man, don't look at lifespan from the perspective of an ordinary person. It doesn't apply to creatures like us. The number of years we can live is far beyond what you can imagine. Whooshing Crocodile said, haven't you seen it now? I can speak, the blooming of the divine orchid can create a sky full of strange phenomena, and the guy in front of you can control objects with his mind. The objects he controls can emit such a bright light. Seeing this, you shouldn't doubt my words anymore. The snow wolf in front of you is the same snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. Before he said this, he knew that it would have a huge impact on these villagers, but he still said it in a simple and detailed manner. This was because this village had a very close relationship with that witch and had received endless favors from that witch. Moreover, the snow wolf was so heavily injured because of that witch. Therefore, he felt that even if it would cause a huge impact on these villagers' worldview, he should let them know. They had the right to know. The old man with the crutch couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and then looked at the bloody snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb. He couldn't help but walk over and squat down. He reached out his hand to stroke the snow wolf. His old hand trembled slightly. At the same time, some of the other villagers who heard Whooshing Crocodile's words also trembled slightly. Many of them surrounded the snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb. Their expressions changed, and their eyes couldn't help but flicker violently. At this time, all of them no longer doubted Whooshing Crocodile's words. They completely believed that the snow wolf in front of them was the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. This was because the scene they saw now was beyond their scope of understanding. Therefore, this snow wolf was the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. What was there to doubt? Why would Whooshing Crocodile make up such a lie to deceive them? Most importantly, the snow wolf in front of them was exactly the same as the snow wolf in the painting passed down in their village. Who is it? Who injured it like this? The old man with the crutch was so angry that his eyes turned red. This snow wolf was the most important snow wolf in the history of their village. It was the snow wolf who saved the life of the most important witch in the history of their village. It was the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. It was naturally related to their village and was almost equivalent to their village's ancestor. However, now it was so seriously injured and looked like it would die soon. How could he not be angry? Beside him, the other villagers were also extremely angry. Everyone surrounded the snow wolf, and many of them couldn't help but shed tears. These ordinary villagers didn't know anything about the cultivation world. They were shocked that a single orchid could weave such an amazing sea of flowers. They were shocked that Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu could speak human language even though they weren't human. They were shocked that a tower had rushed out of Lin Tian's body. They were even more shocked that the snow wolf, who had once built the witch's tomb and erected the monument, had survived until now. These things were completely incompatible with the world they knew. It was like a dream. However, at this time, after they believed Whooshing Crocodile's words and confirmed that the snow wolf in front of them was the same one who had built the witch's tomb and erected the monument, they were all attracted by the blood-stained snow wolf. They were all angry about the snow wolf's injury, and many of them clenched their fists. They were ordinary people without powerful strength, but it was precisely because of this that their feelings for everything were many times stronger than many powerful cultivators. Even if everything that the 5 elements crocodile said was only an illusory story, it would still cause these people to be moved, sad, and angry. Needless to say, this matter was not just a story, but a fact. And the snow wolf had a huge relationship with their village. Who else could it be? Of course it's those 5 old bastards. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes fell on the 5 true immortals who were staring at the immortal emperor pagoda above Lin Tian's head, and said, "The locust tree forest here was also destroyed by the 5 of them." The villagers followed Whooshing Crocodile's gaze and looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals, their faces filled with anger. You, why did you do such a thing? Bastards! You bastards! Demons! Many of the villagers shouted angrily at the 5 true immortals. These 5 people had actually injured the snow wolf who had built the tomb and erected the monument for the most important witch in their village. They had even destroyed the resting place of the most important witch in their village. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals were shocked by the immortal emperor pagoda that Lin Tian had summoned. They stared at the immortal emperor pagoda above Lin Tian's head and listened to the angry shouts of the villagers. A cold light flashed in their eyes. "A bunch of lowly mortal ants, how dare you shout at me?" Among them, the rogue true immortal in black armor said coldly. 2 beams of killing light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the villagers. The 2 beams of killing light were very strong and directly crushed a large part of the void. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian waved his hand and 2 beams of sword light slashed out, shattering the 2 beams of killing light that the black-armored true immortal had summoned towards the villagers. The black-armored true immortal was shocked. Although the 2 beams of killing light that he had summoned were not very strong, they were not weak either. They were enough to kill anyone below the true immortal level. But now, Lin Tian, who had not reached the true immortal level of cultivation, had actually shattered the 2 beams of killing light so easily. Above Lin Tian's head, the immortal emperor pagoda intertwined with an extremely dense pure white light and continuously poured into his body. He tilted his head and looked at the black-armored true immortal with cold eyes. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out again. It was very ear-piercing. A beam of sword light appeared beside him and shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the black-armored true immortal. The black-armored true immortal was shocked. You, puff. The black-armored true immortal was sent flying thousands of feet away. Bright red blood splattered in the air. It was a ghastly sight. The 3 true immortals from the Manwei dynasty who were closest to the scene and the brown-haired true immortal who was an itinerant cultivator were shocked. Lin Tian had also slashed out 5 streaks of sword light. Although they had been sent flying, they had not been injured. After all, they were all true immortals. But now, after Lin Tian had shattered the black-armored true immortal's killing light, he had pierced through his opponent's chest with 1 sword strike. This shocked them. Now, they could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was far from the true immortal realm. Without the cultivation of the true immortal realm, he was able to slash out such a powerful sword strike and pierce through a true immortal realm expert. At the same time, all the villagers in the Huai Tree Forest turned pale when they saw the black-armored true immortal's chest pierced through by a sword strike and blood splattered everywhere. This. Someone's voice trembled. These villagers were furious at the black-armored true immortal and the other 4 true immortals because Snow Wolf, who had a close relationship with their village, had been severely injured. But at this time, many of them could not help but tremble when they saw Lin Tian's sword pierce through the black-armored true immortal and blood splattering everywhere. Their feelings of horror were much stronger than their feelings of satisfaction. After all, they were all ordinary people. How could ordinary people not be frightened when they saw a person's chest pierced through and blood splattered everywhere? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed. He stared unblinkingly at the pure white light gushing out of the immortal emperor pagoda that was suspended above Lin Tian's head. This is the power of faith that this kid mentioned before. Seeing this, he finally understood what Lin Tian had said about the other methods and reliance apart from the celestial connection pill, the celestial connection pill has increased his battle prowess by 10 times in all aspects, and the power of faith seems to have caused his battle prowess to skyrocket once more. With these two methods combined, he now has the power to injure true immortals. He can fight against true immortals. When Lin Tian returned to the 10 Directions Heaven from the starry sky, he asked Yi Tong to teach the 10 Directions Heaven. At this moment, Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew that the white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian was the power of faith. Yeah. Beside him, little Taichu's eyes lit up. He stared fixedly at the white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. There, outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the pure white light and the purple divine light intertwined. Strands of pure white light poured into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's aura to grow stronger and stronger. Over the years, on Earth where the Milky Way Emperor star was located, Xianxia had been persistently teaching. In the 10 Directions Heaven, Yi Tong had also been teaching. As a result, the power of faith gathered in his immortal Emperor Pagoda was growing with every passing moment. Now, the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda had reached a very high level. At this moment, he summoned this power of faith and used it with the Transcendence Supreme Elixir to forcibly increase his battle strength, causing his battle strength to skyrocket. His aura is constantly rising. Is it because of that pure white light? What kind of power is that? The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the unaffiliated brown-haired true immortal were all shocked. At this time, although they did not know what kind of power the white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was, they could easily see that Lin Tian's aura was constantly rising because of this pure white light. They could see that Lin Tian had been able to injure the black-armored true immortal just now because of this power. For a moment, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the unaffiliated brown-haired true immortal all stared at the white light. However, after a while, they did not know what this light was. They had never seen it before. Ignore it. The most important thing is that pagoda. The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty said. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. Kill him, take the pagoda, and then take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. The blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty said, but you must be careful. After the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid matures and blossoms, it only has 2 hours. If you can't get it and refine it within 2 hours, it will wither and turn into ashes. Now, it has been some time since it matured and blossoms. It will self-destruct in about an hour. We must get it before that happens. The golden-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty nodded. Of course. At this time, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty were all staring at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. The greed in their eyes was not concealed at all because they could see that the immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of primordial heavenly crystal. A precious weapon made of such a divine material was the prototype of a supreme emperor weapon. Its value was much higher than that of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. However, they were very ambitious. Not only did they want to take Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda, they also wanted to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. The 3 of them took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. At the same time, the brown-haired true immortal also stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head and slowly closed in on him. Obviously, he also wanted to take the pagoda. Suddenly, with a boom, a violent divine energy surged out from thousands of feet away. The black-armored true immortal who had been sent flying by Lin Tian rushed back from the distance. He looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes and said, "Damn you." At this time, his chest, which had been pierced by Lin Tian's sword light, had completely healed. His eyes were cold and filled with anger. He had been defeated by a cultivator below the true immortal realm. This was a great humiliation. He looked at Lin Tian with cold, murderous eyes. However, when he saw the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head, the greed in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. His desire to take the immortal Emperor Pagoda was so strong that it was almost written on his face. In the Huaitree forest, the villagers saw the black-armored true immortal rush back. Their faces changed and they trembled. He's still alive? His chest was clearly pierced through. How can he still be alive? Wasn't there a bloody hole in his chest before? Why is it gone? This. The villagers were all shocked. They had clearly seen Lin Tianyi's sword pierce through the black-armored true immortal. Before this, the black-armored true immortal's chest had been almost completely shattered. There was a bloody hole in the front and back of his chest. Such an injury would have killed him. However, the black-armored true immortal was not dead. He had rushed back from afar, and the bloody hole in his chest had disappeared. Moreover, they saw the black-armored true immortal fly back here. Humans could fly? Don't be surprised. That level of injury could not kill him. Even if he was smashed to pieces, he could regenerate in the blink of an eye. As I said before, don't look at existences like us from an ordinary perspective. That's not suitable. Whooshing Crocodile said. In front of him, rays of light intertwined and flashed. Lin Tian had the immortal emperor pagoda above his head. The power of faith in the pagoda flowed into his body continuously, increasing his strength. The divine power he exuded was increasing by leaps and bounds. He looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals who were closing in on him. In the next moment, he moved. Boom! An extremely violent aura gushed out. He took a step forward and crossed a great distance. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the side of the 5 true immortals in the blink of an eye. His tyrannical divine power turned into a strong hurricane and swept the 5 true immortals away from the locust tree forest. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in an ordinary mountainous area tens of thousands of feet away. He used the rich power of faith in combination with the Transcendence Elixir to increase his combat strength. At this time, he had to fight the 5 true immortals and stop them from seizing the 1,000 Illusions Sacred Orchid. The battle would definitely be fierce. Naturally, he could not do it in the locust tree forest. There was a small village and a group of villagers there. They would definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the battle between him and the 5 true immortals. In fact, even if he had forcefully brought the 5 true immortals to this location, the battle that would ensue might still have some impact on the village. However, after 10,000 feet, even if there was an impact, its power would be greatly weakened. The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu would be able to neutralize it. You brought the 5 of us here at the same time and far away from that area. Do you want to protect the 1,000 Illusion Sacred Orchid for that wild wolf? Are you worried that the village will be destroyed? Are you worried that those lowly mortals will be affected? Although I don't know what relationship you have with that wild wolf or the mortals here, it will all be in vain. The itinerant true immortal in black armor said coldly, you alone can't stop us. You will die soon. You won't be able to protect the 1,000 Illusion Sacred Orchid. That beast will die. Those lowly mortals and the 2 beasts following you will also die. You can't protect anything here. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the immortal emperor pagoda above Lin Tian's head. The greed in his eyes deepened. And this sect pagoda. After you die, I will take good care of it for you. As he spoke, he looked at the immortal emperor pagoda above Lin Tian's head. Then he looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired itinerant true immortal, his eyes filled with caution. He wanted to take Lin Tian's immortal emperor pagoda and the 1,000 Illusion Sacred Orchid. Naturally, it would not be easy. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal were all his competitors. They would not let him take the immortal emperor pagoda and the 1,000 Illusion Sacred Orchid. At this time, perhaps they would all work together to deal with Lin Tian. But later on, once they worked together to kill Lin Tian, there would be no one to obstruct them. At that time, there would definitely be an intense battle between the 5 of them. Lin Tian looked at the itinerant true immortal with cold eyes. The power of faith in the immortal emperor pagoda surged into his body. Coupled with the Transcendence Elixir he had taken earlier, his combat strength was now 10 times stronger than usual. He was like an active volcano that was about to erupt. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He raised his hand and took out the Xianluo immortal sword, a true immortal treasure, and slashed at the black-armored true immortal. A sharp sword light slashed out, carrying the power to slay immortals. It went straight for the black-armored true immortal. At the same time, he swung the primal Chaos Empyrean fist with his left hand. The fist light filled the sky and enveloped the other 4 true immortals. After killing the black-armored true immortal with his sword and punching the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal, Lin Tian's aura had soared to an astonishing level, as if he had stepped into the true immortal realm. The surging offensive shocked the 5 true immortals. At this moment, Lin Tian's offensive power was obviously more terrifying than when he pierced the black-armored true immortal with his sword. The sword light seemed to be able to cut through everything, and the fist light seemed to be able to shatter everything. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, a large mountain near the battlefield was shattered into pieces. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. Lin Tian's combat strength had reached a terrifying level after using the Transcendence Elixir to increase his combat strength tenfold, and then he used the power of faith to further increase his combat strength. At this moment, he took out the true immortal weapon Xianluo Immortal Sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and faster than before, and it pierced through the black-armored true immortal again in an instant. At the same time, the Chaos Emperor fist he blasted out sent the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal, who was an itinerant cultivator, retreating hundreds of feet away. The divine power fluctuations outside their bodies became a little chaotic. Junior. The black-armored true immortal roared. His body had been pierced twice by Lin Tian in a row, which made his eyes almost spit fire. Lin Tian looked at him coldly and said, "You said I can't protect anyone. Or anything here? You said you want to kill everyone here and take everything away?" The black-armored true immortal quickly healed his wounds, and the divine power outside his body surged to a terrifying level in the blink of an eye. He stared coldly at Lin Tiandao and said, "So what? I'm going to take the 1,000 illusion orchid. How dare a group of lowly mortals yell at me? I'm going to kill them all. I'm also going to take that pagoda of yours. Can you?" Swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, directly interrupting him. Lin Tian's speed was frighteningly fast. Taking a step forward, he appeared before the black-armored true immortal in just the blink of an eye. The black-armored true immortal's expression changed immediately. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and appeared in front of him in an instant. "You, clang." The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian swung the Xianluo sword. The sharp edge of the sword cut through everything and directly cut off the head of the black-armored true immortal. The head of the black-armored true immortal floated out with blood. There was shock in his eyes, and then a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. Not only had he been pierced by Lin Tian twice, but now, Lin Tian had even chopped off his head. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He did not stop after slashing out with his sword, not giving the black-armored true immortal any chance to catch his breath. He immediately propped up the seal of the 4 symbols and intertwined 6 Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols, enveloping the black-armored true immortal's head and body at the same time. The majestic divine power of the seal was like a boundless force of the starry sky, and the waves of divine power were terrifying. Poof. This time, the physical body of the black-armored true immortal was crushed into a bloody mist. Only his divine soul was unharmed. Damn it. His divine soul shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body and took a step toward Lin Tian. With a boom, the divine power outside his body vibrated. After being injured by Lin Tian several times, he was so angry that he directly used a powerful divine power of the perfected immortal level. Almost at the same time, the 3 perfected immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the independent brown-haired perfected immortal attacked. They all used powerful and terrifying secret techniques. Boom. The space trembled violently and several mountains were flattened. At this time, the 3 perfected immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the independent brown-haired perfected immortal were not here to help the black-armored true immortal. They were here to kill Lin Tian and seize Lin Tian's immortal emperor pagoda. At the same time, they also wanted to get the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. At this time, they had to kill Lin Tian first. Otherwise, they would not be able to get it at all. Therefore, no matter how they looked at it, their first priority was the same. They all wanted to kill Lin Tian. Boom. The killing lights of the 5 sects were vast and mighty. They pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions and immediately enveloped him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He did not dodge and used the arcane skill of the great immortal king of the Bai clan. He used his tenfold combat strength and the vast power of faith to form the immortal king's divine shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. He forcefully resisted all the attacks of the 5 people. Clang! In his hand, the Xianluo immortal sword screeched again. He used the heavenly sword scripture and released a large amount of killing lights toward the 5 people. After that, he used the divining divine skill. All kinds of powerful divining divine elephants appeared behind him. There were dozens of them. Every one of them was intertwined with a very shocking destructive power. They all attacked the 5 people at the same time. The 5 of them were shocked. The 5 of them had unleashed their true immortal level abilities at the same time, but they were blocked so easily by Lin Tian. Moreover, in the next instant, Lin Tian directly launched another attack, and the power of his attack was even stronger. Facing Lin Tian's heavenly sword radiance and dozens of divining divine elephants, the 5 people felt a trace of threat. However, they were all true immortal level powerhouses. Although they felt that Lin Tian's sword radiance and dozens of divining divine elephants were a threat to them, their combat strength was overwhelming. They did not care at all. The 5 people each attacked. They all slapped Lin Tian's sword radiance and divining divine elephants into pieces. What is that white light that gushed out from the primordial pagoda? How did it increase your strength by so much? The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty looked at Lin Tian and asked in a low voice. At first, they did not take Lin Tian's aura seriously. But now, as the white light from the immortal Emperor Pagoda entered Lin Tian's body, Lin Tian's aura suddenly increased to a very shocking level. Whether in terms of attack or defense, he seemed to be able to contend with the 5 of them. Lin Tian looked at the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty and the other 4 true immortals. He raised the Xianluo immortal sword in his hand and pointed it at them. Clanging sword chi intertwined. He did not waste time talking nonsense with them. He attacked directly. These 5 were bent on killing him, taking the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and then the 1,000 apparitions immortal orchid. They even wanted to kill everyone here. Wu knew that it was impossible to change their minds. As such, what else could he say to them? What he should do now was to attack and defeat them with his powerful combat strength. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He swung the heavenly sword scripture with the Xianluo immortal sword, which was a true immortal weapon. Unparalleled sword radiance swept out in all directions. Then, in the next moment, the 5 thunders heaven-shaking incantation was activated. Streaks of silver lightning appeared. Together with the heavenly sword radiance that filled the sky, they struck the 5 people. Each streak of lightning was shockingly powerful and seemed to be able to destroy everything. The golden sword radiance and the silver lightning intertwined. Lin Tian attacked, enveloping the 5 true immortal realm experts in it, attacking them indiscriminately. The 5 true immortals naturally felt the power of this attack, especially that silver lightning, which made them feel a sense of threat. However, when Lin Tian attacked the 5 of them at the same time by himself, their gazes turned very cold. They felt that Lin Tian was truly too arrogant. Junior. The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty said coldly. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a beast appeared behind him. It was formed by intertwining divine power, and its aura was terrifying. At the same time, the other 4 true immortals did not show any mercy. Each of them used their powerful mystiques to attack. The dense killing lights were all aimed at Lin Tian. Whether it was to obtain the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid or Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda, they wanted to kill Lin Tian. And they had to be fast. Boom! The space shook, and all kinds of killing lights intertwined. The void cracked inch by inch, and the ground collapsed. Lin Tian fought against the 5 true immortals. The High Heaven Sword Scripture and the Xianluo Immortal Sword were used to the limit of his cultivation. The 5 Heavenly Thunders technique caused the sky to be filled with lightning, and surrounded every inch of the void. It attacked the 5 true immortals like the light of a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, at the same time, he once again supported the 4 Symbols Seal Divine Technique, supported the Divination Divine Technique, and even operated the Dragon Burial Scripture. Strand after strand of dragon patterns interweaved, transforming into seemingly real divine dragons that illuminated the heavens. The reason why he was able to use so many divine abilities and secret techniques was because he was facing 5 experts alone. Even though the Transcendence Divine Pill and the Power of Faith had forcibly increased his battle prowess by many times, and even though he appeared to be very strong on the surface, in reality, he was under a lot of pressure. After all, those were 5 genuine true immortal experts. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded in all directions. The sky was filled with dragon runes that formed a true dragon. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the divine dragon swung its tail. The dragon's aura was extremely shocking. Immediately, rumbling sounds rang out, all types of divine light crisscrossing. Several of the great mountains in this place collapsed. In the faraway Huaitree forest, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu watched Lin Tian's battle with flickering eyes. That kind of power of faith is indeed extraordinary. No wonder that brat wanted little Yutong to preach to the world. He actually managed to increase his strength by so much after taking the Transcendence Divine Pill, which increased his battle prowess tenfold. He actually managed to block 5 true immortals all by himself. This is simply... Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Little Taichu was also looking into the distance, looking very serious. At the same time, he also seemed a little surprised. At this place, a group of villagers stood by the heavily injured Snow Wolf and looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. That man, where did he go? Can you see anything? Someone asked. These villagers were just ordinary people with limited eyesight. Naturally, they could not see the scene of Lin Tian's battle with the 5 true Immortal Realm experts from tens of thousands of feet away. Wuxing Crocodile nodded slightly. Then, he used his demonic power to display the scene of the battle in the distance to the villagers in the form of a divine imprint. Seeing this scene, the villagers were all shocked. They had never seen Wuxing Crocodile use such a method before. They did not expect him to be able to inexplicably show such a scene. However, in the blink of an eye, these people's surprise did not last long. After all, they had seen too many shocking things on this day. At this time, they stood by Snow Wolf and stared at the scene of Lin Tian's battle with the 5 true immortals shown by Wuxing Crocodile. Then, their eyes flickered. This was because the battle between Lin Tian and the 5 true immortals was simply destructive. They saw Lin Tian and the 5 true immortals flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. As they fought, all kinds of divine light flashed and shattered mountains. Moreover, cracks appeared in the air. This scene was really shocking to them. After all, for these ordinary people, the scene of divine light filling the sky and shattering the earth was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the horror on the villagers' faces disappeared and was replaced by anger. Little brother! Defeat them! Someone shouted loudly as he looked at the divine imprint shown by Wuxing Crocodile. They were guarding the blood-stained Snow Wolf. They knew that this Snow Wolf, who had a close relationship with their village, was injured by the 5 true immortals. They knew that the 5 true immortals wanted to seize the divine orchid that the Snow Wolf guarded for the witch. They knew that the witch's resting place was destroyed by the 5 true immortals. Everyone was filled with anger towards the 5 true immortals. Because of this sincere anger, even though these people could tell that the 5 true immortals were not ordinary people and were all very terrifying people, they did not feel much fear at this time. The anger in their hearts was much stronger than the fear in their hearts. The Snow Wolf's entire body was covered in blood. At this time, its life force was still constantly fading away. Its demonic eyes had dimmed a lot. Its gaze moved away from the witch's tombstone and looked at the image shown by Wuxing Crocodile here. Its eyes could not help but flicker. A human who it did not know would actually go to such lengths for it. A human who had not even reached the true immortal realm was resisting 5 true immortals just to prevent them from seizing the 1,000 illusion divine orchid that it had brought here for the witch. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the Snow Wolf. Looking at the other party's eyes, it naturally knew what the other party was thinking at this time. It said, "When we were here, we heard the remnants of the zither music left behind by the witch. We all benefited a lot from it. We also learned some things about the witch and you. That witch is worthy of respect, and what you have done for her is even more touching." As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian who was fighting 10,000 feet away. It said, "For that witch, and even more so for what you have done for her, that guy feels that he has a reason to fight. He is such a man who is loyal to his feelings, it said. Hearing this, the snow wolf looked at the image of Lin Tian and the image shown by whooshing crocodile's divine sense. Its dim eyes flickered even more. It was only because it had relied on itself to hear the sound of the witch who had saved it playing the zither in this place. It was only because it had been touched by what it had done for the witch that it fought against 5 true immortals at the same time with its cultivation level below the true immortal realm and prevented them from seizing the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. In today's cruel cultivation world, there were still people like this. Boom. 10,000 feet away, divine light trembled. All kinds of killing lights intertwined. The sky and the void were shaken to the point that they collapsed inch by inch. The 5 true immortals' auras were chaotic, and their bodies were stained with blood. Under Lin Tian's powerful attacks, they had all suffered some injuries. At the same time, even though Lin Tian's combat strength had been forcibly increased by many times with the help of the divine elixir and the power of faith, it was naturally impossible for him to be unscathed when fighting against 5 true immortals at the same time. At this moment, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had suffered some injuries. However, his expression did not change. The Xianluo celestial sword intertwined with dazzling sword lights, and the sword momentum was extremely sharp. Clang! The sword clanged. He waved the Xianluo celestial sword and slashed at the 5 true immortals. A large area of the void was shattered at the same time. The 5 true immortals' divine sense rolled outside their bodies as they kept attacking Lin Tian. However, they were gradually more and more surprised. They found that Lin Tian's combat strength increased by the white light was really amazing. Even if they worked together, they still could not kill him in a short time. Although the combat strength increased by external objects is very strong, there is still a time limit. Let's ignore him for now and seize the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. If we delay any longer, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid will wither. The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty said to the blue-robed and golden-robed true immortals of his lineage. The blue-robed and golden-robed true immortals heard this and nodded. You guys hold him back. I'll go get the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. The blue-robed true immortal said. With that, he used a special movement technique to retreat from the battlefield. He stopped attacking Lin Tian and rushed toward the Huaitree forest. When the black-armored robed true immortal and the brown-haired robed true immortal saw this, their eyes narrowed. Then, they gave up on Lin Tian and rushed toward the Huaitree forest. Naturally, they could not just stand by and watch the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty take the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. This was because there was no one there who could stop the blue-robed true immortal. As long as the blue-robed true immortal rushed there, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid would definitely fall into his hands. Of course, they were not willing to let this happen. As for the immortal Emperor Pagoda on Lin Tian, they were more interested in it. However, at this time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda would not disappear with the passage of time. Moreover, the purple-robed and golden-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty would not be able to suppress Lin Tian and take the immortal Emperor Pagoda in a short time. Moreover, the two of them could hold Lin Tian back during this process. They did not have to worry about Lin Tian escaping and not being able to get the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Therefore, after considering the situation from all sides, the most suitable choice at this time was to fight with the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty for the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart reverberated. The 3 of them were very fast, like 3 human-shaped lightning bolts, rushing toward the Huaitree forest. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them coldly. Silver lightning crackled around his body as he used the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation and the duality steps. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance and blocked all 3 of them. Then, he directly slashed at them with his sword. Clang! He infused the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation into this sword. It was like a killing sword condensed from the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment, causing the 3 true immortals to turn pale at the same time. They quickly retreated to avoid this fierce killing sword. No one can touch the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. He held the Xianluo immortal sword and pointed it at everyone. The cold sword radiance was endlessly swallowing. The true immortals' eyes were cold. They looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of coldness and killing intent. The blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty glanced at the thousand illusion divine orchid in the distance, then looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "There's not much time left. Since he wants to stop us, then kill him as soon as possible. Don't let the thousand illusion divine orchid be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom. Divine light surged around his body and a sea of fire appeared behind him. Dense and stable waves of the immortal path spread out mightily, as if they could burn everything in the world. The aura was terrifying. The waves of the immortal Tao surged. Behind the blue-robed true immortal of the Wanwei dynasty, a sea of fire appeared. It was scorching hot, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Every wisp of flame seemed to be able to incinerate everything, causing the void to sizzle. The immortal Tao of Oblivion. Lin Tian's eyes glinted as he looked at the roiling flames behind the true immortal. There were many Taos in the world, and they were divided into the Great Tao, Immortal Tao, Divine Tao, and Eternal Divine Tao. The flames behind the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty intertwined with strong waves of Immortal Tao. The Immortal Tao was one of the strongest techniques of true immortal cultivators. Facing this kind of flame, he felt his skin become a little hot. "Alright, let's kill him quickly." The other two true immortals of the Manwei dynasty spoke, each supporting the Immortal Tao. One of them conjured a sky full of divine trees, while the other conjured dense water droplets around him. Each divine tree and each water droplet exuded a terrifying aura. The Immortal Tao of wood and the Immortal Tao of muddy water. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. Among the 3,000 great Taos, a large portion of the great Taos were, in fact, just a small portion of the Tao power of the Immortal Tao and the Divine Tao. For example, the Great Tao of Yin Yang, the Great Tao of Tai Yin, the Great Tao of Yang, and the Great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. They were, respectively, a very small portion of the Tao power of the Yin-Yang Divine Tao, the Great Tao of Yang, the Great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He'd learned about this from ancient texts when he'd first ascended to the stars. At this time, the three true immortals of Wanwei dynasty summoned the Immortal Tao of fire, wood, and water that corresponded to the Great Tao of fire, wood, and water respectively. Their Tao power was even sharper than the Great Tao of fire, wood, and water respectively. Boom. Boom. In the other two places, the brown-haired true immortal and the black-armored true immortal also conjured Immortal Taos, the Immortal Tao of dreams and the Immortal Tao of thorns. Among them, the illusory dream Immortal Tao could weaken the enemy's spirit, causing them to fall into an illusory dream world and then kill them. The bramble Immortal Tao could interweave vines that filled the sky, binding even divine power and sealing all things. The three true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the other two wanted to kill Lin Tian as quickly as possible, seize the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid, and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. They conjured Immortal Tao laws and pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. "Immortal Tao," the black-armored true Immortal Tao said, "True." The black-armored true immortal said coldly. The eyes of the other four were cold and indifferent. Their Immortal Tao laws churned, almost shattering the sky. As Lin Tian faced the five Immortal Tao laws, his essence, energy, and spirit trembled. He felt so tired that he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. He knew that this was the power of the brown-haired true immortal's illusory dream Immortal Tao. Even before it truly pressed down, his essence, energy, and spirit were already greatly affected. At the same time, he felt pain all over his body because of the other four Immortal Taos. His bones were creaking and his organs were throbbing violently. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if his bones would shatter and his organs would be destroyed in the next moment. He truly felt the threat of death looming over him. It was as if he would disappear under the Immortal Tao of the five Immortal Taos. His body was trembling, but his expression did not change at all. There was not a trace of fear on his face. In the next moment, faint light intertwined around his body. The Immortal Tao of the nameless Great Tao propped itself up, and Tao radiance circled around his body. "I'm counting on you," he muttered to himself. He had never been sure what Tao he had comprehended, but he was absolutely certain that the Tao he had comprehended was very powerful. At this moment, the five true immortals had activated their Immortal Tao laws. If he wanted to fight them, the best way was naturally to use Tao as a weapon. Strands of Tao radiance surged out of his body and encircled him. The tiredness caused by the brown-haired true immortal's illusory dream immortal Dao instantly vanished. At the same time, the pain caused by the other 4 Daos was greatly reduced. Then, Dao radiance surged and turned into a Dao wave that met the immortal Dao laws of the true immortals. The 5 true immortals' expressions changed slightly when they saw Lin Tian's Dao. They frowned because they could not tell what Dao Lin Tian had activated. At the same time, they realized that the immortal Daos they had activated had a much weaker effect on Lin Tian. They could not exert absolute pressure on Lin Tian in terms of Dao momentum. However, they did not care about this because their immortal Daos had not truly reached Lin Tian yet. Kill. The black-armored true immortal said coldly. His thorny immortal Daos truly pressed toward Lin Tian and wrapped around Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 4 cultivators' immortal Daos also pressed down on Lin Tian like 4 waves of destruction. Lin Tian's body trembled violently. He could feel the immense pressure, but he was not afraid at all. His eyes were resolute. He firmly believed that his nameless Dao Law was definitely not inferior to the immortal Dao. He firmly believed that his nameless Dao Law would not lose to the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals after he had used the Ascension Divine Pill and endless power of faith to increase his combat strength by dozens of times. With a thought, the Dao wave formed by the nameless Dao Law surged even more violently toward the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals. In the blink of an eye, the Dao wave formed by his nameless Dao Law collided with the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals. Boom! There was a shocking explosion as the nameless Dao Law collided with the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals. The sky and earth shook together. Crack! 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 There was a series of cracking sounds as the surrounding void cracked inch by inch. 6 different Dao powers collided with each other. The 5 immortal Daos suppressed Lin Tian's nameless Dao Law with vast destructive power. The immortal Daos intertwined with each other and were extremely frightening. Compared to Lin Tian's nameless Dao Law, the 5 immortal Daos of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals were much more powerful. On the surface, they seemed to be able to crush Lin Tian's nameless Dao Law. However, in reality, the 5 immortal Daos were completely blocked by Lin Tian's nameless Dao Law. In fact, the 5 immortal Daos seemed to have a consciousness of their own when they collided. What's going on? The 5 true immortals were truly shocked at this moment. Their immortal Dao Law, one of their strongest techniques as true immortals, was completely blocked at this moment. It was blocked by the nameless Dao of a young cultivator who had yet to reach the true immortal realm. Impossible. Even if he relied on that strange white light to forcibly increase his battle prowess, his actual cultivation has yet to reach the true immortal level. If we were to compare Dao, he would definitely be crushed by us. But now the 5 true immortals were all shocked. Their immortal Daos were completely blocked. In fact, after facing Lin Tian's Dao, the Dao light of their immortal Daos gradually began to tremble as if they had a consciousness, as if they were afraid. Dao light surged around Lin Tian's body. The nameless Dao Law intertwined with divine splendor and completely blocked the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. His belief was not wrong. Although he did not know what Dao his Dao was, it was really very powerful. He looked ahead. His nameless Dao Law collided with the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals, and the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. "Break for me," he said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his nameless Dao Law emitted a Dao light under the multiplication of his battle strength. It rumbled and then turned into a shocking storm, shattering all the immortal Dao Laws of the 5 true immortals. How can this be? The 5 true immortals' expressions changed again. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Their immortal Dao Laws were shattered. A person who had yet to reach the true immortal realm had shattered their immortal Daos with a pure Dao at this moment. Clang, boom, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing, and thunder rumbled. The golden sword radiance and silver lightning struck the 5 true immortals. After Lin Tian used his nameless Dao Law to shatter the immortal Daos of the 5 true immortals, he immediately launched a fierce attack. The High Heaven Sword Scripture and 5 Heaven-Shaking Thunders technique were activated to the maximum at the same time. Moreover, the nameless Dao Law was also powerful, causing the entire space to distort. Damn it! The five true immortals' eyes were extremely cold. Although they were surprised by the strangeness and power of Lin Tian's Dao that could shatter their immortal Daos, they did not lose their composure at this moment. They pulled open their immortal Daos and faced Lin Tian's attack. In an instant, the six of them fought fiercely. Divine powers and secret skills clashed, and Dao radiance clashed. The scene was terrifying. A violent storm swept out in all directions. Mountains exploded one after another. Divine power surged outside Lin Tian's body. He wielded the Xianluo immortal sword in his right hand and slashed again and again. The silver lightning formed by the five heaven-shaking thunders technique also carried an extremely domineering and strong power as it continuously attacked the five true immortals. His nameless Dao Law was not weaker than the immortal Daos of the five true immortals. However, his cultivation level had not reached the true immortal realm after all. He had only used the Ascension Divine Elixir and the power of faith to forcefully increase his combat strength. At this moment, even if his Dao was not weaker than the immortal Daos of the five true immortals, the pressure on him was still huge and was increasing as time went by. However, his expression did not change. There was no trace of fear or wariness. His eyes were deep and there were wisps of strange light in them. He slashed with the Xianluo immortal sword in his right hand while his left hand moved slightly. The Dao diagram of the four symbols slowly formed. Mighty strands of dazzling sealing divine power were thrown directly at the five true immortals. The five true immortals naturally did not care about Lin Tian's Dao diagram of the four symbols. They attacked at the same time and shattered the diagram. However, the moment the Dao diagram was shattered, all five of them changed their expressions. After the Dao diagram was shattered, a treasured bell with Dao patterns and divine seals intertwined all over it was revealed. It was intertwined with the aura of a true immortal and immortal Dao laws. It was a true immortal artifact. At this time, the true immortal aura and immortal Dao law outside this true immortal weapon treasured bell were extremely chaotic and violent. It had reached the state of self-destruction. The five true immortals' expressions changed drastically. They all backed away from the treasured bell. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. Explode. A cold word came out of Lin Tian's mouth. Boom, an earth-shattering roar instantly exploded in this space. The true immortal artifact level bell exploded, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out, turning into a ripple of destruction. In the blink of an eye, it covered the five true immortals at the same time. The bell was called the Everlasting Bell. It was a genuine immortal weapon of the Everlasting Immortal sect that Lin Tian had obtained from the Everlasting Ancient Star. At this time, Lin Tian was very clear about one thing. He might be able to fight against five genuine immortals in a short time after forcibly increasing his battle strength, but as time went by, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Moreover, even if his battle strength had increased by dozens of times, it was really not possible for him to defeat five genuine immortals. After all, a real genuine immortal was really very powerful. Therefore, he decisively self-destructed a genuine immortal weapon at this time, and secretly suppressed the Everlasting Bell with the four-symbol sealing technique towards the five genuine immortals, so that they would not be able to detect it. Then, when the five broke the Dao diagram of the four symbols, the Everlasting Bell, which had been triggered by him, was exposed. It had reached the critical point of self-destruction and directly exploded. At that point in time, even a powerful genuine immortal would not have time to dodge or defend. Boom! The five genuine immortals exploded at the same time. The whole space here roared, and the void and the earth were shattered beyond recognition. A terrible hurricane swept out, and the wind was terrifying. Damn it! There was a roar, and in the void, blood fog intertwined and surged. The five genuine immortals reformed their bodies in the blink of an eye. Junior. The five of them stared at Lin Tian, their eyes cold and full of anger. They never thought that Lin Tian would have other genuine immortal weapons besides the Xianluo Sword of Immortals. Moreover, he had self-destructed a genuine immortal weapon, and hid it in the Dao diagram of the four-symbol sealing technique. Using the sealing power to conceal it from their perception, he directly detonated it in front of them. It was a true immortal weapon. The destructive power of detonating a true immortal weapon was no joke. Even though they were true immortal experts, it was still very difficult for them to completely withstand the self-destruction of a true immortal weapon. At this moment, each of them had suffered unimaginable injuries. Their essence, qi, and spirit were greatly weakened, and their faces were pale. At this moment, the killing intent in their eyes intensified as they stared at Lin Tian. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tian apart. Bearing the self-destruction of the genuine immortal weapon pagoda, their spirits were almost shattered. Outside Lin Tian's body, silver lightning crisscrossed, and electric arcs sizzled, giving off a domineering and majestic feeling. He looked at the 5 immortals with a cold expression on his face. Xianluo immortal sword of immortals pointed his sword of immortals. In an instant, dense sword immortal sword of immortals appeared. A sword immortal weapon of immortals. Now that they had destroyed a true immortal artifact, all 5 of them were in trouble. Whether it was the circulation of their divine power, the circulation of their immortal Tao, the strength of their souls, or their physical strength, all of them had been weakened by more than half. Naturally, he would not give up on this excellent opportunity to attack. Originally, he had destroyed a sect's true immortal artifact in order to create a situation that was advantageous to him. Clang. Sword of immortal level, Xianluo immortal sword of immortal level, slashed out. Every slash was swift and fierce, cutting through space, earth, and mountains. The 5 immortals were momentarily exhausted from defending themselves. This was because they had been severely injured by the self-destruction of the eternal bell of immortal level. Now, their spirits were all very unstable. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the immortal in black armor. You said you want to kill everyone here? His voice was cold. The immortal in black armor was shocked. He had just been severely injured by the self-destruction of his genuine immortal weapon. His strength was greatly reduced in all aspects. Now that Lin Tian was in front of him again, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he met Lin Tian's cold eyes. He quickly retreated. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian swung his sword. The speed of the sword was undoubtedly much faster than the speed at which the immortal in black armor was retreating. In the blink of an eye, the sword landed on the immortal in black armor and cut him into pieces. The immortal in black armor roared in anger. His spirit was not destroyed. His soul power surged and wrapped around his broken body, quickly reforming it. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a shift of his mind, the 5 thunders of heaven-shaking incantation was activated. In an instant, dense silver lightning was summoned. Each lightning bolt was like the light of heavenly tribulation. They enveloped the immortal in black armor's broken body, which was in the process of reforming. For a moment, the sound of puff, puff, puff rang out continuously. The silver lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, causing the immortal in black armor's broken body to become even more damaged in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The immortal in black armor roared in anger. After suffering the impact of the self-destruction of the true immortal artifact, he had also suffered several heavy blows from Lin Tian. His injuries had worsened at this moment, and his soul was trembling violently. He did his best, and the laws of the immortal Tao surged. He summoned the immortal Tao of Thorns, which turned into chains of light that wrapped around him to protect his soul. It also increased his soul power by several times in a short period of time, allowing him to reform his body at an extremely fast speed. However, Lin Tian did not give him a chance at all. He took a step forward and pressed down with the nameless Tao Law. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the immortal Tao of Thorns that the immortal in black armor had summoned only struggled for a moment before it was crushed into pieces by the nameless Tao Law. The immortal in black armor's broken body and soul were immediately exposed, and he lost all his defenses in a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Tian's true body also approached at this moment. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory propped up behind him and immediately emitted a sacred and vast aura that suppressed the entire sky. The immortal in black armor's soul trembled, and he naturally sensed how terrifying the reincarnation diagram was. It carried a wave that could annihilate all things, and he immediately felt a huge threat. Stop. Stop. Everything is negotiable. That person cried out as fear appeared in his eyes. At that moment, he could clearly sense that in his current state, if he were to be struck by that divine diagram, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. There would be no other outcome. Lin Tian did not say anything else and would not show any mercy at all. The reincarnation diagram pressed down mightily. Ah! The immortal in black armor screamed miserably as he was shrouded by the reincarnation diagram. With Lin Tian's transcendence divine pill and the power of faith, he was directly crushed into pieces. This time, he was truly crushed. His physical body disappeared, and his soul was destroyed as well. He completely disappeared from heaven and earth. How could this be? In this space, the three true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal trembled in unison. Lin Tian actually killed the immortal in black armor. His cultivation had not reached the true immortal realm, but now, he had killed a real true immortal. At the same time, in the faraway Huai forest, Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu were also shocked when they saw this scene. He really killed an immortal. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flickered. The fact that Lin Tian had been able to stop the 5 true immortals after amplifying his combat power by tens of times was already shocking enough. At that very moment, however, it was even more shocked. Despite having to face 5 true immortals alone, Lin Tian had managed to kill off one of them. Although he knew that to a large extent, it was because Lin Tian had destroyed a genuine immortal artifact, which had caused great damage to the 5 genuine immortals. That was why he was able to kill the black-armored genuine immortal. However, he could not suppress his surprise. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and clanging. Tens of thousands of feet away, Lin Tian moved again. He swung the Xianluo immortal sword in his hand, interweaving sword lights that filled the sky, and slashed toward the other 4 true immortals. He had self-destructed a genuine immortal artifact, causing the 5 genuine immortals to suffer unimaginable injuries. At this time, he naturally had to grasp the situation tightly and firmly hold the advantage of the battle on his side. He directly launched a fierce attack on the 4 genuine immortals, not giving them the slightest chance to catch their breaths, not giving them the slightest chance to heal their injuries. Damn it! Don't hold back, attack him together. The brown-haired true immortal growled. Without holding back, he directly raised the illusory dream immortal Dao and pressed it toward Lin Tian. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty naturally understood the current situation. At this moment, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. They all cooperated with the brown-haired true immortal, each of them using the immortal Dao precepts and various great divine abilities and secret arts to jointly attack Lin Tian. For a moment, there was a rumble and the sky was filled with divine light. Unparalleled killing light seemed to want to shatter everything around them. Lin Tian's black hair danced in front of his forehead. His eyes were indifferent as he rushed forward, not at all dodging the killing light of the immortal Dao precepts. At this time, the 4 true immortal artifacts were severely injured because of the self-destruction of the Bell of Eternity. The immortal Dao precepts they used were much weaker than before, but he was still at his peak. The advantage of the battle was completely on his side. Buzz! The nameless Dao precept surged and shone brightly. At this moment, he released it. Then, the reincarnation diagram was raised again, and in the blink of an eye, it merged with the nameless Dao precepts and turned into the strongest reincarnation diagram of the great Dao, which pressed toward the 4 true immortals at the same time. 4 crisp cracking sounds were heard. The reincarnation diagram of the great Dao was incomparably powerful. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the immortal Dao precepts and secret arts that the 4 true immortals had used. It arrived in front of the 4 in an instant. Unparalleled power surged and shook violently, its power intimidating. Pft! 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 4 mists of blood exploded. The 4 true immortals were crushed at the same time. Only their spiritual bodies were barely preserved. Even though their spiritual bodies were preserved, their spiritual bodies were filled with dense cracks. Like the most fragile porcelain, it was as if they would break with a casual touch. This caused the spiritual bodies of the 4 true immortals to tremble violently. Each of them was shocked. They quickly shook their spiritual bodies and reformed their bodies. Boom! Rolling thunder surged, and the sky turned dark in an instant. Lin Tian stepped forward and activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation. He directly activated the 5 Heavenly Thunder Dominion Grand Theurgy, interweaving a sea of thunder around him and enveloping the 4 true immortals in this sea of thunder. Then, without any movement, he disappeared from where he was in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. He raised his right hand and the reincarnation diagram appeared again. He held it in his hand and crushed it like a millstone. The true immortal of the Manwei dynasty's spiritual body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with fear. Stop, stop. I'm the true ancestor of the Manwei dynasty. You can't kill me. Just like the black-armored true immortal, the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty could feel the terrifying power of Lin Tian's reincarnation portrait. If he was hit, he would definitely die in his current state. Stop. We can negotiate. The man shouted. Lin Tian's expression did not change. Because of Yan Zhongwang, the Wanwei dynasty had put out a bounty on his head. Moreover, after seeing his immortal Emperor Pagoda, they wanted to kill him and seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Talking about peace with him now was simply a joke. He was sure that if he let this man go, this tribe would organize an even stronger force to deal with him. Buzz. The reincarnation portrait in his hand shone with immortal divine light. It came down mightily and instantly fell on the man's head. No. The man's divine soul screamed. Then, in the next moment, it shattered into pieces and disappeared completely under the reincarnation portrait. The second true immortal. In the Huaitree forest, Wuxing Crocodile looked in this direction and could not help but be shocked. In the blink of an eye, 2 true immortal experts were killed by Lin Tian. Beside him, little Taichu's eyes could not help but flicker a little. The ordinary villagers had long been stunned by the battle between Lin Tian and the 5 true immortals shown by Wuxing Crocodile. In their eyes, Lin Tianyi and the others were like gods. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet away, thunder roared. Silver lightning interweaved in the large space, and the power of the thunder shook people's souls. You. The blue-robed and golden-robed true immortals of the Manwei dynasty had reformed their bodies. They could not help but tremble. After killing the black-armored true immortal, Lin Tian killed the purple-robed true immortal in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the brown-haired true immortal was also trembling. He had been thinking about killing Lin Tian to seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda and then the Thousand Illusions Sacred Orchid. But now, after seeing Lin Tian kill the black-armored true immortal and the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. His internal organs were trembling, and his eyes were full of horror. Boom! Thunder roared. In this place, the silver lightning interweaved by the 5 heavenly thunder technique became even more terrifying. Lin Tian was in this sea of thunder, like the thunder god. At this moment, his eyes fell on the golden-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. Without saying anything, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of the golden-robed true immortal in the next moment. The golden-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty trembled. He did not see Lin Tian move at all, but Lin Tian appeared in front of him directly. It was as if he had really teleported, which shocked him. How did you? Clang! The sound of the sword rang out. Lin Tian swung the Xianluo immortal sword in his hand. It looked like an ordinary sword move, but it was actually one of the top divine skills in the Heavenly Sword Manual. The sharp sword power was concentrated on the sword, and it steadily struck the golden-robed true immortal. With a puff, the golden-robed true immortal, who had been seriously injured, was directly split into pieces. Lin Tian raised his left hand slightly. The reincarnation map appeared again, and directly pressed down on the golden-robed true immortal's body and spirit. Stop. Ah! The golden-robed true immortal screamed. Under the reincarnation map, the golden-robed true immortal's spirit was directly crushed, and he died completely. In an instant, only the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal were left in this sea of thunder. Both of them could not help but tremble. Lin Tian had used the special white light to forcibly increase his battle strength, and then concealed it by self-destructing a true immortal weapon to severely injure them. After that, he launched a series of attacks. Every move seemed to have been calculated. This kind of fighting talent made true immortal experts like them shocked. At the same time, at this time, while they were shocked, they were also terrified. Lin Tian had killed 3 true immortals in a row, and they were next. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian silently appeared in front of the brown-haired true immortal while the two of them were trembling in fear. This Sea of Lightning was a domain-type divine ability, 5 lightning divine territory. With this Sea of Lightning as an area, he could teleport to any area with just a thought. In fact, it was no different from teleportation in real life. The brown-haired true immortal trembled and quickly retreated. He quickly said, "Little friend, have mercy. This old man swears that he will never take the 1,000 illusion orchid again, and will never have any ideas about your primordial divine pagoda again. Are you thinking that I've used a special method to forcibly increase my strength, and that you'll come to find me and kill me to take the primordial pagoda after this special method has worn off?" Lin Tiandao. The brown-haired true immortal seemed to have been seen through. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and his immortal body trembled. "Little friend, you misunderstand. This old man is definitely not thinking of that." Lin Tianyi did not say a word. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had experienced battle after battle. How could he not know how to read a person's expression? This person was clearly planning to kill him and seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda after the battle prowess that he had gained through special means wore off. He could easily see through this. In fact, if there was enough time, and if the 1,000 illusion orchid had not withered away, he would have taken the 1,000 illusion orchid as well. He looked at this person, then silently appeared in front of him again. The immortal sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. Clang, the Xianluo immortal sword let out a deafening hum. Its sharp sword aura enveloped the brown-haired true immortal, crushing a large area of space. With a poof, the brown-haired true immortal was unable to dodge. He was smashed to pieces by the sword, leaving only a strand of his spirit to escape. However, in the next moment, there was a deafening clap of thunder. A bolt of silver lightning as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky, like a true immortal's heavenly tribulation. It drowned the true immortal's spirit. Arg! The true immortal screamed as his spirit was reduced to ashes. Lin Tian did not care. He turned to look at the last person in the Sea of Thunder, the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. The blue-robed true immortal trembled when he met Lin Tian's gaze. "You don't do anything stupid. You've already killed 2 of my dynasty's true immortals and true ancestors. You've committed a heinous crime. If you kill me again, my dynasty will not let you go." The true immortal stared at Lin Tiandao. "If I don't kill you, you and the Manwei dynasty will not target me in the future?" "I believe that, but do you believe that?" Lin Tian looked at the true immortal. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. He nodded and said, "I swear, as long as you..." Clang, the hum of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian swung his sword, and a sharp sword light slashed toward the true immortal. If he didn't kill him, this true immortal would not target him? That was a joke. It was impossible. As long as this person was still alive, he would definitely use an even more powerful method to find him and kill him. This was something that even a fool could see, so how could he not understand? He couldn't be bothered to listen to this true immortal's nonsense. The sharp sword light he slashed out reached the blue-robed true immortal in the blink of an eye and slashed straight through. Poof, for a moment, blood splattered. The blue-robed true immortal was smashed to pieces. He raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. The Sea of Lightning immediately gathered, and the dense silver lightning converged into a thunderous sword. It slashed down on the blue-robed true immortal's body and the true immortal's spirit, directly smashing them to pieces. In an instant, both body and spirit were destroyed. In an instant, the place fell silent. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 true immortals who were independent cultivators, without exception, were all killed in this place. They're all wiped out. In the Huai forest, Wuxing Crocodile watched this scene with flickering eyes. From the beginning of the battle until now, only an hour had passed. In this hour, Lin Tianyi had cleanly killed 5 true immortal experts. Next to him, little Taichu was the same. His eyes could not help but tremble slightly. Those 5 people were all killed? Are they really dead this time? A villager asked in a trembling voice. At the beginning, the brown-haired true immortal's chest was pierced through by a sword. It seemed that he was going to die, but he did not. Later in the battle, through the divine sense imprint projected by Wuxing Crocodile, they saw that the bodies of several true immortal experts were blown to pieces several times, but they still came back to life. Therefore, at this time, although the 5 true immortals did not reappear in the image projected by Wuxing Crocodile, they still did not know whether they were really dead or not. "They're dead," Wuxing Crocodile said. At the same time, the divine sense imprint projected by the villagers cracked and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, the villagers could not help but tremble. Those 5 people had severely injured Snow Wolf, who was closely related to their village, and destroyed the resting place of the most important witch in their village. They were full of anger toward those 5 people. At this time, seeing Lin Xianxia and the 5 dead people, they could not help but feel relieved. However, at the same time, their faces were slightly pale. After all, they were just ordinary mortals. Seeing 5 people die in front of them, and their bodies were shattered again and again along the way, made them tremble. Thousands of feet away, Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. It was the blood of the 5 true immortals, and also his own blood. At the same time, his face was slightly pale. After all, he had fought and killed 5 true immortal experts alone. Even though he had used the Transcendence Elixir and the power of faith to increase his battle strength by dozens of times, and even destroyed a true immortal artifact to kill his enemies, he still suffered some injuries. With a slight thought, he stored the Shanluo sword into his body. Then, looking toward the Huai Tree forest, he appeared outside in one step. He walked in from outside the Huai Tree forest, nodded to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu, and slowly walked to the blood-stained Snow Wolf. At this time, the Snow Wolf's life force was even weaker, and could be extinguished at any time. The Snow Wolf's demonic eyes were very dim, and there was no light. At this moment, it could see that Lin Tian had returned. Blood was dripping from its mouth, and its dim eyes looked at Lin Tian. It moved its mouth, but could not make a sound. Lin Tian could understand that the other party was saying thank you to him. Lin Tian looked at the Snow Wolf. It was covered in blood, and its life force was too weak. It could die at any time. "There's no need to do this," he said. The Snow Wolf's eyes were already very dim. There was no luster. It knew what Lin Tian was talking about. But it did not respond. Perhaps it feels that if that witch hadn't saved it back then, its life would have ended hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it wouldn't have lived until now. However, the scene of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid blooming only lasts for 2 hours. It has lived for hundreds of thousands of years because of the witch, but the scene of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid blooming can only be displayed in this place for 2 hours at most. It has already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and it has to at least preserve this short period of time for that witch. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was silent. How could he not think of something that Wuxing Crocodile could think of? At this moment, looking at the Snow Wolf, he really didn't know how to persuade it. On the side, the villagers looked at the Snow Wolf with worry on their faces. The old doctors in the village had already taken out all kinds of herbs to help the Snow Wolf stop the bleeding and treat it, but it was useless. Now, the Snow Wolf's injuries were something that even a golden immortal could not do anything about. How could these ordinary people's medical skills be able to cure it? At this time, in this place, only the 1,000 illusion divine orchid could completely cure the Snow Wolf. However, the Snow Wolf himself was unwilling. Even if it meant death, it would maintain the scene of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid blooming for 2 hours. Buzz. All kinds of divine light interweaved in this place. Immortal herbs, divine trees, strange flowers, and all kinds of beautiful scenery appeared one by one. The dilapidated locust tree forest was enveloped by the strange phenomenon of the sea of flowers, interweaving a peerless scenery that was like a poem and a painting. It was magnificent. Snow Wolf's aura was rapidly fading away. His dim eyes were fixed on the witch's tombstone. Lin Tian looked at the other party. Even though the other party's eyes were so dim that they seemed to be about to turn pitch black, he could still see the color of satisfaction in them. Even though he was about to die, he had brought the 1,000 illusion god orchid and was able to guarantee that the 1,000 illusion god orchid would bloom for 2 hours. To be able to die in the witch's resting place, this snow wolf felt that this life was not in vain. Looking at her, he really didn't know what to say. He could only feel deeply moved in his heart. This snow wolf, how precious were the feelings of the other party. No other treasure could compare to it. Who? In the ruined scholar tree forest, gusts of wind blew, bringing with them the scattered scholar tree leaves. The sound of a zither suddenly rang out. It was tranquil and peaceful, and it came from the witch's tomb. In the blink of an eye, the entire ruined scholar tree forest was filled with the sound of the zither. The tranquil melody gathered but did not disperse. Lin Tian was moved. The zither music that he had heard before appeared again. Moreover, it was even more tranquil than before. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were also moved. Obviously, they had also heard the zither music that was even more tranquil than before. This is? Zither music? There's zither music. It's zither music. I heard it. It's zither music. It's coming from the witch's tombstone? This? I heard it too. The witch's spirit has manifested? The villagers were both excited and shocked. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were also moved. At this time, these ordinary people could also hear that kind of zither music? I heard it. I heard it too. I actually heard the sound of the witch's zither. Is it really the sound that the witch left behind when she played the zither? The old man with the walking stick was so excited that he trembled. Not long ago, he was still lamenting that he also wanted to hear that kind of zither music. Now, not long after, he heard it. In front of the witch's tomb, Snow Wolf was covered in blood. He was originally unable to move, but now, he couldn't help but tremble violently. He also heard the zither music. At this time, he looked at the witch's tombstone. His broken demon body kept trembling, and tears gradually fell from his dim and lusterless eyes. Back then, when it was still young, it almost became food for a ferocious ape. It was saved by a witch who happened to be picking herbs in the forest. She treated its injuries and kept it by her side for the next few days. It was then that she discovered the seedling of the Thousand Illusion Orchid. At that time, the witch looked at the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid and sighed with emotion. The scenery of the sacred orchid blooming is very beautiful. I really want to see it, but I can't see it. He was right next to her and heard every word. However, it was still very young at that time, so it didn't understand why the witch would say things like "I can't see anymore." After that, it would go to the witch's village from time to see her and listen to her playing the zither in the Huai Tree Forest. With the zither music, it, who was already extraordinary, gradually gained a lot of insights and found its own way of cultivation. It slowly grew on this path, and it also felt that the witch was not ordinary and was very powerful. Then, more than 10 years passed in a flash. One day, when he stepped into the village again, he found that the witch had passed away. He was immediately heartbroken and tearfully built a tomb for the witch. He carved a tombstone with flamestone and stood guard for the witch's tomb for 49 days. It was also at that time that he finally understood why the witch said that when she saw the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid seedling, the scenery of the sacred orchid blooming is very beautiful. I really want to see it, but I can't see it. The witch already knew that she didn't have much time left to live and couldn't wait for the sacred orchid to bloom. At that time, he left after 49 days of guarding the witch's tomb. He found the place where the witch found the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid seedling and stood guard there. At that time, he made up his mind to guard the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid until it bloomed and then bring it to the witch's tomb. When the witch was alive, she wanted to see the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid bloom but didn't have a chance. But at the very least, he wanted to present the scenery of the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid in front of the witch's tomb. After more than 10,000 years, he had always guarded the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid and cultivated to the true immortal realm. Now that the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid had bloomed, he brought it here and perfectly presented the scenery of the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid in front of the witch's tomb. He felt very satisfied. But even so, even if he did this, the witch was still dead. Now that he heard the zither music again, he couldn't help but cry. He hoped that the witch was still alive. She had always been alive. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through this space. The melodious zither music lingered in the Huai tree forest, gathering and not dispersing. Then, the thickest zither music circled around Snow Wolf, and it was even more peaceful. Lin Tian looked at Snow Wolf, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. The zither music here was so strong that even the ordinary villagers could hear it. Was it because of Snow Wolf's obsession? Yeah. Little Taichu and Lin Tian had the same thoughts. At this time, they also felt a little uncomfortable looking at Snow Wolf. The sound of the zither drifted through the broken scholar tree forest, interweaving with the strange phenomena created by the thousand illusion divine orchid. It was even more beautiful and magnificent. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. At this time, almost 2 hours had passed since the thousand illusion sacred orchid first bloomed. The vision of the sea of flowers became even more dazzling, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun before it was about to dry up. Snow Wolf looked at the witch's tomb. The light of life in his eyes was about to disappear completely. He was about to die, but he didn't care at all. He didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave this world. He seemed very peaceful, as if he could go to another world and see the witch again if he died now. He moved his gaze and looked at Lin Tian. His lips moved, and finally he silently said, "Thank you." Then, his gaze fell on the witch's tomb again. For a moment, the wind here became stronger, and the zither music in the broken Huai tree forest became louder. Lin Tian looked at him, at the witch's tomb, and at the withered thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. He clenched his fists. "Enough," he said. He moved his divine power, and the dragon patterns on the bottom of his feet spread out. He directly swept up the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. 2 hours are almost up. It's really enough. There's no need to sacrifice your life. He circulated his divine power. At the moment when the thousand illusion sacred orchid was about to dry up, he forcibly began to refine it with his divine power. He sent strands of medicinal essence into the Snow Wolf's body. At this time, only the thousand illusion sacred orchid could save this Snow Wolf. He really couldn't bear to see him die. It would be too much of a pity for such a loyal Snow Wolf to die like this. He should live well. Therefore, at this time, even if the Snow Wolf was unwilling to refine the thousand illusion sacred orchid to heal his injuries, he didn't care. He forcibly took the thousand illusion sacred orchid and refined it. He sent its medicinal essence into the severely injured Snow Wolf's body to help the severely injured Snow Wolf recover. The effect of the thousand illusion sacred orchid was indeed astonishing. As he refined the thousand illusion sacred orchid and sent its medicinal essence into the Snow Wolf's body, the Snow Wolf's injuries began to heal in an instant. His life force, which was about to be extinguished, quickly recovered. The Snow Wolf's body trembled. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Tian to do this. Anxiety immediately appeared in his demon eyes. He didn't want this to happen. Don't struggle. Relax and let the medicinal essence heal your injuries. Then, live. Lin Tian looked at him, then at the witch's tomb in front of him. He said, "If that witch's soul knows that you gave up your life in order to let the thousand illusion sacred orchid bloom in front of her tomb, she won't be happy at all. She'll only be sad. Brat Lin is right. If you die here, that witch definitely won't be happy." Whooshing Crocodile also spoke. The little Taichu looked at the Snow Wolf and made a babyish sound. It was clearly expressing the same thoughts as Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. The Snow Wolf trembled slightly when he heard this. After struggling a few more times, he stopped moving. Now, there was no use in struggling. He could only look straight at the witch's tomb, his demon eyes filled with unconcealable sadness. Being alive is also a way to repay that witch's kindness. She saved you back then because she wanted you to live well. Lin Tian said. He vibrated his divine power and quickly refined the thousand illusion sacred orchid. He sent the medicinal essence of the thousand illusion sacred orchid into the Snow Wolf's body, causing the Snow Wolf's injuries to heal even faster. The divine orchid intertwined with immortal light. Lin Tian refined it with his divine power, and the medicinal power transformed into pure divine light that surged toward the heavily injured Snow Wolf. It could be seen that the Snow Wolf's damaged body, to the point where its bones and internal organs could be seen, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its essence, energy, and spirit were recovering rapidly, and its life force was gradually becoming stronger. All the villagers were astonished at this place. They were only ordinary mortals and couldn't sense the changes in the snow wolf's essence, energy, and life aura, but they could see the snow wolf's damaged body rapidly healing. This shocked them, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. However, after seeing the terrifying and fantastical scenes from before, these villagers' astonishment disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by excitement and anticipation. Because on the surface, the snow wolf's injuries were rapidly healing, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before it fully recovered and regained its vitality. This naturally made them very happy, because the snow wolf had a very close relationship with their village. Buzz, the thousand illusion orchid glowed, and the miraculous medicinal power of the divine orchid rapidly surged into the snow wolf's body under Lin Tian's control. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. More than an hour later, with a crack, the thousand illusion orchid shattered, and the snow wolf's injured body was completely healed. Its essence, energy, and spirit were restored to their peak, and it could move on its own, standing up from the ground. Recovered? It's fine. At this place, all the villagers were very excited when they saw the recovered snow wolf. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded it. Many people reached out to stroke the snow wolf's fur. Seeing that it had truly recovered, they were all even happier. No one was afraid of this snow wolf. After all, one reason was that these villagers didn't know how terrifying this snow wolf's battle prowess was. Another reason was that this snow wolf truly had a close relationship with the village, and these villagers completely treated the snow wolf as one of their own. No matter how strong and powerful their own people were, who would be afraid, the snow wolf returned to normal. Its body was not much different from that of an ordinary snow wolf. It did not resist the touch of these ordinary villagers. For it, this village was the village that the witches had protected and lived in. It naturally had a sense of familiarity with these villagers. He stood up and looked at the witch's tomb in front of him. There was a hint of sadness in his demonic eyes that could not be concealed. It had been tens of thousands of years since the witches had passed away, but to him, it was as if it had just happened yesterday. Buzz, its demonic body moved slightly, and a gentle demonic light spread out, carrying with it a rich true immortal aura and immortal Tao laws. The demonic radiance spread out and enveloped the entire ruined scholar tree forest in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the soil on the ground of the ruined locust tree forest trembled slightly. The collapsed locust tree trees began to grow again at an extremely fast speed. In just a dozen breaths, a new locust tree forest grew in this place. It was not much different from the locust tree forest before it was destroyed. To true immortal experts, making destroyed vegetation grow back was not a difficult task. It was very simple. Seeing this scene, all of the villagers were shocked. The broken locust tree forest was restored in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking. The snow wolf stared fixedly at the witch's tomb. After dozens of breaths, it shifted its gaze and walked towards Lin Tian. Soon, it arrived in front of Lin Tian. Human, thank you. It did not take human form. It had cultivated to the true immortal realm in its beast form. Like the whooshing crocodile and the little Tai Chu, it lowered its head slightly when it heard Lin Tian's voice. Lin Tian and it did not know each other, but for its sake, in order to protect the thousand illusion sacred orchid that it had brought. For the witch, he fought against 5 true immortals alone. This made the snow wolf extremely grateful. Forcefully refining the thousand illusion sacred orchid was also to save it. At this moment, it only felt deep gratitude towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head. He looked at the snow wolf and said, "No need. What you did for the witch is worthy of my battle." The snow wolf did not say much. It looked at Lin Tian and lowered its head slightly, using this method to thank Lin Tian. "Don't be like this. Raise your head," Lin Tian said. For a true immortal expert who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, lowering its head to him at this moment could be said to be the highest form of courtesy. It was very solemn. The snow wolf lowered its head slightly. Although Lin Tian had spoken, it did not raise its head until dozens of breaths later. "Thank you." It spoke again. It valued friendship, but it was not good at talking. Other than saying thank you, it did not know how to say other grand words. Then, its gaze fell on the witch's tomb in the locust tree forest again. There was still a faint sadness in its demonic eyes. Lin Tian did not say anything. He looked at the snow wolf and then looked at the witch's tomb. He could not help but sigh slightly. Whether it was the witch or the snow wolf, they all valued the word kindness very much. He stood beside the snow wolf and looked at the witch's tomb with the snow wolf. Beside them, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu were also looking at the witch's tomb quietly. All the villagers were also doing the same at this moment. Soon, on this day, the sky became dark. The stars dotted the starry sky, and the full moon sprinkled silver moonlight all over the sky. Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the snow wolf were welcomed into a nearby village by the villagers. A lot of food was prepared. Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the snow wolf temporarily stayed in the village. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian was ready to leave. It was impossible for him to stay in this small village forever. "What about you?" he asked the snow wolf. The snow wolf looked in the direction of the locust tree forest. There was a hint of sadness in its eyes. Then, the sadness gradually disappeared. It said, "I'll stay here and guard her tomb. I'll live in this village on her behalf." It said, like her, "I won't teach the people in the village to cultivate. I won't interfere with their original path of life. Like her, I'll quietly guard here." The power of cultivators was very strong, far beyond that of mortals. However, how could the cruelty of the cultivation world be compared to that of the mortal world? Back then, the witch didn't want to drag the people in the village into the cruel cultivation world, so she didn't bring the power of cultivation to the villagers. It was very clear about this point. Therefore, it would guard here and guard this village on behalf of the witch. It wouldn't teach the people in the village to cultivate. It would silently guard the ordinary life of the village like the witch. As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and thanked Lin Tiandao again. Then, its demonic power moved slightly, and a jade bottle flew out of its body. It was a space magic treasure. It floated straight to Lin Tian. "There are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in here, all of which grew next to the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid. Although their value is not as high as the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid, they are still useful to you. At least, they can help you and your 2 companions reach the eternal peak at the same time. At the same time, there are some other things in here. I got them from a big tomb in the mountain range where the Thousand Illusion Sacred Orchid grew. I'll give them all to you." Thank you for your kindness." Looking at the space jade bottle handed over by Snow Wolf, Lin Tian did not refuse. According to Snow Wolf, the treasures of heaven and earth in the jade bottle were indeed useful to him, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu. And they could help him, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu improve their cultivation from the middle stage of the eternal realm to the peak of the eternal realm. Then, these treasures of heaven and earth were of no use to Snow Wolf. After all, Snow Wolf's cultivation was now at the level of the genuine immortal realm. "Thank you." He put away the small jade bottle and thanked Snow Wolf. At the same time, he opened his mouth again and asked Snow Wolf to raise his head. An expert of the genuine immortal realm bowed his head to him like this, and it was not the first time. It really made him feel a little ashamed. Snow Wolf raised his head. He was still in his monster form and did not transform into his human form. Lin Tian and the others chatted with Snow Wolf for a long time, and then they said goodbye. "Goodbye," Lin Tian said. "Take care," Snow Wolf replied. Lin Tian nodded and waved at Snow Wolf. He took one last look in the direction of the Huai Tree Forest, and then turned and left with whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. Snow Wolf stood outside the village until Lin Tianyi and the others were completely gone and disappeared from his sight. Only then did he return to the village. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu left the village. At this time, they had already walked far away and were walking in a mountain. "Boy, find a hidden place and see what treasures of heaven and earth are in the small jade bottle. Then refine them and improve your cultivation," whooshing crocodile said. Snow Wolf gave them a small jade bottle, saying that it contained a lot of heaven and earth treasures, which could help them reach the peak of the Eternal Realm from the middle stage of the Eternal Realm at the same time. At this time, it couldn't wait to see what kind of heaven and earth treasures were in the small jade bottle. Then, it could refine these heaven and earth treasures and raise its cultivation from the middle stage of the Eternal Realm to the peak of the Eternal Realm. Lin Tian nodded. In fact, he was also a little concerned about this. He immediately spread out his divine sense and found a hidden cave. The cave was relatively large. It was roughly 10 feet tall and occupied an area of several hundred square meters. He set up 9 ceiling formations near the cave, then took out the small jade bottle he got from Snow Wolf. Using his divine sense, he poured out all the contents of the bottle and piled them up in the cave. Among them, most of them were some immortal medicine and divine medicine, which immediately filled the cave with spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance, causing the man and the 2 beasts to involuntarily relax, giving rise to a comfortable feeling. Divine Thunder Sparrow Ganoderma, Golden Rainbow Ginseng, 9-leaf Tao Lotus, 3-colored Jade Stalk, Flame Spirit Fruit, Soul Forging Immortal Root. The man and the 2 beasts were shocked. There were too many kinds of heaven and earth treasures in the small jade bottle. There were dozens of them, and they were all very valuable. For Eternal Realm experts, they could be called immortal treasures. They could directly improve the cultivation of Eternal Realm experts. They roughly estimated that the quantity of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures was enough to allow dozens of middle-stage Eternal experts to step into the peak of the Eternal Realm. The overall value of this place was quite amazing. It could be considered a super treasure trove. I heard from that guy that these heaven and earth treasures were all obtained near the Thousand Illusions Sacred Orchid. There are so many heaven and earth treasures in that land. This is simply, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. The land where the Thousand Illusions Sacred Orchid grows is very unusual. I've seen it before. The soil. There is a very special kind of 3-colored spiritual soil. Even a divine object like the Thousand Illusions Sacred Orchid can grow perfectly on that kind of spiritual soil. It's normal that so many heaven and earth treasures can grow there. Lin Tian Dao. In addition to these extraordinary heaven and earth treasures, there were many other things in the small jade bottle. There were all kinds of extraordinary precious weapons such as the Baodan. They should have been obtained from a large tomb in the mountain range where the Thousand Illusions Sacred Orchid grew, as Snow Wolf said. Lin Tian glanced at these things, and his eyes suddenly fell on a piece of yellow sheepskin. His expression suddenly changed. This is? There were many things engraved on the sheepskin. It looked like a map. His eyes fell directly on the center of the sheepskin map, where a small colorful circle was engraved. It was marked with a very important note. Is this, the Sword Soul Fragment? His eyes flickered. A small colorful circle was drawn on the map, and then a very important mark was made. It showed that the small colorful circle was extraordinary. He instantly associated it with the Sword Soul Fragment. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu naturally noticed his strange expression. They all came up and looked at the sheepskin map. Then, they saw the small colorful circle on the map. A small colorful circle with an important mark? This? Do you think that might be the kind of colorful light source she found several times before? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Naturally, it could guess what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. It also had the same conjecture. Lin Tian looked at the small colorful circle in the center of the sheepskin map. There was a little glimmer in his eyes. He said, I'm not sure, but at least there is a small possibility. Master Crocodile thinks so too. Then, let's hurry up and refine these treasures of heaven and earth to raise our cultivation to the eternal peak. Then, let's go to the place marked on this map. Whooshing Crocodile said. It knew that there were many kinds of colorful light sources scattered all over the world. Lin Tian had been looking for them, which was very important to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. This sheepskin map should be obtained by Snow Wolf in the big tomb in the mountain range where the Thousand Illusion God Orchid grew. Their group had been on this star for a long time. They knew many things about this star. It could be seen that the area recorded on the sheepskin map was on this ancient star. Since a group of colorful light sources was highlighted, it might be the Sword Soul Fragment. He naturally had to go and take a look. He put away the sheepskin map and some other things, leaving enough treasures of heaven and earth outside. Let's start. he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. At that moment, in this cave, they ran the ancient method and cultivated with the help of the many treasures of heaven and earth in the small jade bottle. Buzz. 3 different colors of light intertwined in this place in the blink of an eye, illuminating the cave. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, on this day, a strong fluctuation of divine power spread in this cave. Lin Tian was the first to make progress, stepping from the middle stage of the Eternal Realm to the Eternal Peak stage. Subsequently, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu rushed out of their bodies one after another, each stepping into the Eternal Peak stage. The true Immortal Realm is coming soon. Wuxing Crocodile was a little excited. There were several watersheds on the road of cultivation, namely the Immortal Realm, the Great Path Realm, the Eternal Realm, the True Immortal Realm, and the True God Realm. Among them, the Immortal Realm transformed genuine Qi into divine power, the Great Path Realm controlled the Great Path Law, the Eternal Realm achieved immortality, the True Immortal Realm controlled the Immortal Path Law, and the True God Realm controlled the complete Divine Path Law. Now, they were in the watershed period of the cross-domain True Immortal Realm. Once they stepped into it, their strength in all aspects would increase dramatically. Don't be excited, it's still early to reach the True Immortal Realm. Lin Tiandao. After a cultivator stepped into the Eternal Realm and cultivated all the way to the Eternal Peak stage, the cultivation after that was to begin to comprehend the immortal path that existed between heaven and earth, capture the immortal path, and then condense celestial core power in the body. Once the first celestial core power was condensed, one could step from the Eternal Peak stage to the half-step True Immortal Realm. True Immortal Qi and the Immortal Path Law would intertwine. Next, one had to continue to comprehend the immortal path and condense celestial core power. One had to condense 9 celestial core power in the body in a row, and then integrate these 9 celestial core power to truly comprehend the corresponding immortal path of these 9 celestial core power. Only then could one step from the Eternal Realm to the True Immortal Realm. Simply put, after stepping into the Eternal Peak stage, one needed to comprehend the immortal path and condense 9 celestial core power in the body to step into the True Immortal Realm. Isn't it just 9 celestial core power? It won't take long for Lord Crocodile to settle it, and then step into the True Immortal Realm. Wuxing Crocodile was quite proud. Lin Tian glanced at it, and then said, "Consolidate the realm first." At that moment, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu stayed in this cave, each operating their ancient scriptures to consolidate their current cultivation level. It wasn't until 3 days later that they woke up and stabilized their Eternal Peak cultivation. Lin Tianwei exhaled a turbid breath slightly. At this time, her physical body, sea of consciousness, soul, and other aspects were much stronger. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu's essence, Qi, and spirit were many times stronger than when they were in the eternal middle stage. Lin Tian waved his hand and took out the sheepskin map again at this time. His gaze fell on the small colorful circle in the center of the map, and his eyes were intertwined with wisps of light. "Let's go and have a look," he said. It was just a small 7-colored circle marked on the map, but he felt that it was a sword soul fragment. Maybe he was a little sensitive, but maybe that small 7-colored circle was really a sword soul fragment. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. The sword soul fragment was too important to him. Wuxing Crocodile nodded and said, "Let's go." At that moment, 1 person and 2 beasts walked out of the cave and followed the records on the sheepskin map. After about 3 days, they came to a relatively deep valley. Looking from the outside, the space in the valley seemed to be very large, and there were wisps of gray and black fog lingering in it. It looked like a piece of underworld. Outside the valley, there was a stone tablet full of cracks on the edge. The stone tablet was about 5 inches high, and there were 4 ancient words imprinted on it. Ghost Death Valley. It doesn't sound like a good place. Wuxing Crocodile said. It doesn't look like one. Lin Tian looked into the valley and said. Then, he did not stay in this place. He called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and stepped directly into the valley. Now that their cultivation had reached the peak of the Eternal Realm, and the 5 elements Crocodile and Little Taichu each had an Ascension Divine Pill that could increase their battle prowess by 10 times. It could be said that they were bold because of their skills, and they had all kinds of strong means. Therefore, although they could see that this place was not a friendly place, they were not afraid at all. Lin Tianyi and the others stepped into the Ghost Death Valley. Looking around, wisps of grayish-black fog floated in the valley, and the air seemed a little cold. At the same time, the soil in the valley was blood-red, as if it had been soaked in blood. This valley is really big, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. After entering the valley, he glanced around briefly and found that the area of the valley was indeed astonishingly large. Even with his current cultivation at the peak of the Eternal Realm, he could not see the border of the valley. Let's go to the central area, he said. The sheepskin map showed the Ghost Death Valley, and the location of the small colorful circle, which might be the Sword Soul fragment, was located in the center of the valley. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu and walked toward the center of the valley. In the valley, the soil was blood-red, and there were potholes everywhere. Moreover, in some potholes, there was a liquid that looked like real blood, emitting a fishy smell. It was very unpleasant. The man and the two beasts walked toward the center, and soon they were far away. The valley was very spacious. At this time, the ground in front of them suddenly wriggled, and rotten arms stretched out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, several rotting corpses crawled out from the ground. They growled and directly pounced on Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian flicked his finger, and several sword rays flew out. Clang! The sword light emitted clanging sounds as it flew through the air, directly chopping several rotting corpses into pieces, all of them exploding into pieces. These rotting corpses were at most comparable to great path cultivators, so naturally, they were easily dealt with. The man and the two beasts' expressions did not change as they continued to walk toward the center. After that, they walked for thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. Along the way, they encountered many evil corpses, but they were nothing. They were all eliminated by Lin Tian very easily. At this time, the grayish-black fog in the air increased, and many mountains appeared in front of them. Most of the mountains were black, and there was no vegetation on them. Most of them were blood-red soil and grayish-black stones. Why is there a mountain moving? Whooshing Crocodile looked ahead and asked suspiciously. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 10 mountains in front of them. They were all roughly several hundred feet tall, and one of them was actually trembling. Lin Tian naturally saw and noticed this scene. A faint light flashed in his eyes as his expression changed. What mountain? That's a corpse beast, he said. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the moving mountain that Whooshing Crocodile was talking about shook even more violently, and an extremely thick aura of death spread out. Roar! A vicious roar echoed out from within the mountain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the surrounding mist dispersed. More than half of the 10 or so mountains had been shattered by the roar. The actual appearance of this mountain became clear in an instant. It was a corpse beast that was over 100 meters tall. Its entire body was rotten, and its pupils were shockingly large. It was pitch black in color, as if it had stepped out of the netherworld, and it emitted an oppressive aura of death. It's really a zombie beast. How can it be so big? Whooshing Crocodile stared with wide eyes. Because of the lingering mist, it actually thought that this zombie beast was a huge mountain. It's so big. Little Tai Chu looked at the zombie beast in front of it and could not help but mutter in a childish voice. The corpse beast that was over 100 meters tall was indeed a little shocking. Roar! In front of them, the zombie beast let out another vicious roar. Its huge eyes looked over and naturally saw Lin Tianyi and the others. It was like a huge mountain, and it directly rushed over. Its size was very shocking, but its movements were not clumsy at all. It was very fast. As it rushed over, the intertwining aura of death around its body became stronger. Wherever it passed, the air was corroded and sizzled. It's comparable to a half-step genuine immortal who has condensed 3 strands of celestial core power. The 5 elements crocodile was a little surprised. The strength of this huge and extremely fast zombie beast was truly terrifying. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Wherever the zombie beast passed, the air was corroded. Lin Tian looked at the zombie beast rushing over. His expression was very calm. He faced the huge body of the zombie beast and directly punched it. He only threw a simple punch, but the void in front of him shattered on the spot. Then, in the next moment, his fist landed firmly on the body of the huge zombie beast that was rushing over. Bang! With a muffled sound, the zombie beast was directly sent flying. Large amounts of black blood splattered and fell on the ground, corroding a large part of the surface. Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. In any case, it's comparable to a half-step genuine immortal who has condensed 3 strands of celestial core power. You actually sent it flying with a casual punch. This physique. It clicked its tongue and said, as expected of the strongest imperial physique. Roar. The vicious roar sounded again. In the distance, the zombie beast that was sent flying by Lin Tianyi's punch rushed over again. A certain part of its body was severely damaged by Lin Tian's punch just now. Black blood kept flowing out, and the stench was unpleasant. Let's try the strength of a full-strength punch. He muttered to himself. Facing the incoming zombie beast, he leaped more than 1,000 feet high and then landed. He clenched his right fist and punched down with all his strength. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the space was directly blasted through. Then, in the next moment, his fist landed firmly on the zombie beast's head, causing an extremely violent explosion. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere, and the huge stone beast, which was hundreds of feet tall, trembled violently and was directly smashed into pieces by the fist. F***CKU, damn pervert. Whooshing crocodile cursed. A half-step genuine immortal who had condensed 3 strands of celestial core power was blasted into a cloud of blood mist with just one punch. It seriously suspected that Lin Tian's current physical strength was not inferior to a genuine immortal powerhouse. Yeah. Little Taichu's childish voice sounded. It was obviously shocked by Lin Tian's punch. It was really strong. Lin Tian landed on the ground from the sky. He looked at his right fist and clenched it slightly. A smile appeared on his face. Not bad. He muttered to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of the eternal realm. His current physical strength was much stronger than when he was at the middle stage of the eternal realm. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the ground. On the surface of the ground, cracks appeared and spread out like a spider web. Then, in the next moment, the entire surface of this place collapsed, revealing a dark underground world. As this underground world was exposed, an extremely terrifying aura of death rushed up. In the blink of an eye, the sky of this place was dyed black. The scene was extremely frightening. Contrary to this incomparably terrifying aura of death was mixed with extremely vigorous fluctuations of life. It was as if there was a source of life located below. Lin Tian rose into the air the moment before the surface collapsed. Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu also rose to a higher altitude. At this time, they looked at the underground world below and were all shocked. There is an underground world in this place? Whooshing crocodile was shocked. It knew that at this time, the reason why the surface of this place was broken was entirely because of Lin Tian's punch that had just bombarded the zombie beast. That punch not only smashed the stone beast, but also caused the surface of this place to collapse and collapse through the body of the zombie beast. Then, this underground world was revealed. Otherwise, this underground world would not have been exposed. What's the deal with the aura of death below? How can it be so thick? Also, how can there be such a strong aura of life and such a strong aura of death? It looked at the underground world below, its eyes full of shock. Lin Tian was also surprised. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. Something is coming out. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Whooshing crocodile was a little suspicious. What's going to rush out? Could there be? Whoosh, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air interrupted Whooshing crocodile's words. In the next moment, dense tentacles rushed out from the ground. Each tentacle was at least 10 feet thick, covered in disgusting mucus, and emitting a strong stench. What's this? Whooshing crocodile was shocked. The dense tentacles rushed out at an extremely fast speed, as if they could sense the existence of the human and the 2 beasts. They directly swept towards them at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian, Whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were all wrapped up in 3 tentacles. Then, they dragged the human and the two beasts directly into the underground world. The whole process was so fast that even Lin Tian, who had sensed something rushing out, did not have time to react. Moreover, the strength and toughness of these tentacles were so amazing that the human and the two beasts could not break free in a short time. In the blink of an eye, they were dragged into the underground world. The entire underground world was dark. They saw the body of the tentacles that had wrapped them up. It was also a zombie beast, like an octopus. It was bigger than the previous zombie beast, and its aura was more terrifying. It's comparable to a half-step true immortal who has condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian was also surprised that there was such a strong zombie beast in this place. It would be a true immortal if it took another step forward. This octopus-like zombie beast had a frightening number of tentacles. 3 tentacles wrapped around Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu, respectively, and pulled the human and the two beasts closer. Its pupils could not be seen, and only a bloody mouth was opened. An extremely foul smell came from this big mouth, and a little bit of dirty yellow liquid flowed out. Obviously, this was the rhythm of swallowing the human and the two beasts. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. With a move of his mind, his tyrannical physique shook violently, intertwining a majestic force, and shaking the tentacles that wrapped around him into pieces. Clang, he swept out 2 golden sword lights and cut off the 2 tentacles that wrapped around Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. It's comparable to a zombie beast that has condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. Lord Crocodile can't break free in a short time. Wuxing Crocodile said. After reaching Eternal Peak, Crocodile's 9 strands of celestial core power to condense each strand of celestial core power. Condensed celestial core power is cultivation, and its body two's, the most SSSS. Lin. Lord Crocodile's crocodile. To Lin to crocodile. A crocodile as the octopus-like zombie beast had a lot of tentacles. At this time, the dense tentacles swept toward the human and the two beasts. For a time, the void in this place was penetrated by these tentacles. Kid, deal with it. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The towering heaven sword scripture surged. He waved his hand and slashed out a dense sword light, cutting off all the tentacles. Immediately, he appeared on top of the zombie beast's head and directly pressed down with a heavy punch. In a shrill scream, the zombie beast was blasted into pieces. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. The zombie beast that is comparable to condensing 8 strands of celestial core power was actually smashed into pieces by such a punch. It's said that the zombie beast can be comparable to a cultivator who has condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. In fact, its combat power is far inferior to a human cultivator who has condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. Its physique is stronger than a human cultivator of the same level. In terms of physique, I can firmly crush it, so it's not a big deal. Lin Tian said. Although that's the case, it's still very abnormal, Wuxing Crocodile said, and then said, look at this underground world. Lin Tian nodded. At this moment, they were standing in midair and looking down. Only now did they notice that this underground world was in existence that was similar to a dark gorge, and the octopus-shaped corpse beast from before was in a small river beneath this dark gorge. The river water was completely yellow as if it was formed from the convergence of corpse water, and it emitted a dense aura of death. This water seems to be gathered from above. It really looks like corpse water. The 5 elements crocodile trembled for a moment and looked towards the upper reaches of the small river. A glimmer of light flashed across its demon eyes. That very dense aura of life seems to be coming from there as well. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally felt this too. The aura of life coming from the upper reaches was very shocking and extremely strong. Such a strong aura of life, it's definitely some kind of amazing treasure. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the upper reaches of the river, then tilted his head and asked Lin Tian Dao, now, should we go back to the 7-colored circle marked on the sheepskin map, or go upstream? Let's go upstream and take a look. Lin Tian Dao. If the 7-colored circle marked on the sheepskin map was really the sword soul fragment, then he was not in a hurry, because only the body divine sword that controlled the sword soul fragment could obtain the sword soul fragment. He was not worried that the sword soul fragment would be taken away by others. And this place had such a strong aura of life, it was indeed something extremely extraordinary. Therefore, after a comprehensive comparison, he wanted to go upstream to take a look and obtain the treasure that was emitting such a strong aura of life. Moreover, he took a look. The upper reaches of this underground river just happened to be in the direction of the center of the Ghost Death Valley. From this place to the upper reaches of the underground river, he was actually heading towards the center of the Ghost Death Valley. It was just that later, he would need to break the layer of soil above his head and walk up from this underground world. Immediately, he called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu and walked towards the upper reaches of this underground world's river. The water of the underground river was yellow. As the three of them went upstream, the aura of death became even stronger. Then, not long after, they gradually saw corpses floating in the river, floating down from the upper reaches. Moreover, there was more than one corpse. The three of them were not surprised by this. After all, in this underground world where there was such a strong aura of death, it was very normal to have a few corpses. They did not stop. Following the extremely shocking aura of life, they continued to swim upstream. Very quickly, more than a quarter of an hour had passed. They had walked very far away, and the aura of death in front of them became even stronger. The aura of life also became stronger. Then, when they turned around a 90-degree corner, the scene in front of them caused their expressions to change. As far as the eye could see, they had walked to the end of the river. In front of them was an underground plain. On the surface, there were densely packed corpses scattered everywhere. The stench was very strong. Yellow liquid continuously flowed out and gathered in the river. This place. There are so many corpses? Could it be that this place was once a huge battlefield? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Previously, when they were walking towards this place, they saw some corpses on the surface of the river. However, there were not many corpses, so they were not surprised. However, at this time, the number of corpses in front of them was so large that it was a little frightening. They could not help but be shocked. As it said this, it looked at the river along the way. Its monster body could not help but tremble slightly. This underground river is really formed by corpse water. In front of them, the yellow liquid flowing out from the densely packed corpses was clearly corpse water. The corpse water continuously flowed into the river. Obviously, the river was formed by the corpse water continuously flowing into the same place. Not only it, but even Lin Tian was shocked. Since he started cultivating, he had been to many places of death like this place and seen many corpses. However, with so many corpses piled up together, he had never seen such a large number of corpses piled up together, except for the large crack on Earth's Mount Tai. Moreover, although there were many corpses in the large crack on Earth's Mount Tai, they had all turned into white bones. However, most of the corpses here still had flesh and blood. Of course, most of the flesh and blood were rotten. However, because of this, the scene was even more terrifying. Whoosh! Wind intertwined in this place. Wisps of black fog rolled over and over, causing people's scalps to go numb involuntarily. The man and the two beasts looked at the scene in front of them and were all shocked. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. That's, Wuxing Crocodile's pupils shrank. Looking further ahead into the plains that were densely packed with corpses, there were many blood-colored soul shadows walking. Their bodies were surrounded by an extremely shocking amount of energy, as if they were the wandering spirits of the dead from hell. It was very horrifying. These were not simple souls, but spirits. However, although they were called spirits, they were not simple spirits. The energy surrounding them was too dense. It was much more terrifying than many emperor-level demons. They're all walking deeper into the underground plane. What's there? Lin Tian's eyes shone with a faint light. In this place, all the spirits were walking deeper into the underground plane. Their movements were mechanical and slow, like zombies. He looked in that direction, and the faint light in his eyes gradually became denser. This was because the extremely shocking aura of life that they had sensed was also coming from that direction. Moreover, the aura of death in that place was even denser. Let's go and have a look. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. The number of spirits in this place was very shocking, and each of them was very terrifying. However, with the cultivation of the man and the two beasts, they naturally did not care about these Yin spirits. Following the Yin spirits, they walked deeper into the underground plane. Soon, they walked for more than 10,000 feet, and the number of corpses they saw along the way increased. Then, after a few dozen breaths, the number of Yin spirits in front of them increased. They were all densely packed around a huge ancient tree. The branches of the ancient tree were green, and the leaves were pure white. It was thousands of feet tall, exuding an extremely rich aura of life. It seemed to be surrounded by an ocean of life. This is the tree of life? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. How can it grow so tall? Lin Tian was also surprised. The tree of life was born from the condensation of life essence. Cultivating under it would yield twice the result with half the effort. There were many benefits. He once found a tree of life in the first heaven, but at that time, it was only about half a meter tall. However, the one in front of him was thousands of meters tall. Moreover, the life aura it exuded was far superior to that of the tree of life he found in the first heaven. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The tree of life, which was hundreds of feet tall, was really amazing. Its life aura was too strong and appalling. How is this an ordinary tree of life? It's simply an immortal tree of life, a tree of life. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and he seemed a little excited. It just so happens that we've reached the peak of the eternal realm. If we cultivate under this tree of life, we'll definitely be able to comprehend the immortal Tao very quickly. At least, we'll condense a strand of immortal core power, and then directly step into the half-step true immortal realm. The tree of life in front of them was really amazing. It was far beyond the scope of ordinary trees of life. It could be called a divine treasure. When a cultivator cultivated under an ordinary tree of life, 1 day's work could be equivalent to 10 days' work. But now, under such a super tree of life, 1 day's work could be equivalent to 1 year's work. Kid, hurry up, go over there. It urged Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. In fact, he was also very surprised to see such a super tree of life. He knew how valuable this super tree of life was. At that moment, he did not stop. Together with Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu, they all stepped toward the super tree of life in front of them. In front of them, there were many terrifying Yin spirits. Previously, because Lin Tian and the others simply followed behind without any other actions, the Yin spirits did not sense the existence of Lin Tian and the others. At this time, Lin Tian and the others stepped toward the tree of life without any hesitation. They were immediately discovered by many Yin spirits, and many of them roared. The fiendish aura and death aura surrounding these Yin spirits were extremely frightening. They were even scarier than some emperor-rank demons. Most importantly, there were a lot of them. In an instant, as the large number of Yin spirits roared, the temperature of this underground space, which was already extremely cold, suddenly plummeted. There was even a gust of cold wind that swept up. They did not have any intelligence or consciousness. At this moment, they gathered beside the tree of life as if they were guarding some kind of treasure. As Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu approached the tree of life, they all became extremely ferocious. Lin Tianyi and the rest were not surprised that these Yin spirits, who were clearly dead and evil, had actually gathered around the tree of life, which was formed from life aura. This was because, to these Yin spirits, if they could obtain enough life aura, they could perhaps be reborn. At that time, it would be equivalent to obtaining a new life, allowing them to reach a higher level. Therefore, even if these Yin spirits didn't have any intelligence or consciousness, they still instinctively gathered around the tree of life, feeling that this tree of life was very useful to them. Roar! Numerous Yin spirits roared at Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu. Death Qi and baleful Qi intertwined together. Many Yin spirits even pounced towards them, their appearances somewhat sinister and terrifying. Lin Tian took a step forward. Without any other action, silver electric arcs naturally appeared around his body, and the thunder force bloomed. Qi! 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 A series of soft sounds were heard. The Yin spirits that pounced on him were all shattered by the thunder force that he emitted, without exception. This thunder force was the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique. It was very domineering in itself, and it had a great restraining effect on Yin spirits. Even a true immortal level evil spirit could only fear and retreat when faced with Lin Tian's 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique. Therefore, how could the Yin spirits in this place withstand this thunder force? However, although the Yin spirits that pounced on him were all shattered by the thunder force, the other Yin spirits in this place were not afraid at all. All of them roared and pounced fearlessly towards Lin Tianyi and the rest who were approaching the Tree of Life. Roar! The group of Yin spirits roared and pounced towards Lin Tianyi and the rest. This was not only to prevent Lin Tian and the rest from getting close to the Tree of Life, but also because Lin Tian and the rest were living creatures. Their bodies emitted the aura of life. This kind of aura of life was naturally attractive to the Yin spirits. Lin Tian's pace did not change at all. He did not care about the Yin spirits that pounced on him at all. He calmly moved forward. Outside his body, silver electric arcs circled around him. With him as the center, the powerful 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique's power intertwined within a few feet radius. Any Yin spirit that came within a few feet radius of him was turned into ashes. However, the Yin spirits in this place were still charging forward fearlessly. One after another, they were shattered by the thunder force outside Lin Tian's body. Just like that, for a moment, the sound of the thunder force's destruction echoed continuously. Lin Tian's footsteps were still the same, and he was not hindered at all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the super Tree of Life. When he came close to the Tree of Life, he really felt the surging aura of life. It was too rich. Moreover, when he looked up, the pure white Tree of Life that was hundreds of feet tall looked pure and beautiful like a work of art. This kind of vitality is simply, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes were full of excitement. Feeling the aura of this Tree of Life at close range, he was excited and shocked. Even little Alpha Primordium's big, watery eyes were blinking, and he seemed to be surprised as well. Roar! On the periphery, many Yin spirits saw Lin Tian and the rest approaching the Tree of Life. They all roared and looked extremely ferocious. Speaking of which, Grandpa Crocodile had some doubts before. Whooshing Crocodile tilted his head and looked at the dense Yin spirits in the periphery strangely. These Yin spirits were standing more than 7 feet away from the Tree of Life. They are obviously eager for this Tree of Life, but why didn't any of them come close to the Tree of Life? Why are they just watching from more than 7 feet away? It's very simple. Although they are eager for the Tree of Life and can regenerate their flesh and blood after getting enough vitality from the Tree of Life, sometimes things go in the opposite direction. The aura of life surrounding the Tree of Life here is too rich. It's not something they can bear. Once they get close, they will be crushed. For example, an appropriate amount of fire can make the water boil, but an excessive amount of fire will directly evaporate the water. Lin Tian spoke and continued, these Yin spirits are essentially undead. They are very sensitive to vitality. It is precisely because of this sensitivity to vitality that they instinctively know that they will be destroyed if they get close to this Tree of Life. So, although they are eager for the Tree of Life, they can only surround the Tree of Life. Whooshing Crocodile suddenly realized, well, what you said seems to make sense. What seems to make sense? That's the case. Lin Tian glanced at it. As his words fell, he looked at the Tree of Life in front of him again and took another step closer to the trunk of the Tree of Life. But when he took this step, his body suddenly trembled slightly. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the east of the Tree of Life. In that direction, hundreds of feet away, there was a black hole on the surface of the ground. It was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface, there was nothing special about it. But looking at this black hole, at this moment, he, who was at the peak of the eternal realm, felt that his spirit was about to shatter. This made a chill run down his spine. Whooshing Crocodile naturally saw his strange expression and followed his gaze. What's wrong? Is it looking? As it spoke, it also saw the black hole. Its monster body trembled immediately, and its scales stood up. Like Lin Tian, its spirit trembled violently, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. Next to it, little Taichu looked at the black hole and could not help but shudder. Obviously, it had the same feeling as Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. That black hole. What's going on? It's obviously very ordinary, but why does it feel so terrifying? Whooshing Crocodile trembled. Just by looking at the black hole from this place, it felt as if its spirit was about to shatter. This was really a little scary. Lin Tian looked in that direction. The dragon patterns under his feet intertwined and spread deeper into the ground. Soon after, his expression changed slightly. This place should have been a huge battlefield in the past. Many cultivators died here, and after that, most of the life force in the corpses gathered at one point and turned into the tree of life. After the corpses were left there for a long time, they gradually gave off the aura of death. Due to some special reason, most of the aura of death also gathered at one point, and that point is under that black hole. Lin Tian Andao. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes moved. You mean that most of the death chi of the countless corpses in this place has gathered in that black hole? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There were so many corpses in this place, at least 1 million of them. Most of the death chi produced by so many corpses had gathered in that black hole. So, how terrifying was the death chi gathered in that black hole? If a peak true immortal was thrown in, he would instantly turn into pus and blood. It shuddered again. In front of it was a super tree of life with extremely rich life chi and endless benefits. However, not far away was a terrifying black hole full of death chi that could easily corrode even a peak true immortal. It was very contradictory. Lin Tian looked at the black hole from afar with shock in his eyes. However, this shock quickly disappeared. Don't worry about it. Although it's very scary, as long as you don't disturb it, the huge amount of death chi inside will not rush out. Lin Tian Andao. Are you sure? Whooshing Crocodile asked. There was such a terrifying black hole dozens of feet away. It was fine if it didn't know about it. Now that it knew and saw it, it was naturally very concerned. At such a close distance, if the black hole suddenly changed and the terrifying death chi rushed out, Lin Tian, and the little Taichu would be in a lot of trouble. It would be very difficult to save their lives. I'm sure. Lin Tian Andao. In this place, the super tree of life in front of it was regarded as the yang point, and the black hole that gathered a huge amount of death chi was regarded as the yin point. In fact, they had already formed an extraordinary geographical pattern. Since he controlled the dragon burial scripture, he was naturally very clear about the situation of the death chi in the black hole. He knew that it would not erupt at will. End of chapter 15:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.